Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Rebirth of the Strongest Sword God right here on GMT Recap. In the year 2000, significant breakthroughs were made in scientific research. The simulation world of God's domain was born as a result. He was taken aback when he suddenly received a notification stating that his God's domain account had been deleted. Before he could grasp what was happening, a termination notice was thrown onto the table. These three individuals, representing the company, came to force him to sign it. Shurfong remained silent, as if drained of all energy. I sacrificed so much for this game, helping Shadow rise to the top. Thanks to the Shadow Guild, Manhwa also became a world-class financial conglomerate. Are you deleting my account just because I opposed the merger of Shadow with another guild? And now you're asking me to go to the finance office to settle my salary? They maintained their aggressive stance, telling him, "We'll give you 5 million credit points and a villa for you to live out your remaining years in peace." The leader insulted him further. One must know when to be content. Now, in the villa under Shurfeng's name, he looked no different from an old, solitary wolf, quietly soothing his pain in the mansion that had cost him his career. It truly wasn't worth it. Shurfong blamed himself with each bottle of alcohol, going through one bottle after another, unable to drown the fury in his heart. He still couldn't come to terms with the ingratitude they showed to such a big hero. "I swear, I will not let them get away with this." You drank bottle after bottle, not knowing how much alcohol you had consumed, sinking into a drunken stupor. After a long while, only when the sound of a phone ringing reached your ears did you start to come to. Shurfong sluggishly opened his phone, his body aching all over, thinking to himself, "I shouldn't have drunk so much yesterday." The phone screen showed Hazy's name calling. Shurfong wondered, what could that kid possibly want from me? He picked up the phone and immediately asked, "Hello, why are you calling?" On the other end, the voice began introducing itself. "Hey phone, it's Hazy. Today is the day Shadow is recruiting at school." Thinking he was still under the influence of alcohol, Shurfong scratched his head and asked again, "Are you joking? Didn't I just get fired by Shadow?" Suddenly, something felt off, and he quickly rushed over to the mirror. "What is this?" The phone was thrown onto the floor, and Hazy's voice continued calling from the speaker. "What do you mean, fired? Hey phone, just how much did you drink last night?" Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Shurfong couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was himself, but 10 years younger. Seeing that Shurfong didn't respond, Hazy shouted his name loudly. But ignoring the calls, Shurfong hurriedly ran over to check his phone to confirm the time. It was now April 19th, 2029. Though shocked, he was able to confirm, "I've traveled back to 10 years ago, to the time when God's domain was just released." He quickly got his clothes ready and rushed straight to school. As he stepped through the school gate, he silently thought to himself, "Heaven has given me a second chance. Shadow and those who betrayed me, just wait." From a distance, Hazy saw Shurfong arrive and immediately ran over, saying, "Brother phone, you finally made it. Let's go register." Suddenly noticing that Shurfong wasn't as enthusiastic as before, Hazy asked, "Brother phone, what's wrong? Let's go." But this time, Shurfong told Hazy that he had no intention of participating and had another plan in mind, to establish his own studio. Hazy was taken aback by this overwhelming confidence. Shurfong continued to gaze into the distance, his expression thoughtful. "In the next 10 years, Hazy's management skills will greatly benefit the development of the studio. But Hazy joined Shadow to ease his family's financial pressure, and I need to change his mindset." Seeing Shurfong still standing there motionless, Hazy was stunned. "Brother phone, the gaming equipment, the venue, and the salary, just the initial capital alone requires 78,000. Shurfong remained firm. "Joining Shadow means signing a contract to sell myself to them. I don't want to be held back anymore." Hazy seemed helpless. "Brother phone, I want to open a studio with you too, but right now, even if we pool all our money together, we can't even buy one piece of equipment." Seeing his younger brother's worry, Shurfong patted him on the shoulder to reassure him, "Don't worry about the equipment. God's domain offers trial equipment for students. As long as you have a student ID, you can get equipment to try for 10 days. Hey Z remained thoughtful. 10 days? What could possibly be accomplished in just 10 days in a game? Shurfong confidently replied, 10 days is enough, leave the money issue to me. Soon after, he went to the convenience store, bought a pile of snacks and drinks, and prepared for a hardcore gaming session. When he returned home, Shurfong had successfully and shamelessly borrowed a helmet and gloves, which he connected before heading back into the game world. Once he had mentally prepared himself, Shurfong shouted aloud, God's domain, here I come. He put on the helmet, excitedly opening the path to a new future. At that moment, Shurfong successfully linked up with the game God's domain and was instantly transported to an arena on the island of Rio. As he walked, he was taken aback, thinking to himself, the login interface feels different from before. He forgot that the initial interface was already designed this way. Stepping onto the platform of the arena, an angel suddenly materialized, flew down to where he stood, and with a friendly smile, introduced herself, greetings, adventurer. Welcome to God's domain. I am the guide angel, Gabriel. She immediately displayed the available classes in the game. Warriors include Shield Warrior, Guardian Knight, and Berserker. Weapon specialists are for Swordsman, Assassin, and Ranger. Healers are for Clerics, while Druids can become Dracal. And finally, the most popular class for Druids includes Elementalist, Summoner, and Cursemancer. After Shurfong had finished reviewing everything, Gabriel instructed him, now, I will explain to you the 4 categories of these 12 main professions within the God's domain. Then, I would like you to choose the profession you like the most from them. Shurfong didn't hesitate much. Following the usual path, he chose Swordsman. Gabriel was overjoyed and praised him, profession selection complete, please choose a name for your character. If you're continuing from your previous life, Shurfong decided to stick with his old name, Yifong. After successfully setting the name, the system suggested changing his appearance. Shurfong looked at the screen and thought to himself, just to be cautious, I should alter my appearance a bit. I need to avoid other players discovering my true identity. After struggling with his appearance changes for a while, Gabriel led him to select his birthplace in Star Moon Kingdom. As Shurfong recalled, White River City was the 5th largest city in the kingdom, with a good geographical location and development prospects. Shurfong suddenly remembered something very important. In the early stages, he could avoid the major guild battles and quietly develop. Without hesitation, he selected White River City as his desired location. Gabriel immediately clapped his hands and congratulated him, you've chosen your city. You will be transported there in 3 seconds. We wish you a pleasant experience. Starting countdown, 3, 2, 1. Shurfong was instantly encoded and transported via a data bridge. After a moment, he successfully arrived at White River City with a completely new appearance. Looking around, he suddenly recalled the familiar feeling, as expected, it's still Redleaf Town. Not only that, but now many players had reached a certain level and were exchanging with NPCs in this world. However, most of it was still a mix of beginners' pleas for help and the boredom of experiencing the game. Where's the beginner quest? This world is so boring. Do you want to go hunt monsters together? Shurfong paid no attention to those things. First, he opened his status screen and saw, for free attribute points. Every time a player leveled up, they would receive 4 free attribute points along with the increase in their level. The way players allocated their points varied, creating unique playstyles. Looking back at his past life as a swordsman, Shurfong had used those 4 points to increase strength, prioritizing maximum damage output. But this time, he had a different approach. He used all 4 points to boost his agility from 3 to 7. Shurfong thought, for a melee class, adding points to agility early on is the best choice. Agility increases both movement and attack speed, which is a huge help for a beginner melee character. But unfortunately, it wasn't until much later that a player finally figured out this point allocation method. He sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, the player Black Cloud invited him to a video call. Hey Z, playing as that character, asked, Brother Fong, I chose Summoner. I'm teleporting to Moonfall Town. Where are you right now? Shurfeng replied, "You are in Redleaf Town, not too far from Moonfall Town. Come to Redleaf Town now, and I'll help you level up." Hazy was confused upon hearing this, but after opening the map, he sighed, "Redleaf Town? The map shows it'll take me 7 hours to get there. Plus, people here are also grinding to level up. By the time I get there, many people will have surpassed me." Shurfeng wasn't too surprised, but while they were walking and discussing, he suddenly brought up the goal they had as kids, so he asked, "Hazy, what do you think about making money by leveling up to start your own guild?" Hazy expressed concern, "It doesn't seem like a good idea." Knowing he would get that kind of response, Shurfeng mentioned, "The only quest." Hazy's eyes lit up, "The only quest? You mean the top-tier quest among all the unique hidden quests on the entire server, the one that disappears after it's completed? And the rewards are incredibly generous, like completing a quest that would take 10 years of effort, right?" Suddenly, Shurfeng stopped in front of a gloomy village. A group of beggars and bandits saw him and immediately rushed out, sticking out their tongues like sickly children. Shurfeng responded by drawing his sword. He didn't forget to remind Hazy about the quest in Redleaf Town. After the bandits fled in fear, Shurfeng sheathed his sword and turned to Hazy, asking, "So? Do you still want to stay in Moonfall Town and level up by yourself? But it's 7 hours away, and by the time you get there, the full moon will be a crescent." "But, hey, you know what, Feng here?" Hazy said, "How do you know so much? Did you cling to someone's leg or play the beta test to know all this?" Shurfeng smiled, "Uncle, just go to Redleaf Town and don't worry. Once I finish my mission, I'll help you level up. I'm sure the speed will be much faster than an average person." At that moment, Shurfeng noticed a beggar sitting absent-mindedly over there. He approached and asked if the man needed help. The beggar, having not eaten for 5 days, requested some food to survive. Shurfeng bluntly refused his request. However, he remembered that if he spoke a specific line to an NPC, it would trigger a unique quest. So, he asked the beggar to make another offer, as long as it came with an appropriate payment. Suddenly, the beggar became filled with killing intent, hatred burning in his heart. He arrogantly said, "I want you to deal with the mayor of Redleaf Town, a man named Cruz." The unique quest was triggered. Shurfeng had 1 minute to confirm the mission, and without hesitation, he accepted it. A few hours later, at the town hall in the main hall, dozens of players were standing in line to be rewarded by Cruz. A new player, having gained a little experience, praised the game enthusiastically. "Fortunately, the mayor's beginner mission allowed me to earn money and experience quickly and easily." Shurfeng's gaze turned toward Cruz, level 15 with 2400 HP and 1500 MP. Cruz stood frozen. "Next, please, adventurer." Shurfeng suddenly took out an apple and bit into it with a crunch. He knew that with his current health and magic, even if there were 100 of him, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the town chief. But Shurfeng, nonetheless, was ready to go all out and threw a tomato directly at his face. The other players, watching this, were at a loss for words, suddenly feeling a chill down their spines. Cruz gritted his teeth, furious, and slammed the table and chair. The system warned, Cruz's favorability has decreased. Shurfeng and he are now enemies. Cruz, blood boiling, glared at Shurfeng and quickly hauled his hefty body into the air. "Damn bug, I'll send you straight to hell." Shurfeng smiled and raised his hand to his sword, thinking, where are the other players? Get ready, say goodbye to the town chief of Redleaf Town. 15 minutes earlier, after accepting the only quest from the NPC in Xin, Shurfeng had made his way to the main hall of the town hall. Dozens of new players passed by, staring at him in confusion, wondering if he was looking for something or scheming something. When Shurfeng reached the main hall, he was taken aback to see a long line of players waiting to accept the new player quest. He realized that if this continued, things would go downhill. Shurfeng, therefore, had no choice but to apologize and skip the line. He first whistled, causing the gray-haired man to turn and glare at him with a displeased expression. "Hey, newbie, if you don't want to get on my bad side, kindly go to the back of the line." Shurfeng smirked and replied, "Thanks for the reminder, but don't worry. I'm not here to accept a quest. Let me give you a piece of advice: stop wasting time here and go somewhere else to take your quest. Just because he trusted those who came before him, the gray-haired man had persistently driven him away out of fear of being deceived, so he resolutely stayed here. Shifeng spoke up and revealed, "Now, I'll show you a way. Quickly go to the outdoor area and kill some monsters. It's much more promising than staying here." Upon reaching the area, recalling the moment when hundreds of players hunted down a wild boar, the gray-haired man sighed, "The outdoor area is full of players, I can't compete with the others, it's better to stay here and take on a few small tasks." Hearing that, Shifeng approached and whispered to him, "There's a place with fewer monsters, the spawn rate is slower, so you can handle it by yourself. The efficiency is several times higher than in those crowded monster areas." The gray-haired man seemed enlightened and earnestly asked, "Boss, if there's such a good place, you have to take me along." He thought it would be free, but to his surprise, Shifeng asked for a friendly price of 20 copper coins. The gray-haired man said, "This really feels like a scam, because after creating a character, everyone only gets 10 copper coins. How about you give me 10 copper coins first, and I'll send you the location. If it's real, you can give me another 10 copper coins. I think you're not a bad guy, so I'm telling you this, but if you don't trust me, then forget it." Shifeng sighed. After gaining his trust, the transaction was completed. Shifeng finally gathered enough money to buy a weapon to kill the village chief. He went to a fruit stand and bought a tomato for 1 gold coin per piece. 2 newbie girls happened to pass by, saw him spending his money on a tomato, and laughed, "I can't believe someone would waste their only 10 copper coins on vegetables. You're so foolish." It's obvious this idiot has never played a game before. Little did the two of them know, that was the weapon Shifeng used to finish off Town Chief Cruz. Back at the Town Hall Plaza, after a rookie had received his reward from Cruz, Shifeng boldly cut through the line and stepped up right in front of Cruz. He bit into a tomato, then threw the rest of it straight at his face. Not stopping there, he proudly charged forward and shouted, "You bald-headed, damn fattass, you worthless bastard, you're not fit to be a town chief." The rookies around them were also stirred up by Shifeng's gutsy move. Cruz, frustrated, wiped the tomato off his face and glared at Shifeng. "You adventurer, what the hell do you think you're doing?" This caused Cruz's favorability toward Shifeng to plummet to 100, but Shifeng didn't care. He threw another tomato at Cruz's face, followed by a few more, continuing the barrage relentlessly. The rookies watching were in awe, unable to believe that someone would dare to attack an NPC. It seemed Shifeng wasn't afraid of being imprisoned to death. Humiliated and furious, Cruz was visibly irritated. The system notified that the relationship between Shifeng and Cruz had become hostile. Shifeng wasn't scared in the slightest, even smiling as he said, "The show is just getting started." Cruz slammed his fist onto the table and screamed loudly, his voice echoing throughout the town hall. A dangerous sign appeared in front of Shifeng. By the time he realized the danger was closing in, he quickly drew his beginner's sword to block Cruz's attack. Thankfully, he managed to parry with the sword, losing only 84 HP. Other new players stood by, astonished, and admired this young man. "I never expected there would be someone who could use a newbie sword to block this attack." Suddenly, Cruz's face contorted into a completely different form. His tail and sharp claws sprouted one after another. He seemed to transform into a demon, rudely shouting at Shifeng, "You bastard, get out of here." The players present were all in shock. "I can't believe the town chief has been a werewolf this whole time." Without warning, Shifeng shoved the werewolf Cruz towards the group of guards standing by the town hall door. Realizing the imminent danger, the NPC guards quickly noticed, "An evil creature is approaching, protect the town." Shifeng smiled at the scene before him, knowing full well that if he had directly attacked Cruz, the guards would certainly have killed him. So, he had bought tomatoes. While tomatoes couldn't deal damage, they were enough to lower Cruz's favorability, leading to this situation where he took the initiative to attack. And as long as Shifeng could block Cruz's first blow, he could force him back into his werewolf form. From there, the guards would not hesitate to rush in and deal with the evil forces. Since everything was already in motion, Shifeng decided to leave first and let the guards handle the town chief. Seeing the guards attacking the town chief fiercely, the other players instantly got ideas. They exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. Taking advantage of the situation, they rallied and joined the guards in forming a defensive line, while the mages focused on dealing damage from a distance. Town Chief Cruz, engrossed in fighting the guards, failed to notice the fireball before him and was caught off guard, taking damage. When the blood was nearly at its lowest point, a player used a spear and ended his life right there. Town Leader Cruz was defeated, but the other players did not receive a single bit of experience, let alone the items on Cruz's body. Suddenly, they remembered Shurfong, the one who had thrown the tomato, and quickly ran off to find him. Meanwhile, Shurfong was in a dark alley, holding the insignia of the town leader he had just collected. He returned to the original beggar's spot. Shurfong handed the insignia of the town leader to him and couldn't help but wonder. The beggar joyfully said, "Thank you, sir. I truly thank you. My wish has now been fulfilled." After receiving the valuable item, the beggar also offered a chest filled with various items. Shurfong happily accepted it. Moreover, because he had completed Sherlock's only request, he received an additional 2,000 experience points, 20 luxury jewelry boxes, and several free skill points. In his previous life, he had never received such generous rewards, so he thought that it must have been because of completing a low-level quest that he was receiving such treatment. However, what piqued his interest was the precious box, containing all sorts of items. Shurfong eagerly opened it, as if unwrapping a mysterious gift. A burst of light suddenly flashed, and in front of him appeared a dark steel-grade ring of gravity with an additional 2 strength, 1 agility, and 1 stamina. Not only that, but you also received a skill called Unleash Gravity, which can significantly reduce the gravitational pull on the wearer, making their body as light as a feather for 30 seconds. With a cooldown time of 5 minutes, Shurfong was ecstatic when he received this rare ring. With this in mind, he decided to go to the status window and continue using his free points to increase his agility. Now, his attack speed and movement speed were on par with a pure agility ranger. Suddenly, the system notification popped up: Mastery of Single Sword has reached 20 points, advancing to Beginner Swordsman. Single sword damage increased by 10%. Shurfong felt a bit annoyed, being a swordsman who just swings his sword randomly won't do. So, his next destination was the Goblin Challenge Arena to get a skill book. Arriving at the Challenge Arena, Shurfong opened the door and entered. In the middle of a spacious field, many players were recklessly charging in to eliminate the goblin mobs. However, once they entered the arena, all attributes were reduced to 10, skills couldn't be used, and even equipment became useless. The chance of winning was nearly non-existent. A prime example was 2 unlucky players who spent all their money to participate in the challenge, only to have the goblins greedily take the money away. In particular, the ranger class would be shot to death by the goblins, but in the game, losing meant respawning, which meant starting the challenge all over again. The remaining member of their trio muttered bitterly, "Damn it, we were so close." "Do either of you have any money left?" The 2 junior brothers of Shurexayan could only sigh, saying, "Boss Shurexayan, we've already given you the money from all 5 of us, there's really nothing left." Shurfong, seeing their expressions from a distance, was initially surprised, but then became disappointed in the player Shurexayan, because this player, who was in the top 10 of Star Moon Kingdom, is this weak? On the other hand, Shurexayan had taken a liking to Shurfong, so he approached and introduced himself. "Hello, my friend, my name is Shurexayan, and I'm the team leader of the Assassins League. If it's not too much trouble, could you lend me 5 copper coins? I'll pay you back 20 copper coins tomorrow. Doesn't that sound reasonable? Also, my Assassins League is a famous and powerful guild. Your 5 copper coins might just open the door to your chance to join us." Shurfong sighed and replied, "5 copper coins, of course, that's no problem, but about the repayment?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shurexayan rushed in, putting his arm around Shurfeng's shoulder, thinking that mentioning the name of the Assassins League would scare him into waiving the debt. To his surprise, Shurfong insisted, 50 copper coins for the 5 copper coins you borrowed." Shurexayan froze upon hearing that, and the 2 junior brothers, visibly displeased, charged in and criticized, "What's wrong with you? Is money all you care about? You still don't know to go and kiss the captain's feet? The person who borrowed money from you is Xin, you know. Xin, the top of the top, the very famous one. Shifeng ignored them, turned to Xin, and asked, "So, do you want to borrow more?" Xin, for the sake of honor, agreed to the proposal from the leader of the duel. Shifeng, even with his guard up, was still unaware of the malicious intentions of the person who had tried to befriend Xin in order to remind him about the 50 copper coins. Xin immediately assured him, "Don't worry, I promise I won't forget." Moved by this, Shifeng reluctantly handed them 5 copper coins, saying, "It looks like not only did we get some rare items today, but we also managed to snatch 50 copper coins from another player." The 3 behind them were startled, realizing it was already too late to turn back. The 2 junior brothers behind him, who were still in their robes, whispered, "Captain, do we really have to pay the 50 copper coins? Or should we just pay him off and go back to gather some money? We can come back tomorrow." Xin tightly gripped the 5 copper coins in his hand, his blood boiling as he said, "Anyway, I'm already the captain of the Assassins League, a well-known figure. How could I not repay my debt?" With tears welling up in his eyes, Xin continued, "I was so close to reaching my goal earlier. I must succeed in this challenge today, no matter what." The 2 junior brothers, hearing his nonsensical words, silently followed suit. After a while, as they rested, the 3 members of Xian's group were determined to proceed with the challenge. One of the junior brothers suddenly noticed that Shifeng was also trying to join the duel. Xian looked at him with disdain, saying, "Tch, that guy is just a weakling. Does he think the duel will be easy? We're only 30 rounds in, but when we reach the final 15, the goblin's attack patterns will change. Its attack frequency will increase, and there's no way he'll make it through." The other junior brother nodded in agreement, exactly. Someone as powerful as you only managed to get through 20 rounds. On Shifeng's side, he had just finished registering, and the countdown for the challenge was ticking, 3, 2, 1. As the sound of gunfire echoed, Shifeng had already started running, charging towards the group of goblins. His challenge round officially began. Gunshots rang out towards Shifeng. He charged forward wildly through the goblins' hail of bullets, dodging their attacks with ease. He skillfully maneuvered around, his steps fluid, gathering enough force to push forward. Xian's junior brother yelled frantically, "Your agility is even faster than Xian's, or at least on par with him." Before he could finish comparing, another goblin hit him in the stomach, leaving him speechless. Xian, on the other hand, thought to himself, he must be an athlete or someone who has practiced martial arts to be this agile. But in reality, Xian was gritting his teeth, fearing that, this person seems like a seasoned expert, someone who has honed his skills in the arena for years. He definitely isn't an ordinary newbie. Every move he makes is simple yet highly effective, even I wouldn't be able to perform better. Xian still smiled, confident in his own thoughts. After this 15th wave of monsters, the goblin's tactics will change, and by then, he will surely be defeated. So, during the 15th wave, the goblins, bored with their rifles, switched to pistols, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Shifeng. Finally, they're starting to play dirty. Shifeng eagerly drew his sword, his killing intent clear as he charged towards the oncoming bullets. From a distance, Xian's 2 junior brothers laughed, thinking, whether he plans to block the bullets or gets hit, it's still a failure. But they never expected that he would use his sword to slice the bullets into pieces. One barrage after another, he skillfully cut through the bullets, paving the way toward the goblin. The entire Xian group fell silent as they witnessed this. "Oh my god, is that guy even human?" He turned around and yelled, "Boss, it's already the 25th wave of monsters. That guy is almost at the finish line." Xian, frustrated, slapped him on the head. "Shut up, stop bothering me." Xian couldn't believe that someone could predict the trap path on a newly opened server and even use a sword to block the bullets. If there is such a person, their skill level must be that of a monster. And that monster was right in front of them, still rampaging, dodging the overly intricate traps, making Xian scream, "Watch out!" Shifeng saw that the goblins had deployed their most powerful guns, intending to kill him at all costs. The sound of continuous gunfire echoed, and like everyone else, Shurexin gaped in shock at this firepower. Bullets sprayed everywhere, tearing the ground apart. Bullet shells fell one by one from the guns. Shurfeng remained undeterred, drawing his sword to slice through all the incoming bullets. A loud explosion followed. The Shurexin group stood frozen in shock, but fortunately, Shurfeng reacted just in time and jumped out of the blast. Sweat dripped down his face. Shurfeng had exerted all his strength to land safely and reach the finish line of this challenge. The goblin happily waved the flag and said, "Your total time is 14 seconds. Congratulations, you have broken the pre-established bronze rank record. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of applause. Congratulations to this swordsman for successfully completing the challenge and receiving his reward for his hard work. That is 1 silver in the swordsman's skill, Thundering Flash." The Shurexin Guild also expressed their joy, praising him, "Fantastic, truly impressive." Before Shurfeng could even catch his breath, he eagerly opened the skill book to see what Thundering Flash was like. Thundering Flash was a sword-based skill, dealing 10% damage with each attack, and its cooldown time was 30 seconds. Shurfeng was delighted with the great reward he had received. As a swordsman, skills that dealt single target damage were his main abilities. Thundering Flash was one of the few powerful area of effect skills that only swordsmen could learn, so being able to acquire it now was certainly worth it. He turned to glance at the 3 individuals who were practically glowing with excitement. "You guys can keep playing, I'm heading out now. Don't forget my 50 copper." The 2 junior brothers, seeing him leave, suddenly had the idea of stealing the reward. As a result, they received a swift smack on the head from Shurexin for embarrassing him and failing to know their place. As for Shurfeng, after leaving the arena with the skill book in hand, his next goal was to practice diligently. Beneath the dense canopy of the forest, numerous beginners were happily chatting, looking for teammates to hunt monsters together. Shurfeng just skimmed through it briefly and didn't pay much attention, as he was used to fighting alone. However, the issue at hand was quite a headache. Shurfeng needed to buy 20 bursting berries, but his pouch only had a mere 30 copper left. It seemed the only way to solve this was to hunt monsters for more money. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the dense red leaf forest, where the recommended level was 1. On the way, he encountered a party of 4 surrounding a wolf. 2 warriors were tanking the melee damage, an archer was attacking from a distance, and a mage was providing support from the rear. Although the experience would be split among the group, the monsters were being taken down much faster, and the safety of the party was also guaranteed. In this world, once a player dies, the penalty is harsh. Not only do they lose a level of experience, but they also lose any items they are carrying. No one would dare to take such risks and watch all their hard work go to waste. As Shurfeng approached, one of the group members warned him, "This monster respawn point is ours, don't even think about stealing our monsters." He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "TCH, I'm not interested in fighting low-level monsters with you guys." With that, he immediately made his way deeper into the red leaf forest, where the monsters were level 5. With his current strength, he could easily handle them. It didn't take long for his gaze to land on a level 4 cub bear. Shurfeng was about to strike it down, but upon seeing its thick layer of defense, he hesitated. If the mother bear appeared while he was still engaged in battle, the situation could quickly become dire. Thinking this, he decided to spare it and continue searching for another target. Shurfeng cautiously ventured deeper into the forest, carefully scanning his surroundings with each step. While walking, he suddenly noticed a wild wolf crouching by the riverbank, drinking water. The wolf was completely unaware that it had entered his line of sight. He tightened his grip on his sword, preparing to strike. Wild wolves, though sharp and alert, had an extremely dangerous attack power. With his meager health, any careless sound could turn him into prey. After a quick glance around, Shurfeng confirmed that there was only one wolf present. In that case, it was still manageable, but he had to be extremely cautious, as this was by the river, and there could very well be a wolf den nearby, lying in wait. With that in mind, he slowly began to retreat, intending to find a safer position, but just then, the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. He fell straight into a deep hole, twisting in mid-air before landing safely. Sighing with relief, he was about to lean against a tree and take a different route when he immediately heard the unmistakable sound of a wolf's howl echoing behind him. Damn it, my luck really is terrible. Without even needing to turn around, he knew he had just disturbed an entire pack of wolves. They had noticed him and were charging toward him immediately. Shurfong ran with all his might, but the wolves were closing in faster. Realizing the situation was critical, he had no choice but to unleash gravity. Immediately, a force field surrounded his body, making him as light as a feather. Thanks to this, his speed surged, quickly putting a great distance between himself and the wolves behind. After running for a while, he turned around to check. Once he was sure none were chasing him anymore, he sighed in relief. At this moment, the scenery before him had completely changed. A bright red hill, hidden deep within the forest, appeared in his view. This is the central mountain range, where the rank is 6. Back when he wandered through forums, he had heard rumors that a secret treasure, called the Silver Chest, was hidden at the top of this mountain. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? Without hesitation, Shurfong followed the trail towards the hill. After a long and difficult search, he finally reached a waterfall that was flowing relentlessly. The treasure might be here. Looking up at the towering cliff, he murmured, the central mountain range has no climbing path. Without at least 40 agility points and the leap skill, don't even think about climbing it. However, he wasn't worried at all, because he had the ring of gravity, which made everything much simpler. Shurfong easily clung to the cliffside and climbed up with ease. After just a few jumps, he had reached a height of over 5 meters. As he felt the gravitational pull weakening, he quickly found a suitable spot to rest, waiting for the gravity field to recharge before continuing his journey. Before Shurfong could sit down to rest, the ground suddenly shook violently. From beneath the rocks, a massive hand reached up, followed by a stone giant emerging from the earth. The deep, guttural roar echoed throughout the space, signaling the menacing presence of the creature. Without a hint of panic, Shurfong immediately took a bursting berry from his backpack. When this orb explodes, it creates a magnetic field with a 3-meter radius, slowing the target's movement speed by 30% and reducing their rotation speed by up to 70%, with the effect lasting for 1 minute. As the stone giant swung its fist down, Shurfong quickly rolled to the side and threw the bursting berry directly at its leg. An explosion rang out. The ground around them was immediately covered with a thick, orange liquid, a special magnetic field designed to immobilize the enemy. Seizing the opportunity, Shurfong drew his sword and charged forward, circling around to its rear and landing a precise strike on its weak point. The blow not only dealt damage but also improved his skill proficiency. The stone giant tried to turn and counterattack, but the effect of the bursting berry had slowed its movements significantly. Shurfong didn't give it a chance to retaliate, continuing to maneuver behind it and press the attack. Once he felt his rhythm was stable enough, he immediately unleashed Thundering Flash. A bolt of lightning struck the massive stone creature, causing significant damage. Not stopping there, he followed up with 2 more bolts of lightning, their white-blue currents slicing through the giant's hard rock exterior. In less than a minute, the stone giant collapsed with a loud crash. Shurfong let out a sigh of relief and climbed up onto its head to rest. Not bad luck after all, he thought, as the giant had dropped a piece of equipment. He picked it up to inspect it. It was a piece of armor named Normal Gorgeous Shirt, a level 4 item, offering 3 additional points of defense with a durability of 20/20. He stashed it into his bag, and just as he was about to continue climbing the mountain, a sudden swarm of creatures flew past, catching his attention. Following the direction they came from, he noticed a dark cave hidden beneath the cliff face not far ahead. A cave? Curiosity piqued, Shurfong moved closer to investigate. His steps were slow and cautious as he scanned his surroundings, staying alert for any surprises. As he ventured deeper, his heartbeat quickened. Before him lay a gigantic creature, sleeping peacefully. This was no ordinary stone giant, it was a rare, silver-white variant exuding an aura of dominance. The words hovering above its head clearly read, Thoros Elite, Level 6, 900 health. Well, the big fella's here, Shurfong muttered. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged forward, immediately activating Thundering Flash. A sharp bolt of lightning shot directly into the massive body of Thoros. While the damage was minimal, it was enough to rouse the sleeping monster. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, Thoros Elite slowly opened its eyes, its cold gaze sweeping down at the one who dared to disturb its slumber. In just a moment, a furious roar echoed, shaking the entire cave. The cavern trembled violently as though struck by an invisible force. The Thoros Elite immediately stood up, each step firm as it moved toward Shurfong. "I can't let the monster have a chance," Shurfong reacted quickly. While dodging, he leapt into the air, his hands constantly preparing bursting berries to throw at it. He reasoned that, although this monster had a massive amount of health, with his speed and agility, he could certainly secure the victory. However, as soon as he made a move, the Thoros Elite immediately detected it. It raised its giant stone hand and swept it toward Shurfong, denying him the opportunity to use the bursting berries. Then, the monster stomped heavily on the ground, trying to crush Shurfong beneath it. Fortunately, Shurfong reacted swiftly, rolling backward just in time to avoid its stomp. Not stopping there, the Thoros Elite relentlessly launched powerful attacks. Its speed and offensive power were terrifying. Shurfong could feel the heavy blows from the giant's head, each strike sending him reeling, almost propelling him far away. Suddenly, the Thoros Elite spun around, lifting a massive stone that resembled a gigantic foot, and pushed it toward Shurfong. In a panic, he was immediately pushed back, forced to retreat. In the midst of the pressure, he unexpectedly felt a surge of healing energy. Its health was gradually being restored. Shurfong sighed, feeling a pang of regret. "I was too careless." Unlike the ordinary monsters from before, the Thoros Elite possesses an incredibly powerful healing ability. Every 5 seconds, it can regenerate 2% of the damage it receives from regular attacks. Shurfong couldn't keep up with this recovery speed. However, he wasn't worried. Calmly, he gripped his sword tightly and placed all his bets on the deep wound caused by the Thundering Flash. He was determined to torment this monster until it couldn't heal anymore. He immediately used the Thundering Flash to strike the Thoros Elite, unleashing a barrage of lightning that struck its body, inflicting tons of damage. Shurfong saw the giant raising its arm to strike him, but he didn't hesitate to wield his sword continuously, dealing damage to the monster. Despite that, he noticed that his damage output had surpassed the Thoros Elite's healing limit. Shurfong smiled to himself, "It's working." Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed, shaking the entire surrounding space. "I want to crush you beneath my feet." The boss roared in fury and immediately leapt into the air. As it stomped down forcefully, the entire cave trembled violently, rocks and debris echoing all around. Sharp stalactites fell from the ceiling like rain, filling the space. Shurfong thought in panic, has the boss activated its area of effect skill? Sensing the imminent danger, Shurfong wasted no time, quickly retreating to the side to avoid the falling stalactites. He landed safely. But immediately afterward, he realized that the Thoros Elite had suddenly stopped moving. Shurfong thought to himself, is it the fatigue stage? Fatigue stage is an effect that many smaller bosses undergo after using their ultimate abilities, weakening both their attack and defense. Shurfong realized this was the perfect opportunity to end the battle and decided to charge immediately without wasting any time. He struck hard at Thoros Elite's body, aiming directly for its eyes with a decisive thrust. The monster let out a painful roar, its scream echoing through the cave. Taking advantage of its weakened state, Shurfong didn't miss the chance, continuing his assault with Thundering Flash, relentlessly dealing damage to prevent its recovery. Shurfong kept attacking Thoros Elite's legs, causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground. But suddenly, Thoros Elite opened its mouth as if preparing to roar again. This time, it unexpectedly used another skill and vanished from its position. In a moment of confusion, Shurfong turned around to find the monster had appeared right behind him, delivering a powerful blow. With the significant level gap, the strike from Thoros Elite sent Shurfong flying, crashing hard into the stone wall on the opposite side. He was in pain, coughing up a bit of blood, but still mustered the strength to stand up. Shurfong looked at the monster and thought to himself, I have to risk everything now. He quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, focusing all his strength into unleashing his attacks and charging toward Thoros' elite. There was no time to hesitate. Shifeng attacked furiously, surrounding the monster with thundering flash and slash. His eyes were bloodshot, his swordsmanship growing faster and more powerful, slicing through the pieces of stone embedded in Thoros' elite's body. "This is the final strike," Shifeng shouted. With a powerful swing of his sword, 3 bolts of lightning pierced straight through the body of the monster. A loud explosion rang out, and immediately, the massive body of the Thoros' elite collapsed, turning into a pile of broken debris. After defeating the boss, Shifeng moved toward the pile of rubble, searching for items. "Look at that, this boss not only dropped equipment but also a skill book." Shifeng quickly stored the shield away, then moved to pick up the skill book that had dropped. It was a basic defensive skill for melee warriors. The only requirement to use it was having a melee weapon capable of parrying a direct attack. The skill's cooldown time was 30 seconds. Looking at the skill book, Shifeng thought to himself, "Such a useful defensive skill, I should learn it myself." Without hesitation, he immediately activated the skill and officially learned the parry skill. After gathering his belongings, Shifeng left the cave. Though his body felt somewhat exhausted, the results were more than worth it. More importantly, he had drawn closer to the summit. However, there was still more than a third of the journey remaining. Without delay, Shifeng activated his endurance skill and began climbing with maximum speed. The higher he went, the more treacherous the terrain became, forcing him to carefully choose each step on the rocky path. After landing safely, an uneasy feeling suddenly arose in his mind. Frowning, he thought, "Wait a minute, something's not right. This place is covered in a thick layer of white bones, and the visibility is extremely limited." In the midst of the hazy scenery, a sudden sound echoed, causing Shifeng to instinctively draw his sword, ready for battle. However, it wasn't an enemy, but rather the system's notification that said, "You have discovered a lost land." At the same time, a hidden quest called Past Glories has been activated. The system also issued a warning: "From this point on, you will be cut off from the outside world and will be unable to leave this area until the quest is completed." Shifeng hadn't expected a hidden quest here. According to his memory, this place only contained a mithril treasure chest. But despite the surprise, he had no reason to refuse this opportunity. When he opened the quest log to view the instructions, the system simply provided a short message: "Explore to find the answers." This reminded Shifeng of a post on the forum from before: "Some special quests in God's domain can only be triggered in restricted areas. After completion, those areas will be sealed permanently." He took a deep breath and thought to himself, "I've seen many players boast about quests like these before. I didn't expect today to be the day I experience it." Looking around, the only thing visible was the dense fog that stretched to the horizon. But since he had come this far, he couldn't back out now. Even if he were to die, he could always respawn back at the city. It was a risk worth taking. With that in mind, Shifeng began to search for clues. He moved toward a nearby abandoned building, carefully opening the door and rummaging through everything he could. However, after several hours of searching, he still hadn't found any valuable information. Feeling utterly frustrated, he slammed his fist into a wall and angrily muttered, "Not a single NPC to guide me. How long will it take to find something like this?" Realizing that continuing to blindly fumble around would only waste his time, Shifeng decided to venture outside and find a higher vantage point to broaden his view. He quickly climbed onto the roof of a nearby building and scanned the area. The fog was still thick, obscuring nearly the entire landscape. But then, a ray of sunlight pierced through the mist, gradually dispersing it. It was at that moment that Shifeng spotted a vague silhouette of a mage tower standing tall within the fog. Without a second thought, he immediately jumped down and headed straight toward the tower. The closer he got, the clearer it became through the dense mist. It seemed like this was exactly where the system wanted him to explore. Under the faint light from the highest floor, a solemn voice suddenly echoed. "Young adventurer, welcome to Sky City." Before Shifeng stood an old man, holding a staff with a crescent moon-shaped top, exuding an aura of mystery. But what left him even more stunned was the name that had just been mentioned, Sky City. Isn't this the legendary city from the God's Domain continent? He thought to himself, but according to the game's storyline, it disappeared after the Third Divine War. Why is it appearing here? The old man cleared his throat lightly before continuing, his voice deep and authoritative. Warrior from another realm, I'm certain you desire to become stronger, don't you? I can help you achieve that, but first, do you dare to accept my challenge? Without hesitation, Shifeng nodded in agreement. The old man smiled, intending to offer him a choice between 3 different difficulty levels, but before he could finish speaking, Shifeng quickly pointed at the highest level. What's the harm in taking a big risk? Go big or go home, right? The youth remained optimistic as ever. Seeing the young man's battle-hungry attitude and boundless confidence, the old man let out a hearty laugh. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of Shifeng, displaying the past glory's quest. Faced with 1,000 monsters of the same level, the task was to eliminate at least 500 to complete the challenge. The time limit was 4 hours, and failure would result in permanent loss. 10 attribute points. After reading the conditions carefully, Shifeng did not hesitate for a second and clicked to confirm. Instantly, the old man's body began to dissolve into the air, but before he completely vanished, he left behind a cryptic reminder, brave warrior from another realm, I hope you won't regret your choice. As his words ended, the ground suddenly trembled violently. From beneath the earth, skeletal hands emerged, followed by thousands of nether spirit warriors with eyes glowing like fiery embers. They surged like a tidal wave, surrounding the mage tower. Upon witnessing this scene, Shifeng immediately understood that if he jumped down and confronted them head-on, he would be surrounded in an instant. He needed to find a narrow space to limit the number of enemies attacking at once. Without delay, he turned and dashed into the tower, running up the spiral staircase and stopping at a narrow corridor. This was the perfect position. The passage was just wide enough for 2 enemies to pass through at the same time. Create ideal conditions for you to hold your ground. The growls grew louder with each passing moment, and exactly 5 seconds later, the first wave of nether spirit warriors rushed in frantically, charging straight toward you. However, in the narrow space, they obstructed each other, allowing Shifeng to face only 2 enemies at a time. He smoothly dodged their simple attacks and quickly unleashed Thundering Flash. The bright sword beam flashed by, instantly eliminating the first 40 enemies. Then, another wave surged forward, and he immediately activated Slash, wiping out 50 more. In the blink of an eye, 90 enemies had been slain, but the battle was far from over. Refusing to be overwhelmed, Shifeng made use of the terrain, maintaining a steady rhythm of continuous attacks. The blade in his hand never stopped swinging, each strike precise and decisive. The number of kills mounted rapidly, 370, then 400 out of the total 500. By this point, Shifeng was feeling fatigued, a sense of exhaustion spreading throughout his body. However, if he could hold his ground in this position, he was confident that defeating all 500 monsters was just a matter of time. But then something unexpected happened. Just beneath the stairs, dark shadows flickered into view. A group of level 2 Spectre assassins was quietly observing him. Without a sound, they quickly clung to the walls and began climbing with terrifying speed. Engaged in combat with the Nether Spirit warriors, Shifeng only realized the danger when the cold, murderous intent suddenly descended upon him. Without hesitation, he flung the opponent in front of him away and leapt sideways to evade the sneak attack. A spinning kick was launched, sweeping 2 ghosts off the railing. Without losing momentum, he gripped the stairwell's edge, dodging the enemy's lightning-fast sword strike, then channeled all his strength, driving the sword straight into the skull of the sorrowful bone ghost before him. But just as he took down one, a surprise attack from behind struck him square in the back, causing his health to plummet significantly. Another sneak attack? This is getting really annoying. Shifeng gritted his teeth and delivered a powerful kick, sending the ranger who had just ambushed him flying out of the battlefield. But the danger wasn't over yet. The other ghosts kept closing in, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Moreover, he was still 80 monsters away from completing his goal. This was turning into quite the challenge. Who would have thought that in the final 100, there would be a group of monsters this agile? He breathed heavily. Good thing they're low on health, or I'd have been done for already. The ghosts weren't giving him a chance to rest. They charged at him in waves. Shurfong took a deep breath, tightened his grip on his sword, and spun 180 degrees, unleashing the thundering flash, sweeping through the rangers that had surrounded him. However, the encirclement wasn't completely broken. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, landing on the ceiling of the tower. Using the height to his advantage, he dove down, activating Thundering Flash for a second time. This time, the remaining dozens of ghosts were utterly obliterated. The battle raged on, but finally, it came to an end. Inside the Mage Tower, the corpses of thousands of ghosts were piled up throughout the Grand Hall. On the bloodstained staircase, Shurfong stood there, breathing heavily after the grueling battle. After slaying enough monsters, the final task had been completed. His vision blurred, and his body was so exhausted that he felt he could collapse right then and there. But just at that moment, a familiar voice echoed. The mysterious old man reappeared, hands clasped behind his back, looking at him with a satisfied expression. "Not bad, young man." The system immediately displayed a notification, announcing that the Past Glories quest had been completed. The reward included a golden treasure chest and the title 1000-1. With this title, whenever there were at least 3 enemies within the combat area, all of his attributes would increase by 10%. In addition, he received 5 points of strength and 5 points of endurance. After the rewards were given, the old man simply waved his hand lightly, his voice calm. "You can leave now." Shurfong quickly reached out, trying to stop him. "Hey, wait a second, can't we talk for a moment?" But before he could hear an answer, a burst of light suddenly enveloped him. The sensation of his body being pulled away at a dizzying speed left him no time to react, and then, thud. He collapsed onto the hard ground. Around him, countless players turned and looked, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Well, this is a surprise, someone just fell from the sky." Shurfong, dizzy and disoriented, took a while to regain his senses. When he realized he had returned to Redleaf Town, he immediately remembered the treasure chest that he had fought so hard to obtain. Without hesitation, you sprang up and quickly retreated into a hidden corner. The mission was over, but the danger was far from gone. A precious item like this, if exposed to others, could easily be stolen. To be sure, you carefully looked around, confirming that no one was watching, and then confidently opened the system. Your heart raced as you pressed the confirmation button. The chest glowed brightly as it opened, its radiant golden light illuminating an entire corner of the sky. Shurfeng's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open as he muttered, "Oh my god." It seemed he had just received an expensive item. Shurfeng had uncovered the Abyssal Blade magic weapon. The system displayed a prompt asking Shurfeng whether he wanted to equip the item immediately. He hesitated for a moment. This magic weapon could significantly boost your power, but with it comes the risk of uncontrollable backlash. A single misstep could turn you into a chained zombie, waiting for the right moment to break free and massacre everyone. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Not wanting to take the risk, Shurfeng immediately pressed cancel. He continued searching through the chest, discovering 2 valuable skill books, Redleaf Town and Trade Area. Owning them meant he could advance further in the fields of alchemy and blacksmithing. Thinking about his next plan, Shurfeng decided, I'll head to Dark Moon Valley, where a mission will allow me to learn free forging skills while also providing opportunities for leveling up. But before diving into this dangerous challenge, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Therefore, Shurfeng made his way to the bustling trade area, always filled with players coming and going. Many people, just returning from exhausting battles, gathered around small shops to drink and chat. Others took the opportunity to sell materials collected from hunting monsters. Finding a spot, Shurfeng spread a white cloth on the ground and neatly arranged the items he intended to sell. Most of them were melee combat equipment, but there were also some rare herbs for crafting potions or healing. Once everything was ready, he took a deep breath and called out loudly, "Rare herbs, high-level equipment, come check it out if you want to buy." His announcement immediately attracted attention, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. Some couldn't hide their astonishment when they saw that he was even selling bronze-level equipment. This was something most players couldn't even own yet. Oh my god, how lucky can you get? I'm still wearing default gear, and this guy is already selling bronze items. What's this all about? The server just opened, and there's already a pro player who took down the town chief. That's right, elite level 15. No one can accept the town chief's quest anymore, all because of him. Hearing the chatter, Shurfong glanced at a bald-headed player approaching him. The young man seemed to want to negotiate the price, trying to push the price of a shield from 21 silver coins lower, but Shurfong only smiled and firmly refused to bargain. At that moment, the system unexpectedly displayed a notification: Black Cloud invites you to join a conversation with Hey Z. Shurfong quickly accepted the call. Immediately, an irritated voice rang out from the other end of the line. Shurfong, finally you pick up? I've been trying to reach you for ages. Now I've dropped a level because of you. Where are you? Feeling a bit guilty, Shurfong softened his tone. Sorry, I got so caught up with the task that I completely forgot. Head over to the central square, I'll level you up in a bit. Just as the conversation ended, a group of players appeared in the distance, led by a large shield warrior. Upon seeing him, the crowd immediately parted, making way. The person was none other than Yenhu, the leader of Shadow, the most powerful faction in Redleaf Town. He marched forward, arrogantly shouting, "Move aside, move aside. If the Shadow group is here, we'll take everything. All of you others, get lost." His shout heightened the tension in the air. Though the surrounding players weren't happy, they still left out of fear, leaving only a few curious onlookers who stayed behind to watch what would happen next. Yenhu glanced over at the stall and, raising his chin, asked, "Are you the stall owner?" Shurfong calmly nodded. "Yeah, that's me. I'm Shurfong." His eyes quietly scanned Yenhu. In his previous life, Yenhu had been the leader of Redleaf Town, but it wasn't until much later that he truly rose to power. He hadn't expected to cross paths with him so soon this time. And of course, you wouldn't let this guy cause you trouble so easily. Yenhu smirked, took out a silver coin, and tossed it onto the ground as if it were charity. "A silver coin, I'll take it all." Shurfong chuckled coldly, his eyes briefly flashing with mockery. "Yenhu, sorry, but there's no haggling here. If you want to put on a show, find somewhere else to perform." His words made Yenhu's face darken. He gritted his teeth, his voice cold and laced with killing intent. "You dare oppose Shadow?" Immediately, 5 of his subordinates stepped forward, surrounding Shurfong. Watching this, Shurfong could only smirk to himself. This guy was still as stupid as in his past life, still not realizing that he couldn't make a move in the town. But Yenhu didn't care. His rage clouded his reason, and with his eyes bloodshot, he couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his axe high and charged straight at Shurfong. Suddenly, a loud clap of hands echoed, cutting off the tense exchange. "This is quite interesting, a bronze-level shield, huh? How could it possibly lack an Assassin's League member?" Through the crowded street, a figure appeared, moving as lightly as a ghost. It was Shurxin, the leader of the Assassin's League. His appearance made the entire Shadow gang freeze, not daring to make a move. But when his gaze swept across the stall and he realized that Shurfong was the owner, his surprise grew even more. "A master, huh? Looks like we meet again." Without hesitation, Shurxin calmly offered 24 silver coins to buy out the entire stall. Shurfong chuckled and responded in a relaxed tone, "If you're being generous, then you don't need to pay the 50 copper coins from earlier. Consider it my way of becoming friends with you." At that moment, a voice of complaint rang out from the crowd. Brother Phone, I finally found you." Hazy squeezed through the crowd, his face full of grievance. Meanwhile, Shurfong had just finished the transaction with Shurxin. Shurxin muttered in mild disappointment, "He already left, I didn't even get to say a few more words." Leaving the busy marketplace behind, Hazy eagerly asked about the leveling spot. Upon hearing Shurfong mention Dark Moon Valley, he was immediately stunned, stammering, "Dark Moon Valley? Brother Phone, that's a level 4 monster area. Isn't there any safer place? Shifeng casually patted Hazy on the shoulder and confidently smiled, "Don't worry, just follow me." In a hidden corner, Yen, who was still fuming with rage, grinding his teeth, his cold eyes followed the two as they walked away. One of his subordinates, propping his chin up, cautiously asked, "Brother Yen, are we just going to let it slide?" Yen, whose face turned red with anger as he glared and barked, "You go follow them." That guy dared to oppose Shadow. I'll make sure he understands the consequences. After leaving the noisy market, the two made their way into the forest towards Dark Moon Valley, but Hazy kept grumbling in a low voice, walking slowly. "Brother Phone, are we really going to Dark Moon Valley?" Hearing this, Shifeng said, "That area is a level 4 monster zone. A 3-person team would only dare to farm monsters one level higher, but the two of us on level 2, and you're level 0. He asked, "Are you scared?" Immediately after, Shifeng put his arm around him to reassure him, "Did you forget? I know some experts. If not, how could I dare bring you here to grind levels?" He skeptically questioned the experts Shifeng had mentioned. "Brother Phone, are those experts trustworthy?" Seeing Hazy still unconvinced, Shifeng decided to lay it all out. "Hazy, the server's been open for just 10 hours. How many level 2 players are there across the server? Most of the elites in the studios are only level 1, and I only reached level 2 thanks to the information from that expert." At this point, Hazy believed Shifeng and took a deep breath, his hands tightening in excitement. "Brother Phone, I was the fool, let's go." Before he could finish, Shifeng had already walked ahead, leaving him stunned. "Hey, Hazy!" Hazy quickly ran after him, shouting, "Brother Phone, wait for me." Suddenly, behind a tree, a foot could be seen peeking out. It was no one else but Wu Lang, sent by the big boss to spy. He thought to himself, daring to come to a level 4 zone. As expected, that swordsman is strange. He grinned wickedly. But he ran into me. Meanwhile, Hazy, hiding behind a rock, was observing the situation and reported back to Shifeng. "Brother Phone, look over here, there's a monster with a green name." On the other side, a level 2 cunning snow fox was gnawing on a rabbit. Upon seeing this, Shifeng was overjoyed, as if he'd struck gold. He grabbed his sword and said, "Hazy, you're lucky. The green-named monster is a rare elite. Who would have thought you'd spot it right away?" The hero boldly charged forward with his sword, while the long-range bowman was tasked with the distance, leaving the rest to him, leaving Hazy confused and terrified. "On Phone, those are elite monsters of your level." Shifeng ignored those words and rushed behind a rock, lying in wait for the snow fox that was eating. As soon as he saw an opening, he slashed at the snow fox's body, dealing 32 points of damage. However, the snow fox was agile, managing to dodge part of the strike. At that moment, the snow fox glared fiercely with its eyes glowing red. Shifeng panted heavily, thinking, only 32 damage? This monster is quite strong. He got into position, ready to deliver a lethal blow with his sword. The snow fox charged at him, mouth wide open to reveal its sharp teeth. In that instant, Shifeng quickly raised his sword, feeling the tension. Both sides struggled fiercely, neither giving an inch. But in the end, the snow fox left a scratch on his face. He realized that the monster's strength wasn't weak. Hazy, watching the battle, trembled with fear and couldn't move. "Oh no, Unfeng is definitely going to die this time." Seeing Hazy standing still, Shifeng shouted, "Hazy, stop standing there, do something." Hazy clenched his teeth in determination. I know. He then began to chant his spell, Dark Shadow Arrow. A surge of energy shot forward, hitting the snow fox squarely in the abdomen. But it only dealt 5 points of damage. Hazy stood there, mouth agape, sighing in frustration. "I put all my points into intelligence to increase my spell damage, and it only dealt 5 damage. The defense of this elite monster is terrifying." Shifeng, both encouraging and attacking the snow fox, only shouted at him, "Hazy, don't be afraid, you're drawing its hatred, keep attacking." Hazy obeyed Shifeng and continuously launched a series of dark shadow arrows. However, the snow fox seemed unaffected and suffered little damage. Eventually, Shurfong was struck by the snow fox on his elbow, but luckily, he had protective armor, allowing him to grit his teeth and push its mouth away. Despite the little injury, Shurfong kicked it hard, sending its body flying several meters. Wu Lang, still hiding behind a rock, grinned maliciously and observed the battle. Seems like I don't even need to make a move. A few seconds later, Shurfong had very little health left, while the snow fox had lost nearly half of its health. It aggressively charged at him unexpectedly. Cling. The sword was tightly bitten by the wolf, and the system repeatedly announced that the durability of the newbie sword was decreasing, then issued another notification that the sword was about to break. Hey Z, standing outside, panicked and shouted loudly, "It's over, looks like Brother Phone will bleed out here." The wolf, with an extremely furious expression, aggressively lunged at Shurfeng's sword. Shurfeng immediately kicked it away and yelled, "Get the hell away from me!" There was a slight weariness on his face as he thought to himself that if this continued, he would be the one to die. The wolf, not giving up, charged at him again. Shurfeng then realized it was time to use his trump card. As the wolf rushed past, he leapt up, holding a glass bottle in his hand. He quickly popped the cap with one hand, causing the liquid inside to spill out. Then, he tilted the bottle to his mouth and drank all the water in it. After finishing the drink, he immediately threw the bottle into the water, where it shattered into pieces. Then, Shurfeng landed and continued fighting the wolf. At this moment, a status bar appeared above his head, showing the message, "Mysterious Iron Beer. In your eyes, the enemy will be reduced by 2 levels." Shurfeng lightly wiped off the water still clinging to his lips and thought, "I'm level 2, while the snow fox drops to level 0. The situation had turned around. Immediately, he charged forward and used a force-enhanced attack on it. Shurfeng was as fast as lightning, delivering a slash that sliced through the beast. By now, his body was exerting such force that when his feet hit the ground, it cracked beneath him. Then, without hesitation, Shurfeng continued to strike multiple blows on the beast, causing its health to drop rapidly. Hazy suddenly shouted, "Brother Phone, what did you drink to become so strong all of a sudden?" His face was incredibly serious as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Not enough yet." Shurfeng once again raised his sword and charged toward the beast. It seemed the creature no longer had the strength to resist, but he still pressed forward, launching the final attack and yelling loudly. At that moment, it seemed as if someone else had appeared on the ground. Shurfeng sensed something was off and quickly turned to look. Suddenly, a sword darted straight toward him, aiming directly at his neck, rendering Shurfeng motionless. But shortly after, he swiftly retreated, remaining alert. A man named Wu Lang, holding the sword with a smug expression, said, "I didn't expect you to dodge my hidden attack." "Not bad, your skills aren't terrible." At this point, Shurfeng's face seemed to show signs of exhaustion as he yelled, "It's you. The shadow group is like a bunch of dogs who can never stop eating shit." The snow fox at this moment was trembling all over, struggling to move forward. Suddenly, it stomped its foot down hard, regaining quite a bit of strength. Then, it suddenly let out a loud roar towards him. On the status bar, it was announced that the monster had transformed into a giant, with its attack, speed, and health points increased by 20%. It then charged straight at Shurfeng to attack, but he quickly dodged. Hazy, seeing this, shouted in fear, "Be careful, Brother Phone. That ranger is trying to tank you." The Wu Lang guy immediately drew his sword and charged forward, shouting, "Remember this, never touch shadow." Shurfeng was startled and quickly turned his head to observe. The man was grinning smugly as he charged forward, yelling, "Die." At the same time, the snow fox, seemingly out of control, crazily charged at Shurfeng. But Shurfeng reacted incredibly quickly, kicking it away while shouting, "Get over there." The snow fox lost its balance from the kick and changed direction, charging straight at Wu Lang. Shurfeng, who was standing nearby, glanced at him. The man was suddenly attacked by the creature and became incredibly panicked, letting out a scream. Then, due to his slow reaction, the snow fox immediately clamped its jaws onto him. However, as soon as it hit the ground, it spat him out, causing him to tumble and hit his head on the ground. His health bar was completely empty. At this moment, he had been completely defeated without even having a chance to do anything, still deeply surprised. What the hell just happened? Hazy, watching from the side, was also taken aback and shouted, "No way, you can actually do that." Shifeng saw that he was still standing there in shock, so he shouted loudly, "Hazy, stop spacing out, keep attacking." Then, both of them charged towards the snow fox, continuously reducing its health. Shifeng's face was extremely serious as he rushed towards it, attacking on the status bar. The system notification appeared, "Killed the rare elite monster, Cunning Snow Fox, earning 10 experience points." On the status bar, the notification read, "Normal Blackwood staff, bronze tier level, required for a mage's staff, durability 20/20, magical attack +8, intelligence +3, magic points +30, spirit +1. Shifeng immediately picked up the weapon and said, "Hey Z, you take the Snow Fox staff that dropped." The boy scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Brother Feng, you were the one who fought the Snow Fox. I just stood there watching." Hearing this, Shifeng laughed and said, "Are you being polite? You're a summoner, you can make the best use of the staff. I'm a swordsman, it's useless for me to keep it." Seeing that Shifeng said this, the boy happily took it. Shifeng placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "This will do for now." The scene shifted to another location, in a building, where a curse was heard, "You worthless piece of shit." A group of people was bullying someone, and they arrogantly shouted, "Even a level 2 swordsman can't do anything." The boy who was beaten could only endure, gritting his teeth and thinking, Yen who is not someone easy to deal with. If I tell him I tried to ambush him and failed and got killed, he'll definitely kick me out of the studio. Seeing this, he decided to kneel on one knee, shouting loudly, "Brother who, I discovered a rare elite beast, and just as I was about to kill it, that little brat Shifeng appeared. He went crazy making up lies, and even brought people along. It turned into a 1-on-2 fight, so I couldn't defeat them. They are heading toward Dark Moon Valley, and if you chase after them now, you'll definitely be able to claim the gear dropped by that elite beast." Yen Hu, upon hearing this, grinned with satisfaction and said, "A rare elite beast." Immediately, he turned around and gave an order, shouting, "Go, we'll head there right away." With a very smug expression on his face, he added, "Daring to steal gear from me, I'll make them regret ever playing in God's domain." The scene then shifts to another location, inside a small house where a large, muscular man is forging weapons. Gianot, standing nearby, asked, "Brother Feng, it's been half an hour, should we wait any longer?" Shifeng replied, "Keep waiting, we won't be able to activate the quest otherwise." The clock continued to tick, and 10 minutes later, the blacksmith turned around and said, "You two are really interested in forging, huh?" Shifeng thought to himself, "Finally, it's activated." He responded, "Yes, sir. I've loved the craft of blacksmithing since I was a child." A system message appeared in the status bar, notifying that the hidden quest forge path had been accepted, which required mining 100 crystal mineral blocks still located in the Zichping mine for Master Blacksmith Jack. The scene then shifts again, this time to the Zichting mine, where the recommended level is level 4. Here, fearsome dog-headed beasts can be seen. Shifeng gently activated the smoke bomb, causing the visibility within a 10x 10-yard radius to decrease, maintaining this for a full second before he tossed the bomb directly toward them. As soon as the bomb hit the ground, it exploded. Shifeng turned slightly and said, "Attack." Hazy, with a terrified expression, drenched in sweat, trembling, shouted loudly, "Forget it, I'm only level 0 anyway, if I die, I die." Right after that, a weapon flew through the air, and with a single strike, it pierced the dog-head man's body. His health bar immediately dropped. However, this action completely triggered their fury. As the creature turned to face Hazy, he was so terrified that his whole body began to tremble. Shifeng, standing nearby, reassured him, "Don't worry, the smoke bomb reduces their visibility to 10 yards. In the middle of the smoke, creatures like the dog-head man, who have poor eyesight, can only see up to 25 yards. Shifeng looked at them, who were desperately trying to observe their surroundings, and said, "As long as you maintain an attack range of 30 yards, they won't attack you." At that moment, the creatures kept roaring as if trying to intimidate them. Seeing this, Shifeng said, "Don't look, keep attacking. Hazy, seeing this, immediately complied and began to unleash his special attack. He then aimed directly at them and attacked. Due to the reduced visibility, he quickly defeated one of them. He excitedly said, "Leveling up like this is so easy." He continued without hesitation, unleashing a few more powerful moves, simultaneously taking down several enemies, infuriating them yet rendering them powerless to retaliate. Then, he aimed directly at the face of a beast and attacked. Hazy felt extremely exhilarated as he fought, not looking back at any of the fallen enemies. In no time, all the dog-head men were defeated. He then took out a bottle of medicine and drank it all. Afterward, he smiled brightly at Shifeng and shouted, "Brother Feng, the dog-head men dropped so many crystal mineral blocks, and even a level 3 armor set." Upon hearing this, Shifeng thought that normally, 1 crystal mineral block would drop for every 100 dog-head men killed. He crossed his arms, smiling to himself, thinking, Hazy only killed 10 monsters, and yet he's already getting so many drops, even equipment. As expected, that kid is still as lucky as ever. Then, Shifeng leaped into the air, shouting, "Hazy, keep going." He landed right in the midst of the enemy's territory. All the dog-head men gathered together, glaring at him with murderous intent. Shifeng, neither fast nor slow, threw several smoke bombs one after another before swiftly running off. At this point, Hazy was happily shouting as he launched his special moves, "This is amazing." The status bar constantly displayed notifications, "You have earned 40 experience points." 40 experience points gained, and just like that, the two of them quickly leveled up. He happily collected the equipment, raising it up and shouting, "Brother Phone, copper-grade equipment, just what you need." However, at that moment, it seemed that another person had appeared. He emerged from behind, wielding a weapon and attacking Hazy, shouting loudly as he charged forward to deal with the magician first, then handle Shifeng afterward. Shifeng, upon seeing this, panicked and shouted, "Hazy, be careful." The slashes kept coming, aimed directly at the two of them. The enemies continued attacking Hazy, causing his health to drop steadily. He was furious, his face tense, and he shouted, "You bastards." Suddenly, one of them burst into laughter and said, "Damn it, it's you again." Seeing this, Hazy unleashed his ultimate skill, shouting, "I'll go all out with you." The man, feeling smug, charged forward, saying, "A worthless summoner like you could never kill me." But before he could strike, Hazy had already activated his ultimate skill, delivering a powerful blow. Hazy was shocked, thinking, "Is that a level 3 shadow strike?" Afterward, the man retreated, regained his balance, and shouted, commanding his group, "Don't be afraid, keep attacking, he's only got half health left." The whole group charged in unison to attack. He yelled, for a level 2 character to deal this much damage, that bastard must have gotten his hands on a good weapon. Realizing the situation was dire, Hazy thought, "This is bad." Suddenly, at that moment, a thundering flash skill was unleashed. Immediately after that, they were all attacked to the point where their health bars dropped significantly. He was quickly knocked down once again and shouted loudly, "This damage." At that moment, he looked up and realized that it was Shifeng who had helped him fight them off. Hazy was greatly surprised and thought, "Strong, too strong." Suddenly, more footsteps could be heard approaching. Yen, who came leading a few others, angrily shouting, "You fool, Wu Lang, you couldn't even win in a 3-on-1. Then, he yelled out a command, "Everyone, charge. Let them know what happens when they mess with Yen Hu." Next, a bomb was thrown towards them. As soon as it hit the ground, it exploded, sending smoke rising and obscuring their vision. Shifeng shouted loudly, "Fall back." Seeing this, the others shouted, "Boss Hu, they're running away, should we chase them?" He smugly replied, "No need, this place is perfect for leveling up. Tell Wu Lang to hurry up and come here." They were somewhat frightened and said, "Boss Hu, do you mean we're staying here to level up at this level 4 area? With our current levels, isn't that too dangerous?" Hearing this, he angrily yelled, "Earlier, Hazy lured Dog-Head Man into the smoke, and Dog-Head Man became a shield. Can't you idiots do the same?" They immediately followed suit. One of them shouted, and the soldier pulled the enemy into the smoke. Soon after, the others outside began executing their special attacks. The leader gave the order for the ranged classes to attack. Those on the outside, while attacking, said, as expected, Anhu is brilliant. At this rate, Anhu will definitely be the number one of Shadow. Humph. Number one of Shadow? Anhu is the number one of God's domain. They swiftly eliminated the head dog, thinking to themselves that with so many people sharing their experience, killing a dog headman could grant a 2% increase. They could continue grinding endlessly, and eventually, Shadow would become the number one guild in God's domain. Yenhu began fantasizing, thinking that one day, he would be the leader of Shadow. At that moment, one of them shouted, Anhu dropped a rare swordsman's skill book. He leisurely gave orders from the side, don't stop, keep attacking. At this point, Hazy spoke up, on phone, are we really going to let them get away with this? Shurfong replied, let them enjoy themselves for now. Later, we'll show them how too much joy can turn into sorrow. After a while, it seemed like they had eliminated a lot of doghead men and collected quite a bit. At this moment, one of the subordinates said in a panic, Anhu, it seems like the smoke is dissipating. Seeing this, he nonchalantly said, it's dissipating, huh? As soon as the smoke cleared, one of the subordinates shouted in fear, on Anhu, it seems the dog-head men have noticed us. Immediately after, it seemed as though the dog-head men had indeed taken notice of them, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The dog-head men were now furiously glaring at them with eyes full of bloodlust. The frightened subordinate screamed, Anhu, the fog is gone. One of the dog-head men quickly drew his weapon and charged toward them, attacking. One of the subordinates was swiftly struck down. Then, the dog-head men crazily rushed forward, attacking relentlessly. Now that the smoke had dissipated, they were basically no match for the dog-head men. Yenhu, realizing the danger, shouted in panic, retreat quickly. However, it was already too late, the dog-head men continued to charge and attack all of them. Seeing this, Yenhu fumed with anger, thinking, damn it, I barely managed to get this many members promoted to level 2, and now they're all going to die, I'll lose a lot if we go back to level 1. At this moment, 2 dog-head men had noticed his presence. They then charged toward Yenhu and the remaining subordinate to attack. He barely dodged a strike that nearly killed him. Yenhu fled in a panic, running as fast as he could to escape from the area. It seemed like he had run a great distance, and now, he was all alone. Yenhu, both terrified and exhausted, stopped and said, finally got rid of those dog-headed men. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a voice, we meet again. Shurfong appeared and said, Brother Tycoon, why are you all alone? Where are your junior brothers? Did those dog-headed men kill them all? Upon seeing Shurfong, Yenhu's anger flared, and he shouted, it's you. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and attacked, shouting, dare to scheme against me. With eyes filled with killing intent, he struck with immense force toward Shurfong. But in an instant, Shurfong dodged the attack. Yenhu, now quite disoriented, couldn't see him anywhere and thought, where is he? Suddenly, Shurfong appeared from behind and struck him with a blow. Shurfong smirked and said, what are you attacking? I'm right behind you. Immediately, Yenhu turned around and tried to strike him. He raised his weapon high and furiously shouted, if I don't kill you and drop to level 0, my name will be read backward. However, Shurfong was as swift as lightning, constantly moving from one side to the other, relentlessly attacking him. Yenhu, at this moment, was dizzy and exhausted, gasping for breath. However, he still had enough strength to shout loudly, kiddo, if you're so capable, stop hiding. Shurfong, seeing this, replied, fine, I won't stay still. Come at me. Hearing this, Yenhu became even angrier and rushed forward to attack him, shouting, watch how I take you down. However, Shurfong effortlessly dodged and, with just a few swift strikes, managed to land a blow that significantly reduced his health bar. Yenhu was furious but powerless. He had been beaten to the point where he had no health left. Shurfong sneered, I just said not to stay still, not that you shouldn't fight back. How naive are you? As Yenhu began to fade away, Shifeng added, "Right, I really should thank Brother Tycoon for gathering so many minerals for me. It saved me a lot of work." Before completely disappearing, Yenhu, enraged, glared and shouted his name, "Shifeng, I will not let this go." Then, the system's status notification appeared, "Player Yifeng has killed you. You will respawn in Redleaf Town in 3 seconds. Your level will drop by 1, and all skill proficiencies will decrease by 100. At that moment, his subordinates had gathered around. Yenhu ordered, "What are you standing around for? Check the bags and assess the damage." He then opened the system to check the items inside. Right after that, a huge shock struck him in the face. Yenhu gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "All the skill books are gone." Then, like a madman, he screamed, "Hurry up, let's go to Dark Moon Valley right now. I have to kill that guy." At that moment, the status window popped up, inviting him to join a call. He angrily yelled, "Who is this? Are you trying to annoy me to death right now?" The voice on the other end replied, "Yenhu, haven't seen you in a day and you're already so irritable?" He immediately became scared and scratched his head, saying, "Brother Zhang, why is it you?" "I was just disciplining my subordinates, Brother Zhang, don't take it to heart, I wasn't talking about you." The person on the screen angrily said, "Disciplining your subordinates? Look at the great things you've done. See how Shadow is developing in Redleaf Town now. And you still have the nerve to act tough? From now on, you're demoted from captain. If I come to Redleaf Town and you haven't reached level 2, get lost. Shadow doesn't need a useless piece of trash like you." After saying this, the person hung up the phone, leaving him terrified. With no one to vent his frustration on, he crazily shouted Shifeng's name. At that moment, only Hazy and Shifeng remained. Shifeng continued to pick up items, while Hazy, holding a large amount of loot, happily said, "Brother Feng, Yenhu just gave us a huge gift. I can't even imagine what his face will look like when he's resurrected." Shifeng happily responded, "I guess Yenhu will be so mad this time he might spit blood." At that moment, the status bar displayed, "Chasing Windsword, normal rank." The class requirement is to fight, creating a powerful chain of strike attacks on enemies within a certain range, while also greatly increasing one's own speed. Shifeng spoke up, "This skill is specifically used to counter long-range attackers. When necessary, it can also be used to boost your speed, a signature technique of the swordsman." Upon hearing this, Hazy became excited. "Whenever you have the chance, get me a book on that." He laughed joyfully, waiting for the next time Yenhu came to give gifts. He continued to pick up items while asking, "Brother Feng, why have I never seen this stone before? It's so dark green." Shifeng glanced over and said, "What you're holding is a crystal, a rare mineral with a drop rate of 1 in a million." Upon hearing this, Hazy's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "1 in a million? Then it must be a treasure worth a lot." Shifeng then replied, "No, right now this island doesn't hold much value, but as the game progresses, its value will skyrocket to unimaginable heights." "Never mind, you wouldn't understand now, but you'll get it when the time comes." Hazy grinned and responded, "Got it, Brother Feng." Switching scenes, the two had gathered quite a few items. The blacksmith, upon seeing their haul, laughed and complimented, "Well done, young man." Then he continued, "You have completed the first step, but next, you must continue to prove your strength." At the same time, a notification appeared on the status bar, "Hidden Quest Forge Path 2, kill the elite leader dog head man in the Red Star Mineral Cave. Time limit, 1 hour." He suddenly thought, Stage 2 of the quest to kill the elite leader? The status bar has already started counting down. Shifeng frowned slightly and thought, "Why is it different from my previous memory? In my past life, I never heard of a Stage 2. His face briefly showed some worry as he thought to himself, although the elite leader dog head man is only level 5, it's a dungeon boss, and even a level 5 player would need to form a team to fight it. Seeing Shifeng deep in thought, Hazy asked, "What's wrong, Brother Feng?" Shifeng was snapped out of his thoughts and quickly replied, "It's nothing, just took on a somewhat difficult quest." Hearing this, Hazy grinned and said, with Brother Phone leading the team. No matter how difficult the quest is, we'll handle it. Shifeng responded, a few hours ago, you were too scared to go, and now you're acting so confident? For this mission, you must listen to my commands and never slack off. The scene shifted as the two of them moved to the second level of the Red Star Mineral Cave. By this time, they were already inside. Shifeng drew his sword and said, let's get to work. He immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, Chasing Wind Sword, charging straight toward the enemies. With just his own strength, Shifeng quickly took down many dog-head men. At the same time, Hazy also used his ultimate skill, Dark Shadow Arrow, and managed to eliminate a significant number as well. Both of them coordinated extremely well, quickly causing the cave to descend into chaos. Shifeng raised his weapon and attacked them once again, following up with a vertical slash that completely defeated the dog-head men. Hazy cheerfully said, just killing dog-head men, this mission doesn't seem too difficult. Hearing this, Shifeng reminded him, don't slack off, the real challenge is still ahead. Suddenly, the cave experienced a major disturbance, shaking violently. Hazy, somewhat panicked, shouted, Brother Phone, the boss is coming. Suddenly, a massive dog-head man's foot appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Shifeng said, this is the real target of our mission. A giant, muscular dog-head man appeared right in front of the two, looking terrifying. The status bar displayed, Dog-Head Man Leader, Elite Leader Level. Skills, Heavy Armor Damage Reduction Field, HP Regeneration of 2% every second. Giant Body Immune to Knockback, Stun, and other control skills. Overwhelming Attack, hits that are hard to block or defend against. Hazy, seeing this, was terrified and said, what is this? 2000 health and it regenerates health on its own? Shifeng's gaze remained resolute as he replied, don't forget, this mission has a time limit. At that moment, the status bar displayed a countdown, 19 minutes and 40.7 seconds remaining. In front of them stood a mighty, solitary wolf, its roar echoing through the entire forest. Hazy gripped his staff tightly, trembling as he asked Shifeng, Brother Phone, do you think we can actually defeat this dog-head man leader? Forget about its health and armor, even just its axe. One small hit and we're dead. He firmly responded, I don't know. But if we don't complete this mission, the consequences will be severe. This hidden mission only has one chance. If we fail, we can never take it again. He immediately opened his bag, reaching through it to select a weapon, sending out powerful lightning bolts around the area. From the teleportation gate, Shifeng slowly drew a black sword from his hand and said, we can only take the risk. However, he suddenly felt a chill creeping over him. Shifeng then recalled the history and the demonic origin of this black sword. The Red Blood War God once wielded the demon weapon, the Red Ghost Large Axe, deep in the heart of the enemy guild, slaughtering everyone in his path. He ultimately made a name for himself after a great battle, establishing the glorious empire of the war gods. Even so, he had to face a tragic end, just like the hero of that era. But I've also seen people who were corrupted by magic weapons, eventually becoming slaves to them. People call it yesterday's devil is today's god. So, when I held the abyssal blade, the system appeared and asked me whether I wanted to form a pact with it. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand and muttered to himself, if those inexperienced ones can control magic weapons, then how could I, after being reborn, possibly be worse than those arrogant fools? With his determination, Shifeng shouted the binding command. The system immediately confirmed his order and began emitting streams of dark energy. As he was being engulfed by this energy, the system warned Shifeng, once the binding takes effect, it cannot be undone, and you will bear the consequences of any potential outcomes. Of course, he had mentally prepared himself for the worst. Soon enough, the fusion process was completed. Shifeng and the magic weapon shared their energy to summon a powerful monster, a ghost dragon that faced off and roared at the wolf. His body began to be enveloped by sinister magical energy, transforming into a black armor. After a while, the system announced, Shifeng has successfully bound the abyssal blade magic weapon, and his level is gradually dropping to level 0. Hazy looked at Shifeng's level in confusion and asked, Brother Phone, why did you suddenly drop to level 0? Shrouded in a mysterious black aura, Shifeng glanced at him and smiled, responding, "Don't worry, my current state is even stronger than before." Shifeng's magic weapon held immense potential, with absolute killing intent, 24 attack power, fast speed, bypassing level 5 monsters, double damage, reducing enemy strength by 30%, and increasing the level and attributes of its master's skills. The wolf leader suddenly raised its axe high and roared fiercely. When lightning struck, a magical circle appeared and summoned its kin to fight alongside it. Under its command, they tightly gripped their weapons and furiously charged toward the two players. Shifeng immediately raised his chin and said to Hey, you temporarily step aside. I'll handle this. He instantly raised his hand and replied, "Got it, I'll step back and leave it to you." Alone, he was enveloped by a mysterious light, standing firm before the massive enemy horde. The burly warriors, each wielding enormous battle axes, rushed in from all directions, creating an overwhelming and chaotic scene. With burning determination in his eyes, he gripped his magic-infused sword. Dark energy swirled around the blade, radiating an overwhelming killing intent, as if the darkness was rising within Shifeng himself. He swung his sword, and the space was torn apart by sharp, violet slashes. The attack was lightning fast, incredibly precise, cutting the enemies into pieces before they even touched the ground. Hey, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but gasp in awe, so strong. With a single swing, the sword tore through space, its blinding light descending like the divine blade of a god. Behind Shifeng, the soul of a massive white wolf howled, its sharp eyes burning with an overwhelming aura. It turned its face and gazed at him. A giant wolf warrior struck with a powerful punch, tearing through space, but Shifeng narrowly dodged beneath it. However, a fiery slash cut him in half. Hey, witnessing this, panicked and shouted, "Brother Feng!" Suddenly, the dark form around him surged with power. The swirling purple-black magic indicated a deadly skill. It was Phantom Kill, creating a clone with 50% of his stats, and most importantly, they could switch places at will. This strange event left the wolf warrior stunned, its eyes wide open in disbelief. When it turned around to look, Shifeng was right behind it, ready to deliver the finishing blow with a single strike. Shifeng landed a fatal blow to its head, dealing a total of 105 damage. Not stopping there, he continued to swing his sword wildly, unleashing multiple strikes with varying levels of damage. Gathering all his strength, Shifeng raised his sword high and let out a shout, unleashing his most powerful attack. A fiery slash filled with destructive force tore through the air and struck the opponent directly. A muscular wolfman warrior wielding a massive weapon was amidst the roaring battle. As the deafening sounds filled the air, its health bar slowly dwindled, rapidly approaching zero. The dog-head man's gaze was fierce, filled with murderous intent as if he wanted to devour both of them whole. At that moment, it howled, increasing its internal energy for a 100% attack boost. Shifeng looked at it and thought, this boss's attack speed is very slow. Even with the increased attack power, I can easily dodge its moves. It then charged at him furiously, launching an attack. As it approached, Shifeng dodged, causing its strike to land on the ground with a thundering impact. They continued this way, with the creature striking and Shifeng dodging each blow. Its eyes grew even more ferocious as it activated a quick strike, increasing its attack speed by 100%. Taking advantage of this, Shifeng also rushed in to strike it with multiple slashes. However, since it had increased its speed, he found it a bit more difficult. He thought, its attack speed has definitely increased now. Hey at this moment launched an attack towards the beast's face, causing its health bar to drop. He was continuously performing his ultimate skills from the side and shouted loudly, "Damn it, take this blow from me." But right after that, he felt disappointed and thought, so embarrassing, my magic is no better than a regular strike from Brother Feng. Immediately after, the beast turned its ferocious eyes towards him. Shifeng sensed the danger and shouted out a command, "Hey, run!" Then, the beast viciously charged toward him to attack. Hey, who had already fallen to the ground, said, "Oh my god, even a little damage can draw hatred." Just as he was about to receive a painful blow, he tightly shut his eyes, thinking, "It's over, I'll probably lose my life here." However, at that moment, countless chains wrapped in red poison needles suddenly appeared around him. Hazy opened his eyes to see what was going on and was taken aback. The beast was now bound by those chains. An ultimate skill had been cast, Abyssal Bind, summoning chains that trapped the target, while reducing the target's defense by 100% for 3 seconds, with a 1-minute countdown. Shurfong, feeling quite exhausted, gripped his sword tightly and said, "That was too dangerous." However, very quickly, the beast managed to break free, and the chains shattered into pieces. At this moment, Shurfong leapt into action to continue his assault, and the beast immediately recognized his presence, shifting its focus and attention toward him. With sharp eyes, Shurfong raised his sword high and executed his ultimate move, Chasing Windsword. Then, he immediately struck a powerful blow towards the beast. Just as Shurfong was battling it, Hazy, holding his weapon, ran forward, shouting, "Run, we can't handle a battle of this level." However, his previous attack only served to further provoke its anger. At this moment, he was startled by something unexpected. Immediately after, a direct attack was launched towards him. Instantly, he darted past the creature to counterattack. With momentum, Shurfong retreated, maintaining his balance. The beast opened its mouth wide, its eyes filled with fury. It then gathered an enormous force, shaping it into a sphere. Next, hundreds of other creatures leapt out, charging towards him. These fearsome beasts wildly rushed at Shurfong to attack. At this point, he was stunned. The boss was summoning minions to prolong the fight, and the task's time limit was continuously displayed on the status bar. Shurfeng's eyes became even more determined as he thought, "I can't keep going like this, the only option now is to use that move." With his current psychic power, controlling the 9 illusionary abyssal blades, he wasn't sure how long he could maintain it. He then decided to unleash his ultimate psychic power. This was a special attribute in the God's Domain neural system. Excessive depletion would cause intense pain to the player, acting as a protective mechanism within God's domain. Unlike stamina, which, when depleted, would render the player immobile, running out of psychic power would forcibly eject the player from the game. In severe cases, it could even affect the player's health in real life. High-intensity combat and the use of certain special skills both accelerate the consumption of psychic power. At this point, his sword was brimming with energy, turning purple. Shurfong thought, "There's no need to worry about so many things anymore." Then, he cast a magic circle, activating the 9 dragon slash, immediately creating the illusionary 9 abyssal blades for the user to wield. Each illusionary blade could deal 30% of the damage, lasting for 20 seconds, with a 5-minute countdown. At the same time, the summoned beasts charged furiously to attack. However, they were quickly struck down by his blades. The purple-infused blades shot forward like lightning, targeting them in rapid succession. At this point, his pupils also turned purple. Shurfong seriously thought, "These 9 blades are hard to control." Yet, he didn't stop and continued launching his attacks. The attacks flew incredibly fast, heading straight for the dog-head man, and then, all at once, every attack targeted its curse. The beast howled in pain as its health continuously dropped. However, Shurfong didn't stop. He continued to summon countless more blades to strike at it. He fought with everything he had, casting his final attack while shouting. But just at that moment, something caused him to freeze. The blades he had summoned shattered and broke in half. On the system status screen, a warning message repeatedly appeared: "Psychic power consumption exceeded." Psychic power warning: any player who is not active will be forcibly ejected from the game and will fall into a deep sleep state, unable to log into the game for a certain period of time. At this moment, Shurfong had collapsed, holding his head. Hazy approached and asked, "Brother Fong, are you okay?" And just then, the creature seized the opportunity to charge towards him. Hazy, seeing this, was extremely worried and suddenly shouted, "Brother Fong, don't force yourself anymore. There's only 1 minute left for the mission. If you die here, you'll lose more than you gain." At this time, Shurfong was exhausted, gasping for breath. His mind kept racing, recalling the memories before he entered the game. "Do I have to give up? They forced me to sign the paper. Mr. Shurfeng, please sign. In my previous life, I worked hard to build a kingdom for someone else, only to be discarded callously. He remembered their appearance at that time. 5 million credit points, plus a villa, should be enough for you to live out the rest of your life in peace. Know when to be content. Shurfeng had torn up the contract back then, saying, "Now you're kicking me out, like I'm some beggar?" He wondered if it was fate or divine intervention that led him to this time and space. His gaze was incredibly resolute, and his pupils turned red. He thought, how could I stop here? With that thought, Shurfeng immediately activated the Phantom Kill magic circle and shouted, "I must change my fate." Right after that, his feet firmly planted on the ground, and Shurfeng unleashed his ultimate skill, Unleash Gravity, charging towards the creature with wild determination. The beast stood still, preparing to attack him. Shurfeng, along with one of his clones, charged forward to strike the creature. At that moment, the beast noticed them and widened its eyes in surprise. However, almost immediately, both of its eyes were attacked and stabbed straight through. The creature roared in pain. Shurfeng then delivered several more finishing blows. Just as the beast launched an attack toward him, Shurfeng swiftly dodged and struck it with a few more cuts. At that time, Shurfeng's clone also assisted him in attacking the creature. And right at that moment, it felt as though his strength had multiplied, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he charged directly toward the beast. Shurfeng's strike at this point was not only surrounded by purple energy, but also black and red energy. He executed his ultimate move, Chasing Wind Strike, and one blow pierced through the beast's body. Immediately afterward, the creature's body was shattered into numerous pieces. A message appeared on the system's status display, reminding, "You have killed the elite leader Dog Headman, level 5, experience gained increased by 500%. You have earned 2,350 experience points. The system reminds you that you have completed the time-limited quest. Congratulations, you are the first player to kill a boss in God's domain. The quality of the items dropped by the Dog Headman leader is increased by 200%. The reputation of Star Moon Kingdom has risen by 10 points. Hazy, sitting in a corner, was filled with disappointment. Once again, I couldn't help Shurfeng. After Shurfeng had killed the Dog Headman leader, he felt utterly exhausted from draining so much psychic power. As the beast perished, numerous items appeared. Hazy saw this and ran over, shouting loudly, "Brother Foam, your moves really make me admire you to the core." Shurfeng picked up an item and said, "Hazy, the boss dropped this rare skill book for Summoner." "You're lucky." Hazy sighed in disappointment. "What good is luck? I've never been able to help." Hazy clenched his fist, bared his teeth, and said, "Sigh, Brother Foam, teach me how to play Summoner. I want to get stronger so I can help you at critical moments." Shurfeng replied, "Alright, I'll teach you how to allocate your stats first." Hazy grinned happily, "This is easy. Summoner should just max out intelligence, right?" Shurfeng lightly tapped his forehead and said, "Who told you to max out intelligence?" Hazy held his forehead and said, "Isn't it an attack class?" Shurfeng helplessly responded, "The great staff almost took your life 5 minutes ago. Have you forgotten?" At that moment, Hazy remembered and awkwardly grinned, I haven't forgotten. I almost died and came back to life." Shurfeng crossed his arms and said, "You were too confident. If I hadn't stepped in, you would have been dead." Hazy tilted his head and said, "What's the point of high damage if I die? Listen to me, allocate some points into agility. Not only will it increase your movement speed, but it will also speed up your spellcasting." Then, Shurfeng opened the items he had just obtained and said, "The boss dog-headed man dropped quite a few items. Among them is a magic artifact you can wear." He then handed Hazy a book and said, "Take this rare skill book too. Learn from it." At this moment, the status bar displayed the following information: Evil Whip, basic professional rank, requires the summoner to cast for 3 seconds. It binds the target within a certain range using 5 thorns. As long as the target leaves the range, causing the thorns to break, each thorn will deal 20 points of basic damage plus 30% magic damage. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Hazy took the book and his eyes lit up with joy. Isn't this skill similar to the ultra-cool control ability, Abyssal Whip, of Brother Fong? Seeing this, Shifeng said, it's a bit different. Evil Whip takes 3 seconds to cast, so you need to plan ahead in order to control the enemy. Hazy nodded happily upon hearing this, saying, I'll practice hard. At this moment, the status bar displayed a notification, equipped armor, equipped black iron gauntlet. On Hazy's side, there was also a notification, equipped violet blood leggings, equipped purple blood field guard. The scene then shifted to another location. When both of them returned to the old house, the man praised, young man, you did very well. He happily continued, you are qualified to inherit my forging skills. At the same time, the system displayed the following notification, Hidden Quest Forge Path completed. The player has learned forging, becoming an apprentice blacksmith, gaining the forging talent, forging genius, and earning 10 pieces of 100 refinement steel. Upon seeing this, Hazy excitedly said, Forging genius. The name of that skill sounds pretty powerful. Shifeng then said, successfully forging has an additional probability of gaining 2 proficiency points. Immediately after, Hazy's face lost its joy and he said, 2 points, seems like it doesn't make much of a difference. Shifeng, seeing this, replied seriously, don't underestimate these 2 proficiency points. To advance to the rank of intermediate blacksmith apprentice, you need 1000 proficiency points, and forging common equipment only gives 1 proficiency point. He then explained, a forging genius can significantly reduce the time and capital required for upgrading. By then, you tell me if it's useful or not. Hearing this, Hazy grinned and said, that sounds like some serious talent. Hazy happily asked, when will you forge a few pieces of equipment for me to see? Shifeng sighed and said, I'm just learning the skill now. To forge equipment, I need the blueprints first. Then he thought to himself, the quiet forest dungeon will drop the blueprint for bronze equipment. New players will need equipment at this level, so not only can I train my blacksmithing skill, but I'll also make a nice profit. Without further delay, Shifeng turned and walked away, not forgetting to say, let's go, Hazy. At this moment, a man had noticed the sword hanging by Shifeng's side. He was startled and widened his eyes in surprise. Then, he shouted loudly, please stop, both of you. They turned around to face him. The man quickly added, young man, the sword you're carrying at your waist is a magic weapon, right? That magic weapon is cursed by an evil spirit. He seemed to perceive the dark aura surrounding Shifeng and said, I'm afraid the curse has already started to backfire on its owner. Shifeng thought to himself upon hearing this, perhaps equipping the magic weapon had triggered an hidden storyline. The man's eyes brightened as he said, can I take a look at it? Shifeng, feeling pleased, handed over the sword and said, feel free. The man grasped the sword and said, this is a sword forged by the famous blacksmith Ulysses, made from the Fong of the Black Dragon King, ranked 31 among the 36 famous swords in God's domain. The Fong of the Black Dragon King imbues the sword with immense power, but at the same time, it also carries a wicked curse. He gently touched the tip of the sword and continued, after a certain period of time, the sword will backfire on its owner. If the backfire cannot be suppressed, the owner will suffer the curse of the Black Dragon King. All attributes will be permanently reduced. Then he said to Shifeng, it seems the curse has already started to backfire on its owner. Immediately, Shifeng asked, is there a way to remove the curse? He replied, no one can break this curse. I might be able to think of a way to mitigate it, but it requires great strength. He then said, you must find a stone called the Lucky Stone, only it can counter this curse. However, the Lucky Stone is extremely rare, it may appear, but it cannot be sought after. Shifeng, hearing this, calmly said, just give the Lucky Stone to Grandmaster Jack. Hazy immediately asked, Brother Feng, where are we going to find a Lucky Stone? Shifeng responded, isn't it in your bag? The crystal. Hazy then took out the stone and said, isn't this crystal called the Lucky Stone? Then Hazy thought, could it be that the Lucky Stone is just another name for crystal? As soon as he saw Hazy pull out the stone, he was completely surprised and turned to praise him, saying, "You truly are extraordinary." At that moment, Shurfong thought seriously, in my previous life, many years after the opening of God's domain, these extremely rare but useless stones were suddenly renamed as lucky stones by the system. In the blink of an eye, the demand skyrocketed, and in no time, they became the hard currency of God's domain. Shurfong then said, "Sorry to trouble you, Grand Master." He smiled and replied, "No trouble at all, no trouble at all. It's an honor to forge a magic weapon with my own hands." Then he opened the system and began forging Shurfeng's sword. At this moment, his efficiency increased dramatically. The forging progress bar displayed 20%. The block of metal dropped, and he began reforging the sword. After a while, the system displayed, "Forging successful." The resulting magic weapon was a single-edged sword, with no level requirement. Its attack power was 24, all attributes increased by 10, attack speed increased by 3, and it had divine power that bypassed level 5 monsters. The weapon had a 15% chance to double damage, a 10% chance to cast the Cloud Seal, reducing the enemy's attributes by 30% for 20 seconds. The wielder must be a swordsman, and it provided an additional 2 levels to all skills, plus 2 points to free attributes upon leveling up, along with other features that were not yet unlocked. Shurfong picked up the sword to inspect it, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled. "It's done, the curse of the abyssal blade is now under control." He then sheathed the sword and said, "Thank you, Grand Master." The two then left, and he politely bowed his head in farewell. At this moment, the status bar displayed a notification, and he realized that the male warrior at the town hall earlier was the same person. He even showed him the spot for monster grinding. In their chat conversation, he said, "My big brother player and 3 other friends have already reached level 2, do you want to join us for the Quiet Forest dungeon?" Shurfong replied, "I have a summoner on my side, so the 6 of us can form a team. Just so happens that the player I know who participated in the beta test has shared quite a few tips on getting through the Quiet Forest dungeon." He responded, "I didn't expect you to know a B-class player, well then, we'll follow your lead." Shurfong answered, "But I have one condition, if swordsman and summoner deerdrops, we get to choose first." He fell silent for a moment before responding, "Alright, we'll wait for you at the dungeon entrance." Then, Shurfong turned to say, "Someone schedule us for the dungeon run, let's head to the Quiet Forest." Hazy then asked, "Do we have to team up with other people, can't we handle it ourselves?" He replied, "Well, the Quiet Forest is a multiplayer dungeon, you need a certain number of players to enter, and it also increases the success rate." The scene then switched to another location, and a voice rang out, "The Quiet Forest team lacks damage." At this moment, a large crowd had gathered, and someone shouted, "For missing 2, a pro player leads the team, missing 1 more DPS." Then, a person named Lonely Snow raised their hand and said, "Pro player, thank the heavens, you finally arrived. The grinding spot you recommended is amazing. I leveled up to level 2 all by myself, so relaxed." Lonely walked over, scratching his head and grinning, saying, "My 3 friends put in a lot of effort to reach level 2. With a commander, we can definitely clear this dungeon." At this point, another person named Overreacher spoke up, "Is this the expert you were talking about? There are 2 more people here." Expansive Skynet and Wordless Summer Night said, "Join the team first." Then one of them suddenly looked at Shurfeng's level and said, "Level 1. Another person, feeling displeased, commented, "TCH, we've been waiting so long, and now we're supposed to welcome a level 1 expert?" The other person then spoke scornfully, "Our level 2 team is going to lead you through the dungeon, and you still want to claim the swordsman and summoner gear? Forget it, do you think we're fools?" Wordless Summer Night joined in, "Why isn't the expert saying anything? Maybe you should explain why, after all this time since the server opened, you're still level 1. Wordless Summer Night also pointed at Shurfong and said, "Someone like you has the nerve to lead us through the dungeon? Maybe you should take a long look at yourself." After hearing these mocking and contemptuous words, Shurfong didn't respond, merely silently opening the system. Then he spoke to Hazy, "Hazy, let's disband the team." The person who had mocked them earlier said, "TCH, well, at least you know your limits." The young man, Lonely Snow, then called out, "Expert, big brother. The other person then threatened, "Lonely, if you want to follow him, go ahead, I won't stop you." Shifeng immediately said, "Hey Z, let's go, don't pay attention to them." Lonely Snow, seeing this, had a slightly displeased expression as he watched him leave. Then, he turned back and said, "Sorry, Skynet, I'll follow that expert." The others mocked him upon hearing this. "Lonely, you're too naive. That Shifeng guy is definitely a fraud. Ignore him, he'll regret it." Lonely paid no mind to their words and ran after the two, calling out, "Expert, wait for me." When Lonely caught up, he said, "Big brother expert, I want to join your team." Shifeng happily agreed, "All right." Hazy joyfully slung his arm over Lonely's shoulder and said, "Looks like you have good judgment. Following Brother Feng won't disappoint you." Shifeng turned around and spoke. Hazy took out his staff, activating all the special effects of the equipment. After hearing this, Lonely grinned and replied, "Got it." Next, Hazy took the staff out of his item space. Lonely's eyes brightened with excitement as he saw it. On their side, a voice called out loudly, "The expert is leading the team, wait for the others." The group from earlier sneered, still scoffing at the idea of Shifeng leading the team, calling him a mere fraud. At this moment, one of them said, "Skynet boss, quickly look at that summoner next to the inexperienced guy, his equipment is definitely not ordinary." Hearing this, the person turned to look in that direction. Hey Z, holding the staff in his hand, shouted loudly, "Expert leading the team, come quickly." Wordless Summer Knight covered his mouth and smiled, saying, "It seems that the summoner in the team has reached level 3 already." Skynet glanced over there, then angrily shouted, "Idiot, why didn't you say something earlier?" The person named Night Summer immediately grinned and said, "So what if that summoner is stronger? Their team leader is just a level 1 noob." Overreacher then came up with an idea, "Let's exchange all the mage equipment that drops in the dungeon. It might just lure him in." Skynet, seeing this, smirked maliciously and said, "Not a bad idea." He then opened the system's chat and quickly replied, "There's hope, there's hope." But Hazy replied with just one word, "Fuck off," which left both of them stunned, while Night Summer covered his mouth and laughed. Skynet yelled angrily, "You bastard, what are you laughing at?" Night Summer grinned and scratched his head, thinking, "Great, no one's competing for the loot with me." He then looked over to see Hazy sticking out his tongue and giving them the middle finger. Furious, he muttered, "Damn, what an inconsiderate bastard." At that moment, someone announced, "The expert leading the Quiet Forest team is missing a healer and a tank. 3 spots left, hurry up." The people nearby sneered when they saw Shifeng, level 1 and wants to join the Quiet Forest dungeon? "You think we'll carry you?" The announcer also added, "Level 1 and wants to join the dungeon?" Lonely sighed and said, "Looks like we can't find anyone." Shifeng remained calm and replied, "Don't rush, we'll wait." He then looked around and asked, "Where are they?" Suddenly, a group of people rushed over, catching Lonely off guard. "What's going on?" he muttered. The group ran over, showing an enthusiastic and crazed admiration for someone's appearance. Hazy, seeing this, widened his mouth in disbelief. "No, this can't be happening. Am I dreaming?" At this moment, a person stepped out from the crowd, a girl with a cold and unpredictable aura, her long black hair flowing. At the same time, 2 more girls appeared. Zhao Yuru spoke up, "Wherever you go, there are always ugly people who want to devour the swan." The girl beside her, Xiao Yuer, immediately asked, "Sister Yuru, why are they here?" The group of people frantically chased after the 3 girls with infatuation, shouting loudly, "Ah, Miss Gentle Snow, Goddess, Miss Gentle Snow, please go." The girl who had appeared with an arrogant demeanor earlier was Bai Qing Shui. At this moment, Shifeng was extremely shocked by her appearance. "Bai Qing Shui, why is she here too?" Shifeng wondered aloud. Hazy, upon seeing Bai Qing Shui, had his eyes light up with infatuation. Suddenly, a blow struck him directly. Shifeng had hit Hazy on the head, causing him to stagger. The others also showed infatuated expressions and said, "As long as I get to team up with Bai Qing Shui, I'd be fine with just taking gold." Are you skilled enough? Shifeng retorted. A goddess like her needs a top-tier expert like me. Xiao Yuer, seeing this, turned to say, Sister Yuru, these people all want to invite us. Yuru turned around and disdainfully said, a bunch of idiots. Where are the experts? At that moment, suddenly, a figure named Skynet appeared, holding a flower petal in his mouth, and said, Hello, goddess, I am the assassin expert expansive Skynet. I'm definitely the best candidate that the divine realm is seeking. My two teammates also have extraordinary skills. He continued, if we form a team, we can definitely surpass this dungeon. Fool, just a light fan and I can't speak anymore. Yuru, seeing this, was infuriated and immediately activated her technique, shouting, You dare to call yourself the number one expert? Get lost, or I'll make minced meat out of you. He was terrified after hearing that and quickly responded with a yes. The two people next to him both said, Boss, you're so embarrassed. He immediately shouted, Shut up, you idiots. The crowd around them started cheering louder, The girl is so impressive, can the goddess be friends with us? Yuru angrily turned around and yelled, You guys too, get lost. Xiao Yuer sighed and said, Sister Yuru, you've scared all the men away. She didn't care to reply, saying, TCH, I just got rid of the trash. Hazy was surprised and said, That big-chested girl is fierce. Shifeng, hearing this, thought to himself, In my past life, Zhao Yuru didn't earn the nickname the Flying Witch for nothing. He recalled a memory from his previous life, remembering that she had once been teased by the president of the Central Plains Clash Guild, and as a result, the entire guild of over 10,000 members disbanded overnight. The president was hunted down by Zhao Yuru to the point of losing all his levels and could never set foot in God's domain again. That incident was considered finished after that. On the other side, Bai Qingxue looked at Shifeng and said, That guy named Jifeng didn't even look at me, but right then, he suddenly turned his head. Yuru asked, Qingxue. She looked at Shifeng and responded, That guy is a bit strange. Yuru turned to look and asked, Which guy? When she looked in the direction Qingxue was pointing, she saw Shifeng and suddenly said, Qingxue, you're not interested in that level 1 guy, are you? Yuru immediately said, He must be trying to get our attention, that's why he ignored us. What kind of tricks haven't I seen from men? Then, Qingxue seemed not to have heard what Yuru said and walked forward. Yuru, surprised, didn't know what she intended to do, so she called out to Qingxue. At this moment, the group moved toward Shifeng. In front of many people, Yuru spoke scornfully, A level 1 player dares to enter the quiet forest. Upon hearing this, Shifeng replied, If I dared to recruit someone, of course, I have a way to clear the dungeon. Shifeng happily made a suggestion, Miss Bai, would you be interested in joining us? Yuru, enraged by this, shouted, How dare you speak to Qingxue like that? On the contrary, Qingxue said, Although Yifeng is only level 1, his teammate is a summoner with 3 bronze tier equipment. Surely, there must be something special about him. At this point, she pointed to the sword Shifeng carried and said, Take a look at his weapon. Yuru glanced at it and then said, That junk can be considered a weapon? What kind of game would intentionally design such an ugly weapon? Yi Feng's weapon must not be ordinary. She then pointed at him and said, Hey, how do you know how to clear that dungeon? No one has ever completed the quiet forest before. Shifeng replied, Test server news. Hearing this, Qingxue seriously thought for a moment. Since God's domain had opened, she had never heard of any player from the test server publicly leaking game information. Yuru, upon hearing this, sneered, Test server news? That's probably a scam. Shifeng responded, Believe it or not, it's up to you. I can still share the information with you for free. Then, Shifeng continued, The monsters in the quiet forest are not strong, but what's terrifying is that once you enter, players will get lost in the dense forest full of traps. Then he analyzed for everyone. After entering the dungeon, they couldn't even see the shadow of the monster, and more than half of them had already been killed. At this moment, there was the image of a player desperately running away. Where's the exit? Even if a player is lucky enough to survive, their only option is to commit suicide back to the city because they can't find the exit. One person, after hearing this, shouted angrily, "Stop scaring people." Another person, hearing this, asked while picking their nose, "Is that true or false?" Immediately after, Shifeng pointed at the person who had just exited the dungeon and said, "Am I lying to anyone? Go ask the people who just respawned, and you'll know." Qing Shui, upon hearing this, complimented, "Interesting." Yu Ru, startled, said, "Qing Shui, that liar must be talking nonsense." She then walked over to Shifeng and said, "It seems you know the structure of the quiet forest very well. If we don't team up with you, we will never be able to complete this dungeon." Shifeng replied, "Of course. There's still time to turn back now, Miss Bai." Then Qing Shui turned to say, Yu Ru, team up with them." At that moment, for some unknown reason, Yu Ru blushed when looking at Shifeng and responded, "Yes." Yu Ru, somewhat reluctant, said, "I don't believe this liar. He must have some other intentions with you." Qing Shui, while opening the system, said, "Whether it's a scam or not, we'll know once we enter the dungeon." At that moment, the system announcement rang out, by Qing Shui, Warrior Level 2, join the team, Xia Yuer, join the team, Xia Yuru, Mage Level 2, join the team. Everyone there was shocked, mouths agape. The most despised team combined with the most esteemed one, it was truly something they'd never heard of before. Hazy was extremely happy and excited when he saw that. "Brother Feng, you're amazing. You even invited the goddess by Qing Shui to join the team." Shifeng immediately replied, "When the time comes, perform well and don't embarrass yourself." Turning around, Lonely also gave a thumbs up, showing his satisfaction. At that moment, the group stepped into the portal of the dungeon, and the system displayed a notification with the difficulty level choices: normal, hard, hell. Soon after, each member entered one by one. Finally, Uru and Lonely were both a bit surprised by the scene inside. Everyone was already inside the dungeon. The system then displayed a notification: entering Quiet Forest at Hell difficulty, rewards increased by 30%, rare items increased by 30%, death penalty increased by 100%. Uru, seeing this, angrily shouted, "What? You chose Hell difficulty?" Everyone was extremely surprised. Hazy was also shocked and screamed, "You, Brother Phone, you chose Hell difficulty?" Uru angrily said, "If you dare mess with us, I'll send you straight to hell." Qing Shui was also very surprised. Shifeng turned around and patted Hazy on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure about." Lonely, seeing the surroundings, then asked, "Brother, expert, which way should we go?" Shifeng turned his head and said, "The Quiet Forest map is tricky, it's easy to get lost. Everyone, stay close to me." With that, he took the lead, and after finishing, the others immediately followed. Uru turned back and asked, "Does Sister Qing Shui really have to follow us?" She nodded and said, "Let's trust him just this once." Then, the three girls followed Shifeng's instructions. In order to clear the Quiet Forest instance, the Shadow Guild had gathered over 100 players, dividing them into groups to explore the path. In the end, they managed to create a complete map of the Quiet Forest. The Quiet Forest had a total of 36 paths, some of which intersected and repeated, but only 3 led to the first boss. At this moment, everyone silently followed Shifeng's guidance. Uru spoke up and asked, "Are you sure the path Yifeng is leading us on is the right one?" Bai Qing Shui replied, "The path he chose is fine, and we've avoided all the patrol mobs along the way." She continued, "You see, the patrol team just passed the path we came through. If we were a minute late, we would have had to fight them." Uru, hearing this, said, "Those little monsters, what's there to be afraid of?" Shifeng turned around and said, "The patrol mobs don't drop anything good. There's no need to fight them." Upon hearing this, Uru stuck out her tongue and made a face, thinking, "TSK, he doesn't want us to notice his low attack power, does he?" Hazy, following behind, laughed and said, "It was clear they were approaching the boss's spawn area, but as soon as they arrived, he was shocked and asked, 'Huh? The first boss?'" At that moment, the ground suddenly shook, as if something was about to happen, and everyone felt a tremor throughout their bodies. "What's going on?" Seeing this, Shifeng seriously gave the order and prepared himself. the boss was about to appear. Suddenly, something rose up from the ground. Then, from that spot, a monstrous creature leapt into the air. Instantly, it landed with a thud. The system announcement echoed, Wilmy, the level 3 leader boss. Wilmy is a vicious rabbit. Its claws are sharp like steel, and it delights in serving others a lavish feast of fresh blood. A giant gray rabbit with fierce red eyes raised its hand, its sharp claws threateningly pointed. Then, the system made another announcement, please don't misunderstand, this is just a carnivorous rabbit. It stood there, licking its long tongue. Lonely, seeing this, spoke, we're not killing small mobs, but going straight for the boss? Surefoam replied, that's right, small mobs drop too few items. Killing the boss will give us much greater rewards. At this moment, both Yuru and Xing Shui had already taken their fighting stances. Surefoam turned back and reminded, Lonely Snow, you'll be the MT for now. Make sure to draw Wilmy's aggro. Everyone else, be careful not to cause OT. Yuer, hearing this, asked in confusion, what's MT? MT, or main tanker, is a role taken by players with high health and defense. Their main job is to attract the monster's attention. The MT draws the boss's aggro, allowing others to attack safely. OT, or overtaunted, happens when someone other than the MT generates higher aggro. In that case, the boss will switch targets and attack the player with the higher aggro. With our low health, we could easily be killed by the boss. Surefoam firmly said, don't worry, I'll tell everyone what to do later. Everyone, go ahead. Then, Lonely led the charge, sword raised high, shouting loudly as he rushed forward. Surefoam, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh and say, why the rush? Zhao Yuru hasn't even buffed you yet. Upon hearing this, Lonely realized he had acted hastily and shouted back, I can't stop this charge midway. Lonely quickly darted forward, but unfortunately, he tripped over a stone and fell. The monster, seeing this, scratched its head in confusion, but after a moment, it swung its arm and charged at him with its fiery red eyes and sharp teeth. Lonely, seeing the sharp claws about to strike him, turned pale and shouted, this is the end for me. In that critical moment, Hazy quickly retrieved his summoning staff and cast a spell, watch me. He used the Dark Doctor technique, and instantly, tentacles erupted from the ground to bind the monster in place. Having narrowly escaped death, Lonely joyfully turned back and shouted, thanks, Hazy. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was immobilized, Lonely rushed forward recklessly. He gritted his teeth and slammed his head hard into the monster's skull. Immediately, both of them were thrown backward and lost a little health. From a distance, Yuru called out, is your team using themselves as shields? At this point, Yuru raised her hand and cast a healing spell on Lonely. In no time, his health bar was fully restored. Lying on the ground, he raised his hand straight up and said, thank you. By then, Hazy's binding spell no longer had any effect on the monster. It struggled with all its might to break free from the spell. Hazy shouted, I can't hold on much longer. Lonely sat up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said, I'm here. After speaking, he grabbed his sword and rushed forward, delivering a flurry of sharp slashes. Then, the two of them charged at each other, engaging in a fierce battle. From a distance, Surefoam chuckled. Lonely Snow's movements weren't bad. Lonely was drawing the monster's attention, creating an opening for him to strike from behind. Suddenly, Yuru summoned a huge flame in her hand and rushed forward, shouting, get out of my way. Immediately, she unleashed the explosive flame technique toward the monster. Lonely quickly dodged to the side. In no time, the fireball flew straight at the boss, resulting in a huge explosion. Surefoam watched in amazement. Yuru stood there, hand on her hip, laughing heartily. Your attack power is still impressive. However, after the attack, the boss remained still, glaring at her with a blinding gaze. That strike triggered the boss to unleash its power. Wilmy entered a berserk state, with an additional 30% damage and 30% increased speed. Seeing this, Surefoam was speechless and said, Jayuru, your spell's damage was way too high. Xing Shui also noticed the situation and added, it seems that the boss's aggro is shifted to you now. Yu-Ru, looking confused, pointed at herself and asked, "Me?" At that moment, Wilmy charged at her with a powerful attack. She shouted in alarm, "This isn't good, I'm paralyzed." After delivering the blow to the boss, Yu-Ru realized her mistake. The magic damage from earlier had been too high, and now the boss had switched its target to her. Wilmy lunged at her, its claws glowing as she stood there, on high alert. Suddenly, Shifeng immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, Thundering Flash, targeting the back of the Wilmy. The massive Wilmy was struck, and its front leg was knocked away by a powerful force. Green energy flashed from the attack, saving her from certain death by a hair's breadth. Yu-Ru slowly opened her eyes, peering to see what was happening. The Wilmy also gritted its teeth, glaring over its shoulder. Shifeng quickly drew out his magic weapon to block the attack in time. He then notified everyone, after the berserk phase, the boss's damage is too high to withstand. My agility is high, so let me draw its aggro. As per Shifeng's plan, the Wilmy immediately fixed its gaze on him, then charged madly in his direction. Qing Shui, seeing this, suddenly shouted at him, "Yifeng, be careful." The massive Wilmy lunged down with a powerful swipe of its claws, creating a brilliant arc of pinkish-purple light. Meanwhile, Shifeng was knocked backward by the intense green energy, his body losing control in mid-air. He landed with incredible speed, holding his long weapon in a low stance near the ground, sending water splashes and debris flying into the air, exuding an aura of strength and agility. Amidst the wreckage, Shifeng, gripping his weapon, cast a sharp glance at the Wilmy soaring into the sky. Brilliant green light tore through the air. The Wilmy, its eyes burning with violet flames, charged forward, surrounded by a dense aura of dark purple energy, exuding a sense of death and extreme danger, as it unleashed its ultimate move, the Death Scythe of Devouring. Wilmy unleashed a lethal strike, a swirl of purple energy spinning like a sharp blade tearing through the fabric of space, its power overwhelming. Shifeng stood firm amidst the storm, his hand raised high, forming an energy shield to block the oncoming attacks, purple strikes brimming with power, showcasing his unyielding spirit and extraordinary skill. The foot of the Wilmy stomped down, cracking the ground beneath, with debris flying in all directions, demonstrating overwhelming strength and a terrifying threat. The Wilmy spun like a vortex, surrounded by a powerful purple energy, causing the ground to tremble and rocks to shatter, creating a scene that was both powerful and terrifying. Shifeng's eyes widened, realizing the deadly move from the Wilmy was coming for him. Shifeng was facing a powerful attack from the wolf. Purple energy erupted around him, creating shockwaves that cracked the ground. The distance between them showed that Shifeng was ready to face the strike, possibly preparing for a counterattack. Shifeng unleashed a powerful strike, a burst of blue-white light exploding around him. The force from his move generated an energy blast that pushed everything around him away. Shifeng appeared with a determined and resolute expression. The surrounding purple energy conveyed a sense of power and explosive force. Suddenly, a foot rushed towards him to lend support. Bai Qing Shui appeared with strength and agility, diving in to assist Shifeng. Her kick sent the Wilmy flying far away, showcasing her incredible strength and combat skills. She said to him, "I'm here to help you." The scene was filled with drama as the Wilmy was sent flying, creating explosions of dust and shattered rocks. After being kicked away by Bai Qing Shui, this Wilmy still remained very ferocious. Despite being attacked fiercely, it showed no sign of backing down and remained determined to fight. On the other hand, Yu-Ru was casting a healing spell on everyone. While healing, Shifeng quickly got up and told everyone, "The boss is weakening, its defense will drop significantly. Everyone, take this chance to attack." Shifeng glanced at Yu-Ru and then reminded everyone, "Remember, don't let it go into overtime this time." Yu-Ru, blushing on the outside because of her mistake, was seething with anger inside. "Damn it, that guy still dares to lecture me." With that, his team continued to attack the boss, lowering its health bar. Hazy encouraged the team, "Come on, the boss's health is almost gone." Shifeng immediately used a cleaving strike to send the Windbee rabbit flying into the air. Yu-Ru looked strong and decisive, "Don't underestimate me." The flame explosion technique with its blazing fire effect and powerful motions made the scene even more impressive. A series of explosions went off around the area where the Wilmy rabbit stood, dealing massive damage. With a final blow, the Wilmy rabbit was defeated, and dozens of pieces of equipment fell to the ground. Hazy and Lonely Snow immediately began eyeing the loot, preparing to divide it. There's definitely going to be a lot of good equipment. However, Shifeng immediately stopped them. Wait to divide the loot, everyone, quickly recover your status. And so, everyone took out their healing potions to recover from their wounds. Shifeng went to inform everyone, the final boss of the dungeon will strike before the players can react, but as long as we fight steadily, this boss is not difficult at all. Upon hearing this, Yu couldn't help but get goosebumps. Before we can react? Why is that? Suddenly, a pair of strong legs of the Wilmy rabbit with sharp claws were thrusting into the ground amidst a backdrop of shattered rocks and tension. The Wilmy rabbit was entering the second phase of the battle. The entire frame was filled with brilliant red light, with powerful beams of light bursting from the center, creating a sense of pressure and danger. The Wilmy rabbit had evolved into the second stage with golden armor protecting its shoulders and chest. It had white fur, bright red eyes, and a fierce expression, with its mouth wide open, growling. The status bar in the lower corner displayed a level of 3, and its health bar had significantly dropped, indicating that it had just gone through a brutal battle, but was still very dangerous. However, this was still not as terrifying as the ferocious glares and savage smiles of Shifeng's team members. The Wilmy rabbit, with a question mark above its head, looked at them confusedly. "Let's go." He immediately commanded everyone to charge and attack it with their weapons. Before the Wilmy rabbit could even swing its sword, it could only gape and turn to run away. However, Shifeng caught up. He leaped up and let out a battle cry. A huge explosion suddenly occurred. Dust and debris filled the forest, and the scene began to fade. The Wilmy rabbit, having just evolved, was killed by the entire team, proving that the hunt for the Wilmy rabbit was a success. Two ancient books, shimmering with a mystical purple light, slowly rose amidst the scattered stones, radiating an aura of mysterious power, as if containing forgotten knowledge from thousands of years ago. From the depths of the earth, a bright red sword with a golden hilt emerged, its sharp winged patterns stretching toward the sky. Two helmets, one pure silver white and the other dark and enigmatic, bowed before the power of the sword. Shifeng's team stood amidst the desolate battlefield, surrounded by rare and glowing items. Hazy exclaimed, "Did the hell-level dungeon really drop so many good items?" Bai Qingshui firmly kept her promise, giving Shifeng the first choice of loot. "I said I would keep my word, so the equipment and items here are for the three of you to pick first." In excitement, Shifeng opened his inventory, overjoyed to find a blueprint for crafting powerful equipment. "This is amazing, I got a blueprint for crafting equipment after just one fight." Hazy and Lonely were eagerly checking the list of items they had received from the battle. Their expressions clearly showed excitement and anticipation. Hazy had equipped the Beast of the Color Guard in shadow-colored magic artifact, while also learning the Hellfire Blaze robe skill. Lonely donned the red armor and wielded the sword confidently, having just learned the full wind slash skill and equipped the steel iron great sword. Yu, on the other hand, felt disappointed that the best items had already been taken by others. The good items must have already been grabbed by them. Yu smiled brightly and complimented, "If it weren't for Shifeng leading, we wouldn't have made it through the dungeon, but they made the right choice with their roles." Qingshui, with her sharp eyes, looked surprised as she checked the list of items on the screen. She expressed her appreciation and said, "Thank you." The system displayed the potion of magical pharmacology, the primary strength potion. Yu looked astonished as she asked, "Are you really leaving this precious potion for us?" Her expression clearly showed her shock and gratitude. Shifeng spoke confidently, emphasizing, "You all have already put in quite a bit of effort for this dungeon." His voice rang out like a confirmation of his strength and dominance. Yuru's eyes sparkled with astonishment, her face reflecting complete surprise, her lips slightly parted as though she wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. At the entrance to the quiet forest dungeon, a group of people stood in front of the gate discussing the pioneer teams that might be able to pass the first challenge. The elite team from the Heaven's Monarch Guild is here. They will definitely be the first to clear the Quiet Forest dungeon. No way, I believe the Ranger Alliance will clear it first. In the sky, the words challenge success gleamed brightly, announcing that Shi Feng's team had become the first group to complete the dungeon. The people around seemed stunned by this achievement, highlighting his excellence. Three men with expressions of complete shock, eyes wide open, mouths agape in sheer amazement. Shi Feng's squad emerged from the light gate with an imposing and confident demeanor. One man in front shouted, "Look, the Yi Feng team is out." As others watched with a mix of admiration and caution, one murmured, "They've all switched to new equipment, so impressive." Shi Feng, with his cold demeanor, was talking to Qing Shui. She suggested, "Would you like to join our devouring god serpent?" But he gently declined, "I'm used to being on my own, and I'm not interested for now." She didn't seem upset and maintained a respectful attitude, responding, "It's fine if you don't want to join. I respect your choice." She continued to reveal more, "There's one more thing. 3 days from now, our devouring god serpent is preparing to participate in a 20-player dungeon, the Shadow Moon Tomb. I wonder if you're interested." Shi Feng paused and thought for a moment, his eyes filled with some doubt, before asking, "That dungeon is for level 5 players and above, are you sure you can gather a 20-player group?" Qing Shui, full of mystery yet with a sharp and proud air, confirmed, "Are you joking? We are devouring god serpent." Devouring God Serpent was not just a guild for a single game, but the leading guild organization in the world of over a dozen virtual reality games currently being released. Since the launch of God's Domain, financial corporations had poured into the new world, hoping to carve out a place in the rising virtual market. Devouring God Serpent had not remained idle. They were sure to use real-world financial strategies, investing the strongest forces into the world of God's Domain. Within 3 days, gathering a 20-player team was not a difficult task for them. A while later, Qing Shui's cold and authoritative demeanor faded, replaced by a friendly attitude, "Let's be friends. You can contact me anytime." Shi Feng stood facing the two girls, his gaze full of confidence. "I trust in the skills of the Devourer Guild. If you let me choose the swordsman equipment and sell tickets in advance, please reserve a spot for me." Yu Ru immediately responded, "Aren't you a bit too full of yourself?" He proudly replied, "No problem." Hazy smiled excitedly, his eyes shining brightly. "Brother Feng is amazing, becoming friends with the ice goddess." A system interface notification appeared in the game, indicating that some players had left the party, namely Zhao Yu, and Qing Shui. A group of people stood facing each other in a vast natural setting. "The ones who joined the dungeon with Qing Shui are those guys, right?" "That's right, it's those three." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, their faces shrouded in shadow, with only their glowing red eyes burning fiercely. Hazy and Lonely stammered, "Be Brother Feng, the way those players are looking at us, it's a bit unusual." Shi Feng immediately charged forward, his body brimming with strength, moving at lightning speed, leaving a trail of dust behind. "Run, quick!" He and his teammates ran for their lives. Behind them, a group of armored warriors was chasing closely. "How did you all get through Quiet Forest? Which way did you take at the intersection? How did you avoid those traps?" A glowing gate appeared between the rocks. "This is a teleportation gate leading to a high-level dungeon, Dark Moon Valley. The recommended level is 4, which indicates that this is a difficult mission, one that only strong players would dare to enter." Lonely, exhausted, leaned back against a rock. "Why is there not a single player here? Could it be that it's just us tackling the dungeon?" Shi Feng stared intently at the distant sky and seriously said, "Anyway, the players are still clearing the Quiet Forest at level 2, so it's very rare for players to actively tackle the level 4 dungeon." Suddenly, from the far cliff, a figure hurriedly ran towards them, speaking in a hurried voice, add me too." Shi Feng looked in the direction of the voice and felt a sense of familiarity. "Kalu, that name sounds so familiar," he thought. His face immediately showed surprise when he saw the player. "That's right, Berserker Furious Bear Sovereign. He's the one ranked 15th on the Berserker leaderboard of Star Moon Kingdom. Kolu was panting heavily, looking at him with joy. Finally, I've found you. Shifeng recalled the somewhat subdued past event of this player. In the beginning, Kolu was always sluggish and discouraged, and he was even kicked out of a third-rate guild for being useless. Shifeng suddenly remembered a mysterious dark warrior wearing a pitch-black armor with sharp, intricate designs. Later, during his rise to glory, he changed his name to Furious Bear Sovereign and immediately shone brightly. A subtle smile appeared on Shifeng's face, his eyes sharp like someone who always calculated everything. Now, Furious Bear Sovereign still hasn't joined Heaven's Gate Guild. If I can pull him to my side, wouldn't that make clearing dungeons even easier in the future? They surrounded Kolu, standing in the dark cave. He recounted his arduous journey. I've been killing monsters all the way here, hoping to find a team, but I couldn't find anyone. Thank God, I finally met you guys. Hazy listened coldly but with a certain respect. He directly asked, You've been killing monsters all the way here? Kolu appeared extremely excited and full of energy. He patted his chest, boasting that he was tough and strong because of all the grinding he'd done. The other two stood beside each other, their expressions incredulous. Hazy's mouth hung open, eyes wide in disbelief. God knows how many blows you've taken. You're so tough. Lonely was so shocked he couldn't find the words. Surviving all the way here, your survival skills must be incredible. He suddenly thought of a joke about how it would make sense for his brother, the expert, to use him as a human shield. A blue notification box popped up like in an online game, displaying, Yifeng invites you to join the Shifeng team. Do you accept? Lonely shouted excitedly, raising his hands to the sky as though he had just won a competition. Finally, I can switch to an offensive role. Kolu awkwardly stepped forward. Our team is still missing a healer, right? I have a friend who's a healer, but he's a divine pretender. Everyone froze in shock. Lonely shook his head in despair. The divine pretender was a healer class with the weakest healing abilities, ranking at the top of the useless class list. However, Shifeng didn't rush to judge. He analyzed that, while the healing abilities were indeed weak, the divine pretender had a very high health pool. With the key skill, the life-cutting technique can convert incoming damage into healing power. With him around, the pressure will be greatly reduced. Hearing this, Kolu eagerly chimed in, Indeed, Elder. The invitation to join the team was sent, and the system displayed, Drowsy Sloth has joined Yifeng's squad. From the cloud of dust emerged a person with messy hair and drowsy eyes, yet full of mischief, holding a simple wooden staff. Thank you, finally, a team that accepts me, he said. His name was Drowsy Sloth. Afterward, the whole group gathered in front of the large teleportation gate. Drowsy Sloth excitedly shared his not-so-glorious past. I used to get kicked out by many teams in the Silent Garden. It made me want to delete my character and start over. Shifeng stepped forward to comfort him. The class doesn't define your worth, what matters is the player's skill. Hearing this, Drowsy Sloth beamed and vowed, I will definitely prove myself. No one opposed anymore, and the team formation was settled. The sound of decisive footsteps echoed as the group marched into the battlefield, ready to face the challenges ahead. The team is set, let's get to work, one of the members spoke up. The sky was ablaze with red, the sunset casting its glow over the jagged cliffs where a pack of fierce goblins had gathered. Their eyes gleamed with bloodlust, and they murmured in their eerie language, grinning wickedly at the sight of the adventurers before them. Suddenly, a shrill scream split the air as they charged forward, surging like a violent wave, their eyes glowing red with murderous intent. The enormous shield of the muscular warrior glowed a fiery red, shimmering under the sunset, smashing through the ranks of the goblins, sending them flying like ragdolls. He wore a sharp, confident smile, as if this battle were nothing more than a small game. Then, the taunt skill was activated, a surge of energy erupted, shining brilliantly and sweeping across the battlefield like a tornado. Any goblin within range was drawn to it, their eyes glazed over, completely provoked by the intense challenge this energy exuded. For exactly 10 seconds, a violent whirlwind erupted from Lonely, swirling with terrifying speed. Debris, dust, and sharp swords merged into a deadly storm. Full wind slash, a powerful move, cracked the ground and pulled the surrounding enemies into the destructive vortex. But that wasn't all. As soon as the whirlwind ended, a blinding beam of light erupted. Hazy shouted the magic incantation and unleashed his ultimate move, Hellfire Blaze, summoning a massive fire that burned the goblins across a wide area. From somewhere, Shurfong unleashed smooth yet decisive slashes. With incredible speed, Shurfong dispatched each goblin with his finishing blow, the slash strike. Watching the goblins desperately flee from their skirmishes, Hazy chuckled and said, "Today's dungeon is too easy. We've scared the goblins into running for their lives." A large number of scattered ores were detected on the ground. Kulu and Drowsy Sloth cheered. "I didn't expect that these goblins would drop so many ores. This time we really hit the jackpot." Suddenly, the sky darkened, leaving the two of them confused. "Why is the sky so dark?" A massive armored beast landed with a loud crash. Countless stones and dust were sent flying. Drowsy Sloth, startled, shouted, "Why did a boss just appear out of nowhere?" This was a sudden event triggered by a cunning goblin controlling a mech, with a 95% damage reduction and specialized in dealing with players who harmed its tribe. Hazy turned to Shurfong and asked for further instructions. "Brother Fong, what's the plan?" However, all he received was Shurfeng's wide-eyed stare. "Brother Fong." After a while, Shurfong finally turned around and addressed everyone. "Run." As they fled from the goblin's pursuit, Shurfong looked back at all his teammates and instructed, "Run to the dungeon entrance, we need to get out of the goblin's patrol range." He suddenly recalled an event before his resurrection. "In my previous life, I happened to encounter a goblin once." Shurfong remembered the new players and rushed to coordinate. "At that time, I took a group of elites to mine ores. After we wiped out all the monsters, the cunning goblin appeared. Looking back, he felt childish at that time. We were so excited because we thought the rare elites would drop more special loot. However, that thought only left him with a late regret. The outcome he faced was tragic. Just like that, he and the other players were revived, but all their equipment and items were lost. Back in the present, goblins sat in the cockpit, determined to hunt them down, trying to run. The armored vehicle immediately opened fire with its machine gun, shooting a barrage of bullets at them. The deadly projectiles flew in all directions, making it very difficult for them to dodge. Hazy saw the goblin smiling and gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! He immediately summoned his staff and turned around, casting magic missiles at it. "You think you're the only one who can attack from a distance?" However, the damage it took was only 1 point. Hazy was stunned by the durability of the armored vehicle, 1 point of damage? Its armor must be as tough as a turtle's shell. Why is it so sturdy? Shurfong turned to explain, "It has a 95% damage reduction, most attacks against it are just like scratching an itch. Save your mana, use slow and control skills on it instead." Got it? Just like that, Hazy immediately turned around and engaged in a one-on-one battle with the armored vehicle. With his ultimate skill, Evil Whip, Hazy summoned tentacles from the ground to bind the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle was immediately dragged down to the ground. While it was resisting, it suffered damage from strange attacks. This was what caught Shurfeng's attention. The damage was too abnormal, and it turned out the boss's weakness was its plant-based skills. Realizing this, he immediately shouted to everyone, "Stop, don't run anymore." Lonely, confused, asked, "Why stop running?" Shurfong quickly explained, "I just discovered the boss's weakness is its plant-based skills. It's time for us to counterattack." He then shared the strategy for dealing with this boss. The plan was simple, just one word: attack. Hazy would use the cursed scythe to deal damage, while the others would focus on drawing its aggro. Understanding the plan, Lonely immediately concentrated all his strength into his feet. Using his charge skill, Lonely rushed forward and combined it with full wind slash. He created a whirlwind, dealing some damage to the armored boss. However, it was enough to stun the boss.
The second evil whip attack came and continued to drain its health.
The boss quickly used its saw to cut off the tentacles and targeted Hazy.
Kulu jumped high into the air to attract its attention. "That pile of metal, your opponent is me."
A divine strike hit its head, causing its mechanical parts to start malfunctioning, and Kulu further raised its aggro. The armored machine went berserk, launching a series of relentless attacks at him. Although he was able to block them, his health bar still dropped significantly. The damage is too high.
Hazy continued to use Evil Whip for the third time.
As he charged in, he cried out for help. "Help me, hurry.
If I take a few more hits, I'm definitely dead." Drowsy Sloth was trying to heal him. "I'm just a divine pretender. I've done everything I can."
Shurfong leapt into the air and said to Kulu, "Leave the boss's revenge to me."
Without hesitation, he used his ultimate move, Abyssal Bind, summoning chains to bind the armored machine. Kulu quickly grabbed his butt and ran off, escaped fully. Shurfong then used Thunder Strike on it, unleashing quick and precise slashes.
Then, with a cleaving strike, he pierced through its body, adding a final, blood-boiling blow to its head. Before the armored machine could crush him, he released his pole and shot up into the air. The armored machine turned around and fired bullets at him. He quickly used Thundering Flash against the cliff over there. His slashes shattered large rocks on the cliff, causing them to fall onto the armored machine. With the resulting damage, the armored machine was soon buried beneath the rubble.
Hazy laughed loudly and said, "It definitely didn't expect our assassin move to be here. Now, we just need to take our time and finish it off."
Suddenly, a small explosion shattered the pile of rocks, and the goblin grabbed a rocket launcher to escape.
"Goodbye." Hazy fell backward in shock. "Oh my god. That monster wants to run."
With fiery eyes and a resounding scream, Shurfong seemed to tear through space itself as he shouted a commanding warning, "Don't even think about running." He appeared within a mysterious purple glow, his hand gripping a sword with several floating blades behind it.
Monsters as fast as this one were rarely seen.
The system gave high IQ monsters a purpose behind their actions.
Killing it would surely yield an unexpected reward.
The 9-dragon slash skill was unleashed, each sword strike like a dragon soaring through the battlefield. The blades shimmered, cutting through the air, and the brilliant purple light exploded like fireworks, each strike feeling as though it reached the very peak of strength, creating a scene both majestic and haunting. The cunning goblin took a fatal blow, its body shattered in the blinding light, pain piercing through it, as debris scattered like autumn leaves in a storm. With a spiky appearance and wearing a shark jaw-shaped helmet, it shot through the sky like a sharp arrow, white smoke trailing behind it, creating a sense of unstoppable speed. A cold notification board appeared, "Akshay Mador has escaped."
Shurfong stared ahead with a mixture of surprise and doubt. Is that goblin Akshay Mador?
Akshay Mador now appeared as a gigantic goblin, clad in shimmering armor, with eyes that seemed to gaze endlessly into the void. 3 years later, he would create a legendary wave of destruction, building the Goblin Empire and ushering in the era of the rise of the New World. With a face full of innocence and a look of astonishment, he silently thought, "I never imagined I almost killed the future boss of this version." Then, Shurfong and Drowsy Sloth stood before a mysterious chest that had just been discovered.
Drowsy Sloth spoke up, "Brother Fong."
The robot skeleton only dropped a chest, but an ancient key with intricate patterns is floating in mid-air, emitting a soft glow.
Nearby, the game's interface displayed a notification.
Having received the Morrow key and the treasure map, Shurfong prepared to click the first option. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction, as if his efforts had finally been rewarded. "This is great.
Getting this treasure is definitely worth it."
Shurfong turned to face his group and said, "From now on, there won't be any rare elite monsters bothering the three of you anymore. The three of you continue leveling up here, and contact me when you reach level 4.
At that, Hazy asked, "What about you, Brother Fong?"
With a beaming face, Shurfong gently juggled 2 shiny golden keys. "I'm going to get a treasure."
The system echoed like a promise, opening up new horizons for the upcoming journey.
The image stood out with a brilliant red hue, in the center of which was a diamond-shaped stone floating within a magical circle. It told the legendary story from 900 years ago, when the alchemist Master Maruto created the Philosopher's Stone. This artifact not only had the power to resurrect the dead but also became the focal point of brutal wars. Through his research, Shifeng discovered that the key he had built was the key to unlocking the temple that held secrets yet to be revealed. Under the soft sunlight, a cascade of white water poured down from a steep cliff, resembling a silver ribbon among the vast, deep green forest. This was the level 10 dungeon, Crimson Water Lake. The rushing water sprayed a mist of white foam as it hit the lake below, creating a scene both grand and peaceful. Shifeng glided through the blue water, his green cloak flowing with the current, presenting a figure that was both graceful and powerful. From the deep shadows of under the pressure of the powerful tentacles, he spun mid-air, a purple light flashing. Shifeng once again uttered, "Gravity liberation." It demonstrated an extraordinary power. Each tentacle was pushed back, as if gravity had been bent under an iron will. The space sank into the deep blue of the ocean. The long tentacles, like the roots of ancient trees intertwined, reached out as if wanting to devour the tiny figure. But he did not stop moving forward, each beat of the water blending with the rhythm of his resilient heartbeat. Amid the dark sea, half-human, half-monster warriors appeared. Their emerald green scales, cold eyes, and razor-sharp claws seemed ready to tear apart any invader. Shifeng then assessed the treasure map, revealing that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden here, but the guards at the entrance were no easy opponents. So Shifeng quickly devised a plan. Instead of fighting, he would use Phantom Kill's clone to lure the guards away. In the heart of the vast ocean, he was but a tiny spark in the immense expanse, plunging down into the abyss. All around was darkness and the rising pressure of the currents. The darkness parted, revealing a mysterious scene. A colossal skeleton lay inside an intricate metal armor, as though a warrior from ancient times had been forgotten by time. The gears in the center of the armor still turned gently, emitting an enchanting glow. Shifeng immediately took out the key he had obtained from the treasure chest. The key hovered in mid-air before it was inserted into the lock on the round gear. The gate slowly creaked open, revealing a blinding stream of light. A teleportation portal appeared and sucked him inside. Upon exiting the portal, the scene before Shifeng left him stunned. He had been transported to a new dungeon, the Sun Temple, with an undefined level. On the altar stood two colossal statues, each with a sword embedded in the ground, guarding the area. Shifeng gently stepped up the stairs and approached the statues. He quickly opened the system and began to decipher the mysterious golden chest. After some time, he maintained a determined gaze and succeeded in unlocking the treasure chest. However, when the intense light finally faded, what lay inside left him speechless. "This is the Philosopher's Stone." Shifeng trembled as he held the small stone in his hand and muttered in a daze, "Why is it so small?" This was the Philosopher's Stone, two shattered fragments, a special item used for alchemy and refining. Shifeng, a young warrior with sharp eyes, was holding the stone in his hand. He pondered and told himself, at least it still retains the two functions of transmutation and refining. Crafting in the future will be much more convenient. A warrior statue clad in armor suddenly awakens after 1,000 years of slumber. Another warrior statue also rises in response. Sharp sword strikes, flashes of sparks, and strange symbols appear on the backdrop of mysterious black. Both guardian statues are level 100 warriors, with their names displayed on the status bar. It is a terrifying sight as the two armored statues stand tall, brandishing their weapons, ready to crush anyone who dares stand in their way. Shifeng sweats profusely, his face filled with extreme worry. Level 100 monsters, what am I supposed to do now? He understands, the Philosopher's Stone has awakened the two guardian statues, and if they are killed, the stone will disappear as well. This design is so malicious. Wait, the designers couldn't possibly have created such a deadlock situation. In the midst of despair, Shifeng suddenly seems to come up with an escape route. His eyes gleam with realization as he notices something near the skeletons. Quickly using gravity liberation, Shifeng dodges the fatal strikes of the two guardian statues. He soars upwards, rolls to avoid further attacks, and picks up a strange scroll. It is a transportation scroll. A region of magic glows brightly, with purple characters flickering in the air, forming a mysterious magic circle. He raises both hands and calls out loudly, "Destination, Redleaf Town." When he confirms the destination, his eyes widen in shock as a line of text appears on the interface. There is a delay before transportation. In a panic, he stares intently at the progress bar, which is loading slowly. The guardian statue, with its enormous body, roared as brilliant light emitted from its mouth, signaling a devastating attack. Blazing red beams shot out, cutting through the air, and flames erupted powerfully like a hurricane, sweeping everything in its path. In the fiery space, a small figure stood firm. Shifeng, still in the process of activating the scroll. His face was a picture of intense concentration, and a dialogue box appeared with the message, "Teleportation complete." This signaled that Shifeng had escaped the danger zone in the nick of time. The colossal fireball hit the ground and exploded violently, fragments flying everywhere, the earth cracking open as shockwaves spread, destroying everything in their wake. Far below, deep within the ocean, the Sea Guardian sentinels shuddered from the assault above. They heard the deafening sound and sensed the immense loss. One of them opened its mouth, its eyes burning with fury. It roared, "The treasure inside the Sun Temple has been stolen. Take revenge on the humans, a storm of wrath is about to break loose." The scene shifted, and the environment changed to an ancient city. The bustling Redleaf town appeared, signaling that an important character had entered the scene. A system notification popped up. Player has activated a special storyline, initiating the major event Insurrection of the Fishmen. When players accept and complete the quest, they will receive rich rewards and honor. The players quickly read the message and immediately commented, "Damn it, it hasn't even been long since the release, and now there's a big event. Redleaf Town is starting a major event. Hurry up, let's get there." Yuru stared at the notification and also wondered, who pushed the quest so fast? Xingshui coldly spoke from the side, "No need to guess, it's probably Yifeng." Upon hearing her, Yuru suddenly realized something. The Fishman territory is Crimson Water Lake, right? Isn't that area only accessible for level 10 or higher? Xingshui smiled at Yuru. It seems Yifeng not only went there but also survived to come back. Yuru frowned and thought to herself, "Next time I meet him, I must find out his real strength." Meanwhile, Shifeng, as if someone had just mentioned his name, sneezed in front of the crowd. "Who's talking about me behind my back?" Recalling the close call earlier, Shifeng's face turned pale. That was really dangerous. "I almost died." Shifeng immediately walked over to the auction table to handle some business. As soon as he entered, he saw many players coming in and out. "I've worked hard all day to collect materials, but I still can't sell them." "Don't be discouraged, just take it slow." Shifeng went to a spot and started registering for the auction. In his mind, he thought, it's the perfect time to put the extra equipment from the Silent Forest dungeon up for auction. Two players happened to walk by, glancing at his bag, and were completely shocked. "Am I seeing things? How does he suddenly have so much good equipment?" Shifeng was also surprised. He looked at the system's item list. It has the Philosopher's Stone. "With ordinary stones and magic essence, I can refine them into ores instead of spending a large amount of money buying metal ores. It's better to do it myself." And then, a series of notifications about the stones he bid on being purchased caused a stir at the auction table. A girl had to intervene with this. Someone bought a large quantity of stones and magic essence. "The stones I auctioned off earlier this morning have all been bought." A knight announced to the guild, "Everyone, wake up and mine stones with magic essence while the big spender is still around." However, there was one question everyone had to answer: who is this big spender? The big spender everyone was looking for was currently outside on the street, and it was soon time for the Philosopher's Stone to unleash its magical power. So, Shifeng used 10 copper to rent a basic forge for an hour, but the quality of the forge left him speechless. "This is terrible." Shifeng glanced at the set of equipment available. The equipment is so poor, no additional forging attributes. But he told himself, "Well, for only 5 copper, this is the best forge I can get." He immediately activated the magic circle. Gently, he placed the stone at its center. The system congratulated him for reaching the refinement stage. Elemental refinement could extract metal elements from stones, turning cheap stones into metal ores.
With a 20% success rate, Shurfong pressed refine.
As he saw the light shining in the refinement process beginning, he anxiously and eagerly awaited the result. After a while, the refinement process failed, leaving behind a pile of debris. But Shurfong did not give up. He summoned more stones and resolutely persisted. The first time his luck was not good, but after trying a few more times, he was certain he could refine some more.
When he tried to refine again, failure struck once more, and he couldn't help but wonder, is it really just bad luck?
Shurfong, frustrated, tried once again.
The stones gradually disappeared over time, leaving only disappointment behind. Could it be because the philosopher's stone is only a fragment, so the success rate is low?
Suddenly, he saw a sharp copper tip sticking out. Shurfong hurriedly took it out and was lucky enough to obtain a copper one. I did it.
With this result, Shurfong continued down his refining path.
He fiddled with the system and his pile of debris, saying to himself, this alchemy work is really tiring. Looking at the list of items, he saw that he had 470 copper ones and 130 bronze ores.
However, the surroundings suddenly seemed to collapse.
He realized something. I've been so absorbed in refining ores that I haven't even started forging, and now my time is up. He thought of using money to rent more time, but then, to his dismay, he discovered something. I wasn't paying attention when I bought the stones with magic essence, so I've spent all my money. Suddenly, the auction system popped up. The silver armor is being sold for 31 silver and 53 copper, and the dark star for 3 silver and 21 copper. He was also surprised to see this notification, so the auction items have been sold. I didn't expect a dark steel great armor to go for 30 silver.
There are so many rich people in White River City. Well, now that my wallet is full, I don't have to be so frugal anymore.
He then began tapping away on the system interface to upgrade his small forge into a standard forge, renting it for another 2 hours. In an instant, he obtained a more luxurious forging room and was able to rent it for an additional 2 hours. He glanced at the tool tray and found 2 items, the 100 refinement hammer at the bronze level, with a 3% success rate, and the Scarlet Devilfire, a tier 1 mutation with a 2% success rate when crafting gunpowder and items. In addition, he noticed that the success rates for forging in his forging book had suddenly increased, the added success rate from the forge, combined with the additional rate from my forging book. He quickly turned to the page for crafting the garrison armor. With all the materials and the added success rates, his current success rate was 60%. Resolutely, he picked up the 100 refinement hammer and declared aloud, my forging journey officially begins. He then picked up a copper ore and placed it on the table. Without hesitation, he raised the 100 refinement hammer and struck the ore.
A brilliant light erupted, and he successfully forged the garrison armor, gaining 2 points in forging proficiency and 800 experience points.
In addition to the garrison armor maintaining its base stats, he also received a defensive attribute. After equipping it, physical damage would be reduced by 3%.
He happily picked up the armor, saying, I got lucky.
My first attempt at crafting equipment was a success, and it even has an added attribute.
This piece of gear will significantly boost the MT's survivability.
I'm sure it will be highly sought after by large guilds for the Silent Forest dungeon. Excited, he muttered to himself, strike while the iron is hot, and do my best to forge a few more pieces of equipment within the next 2 hours. He continued forging various pieces of equipment, accumulating not only proficiency points but also experience points. The room was now filled only with the sound of the hammer striking the anvil. After a while, he gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow.
Shurfong looked at the pile of garrison armors with delight. Not bad.
In 2 hours, I've forged 23 garrison armors, and I even leveled up.
Now, I'll need to take these and auction them off. Other players stood in front of the shop board, their eyes gleaming with excitement.
In front of them was a list of garrison armor, clearly priced. Wow, it's bronze level equipment. One of the teammates exclaimed in astonishment, it even has attributes attached.
That's ruthless.
The 3 of them couldn't hide their excitement as they looked at the valuable gear being sold right in front of them. The scene shifted to another location, where the leaders of the trading system were discussing matters. A captain with a cold, sharp gaze issued an order. Right now, the demand for garrison armor among players is very high. As soon as we forge one, we can make at least 4 silver. Contact the Elder Statesman Guild and prepare the money immediately. A subordinate responded respectfully, "Yes, Captain." A series of system notifications appeared, continually reporting, "Successfully sold garrison armor for 5 silver 31 copper, 6 silver 51 copper, 7 silver 81 copper, 8 silver 20 copper." The numbers kept rising, and Shurfong was making a fortune from these transactions. Shurfong stood in front of the shop board, his eyes filled with calculation. In front of him was a list of garrison armors, still being posted. The surrounding space gleamed with an ethereal blue hue, creating the sensation that he was standing before an endless treasure. Suddenly, Shurfeng's gaze filled with astonishment as he saw something else on the shop board. Even rare skill books like these are for sale? On the shop board, unbelievable items appeared: defensive blade, observing eyes, windwalk, earth splitter. These rare skills were usually only found through challenging quests, yet now they were being sold openly. A detailed description of the skills appeared. Observing eyes allows the user to see hidden or yet to appear targets, and can identify an opponent's weaknesses. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Windwalk, when activated, increases movement speed by 50% and grants a 50% chance to dodge ranged damage. The effect lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time, 2 minutes. Earth Splitter is a powerful skill for swordsmen, dealing base damage with additional damage over time. Maximum effect increases damage by up to 300%, cooldown time, 1 minute. Defensive Blade is a powerful sword technique. It creates up to 3 ranged sword slashes or 3 melee strikes. The effect lasts for 15 seconds, cooldown time, 3 minutes. Shurfong stared at the skill board, his mind beginning to calculate. A guild hall filled with armored warriors engaged in lively conversation, while a logistics officer hesitantly spoke. "Boss, in order to gather money for the guild to buy Sister High's defense gear, we ended up putting the concealed skill books up for sale as well." Zhu Yuhu, tall and imposing, patted his teammate's shoulder, flashing a confident smile. "Don't worry, as long as we can get a few pieces of garrison armor, our guild will win right from the starting line. Later, when the guild grows stronger, you'll be the vice president." From a corner, Shurfong stood watching, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. A close-up of Shurfeng's face revealed sharp eyes filled with disdain. All they know is to paint dreams for their subordinates. "Looks like most guild leaders are all the same." He smirked with a scheming grin, "But I guess I'll just smile and accept your skill books." Suddenly, a notification appeared on the virtual screen in front of Shurfong. His face showed surprise. "By Qing Shui? Looks like the goddess is calling for me." An avatar of Bai Qing Shui, a girl with long, jet black hair, appeared on the screen. Her voice was cold but carried an urgent tone. "I need your help." Shurfeng's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Bai Qing Shui, as cold as ice, actually needs my help? That's rare." Bai Qing Shui said, "Lend me 15 silver. I'm competing for equipment with another guild." Shurfong raised an eyebrow upon hearing her request. Competing for equipment? She explained further, "The garrison armor can effectively break the 3rd tier of the squads under the god-devouring serpent. If we have it, our strength will skyrocket." Her voice remained as frosty as ever. "I don't know who crafted it. But now all the big guilds are desperately scrambling to grab that piece of equipment." Bai Qing Shui's eyes suddenly widened, her gaze sharp as lightning. "Yifeng, those garrison armors. You forged them, didn't you?" Shurfong was startled, quickly denying, "Of course, it's not me." Shurfong forced a smile, raising his hand in a stiff farewell gesture. "It's fine, I'll send it to you later, and if there's nothing else, you can log off first. Bye-bye." Bai Qing Shui stared at him, silent and unspoken. Shurfong wiped the sweat off his brow and sighed. Instincts are too scary. The trading system was boiling with activity, as the price of the garrison armor surged higher with each passing minute, with major guilds competing for it. Green numbers flashed rapidly on the screen, signaling a relentless battle. A guild member rushed over. "Guild leader, we've borrowed 13 silver, this time we can definitely buy 2 pieces of garrison armor."
The guild leader, annoyed, responded, "You're too late.
The price of one is already up to 9 silver. Under the evening sun, in front of the mid-tier blacksmith shop, Shurfong stepped forward, his gaze sharp. The wooden door opened, and the sound of a gong echoed.
The mid-tier blacksmithing service was rented for 10 hours.
Shurfong looked at the material list and thought to himself, if I don't make back this money, it'll be a waste. On the screen, the garrison armor recipe appeared with the required materials: magic essence, copper ore, bronze ore. Beneath the forging stats, Shurfong smiled confidently, raising his hand to press the forge button. The scene transitioned to the golden glow of the forge, where a young blacksmith was diligently hammering down with powerful strokes, shaping the glowing red-hot metal bar. The sound of the hammer echoed throughout the room, blending with the flickering flames, creating a scene that was both full of passion and captivating. The image of a glittering gold bar shining brightly in the pitch-black night appeared on Shurfeng's face, his confident smile clear, his sharp gaze as if he had already predicted the outcome.
However, success does not always come easily. A moment of carelessness, a small mistake, could ruin everything.
Shurfong panicked when he realized, I got distracted earlier, the materials this time are definitely ruined. The hammer in his hand almost fell to the ground, but his quick instincts stopped the mishap just before it could get any worse. Still, the system notified him of success, displaying the message, forging successful, gained 3 mastery points in forging, earned 4,100 experience points. And then what appeared before his eyes made his heart race faster than ever. A shiny suit of armor, glowing with the aura of a high-level equipment. Lucky, I didn't expect to suddenly forge a full piece of original equipment.
The system displayed some astonishing information, with no name yet, a rank far superior to ordinary equipment. But how could a masterpiece lack a personal touch? The interface showed an option to add a personal seal. Without hesitation, he placed his unique mark on it. A symbol to prove this was his work, an item that anyone who saw it would immediately recognize as belonging to this skilled blacksmith, adding a black flame seal, marking it as his own. No one could replicate this seal, nor could it be erased. Just seeing the black flame seal on the equipment would let others know that it was designed by him. Shurfong stood before his very first masterpiece, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The system notification confirmed the creation of the shimmering chestplate design. He clenched his fists, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. From now on, I can not only sell the shimmering chestplate, but also make a fortune from selling the blueprint. In a dimly lit corner of the grand hall, powerful figures sat around a table, the soft glow of the lights reflecting off the rippling wine in their glasses. A deep voice echoed, "The main reason Master Blacksmith Surin is sought after by major guilds is because of the original equipment. It provides a familiar set bonus of 102 to their members." Those nearby nodded thoughtfully, calculations already forming in their minds. Even if the equipment's attributes are outdated compared to the current version, the blueprint alone allows the master blacksmith to reap a hefty profit. Back with Shurfong, he was still in awe as he held the newly crafted armor in his hands. He couldn't believe his eyes. I never imagined the odds of forging an original piece were so low, and yet I managed to pull it off. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now, nothing can stop me, he declared loudly. Time to craft the shimmering chestplate. Inside the forge, swords and armor shimmered with a metallic sheen. The sound of hammers echoed throughout the space, mingling with the sparks flying from the blazing furnace. Sweat streamed down his forehead, but he didn't stop. As expected, crafting the shimmering chestplate consumes materials at a much faster rate. I'll buy some cheap ores and stock up on a new batch of resources while I'm at it. But then another challenge appeared. He stood in the grand hall, trying to sell the semi-finished product he had painstakingly crafted, but the system coldly displayed a message: "Garrison armor cannot be sold." He gritted his teeth and realized a harsh truth. The item he had poured so much effort into forging could not be traded. The golden sunset light shone into the empty hall, reflecting off his polished silver armor. Shurfong frowned, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. In front of him, a cold female warrior stood with her arms crossed, and in the distance were a few sparse auctioneers. The air was heavy, as if signaling something unusual. "What's going on?" There are fewer people in the auction hall now.
A knight in white armor stood by the window, his gaze scanning the sparsely populated auction hall below. He walked over, a look of confusion on his face as he asked, "Brother, why are there so few people in the auction hall all of a sudden?" The knight replied, his voice hoarse and low, "There's a player named Deal Striker who's starting to sell bronze-level barbarian armor. While its stats are a little lower than garrison armor, it has no quantity limit.
The original price of 8 silver is sold out, and the guild's logistics have put up everything on the auction board. Who here is still wasting their time fighting for the garrison armor?"
A shockwave rippled through the young man's mind, his eyes widening as he heard the name just mentioned. Memories from his previous life surged back like a crashing wave. Deal Striker, it's him.
In the darkness, a vague image appeared.
In the past life, it was Deal Striker who discovered the hidden quest of the blacksmith. Thanks to the forging talent he gained from the reward of that quest, he quickly became famous in the White River City area and was invited to join the Shadow Studio. Under the dim light, a man stood with his back turned, his long hair fluttering gently in the breeze. He sneered, his sharp gaze reflecting a determination as solid as steel. "In the end, I was kicked out of Shadow because of Deal Striker, who added fuel to the fire in hopes of claiming a position in the guild.
Deal Striker, you and I are truly destined to clash."
The screen lit up, red letters flashing on the God's Domain forum.
A post had just been uploaded with a provocative title, "Rise up to defend justice, we cannot let the blacksmith do whatever he wants."
The author of the post, Deal Striker, had added a provocative comment.
He gripped the mouse tightly, his face contorted with anger. "You think I'm a money-grubbing blacksmith, huh? Looks like you want to condemn me just to make a name for yourself."
His thoughts echoed in his mind, but come to think of it, given how recently the game was released, with the high prices and large fluctuations, with just 2 silver, there's no way he could afford the ores to craft equipment to increase his fame. The only thing that's been sold at a loss is the barbarian armor. Foam gritted his teeth, his gaze full of determination. He looked straight ahead, his voice full of challenge. "In both this life and the last, you wanted to mess with me, right? Well, I'll show you who's boss." In front of him, the shop's notification board appeared, displaying a series of items priced at 4,000 G. A loud shout echoed, drawing the crowd's attention. "Damn it, everyone look over there, there's a shimmering chestplate on the auction hall, only 4 silver, and it's still at the original price." He smiled with satisfaction, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the valuable item. "Look at the fashionable design, emitting a faint glow, and it even has black gas on the chest."
A man in armor shouted in disbelief, "Such an awesome piece of equipment for just 4 silver?
I wouldn't even bother wearing this cheap hero's armor." Another person barked a command, "Hurry up and contact the guild members. Stop wasting time with these Deal Strikers." At the Golden Sandtown Guild, the warriors stood in line, preparing for an important event. The atmosphere was filled with seriousness and tension. A man sat on a sofa, holding a beautiful girl in his arms. He was a Deal Striker. In front of him was a glass of red wine, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. "Mr. Striker, you're truly impressive.
Everyone admires you so much."
He sneered, his tone mocking. "Ha, now the guild leaders are all waiting outside. They don't just want to invite you to join their guilds, they won't even leave if you turn them down."
"It's so annoying."
His girl cuddled him, reassuring, "Then you should just join the strongest guild, right?" Amid the crowd of mighty warriors, a voice full of disdain rang out, "The guilds out there inviting you are all just waiting for you to fail. I'm not interested in joining them."
Another person, looking at the armor in surprise, exclaimed, "Only 4 silver? Its attributes are even better than the barbarian armor? What? Is the auction hall really selling it like this?"
He was completely unaware of what was happening, already concocting a grand plan in his mind. "Now all I need to do is step on the money and head out there, steal his fame, and become an idol in the eyes of all players." He started imagining himself attracting female players in the game and gaining mountains of gold. Once he became famous across White River City, the big guilds like Shadow would be the ones to pay a hefty sum to invite him to join. Suddenly, his assistant barged in to deliver the news. "Striker, the leaders of the guilds outside have already left."
He jumped to his feet in panic and ran outside. "What's going on? How could this be? When he ran out, the scene before him was eerily quiet, without a trace of anything. What happened?
The assistant explained. A shimmering chestplate appeared in the auction hall for 4 silver.
The guilds have lost interest in Striker.
Scene changed to a messy room, with food wrappers and cans scattered on the table.
The young man sat on the bed, his eyes filled with rage. Kiddo, you dare mess with me? He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination as he thought to himself, its materials didn't fall from the sky, and selling the shimmering plate guards for only 4 silver? Your gear must be much higher than mine. The sound of rapid keystrokes echoed. Clack, clack. A silent battle in the virtual world was about to begin. The young man smiled coldly. Well, let's see who ends up in more debt. A message appeared on the screen. Hey, what's the price of copper or an iron ore now? The system responded.
Currently, bronze ore is 50 credit points per ore.
Iron ore is 100 credit points. A small note appeared explaining that credit points were legal currency in the real world.
The young man laughed loudly, his eyes shining brightly.
He quickly grabbed his phone and tapped into an app. Damn it, I'll bet on 1 round. As long as I can get into a high-level guild, I can easily cover my debt. I'll never have to worry about food and clothes for the rest of my life. He shouted loudly, Boss, give me 10,000 credit points. The computer screen lit up, and the forum interface appeared.
His fingers glided over the keyboard, entering commands. Deal Striker.
A new headline appeared on the forum, God's Domain, fight the ruthless blacksmiths to the end.
Beneath the headline was the post's content. For the benefit of the majority of players, Deal Striker. I have decided to reduce the price of silver. The Savage Iron Armor is now priced at 3 silver. Fight the ruthless blacksmiths to the end. Shurfong was in a state of confusion, his muscles rippling, holding a tablet in his hand.
He furrowed his brows, his sharp gaze flashing with challenge. You want to reduce the price? Fine, I'll reduce it too.
The auction hall was buzzing, a sea of blacksmiths, warriors, and merchants packed tightly together. The noise filled the air.
It's reduced again. These 2 blacksmiths are at odds. Everyone, hold off on buying Savage Iron Armor and shimmering chestplates. Let's watch the drama unfold first, and wait until the price hits rock bottom.
At the Deal Striker Guild, the logistics officer stood up straight, his face filled with panic as he shouted, The mysterious blacksmith has dropped the price too, the shimmering chestplate is now only 3 silver at its original price.
He yelled in desperation, Damn it! In the bottom corner, the blue-haired warrior casually asked, Striker, are we offering any more discounts?
He was holding his head tightly, as if he was about to lose his mind. The blue-haired warrior was kicked out of the store with a powerful shove, but his voice still echoed, Discount, keep discounting, lower the price until that bastard goes bankrupt. Below the auction hall, people were rolling on the ground, shouting about the new prices. Oh my god, the barbarian armor is now only 2 silver and 30 copper. In a luxurious room, Shurfong was sitting at the table, focused on drawing blueprints.
His sharp eyes scanned the paper as his pen swiftly moved across it, muttering, Deal Striker, you think I only know how to offer discounts?
He held up the completed blueprint, a confident smile spreading across his face. I have the design now, the big guilds can train their own blacksmiths.
Soon, no one will care about you anymore.
A system notification appeared before him, confirming that the shimmering chestplate blueprint had been crafted. A moment later, the logistics officer ran in to report to Deal Striker, Boss Striker, something huge has gone wrong. His voice trembled as he realized the truth, the shimmering chestplate had been discounted again. The blue-haired warrior smirked, pointing at the blueprint. No, he sold the design for the shimmering chestplate. He was stunned, his mouth stuttering, that bastard. Suddenly, he collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth as though he had been severely struck. The voice of the logistics officer echoed in desperation, Striker.
Striker, no.
A system notification popped up with the message, Deal Striker has withdrawn from the game. Inside a tavern, the atmosphere was tense, with a man sporting black hair glaring coldly at those opposite him. A figure clad in armor stood nearby, smirking and mocking. Ever since the blueprint of the shimmering chestplate appeared at the auction, it seems like there's been no movement from Deal Striker's side. The person beside him added with sarcasm, "My brother's friend is a subordinate of Deal Striker, and I heard he was coughing up blood before being rushed to the hospital." Outside the tavern, under the blinding sunlight, Shurfeng donned his majestic armor, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his blue hair flowing in the wind. His gaze exuded royal aura. "You still want to fight me? This lifetime, I'll make sure you remember it." A loud crack sounded as a girl with pink hair was thrown back, her body crashing to the ground. A bucket of water was sent flying into the air, its contents splashing out, cold stones falling. Her eyes were filled with panic, still unable to comprehend what had just happened. The girl sat on the ground, her eyes burning with anger and humiliation. Before her, a group of people stood, some laughing mockingly, others gloating. A voice full of derision rang out, "You're really dumb, you wanted to make money but forgot to sell drinks. Is this your first time playing a game?" The girl clenched her fists, her lips trembling but unable to retort. A burly man in armor stepped forward, smiling broadly, his hand outstretched as if bestowing a blessing. "I've already sent you my real-life address." He raised his chin confidently, "Come find me, and I'll show you how to make money in the game." His name appeared on the screen, Westgate Bleeder. A man clad in golden-orange armor angrily stepped forward, pointing directly at Westgate Bleeder's face, shouting loudly, "Do you have no shame, bullying a girl like that?" The man smirked, his eyes filled with contempt. What do you want to do?" He took a step back when he saw the other man grab his collar, but it was too late. Westgate Bleeder sneered, "Here's your chance to be the hero who saves the damsel." The opponent's eyes glinted with danger. "If you repeat what you just said, I'll let the girl go. But the price you'll pay is me killing you and sending you back to level 0. The man on the other side turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his face. He realized he had messed with the wrong person. I'm sorry, I won't dare again." Another figure in the crowd was pushed down by a black-armored warrior, panic evident in their eyes. Westgate Bleeder shouted loudly, "You trash only dare to hide behind the crowd and act like heroes. Get lost, all of you." The pink-haired girl stood up, her eyes filled with anger as she bit her lip and spat, You bastard." Above her head, her name appeared, Purple Mist Cloud, Level 1. Shurfeng, watching from a distance, froze. Her thoughts raced. Purple Mist Cloud, one of the future legendary clerics. Shurfeng, dressed in white and blue armor, stood upright, both hands firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, his sharp eyes glaring intently at the person before him. A cold voice echoed, "You dare to touch Purple Mist Cloud? This time, I will make sure you regret it." The scene shifted, and a mysterious shadow stood amidst the blazing surroundings, with warriors slowly emerging like ghosts in the dark. Bold letters appeared, revealing a glorious yet challenging past of Purple Mist Cloud. In the early days in God's domain, Purple Mist Cloud was just a lowly cleric of the god-devouring Serpent Guild. After the Frost Goddess by Qing Shui left the guild, she too decided to leave. The scene erupted in a brilliant golden light, symbolizing the meteoric rise of Purple Mist Cloud. No longer an unknown cleric, she steadily climbed to the pinnacle of power, leaving the guild. From a level 4 high cleric, Purple Mist Cloud gradually leveled up to become a level 5 radiant sacred gaze. Finally, she reached the peak of the cleric class, the level 6 divine eyes, becoming one of the 10 great divine eyes renowned throughout God's domain. The scene shifted to a softer yet no less profound tone. A glass of water fell to the ground and shattered, a metaphor for the decisive independence of Purple Mist Cloud. Unlike other divine eyes who were nurtured by the full strength of their guilds, Purple Mist Cloud achieved this solely through her own efforts. Shurfeng, with his black hair and sharp gaze, appeared behind the muscular Westgate Bleeder. "If you're so confident, let's see you try." He placed his hand gently but powerfully on his opponent's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he had already circled behind me. The dark tones with intense light from behind highlighted his sudden appearance. A gloved hand was tightly gripping the ground. He stood tall in his battle armor. Meanwhile, his opponent, a warrior in heavy armor, appeared to have just been knocked to the ground. His face clearly showed pain and surprise. He looked down at his defeated opponent with a calm, confident attitude. "Why are you suddenly silent?"
Weren't you just talking about wanting to fight me? Two other figures were standing at a distance, watching the battle.
They seemed surprised and were discussing the main character's strength, so strong.
Who exactly is this Yi Feng? How can he be even stronger than the ancient warriors?
Careful, man. Players in Redleaf Town aren't allowed to fight each other or the NPC guards will catch them. He remained completely calm, holding a small cup in his hand as though savoring the moment. Don't worry, I know my limits. He thought to himself, right now, I'm relying on my strength to overpower him, not using any attack skills, so the guards won't be drawn here. A close-up of Westgate Bleeder's furious face appeared, his teeth clenched, eyes wide with anger, seemingly unable to accept defeat. You.
Damn it, you're as good as dead.
The ground cracked open as an immense force slammed down, crushing everything beneath. The scene was filled with dust and flying debris, as if a giant monster or a deadly strike had just been unleashed. The word rampage flashed in bold letters, and a black armored warrior dove down from the sky, punching straight into the ground, causing a massive explosion. The strike was so powerful that rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and the shockwaves spread out around.
Behind, Shifeng was thrown backward, seemingly knocked away by this tremendous force.
Westgate Bleeder, clad in thick armor, charged forward, swinging his weapon in a fit of rage.
Die, you bastard.
But in the next moment, he froze. The attack was halted by Shifeng's sword, glowing brightly. Sparks flew when their weapons clashed, and the green light flashed, signaling a life-and-death confrontation. The heavily armored man was sent flying, his feet sliding across the wooden floor. At the same time, the young Shifeng remained firmly in place, his sword glowing with a powerful purple light.
He smirked. Had enough? You don't seem to have much strength left.
Furious to the extreme, Westgate Bleeder roared, charging toward his opponent with murderous intent, his bloodshot eyes and voice hoarse with rage.
You dare look down on me? I'm going to kill you today.
Suddenly, a pair of legs in high heels came running toward the scene. Out of nowhere, a warning system announcement rang out, Westgate Bleeder, you have blatantly attacked another player in a restricted area.
I hereby declare a 12-hour suspension for you.
The warrior froze, his face blank in disbelief. In the distance, an NPC overseer stood sternly, reading the punishment order with a cold expression. The battle was now halted. Westgate Bleeder slumped onto the floor, his face contorted in frustration, while Shifeng remained standing, his gaze cold, the sword still glowing with a proud purple aura.
He said, Yi Feng, the martial union will not let you off, damn it, you wait for it.
He shouted in despair, but it seemed no one cared anymore. Under the blazing red sunset, Purple Mist Cloud, with her pink hair gently fluttering in the wind, stood in the middle of the busy street, yet it all felt so foreign to her.
Thank you for your help.
I really want to repay your kindness, but I'm just a beginner, and I have no money, she said. He spoke in a deep voice, his face emotionless. When he looked at her with that gaze, she froze.
You.
She stammered, her trembling hands tightly gripping her old apron.
I only sell juice, I don't sell my body.
As his hand, wrapped in a metal glove, extended a heavy pouch of money, she was stunned.
This is the deposit. She asked, the deposit?
He remained expressionless, his eyes as though seeing right through her.
I need a cook.
I think you're quite suitable. This money is an advance payment for your work.
Purple Mist Cloud, still in a daze, asked, really? Is it just a cook's job? He sighed.
You can continue to endure harassment from those bad men on the streets, or you can choose to come work for me.
Believe it or not, it's up to you.
She slowly extended her hand to take the pouch, as if stepping onto a path with no way out.
I agree.
Shifeng smiled faintly. Take this money, buy the recipe ingredients, and rent a kitchen.
This way, no one will bother you anymore.
She was startled and looked up at his face, a strange feeling rising within her.
Why are you being so kind to me?
As soon as she finished speaking, his cold, sharp golden eyes narrowed slightly, intense and unreadable. Seeing how seriously she was working, he wanted to hire her to work for him. She bit her lip and took a deep breath, as if imprinting this moment on her heart. Her small hand tightened around the coin pouch, and she lowered her head resolutely. I will definitely work hard. Darkness enveloped the male protagonist's face, but his eyes glinted with determination. He thought to himself, for now, let Purple Mist Cloud focus on honing her life skills. Once she lowers her guard around me, I'll guide Purple Mist Cloud toward the path of leveling up and battle advancement. The corner of his mouth curled up, as if he had just come up with a perfect plan. He grinned smugly, his hands raised like someone who had just won the lottery. Proudly, he exclaimed, I only spent a few silver coins to secure the future divine eyes and truly a genius. Night slowly descended, and the sky shifted into a pale, mysterious shade of purple. Under the evening glow, an old street appeared, with houses on either side showing the wear of time. The atmosphere was quiet, yet something dangerous lurked in the air. Amidst this desolate street, he walked, his silhouette stretching under the flickering light. A diary was raised in the strange blue glow, its old cover reflecting intricate golden patterns that seemed to hold a hidden secret. A voice echoed in Shifeng's mind, this diary fell out when I killed the werewolf, but it's written entirely in spirit language. Looks like I'll have to ask the librarian to help me translate it. Under the pale streetlight, a corner of the slums appeared dark and ominous. Shifeng, in his gleaming white armor, stood tall, holding a piece of paper as if searching for someone. The darkness surrounded him, but in the hidden corners, figures lurked, watching with careful eyes. His thoughts echoed, I can't believe they opened a library in this crime-ridden slums. I wonder what kind of oddball the librarian is. As he stepped into a shadowy corner of the street, the protagonist stopped when a sweet voice rang out, Hey there, little brother, you look so out of place. Is this your first time here? In front of him was a girl with pink hair sitting on a stone step, her posture oozing charm. Under the dim light, her smile held something far from innocent. Come to my place, I'll give you a night of pure pleasure. Shifeng immediately replied, Aren't you planning to lead me into an alley and lock the door to beat me up? Before she could respond, he continued, imagining the scenario, hold on, let me rephrase that. You want to sleep with me, no? She immediately shouted, What are you all standing around for? Get him. Two warriors leaped high, ambushing him, dare to lay a hand on our sister, beat him up. He swiftly unleashed Thundering Flash, then continued with Chop, obliterating all the warriors in his path. She walked down, amused, and said, You're quite something, little brother. She clapped for him, Where do you want to go? Tell me, I know every inch of this slums. Shifeng coldly declined, No need to trouble yourself, I know the way to the library. She replied, Well, how convenient, no one is more familiar with the Redleaf Town Library than you. With that, she snapped her fingers. Holy Sister Charlene appeared before Shifeng, because you are the librarian. The scene shifted under the glow of the setting sun. A beautiful nun with long, flowing green hair, a cold yet captivating expression, stood facing the young swordsman. Her tight-fitting Holy Sister attire clung to her body, making the person opposite her feel uneasy. She smiled confidently and asked, So, have you believed me now, my friend? Shifeng was still stunned, muttering, You were just a thug a moment ago, and now you've turned into Holy Sister Charlene. As the night gradually fell, a strange flickering light enveloped the space. Charlene lifted a magical light and lightly waved her hand towards the front, saying, If you're here to see me for something, let's go into the library and talk. Shifeng hesitated slightly but followed her. Together, they passed through the light, entering a mysterious place. The Redleaf Town Library appeared before them, a dusty and cobwebbed space. Old bookshelves stacked upon each other created an atmosphere that was both ancient and eerily enchanting. Shifeng looked around, sighed, and said, What exactly is this dilapidated place, a haunted house or a library? Charlene paid no attention to his criticism. She sat down leisurely, crossing her legs, her sharp gaze fixed on the young man. So, my friend, why did you come to see me? He presented a book, his gaze serious. I came here to decode a diary written in the ancient spirit language. Charlene smirked and extended her hand. 30 silver. He said, Here,
take it. Truly, all you care about is money. But the moment the book left his hand, a strange flash of light erupted. Charlene's eyes widened in shock. The diary emanated an eerie green light, releasing a surge of sinister power from its pages, spreading across the library. The light flared up intensely, and dark, swirling energies poured out of the book as if it had been sealed away for centuries. A gigantic creature, its body enveloped in dark energy, stood imposingly in the midst of the eerie mist. Curved horns protruded from its head, and its eyes glowed with a cold, deathly blue light, like a predator stalking its prey. Its body was illuminated by twisted green markings, resembling a demon rising from the depths of the abyss. Above its head, an information panel clearly displayed, "Dark Demon." It let out a deep, resonant laugh that seemed to shake the very air around it. Black energy emanated from its body, swallowing all light and plunging the world into darkness. A massive magic circle appeared, encircling the dark creature. A bright blue light shot forth, as if attempting to bind it. "Evil be gone." A powerful, commanding voice rang out, but the dark demon merely sneered coldly. "A mere divine servant dares to seal me?" The darkness around it flared violently, waves of energy tearing through space, gradually pushing back the light of the magic circle. From above, the swords of light descended like a divine rain, a brilliant beam of light illuminating the entire space, partially dispelling the darkness that shrouded the divine spear. The dark demon roared in fury, swinging his hand to strike away the divine light. The blue veins on his body glowed intensely, resisting the destructive attack. He closed in on the godly figure, his face fierce, a smile spreading across his lips. "You overestimate yourself." The protective light circle around the mage immediately cracked, reflecting the image of a tiny goddess trapped inside. But just as he thought he had one, an unexpected shockwave occurred. The dark demon jerked in surprise, seeing a strange light gradually encircling him. Another magic circle appeared, stronger than before, brimming with divine power. From afar, Charlene's cold expression shone, her eyes glowing as if they contained the strength of the universe. She raised her hand, and a violent burst of golden flame flared up before vanishing. A pillar of divine light exploded, engulfing the dark demon and turning him to ashes in an instant. Hellfire surged, and eerie green light blazed from the eyes full of resentment of the great devil. He grinned maliciously, his form beginning to blur in the swirling dark mist, his voice booming like thunder, both a warning and a curse filled with malice. "Yifeng, we shall meet again." Shifeng narrowed his eyes, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze full of doubt. "What?" The insane laughter echoed, as if it were piercing deep into Shifeng's mind. A wave of dark energy clung to him, and immediately, the system's chilling warning sounded: "You are under the curse of the great devil. All attributes are reduced by 50%, and experience points are reduced by 95%. You have been targeted by the great devil. His illusion will seek you out in 6 days and claim your body." Shifeng was stunned. This was no different from a death sentence. In the distance, a cold voice, barely concealing its mocking tone, said, "Inside, there's the diary of the great devil's illusion. Taking 30 silver from you was clearly a heavy loss." Shifeng stared wide-eyed at Charlene, his hand trembling as he turned over the diary. "So, that diary was a joke?" Charlene leaned back in her chair, her manner leisurely to the point of annoyance. "If you'd held on to it for a few more days, your physical body would have already been claimed by the great devil." Shifeng tugged at his hair in frustration, his eyes filled with worry as he looked at Charlene. "But the problem still isn't solved. I will still die in 90 days. She smiled faintly, her hand resting on the thick book. "The diary records the journey into the Church of the Shadow Cave. All you need to do is find the Book of Darkness that is kept inside." Shifeng squinted, his heart filled with determination. "I will destroy it. I will stop the great devil from coming." The system issued a new mission prompt: "Shatter Darkness Descends." Shifeng clasped his hands in contemplation, the echoes of ancient memories resonating in his mind. "In my past life, players who completed this mission called it the Fantasy Extinguisher, but no one ever revealed any details related to it." His eyes glinted with seriousness. "I need to know exactly where the dark cave is,
or everything will end here.
Esteemed divine official, where exactly is the dark cave? Could you give me a hint?
Charlene chuckled softly, her sharp gaze seeming to pierce through all of Shifeng's intentions.
If you want to know a hint, you'll have to pay for it. I know you don't have much money right now, so how about I help you lift the curse first, and then you can go earn some money? What do you think? Upon hearing the mention of money, Charlene licked her lips with interest. Shifeng sighed. Then surely lifting the curse isn't free, is it?
She said, "You're a smart little brother. Lifting the curse requires a ritual." Charlene tilted her head and smiled cunningly. "I'll charge you just 3 gold.
Shifeng froze. How did she know my entire fortune is just barely over 3 gold? Charlene pushed a blue gem toward Shifeng.
This teleportation orb will take you to the Moonlight Forest.
Go there and gather 10 moonstones, and then we can perform the ritual. A transparent interface appeared before him, with soft blue light spreading like moonlight over a deep forest.
2 windows stacked on top of each other, each displaying 3 identical item slots.
Shifeng felt a headache coming on.
The Moonlight Forest is a level 4 monster area, not to mention that I'm affected by the curse, which has halved all my attributes. I'll need to prepare thoroughly for this. The black-silver armor gleamed coldly. In his hand, he held a transparent item list glowing with blue light, rows of square slots neatly filled with potions and magical scrolls. Shifeng smiled faintly, thinking to himself, with this amount of healing potions and magic scrolls, my chances of survival will definitely be much higher.
Once I reach Moonlight Forest, I'll be fine.
The ground shook lightly every time his metal-clad feet hit the earth, the sound sharp and decisive. His golden boots shimmered in the faint green glow, and small chunks of earth shattered beneath the weight of his steps. In the midst of the dense, dark forest, towering trees loomed high, blocking the sky. A faint mist filtered through the branches, and pale blue light illuminated a figure moving swiftly through the shadows. He leapt onto a rock face, his powerful figure soaring upward like an arrow shooting into the darkness.
A blue circle appeared on the screen.
Moonlight Forest, along with a confident voice, said, "Let's begin." The scene transitioned to Moonlight Forest, a level 9 monster zone where the drop rate for monsters was extremely high. Inside, there were also rare resources like ores and herbs. For lower-level players who frequently visited, it was common to lose their lives while mining for gold, which led others to call it a resting place. The system displayed, Yifeng, Level 3, Demon Mark. You are currently under the curse of the Great Devil. All attributes reduced by 50%, experience points gained reduced by 95%. You are targeted by the Great Devil. Its illusion will find you in 90 days and claim your body. At this moment, Shifeng lightly opened his hidden inventory and thought to himself, now that I'm under the Great Devil's curse, fighting these monsters will be a waste of energy. As soon as Shifeng placed his hand inside, it felt as though it wanted to meld with his hand. Then, a stream of green light rose up, and a system notification appeared. Isolation scroll significantly reduces the presence of a player entering stealth mode. In stealth mode, players are less likely to be detected by nearby enemies. The duration lasts for half an hour, and when a player launches an attack, the stealth state is immediately lifted. After activation, Shifeng immediately leapt into the midst of the monsters. He moved from one place to another, and the monsters didn't seem to notice his presence. Shifeng passed through all the monsters within the area without being detected. At this point, his entire body was in stealth mode. Finally, after overcoming all the monsters, Shifeng leaped to the top of the rocky mountain. On top of it, he collected quite a few items, with the system continuously displaying notifications, Moonstone +1, Moonstone +1. As Shifeng looked down, he saw a group of monsters moving forward. He observed them and thought, the Mountain Animal Patrol Team. This means there's likely a nearby outpost of theirs. The chances of obtaining a moon beast in their outpost are extremely high, and the rewards from opening a moon beast for the first time are always the best. He stood at the top, looking down, and thought, there surely aren't many players in the Moonlight Forest right now. Shifeng smirked, maybe I should hurry up and be the first to open the moon beast.
With that, he quickly jumped off to find their outpost. From the high branch, Shurfong looked down, a smug smile on his face as he said, "Found it." At this moment, all of them were stationed outside, on guard. He thought to himself, perhaps that's the storage of the mountain animal soldiers. Based on my experience, the treasure chest must have been created inside it. Then, Shurfong moved towards the edge of the tent and crouched down beside it to observe. This isn't good, he thought. The silver armor mountain beast warrior at the entrance to the storage might be able to see through my stealth ability. He looked at the huge monster, considering whether to enter the storage and deal with it. However, attacking directly would trigger an assault from all the monsters in the camp. After a moment of contemplation, Shurfong remained silent, continuing to observe, slowly calculating his next move. At that moment, another monster approached the cooking area and sampled some food. It scooped up a spoonful of food and drank it greedily. Seeing this, Shurfong seemed to have come up with an idea, something rather clever. Maybe this will work, he thought. He quietly continued observing as they moved to another area. Then, he proceeded with his plan. Shurfong jumped to the cooking area where the monster had just been. He sniffed the food and immediately pinched his nose, making a disgusted face. What on earth are they cooking? It smells terrible, he muttered. He then took out some mysterious iron beer and poured it into their pot of food. Let me add a little seasoning for you guys. In no time, the evening sky gradually gave way to the night. After finishing the food, all of them collapsed into a deep sleep, unaware of anything around them. Shurfong was now able to stand openly in front of their camp. Haha, he chuckled to himself, the entire camp's enemies have been dealt with using mysterious iron beer. At this moment, he could easily enter their camp and search for items inside. Shurfong was extremely delighted when he saw several chests. Looks like I hit the jackpot with these chests this time. As soon as he touched the item, the system displayed a notification, received 8 silver, received 14 enhancement stones, received the silver moon helmet. Then, the system continued to provide more details: silver moon helmet, bronze level, headgear type, profession, guardian knight swordsman. No attribute level requirement, requires 35 strength, durability 40/40, defense power 43, strength +5, agility +4, endurance +4, combat recovery +1. Shurfong held the item in his hands and admired it. Silver moon helmet, this is some good stuff. If I complete the full set of silver moon equipment, I'll get extra stats too. He stood before a chest and clasped his hands in prayer. If heaven is on my side, please let me open a silver moon item from this dark steel grade chest. Immediately, the system displayed another notification: received the ring of nothingness, dark steel grade, accessory type, no profession restriction. Level requirement 3, attribute requirement intelligence 10, durability 35/35, strength +1, agility +1, intelligence +2. The attached skill, Void Shadow, allows the user to enter a void state. The user cannot be seen by others, and others cannot see the user. Lasts for 1 minute, cooldown 5 minutes, can only be used in a non-combat state. He laughed joyfully. Damn it, this ring is a treasure with the same quality as the ring of gravity. At that moment, outside the warehouse, a monster suddenly woke up with a start. It quickly walked inside and discovered him. Shurfong was startled. Could it be fake wine? The mountain beast got drunk and woke up in just a few minutes. Then, it roared with an extremely angry look, swinging its weapon towards him to attack. Shurfong immediately activated his technique, regretting his 53 silver sheep polymorph scroll. He originally intended to use it to protect his life in case he encountered a boss. The system displayed, the sheep polymorph scroll can turn an enemy level 15 or below into a sheep that cannot cast spells or attack. The duration of the transformation is reduced by 1 second for elite monsters. Run away. As soon as he used it, Shurfong vanished. The monster collapsed, no longer able to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Shurfong escaped, leaving the monster confused, not understanding what had just happened. At this point, the night had deepened, and the moon was high in the sky.
Shurfeng proudly grabbed the ring in his hand. With this treasure, I can hide my movements and steal all the silver from the moonlight forest. After that, Shurfeng opened the system and identified all the locations he needed to find. The scene changed, and Shurfeng followed the map to search for treasure chests, discovering quite a few valuable items. However, during some of these openings, he was unfortunately spotted by some monsters, which startled him. They immediately grabbed their swords and chased after him. Shurfeng, running as fast as he could, shouted, "Damn it, I've been discovered." Then, he quickly took out his special techniques and turned them into a fat sheep that couldn't do anything. Seizing the opportunity, he ran away. On the map of Moonlight Forest, it seemed that all the protector beasts had already been unlocked by Shurfeng. He opened the system, collected quite a few items, and then spoke. This time the chest opening wasn't bad. I've gathered enough moonstone to lift the curse, and also gathered a full set of the silver moon equipment. Once the curse is lifted, I'll put it on quickly. The system displayed many items: silver moon shield, silver moon armor, silver moon gloves, and many others. Suddenly, he noticed something and said, "Is this a mistake? At this level, I'm getting a magical artifact? But with this, future missions will be much easier. I'm so lucky." At that moment, Shurfeng teleported to a place that seemed to be a library, where a girl was sitting. Charlene, upon seeing him, immediately closed the book and spoke, "Hey, little brother, you're pretty quick. Have you gathered enough moonstones?" He pulled out items like the teleportation orb, 30 moonstones, and double gold, then said, "Miss Charlene, the esteemed one, I've brought what you asked for. Can you lift the curse for me now?" Seeing this, her eyes brightened, and she happily said, "Looks like you've had a really good haul this time." Charlene then sat down in a chair, crossed her arms, and spoke, "Moonlight Mark is a very ancient ritual. It's not just useful for lifting curses." Her expression suddenly became dark and ominous as she continued, "If you add 3 gold, I can upgrade it to a higher level. I'll gather all the necessary materials for the Moonlight Mark ritual, and you'll receive an unexpected reward." Shurfeng broke into a sweat upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Why does it feel like she's trying to lure me in?" Finally, he spoke up, "Honorable Miss Charlene, just give me the lower level ritual, that will be enough." She stood up upon hearing this and continued, "Hold on, don't refuse just yet, young man. Do you know the legend of the holy sword demon Celios?" Upon hearing this, he was startled. "The holy sword?" She went on to explain, "The legend says that Celios was cursed by the great demon lord and endured countless torments for a long period of time." Annoyed, she angrily kicked the nearby music speaker cabinet and shouted, "Damn it, why is there no sound effect? Is it broken?" After that, Charlene resumed her storytelling. After going through endless suffering, he finally found a way to break the curse, the complete Moonlight Mark ritual. When Shurfeng heard this, his eyes widened in surprise. She continued, "After completing the Celios ritual, not only did he gain a new life, but he also acquired tremendous power, which allowed him to defeat the great demon lord and become the sword saint of the gods' domain continent." She then looked at him and winked, saying, "Just add 3 more gold, a total of 5 gold, and that's a friendly price. Others would charge at least 6 gold. Shurfeng sighed upon hearing this and said, "All right, the chance to become a sword saint in the future makes it worth it." At that moment, the system displayed a notification that the player had accepted the complete Moonlight Mark ritual. At that point, a pillar somewhere caught fire, and a stunning image of a beautiful woman was carved into it. Charlene stood in the center of it, looking at him, and shouted, "Just stand there, and that's all you need to do." He turned his head, looking around, and said, "Miss Charlene, is there any danger in this ritual?" She immediately flinched and replied, "Don't worry, even though it's my first time, my skills are really good. Even the teacher called me a genius." Then, she raised her hand and cast some kind of spell, shouting loudly, "Now, let's begin." However, just a moment later, she awkwardly thought, "The first line is." This action left him completely stunned. Shurfeng was frozen, hesitantly asking, "Are you really okay?" Hearing this, Charlene became angry. She flipped open a book and yelled, "Shut up, the money's already been paid, there's no turning back now." She then began casting again, chanting an extremely complicated incantation. Suddenly, a huge formation appeared around him, glowing with deep blue light. His eyes turned blue, radiating light, and his mouth began to spill a strange liquid. At that moment, the energy around him and from the formation began to rise, creating a chaotic and uncomfortable scene. He collapsed to his knees, and gradually, the black energy formed into a terrifying demonic figure. It was Yifeng's evil magic essence, level 4. The figure spoke, "Lowly human, do you think that by separating me from your body, you can escape my control?" Charlene, while still performing the ritual, shouted, "It's a split of the evil demon within you. Defeat him, and you can break the curse." However, before he could do anything, the demon charged toward him, shouting, "You vile human, you will never defeat the mighty demon." He immediately drew his sword, and the two of them charged at each other, engaging in a fierce battle. A violent clash erupted, and everything around them trembled with the force of the confrontation. At that moment, Charlene shouted loudly, "You idiot! He possesses 100% of your attributes, while you are cursed and only have half of yours left. Facing him directly is a sure way to find your own death." Indeed, as she said, Shifeng was immediately knocked back by him. However, he quickly regained his balance, and the enemy took advantage of this opening, charging at him again. His face clearly showed fatigue, and he thought to himself, "What is this? His strength is more than double mine." Then, the enemy rushed forward with lightning speed, striking a powerful blow toward Shifeng. Luckily, he was able to block it. The enemy's face was full of smug satisfaction as he said, "Submit to me, and you will gain unparalleled strength, freeing yourself from the lowly human body." Upon hearing this, Shifeng gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, "You want me to become your puppet? Don't even dream of it." With that, the two continued to fight. The difference in their strength was so vast that Shifeng was no match for him in direct combat. The enemy immediately unleashed his signature move, Chop, delivering a mighty strike toward him. Shifeng quickly retreated, maintaining his balance. The enemy raised his weapon high, roaring angrily, refused to submit and die. In an instant, he used his ultimate skill, Thundering Flash, with immense power, aiming directly at Shifeng. Shifeng was caught off guard by the sheer might of the attack. Moments later, he was struck with a devastating blow. The destructive force of the strike sent shockwaves through the very earth and sky. The demon's entire body emitted a dark green aura, looking extremely terrifying. Shifeng was struck with a powerful blow, causing his health bar to drop significantly, leaving only a small amount. At that moment, the system displayed a warning that Yifeng's health was now 10/2000. Seeing this, the demon seized the opportunity to unleash his ultimate skill, the swift wind sword, and slashed fiercely toward him, shouting, "Die!" Just as the tip of his sword was about to pierce Shifeng's eye, he suddenly found himself unable to move. At that moment, a binding magical array surrounded both of them. He screamed, "I can't move. This is a magic array." The demon was furious, trembling with anger as he cursed, "Despicable human." Shifeng, on the other hand, remained calm, gently pushing the demon's sword aside and saying, "I didn't expect I'd be hiding my trump card, did you?" He recalled earlier when the system had displayed Moonlight Forest. This was the magic array scroll. The system had given him the Holy Light Magic Array Scroll. This light-based magic array eradicated all evil in the world, binding the target so they couldn't move, lasting for 5 seconds. It also reduced all of the target's attributes by 50%, while simultaneously boosting all of the caster's attributes by 100%. The effect was doubled against those with evil intentions. Shifeng began speaking, "While we were fighting, I had my clone set up a magic array. In the midst of their battle, his clone had moved around, carefully setting up this array. After a brief moment, the system displayed a notification, 'Setup successful, reading coordinates.' A large circle was formed, and the formation was being linked. As soon as the formation was successfully established, it immediately formed a large circle with a golden light. Shifeng faced him and said, 'Setting up a magic formation takes time, so I almost died.' Upon hearing this, he angrily cursed, 'Despicable human, do you dare to deceive me?' Shifeng, hearing this, waved his hand and said, it's a pity that I had to use this magic artifact for you before it even got warm in my hands.
He gritted his teeth in anger and yelled, "What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me?"
Then, Shurfong, neither fast nor slow, delivered a powerful strike towards him and said, "You've talked too much." At the moment he was bound, Shurfong executed his ultimate move, delivering countless slashes toward him. The other person, however, was not afraid but arrogantly said, "Yifeng, don't think this is over.
We'll meet again."
The scene shifted, and the system kept displaying notifications. Congratulations on completing the Moonlight Mark quest. You have earned 10,000 experience points.
Starmoon Kingdom reputation +5, White River City reputation +20, Red Leaf Town reputation +100. Red Leaf Town reputation has reached 50 points.
You have been promoted to a first-class citizen of Red Leaf Town, and Red Leaf Town reputation has reached 100 points. You have been promoted to a third-class noble of Red Leaf Town and earned the title Demon Hunter. The Demon Hunter is highly respected, with noble status. As the Grim Reaper, you instill fear in dark creatures, reducing the attributes of dark-type monsters within a 100-meter radius by 10% while increasing the damage dealt to dark-type monsters by 10%. On the information display system, the Demon Mask, a special piece of jewelry, when worn, can disguise the wearer as someone else.
The disguise can only be seen through by advanced observation skills.
He immediately put it on and said, "The reward for this mission is not bad.
The amount of gold spent is truly worth it. With this, I can transform into the Black Flame Blacksmith.
No one will know that Yifeng and the Black Flame Blacksmith are actually the same person." At this moment, Charlene spoke up, "The ritual of the Adventurers Guild has been completed. The curse of the Great Devil will no longer disturb you."
Shurfong then asked, "Are you okay?"
She then performed a technique to open a spatial door and said, "This ritual has weakened me greatly.
I will rest for a while."
Afterward, she stepped into the door, not forgetting to add, "If you need me, come find me in White River City." He watched her figure disappear, then thought, the date for the Shadow Moon Tomb Raid with Bai Qing Shui is coming soon.
I need to level up quickly.
The scene shifted to Red Leaf Town Square, where people around were talking. Recently, the exchange rate for buying game coins in the guild had increased significantly. Now, 1 silver could be exchanged for 600 credits.
The God-devouring Serpent Guild had already started buying at this high price, right after the new release. If the prices stabilize later, we won't have a way to make money anymore. The people there were discussing, sell all your gear and items like I did, then sell all your game currency to the guild.
I've only been playing for a few days, and I've already earned enough to live on for 2 months. Shurfong was walking while checking the system and then spoke aloud, "Awesome, after defeating the demon, I've met the attribute requirements to equip the Silver Moon set." Suddenly, a group of people appeared, blocking his way. One of them said, "Big brother, this is the guy who easily got his hands on over 10 silver coins a few days ago.
He's definitely filthy rich."
The leader of the group then said, "Brother, you've struck one of my subordinates. You've committed a crime, so you will have to pay for it sooner or later." Shurfong looked up at him and recognized him as the swordmaster of the Iron Fist Guild, a level 5 swordmaster. He had been one of the top experts in a certain virtual reality martial arts game, but after that game shut down, he switched to playing God's Domain. Shurfong recalled that it wasn't long before he built up a powerful guild. Shurfeng's expression darkened slightly as he thought to himself, "In my past life, he soloed Yenhu twice, and even Shurexayan of the Ranger Alliance lost to Iron Sword Mad Master. But now, with the Abyssal Blade and Silver Moon gear, I'm not afraid of him at all." With that thought, he calmly walked past them, while checking the system again. One of the subordinates shouted, "Boss, he's ignoring us. Could it be that he's so scared he's lost his mind?" Then he turned around and yelled, "Yifeng, stop right there. Today, I'm going to make you regret it." Upon hearing this, Shurfong casually turned his head and asked, "Oh, who are you?" The man was furious upon hearing this. Damn it, he dared to forget about him. Shurfong then happily responded, "Ah, so you're the lecher who harassed Purple Mist Cloud. You got out of jail so quickly, huh? How was life in there?" The man's expression darkened, and he growled, "Damn it, this kid is doing this on purpose." At this moment, the person named Iron Sword Mad Master said, "Alright, Westgate Bleeder, watch your words and actions. Don't ruin the reputation of our Martial Forest League." The person named Westgate Bleeder clenched his fists in anger and said, "That kid is so annoying." Everyone around them paid attention to what he said, and he continued, "We're not like the villains that your brother beat up my subordinates. If you pay 20 silver, we'll consider the matter settled. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying the weak with our numbers." A person who witnessed the situation spoke up, "Why did the Chiffon provoke the wild dogs of Martial Forest League?" The other person replied, "A few days ago, Westgate Bleeder of Martial Forest League was causing trouble for players, and Yifeng taught him a lesson." Upon hearing this, the man became a little worried and said, "Iron Sword Mad Master has reached level 5, and his equipment is top-notch. This time, Yifeng will be lucky if he makes it out alive. Boss Shurexin, shouldn't we go help him?" Shurexin spoke up, "Don't rush, wait until it becomes dangerous. Only then will our assistance be truly valuable." The person next to him said, as expected, "The boss thinks things through carefully." At this moment, Shurexin anxiously looked at Shurfeng, thinking, "But I also want to see how this expert from the outskirts will handle such a situation." Shurfeng, in a cheerful mood, said, "Isn't 20 silver a bit too little?" He then took out a pouch containing 50 silver. Seeing this, the other side was overjoyed, their eyes shining as they said, "Wow, little guy, you really are a big spender. How about we become friends?" Westgate Bleeder, standing next to them, sighed and said, "The boss's old habit of getting starry-eyed over money is never going to change." Immediately after that, the subordinate was punched by him. He then regained his composure and said, "If you're really sincere like this, I'll protect you from now on. Anyone who touches you is touching the Martial Forest League." He then laughed happily and said, "Now, let's quickly make the deal." A notification appeared on the system, sending a trade invitation to Yifeng. At that moment, suddenly, a series of chains appeared out of nowhere and rushed toward him. He used his ultimate skill, Deep Origin, and activated all the chains, which immediately wrapped around him. At that moment, Shurfeng's whole body radiated a terrifying black aura. He smiled proudly, and upon seeing this, the man was furious, gritting his teeth and glaring as he said, "How dare you?" In contrast, Yifeng remained calm and walked over, slashing at him several times. Shurexin, witnessing this scene, was greatly surprised and said, "The sword is so fast." The person beside him responded, "Brother Shurexin, this Yifeng dared to kill someone in the safe zone, how reckless." After that, Shurfeng turned and said, "Does anyone else want this 50 silver?" They were all terrified, and one of them said, "Not good, the boss has been killed by him." The Westgate Bleeder, in fear, said, "Yifeng, don't get too cocky. Killing someone in the safe zone so openly? Just wait to be punished by the guards and thrown in prison." At that moment, soldiers suddenly appeared, and everyone shouted, "This is bad, why did the guards arrive so quickly?" Although Yifeng was brave, the price he had to pay was too high. Seeing the soldiers, the others, like they had seen their savior, cried and ran over, saying, "Someone is coming to save us." Immediately, he ran to hug the guard's leg and said, "Uncle Guard, it's him who killed my boss, lock him up, punish him severely." The man, crying while feeling smug, thought, "You're done for, little brat. Not only will you lose a level, but you'll also be locked up for 24 hours. When you come out, let's see how I deal with you." At this moment, the guard spoke, "Esteemed hunter, although you are a noble, according to the laws of Redleaf Town, if you kill someone here, you must pay a fine of 4 silver. Otherwise, I'll have to escort you to jail." The man was completely surprised and frightened. Noble? In every place, hunters are considered nobles. According to the setting of God's domain, the noble class enjoys many privileges. If a common player offends a noble, they will be jailed at best, or executed at worst. Even if a noble fights a common player in a safe zone, the guards won't intervene. This is the difference in status. Shurfeng then took out a pouch of money and handed it to the guard, saying, "Here's 20 silver. I still need to kill 4 more people later."
The four subordinates, upon hearing this, were terrified and immediately fled in panic. Run quickly. The people over there have the chance to mock us. Ha, Martial Forest League, today is your day. Look at how pathetic you all are. Get out of here. The scene then shifted to another place, where a battle was underway. Someone ordered to clear the creep monsters, or they wouldn't be able to attack the boss. A girl was currently fighting against a terrifying group of monsters. One of the teammates, while struggling with the monster, fearfully shouted, "Watch out behind you." At that moment, a monster, which no one knew when it had appeared, was already behind her, raising a large blade to strike. She panicked, unable to react in time, and could only stare at it in shock. In that critical moment, a figure appeared just in time, shouting, "Get down!" Qing Shui then swung her sword repeatedly, defeating the monster. She turned to look at the girl and said, "If you're low on stamina, go to the back and rest." The girl immediately replied, "Yes, Sister Qing Shui." After giving the order, she continued to charge towards the monsters ahead, attacking. Qing Shui quickly wielded her sword, cutting through the monsters with swift and agile movements. With just one attack, she had already taken down 3 large and ferocious beasts. Her strength was enough to make the remaining ones tremble in fear. They couldn't even track her movements. Next, Qing Shui immediately finished off 2 more monsters. Her gaze was sharp, and her pupils turned purple, emanating a powerful aura. She shouted, "Die!" With her swift movements and overwhelming combat power, she defeated countless monsters. Suddenly, a large orb appeared, emitting a dark light. She yelled, "Everyone, watch out for the boss, it's about to unleash its ultimate move." Right after that, a beam of light with devastating power shot out from the eyes of the boss monster. Qing Shui shouted, giving orders, "After the boss unleashes its ultimate move, it will enter a weakened state. Everyone, maximize your long-range damage." On Yuru's side, along with the other teammates who were setting up the formation, upon hearing the order, they responded loudly, "Understood." Immediately after, an enormous explosion occurred, its force powerful enough to destroy everything. In the end, only smoke and dust remained, and all the monsters vanished. It was then that Qing Shui gathered the team to ask for a report on the casualties. Yuer spoke up, 5 casualties, the main tank has fallen, along with 2 short-range DPS, 1 long-range DPS, and 1 healer. After hearing this, she let out a tired sigh and said, "Go tell everyone to clean up the battlefield and take a 10-minute break. After that, prepare to head to the Physis Gorge." At that moment, a new portal opened. Everyone was surprised, and someone asked, "A teleportation gate? The battle isn't over yet?" From the portal, a person wearing a black outfit slowly stepped out, a slight smirk on his face. He quickly walked over to the group and said, "Excuse me, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself." He then removed his hood and said, "My ID is Black Flame." At that moment, Shifeng thought to himself that his fame level in Redleaf Town had increased. If I can open a teleportation gate to be near my friends, this will definitely enhance the sense of mystery around me. Everyone there was taken aback. Black Flame, is he the mysterious blacksmith, the expert who made Deal Striker quit the server? At this point, he suddenly stepped forward and said, "Captain God-Devouring Serpent, by Qing Shui, I've admired you for a long time." Shifeng walked over to strike up a conversation. "I heard that God-Devouring Serpent is recruiting new members. I've come all this way to meet the captain and discuss a potential collaboration." Qing Shui immediately replied, "God-Devouring Serpent, we're currently in need of a blacksmith. If you want to join, feel free to name your price." Yuer then whispered in her ear, "Sister Qing Shui, how can you be sure he's really Black Flame the blacksmith? Have you forgotten about the scammers who tricked us before?" Upon hearing this, she recalled how many people had come forward claiming to be Black Flame the blacksmith. She then gave an order, "Sha Yuer, take them to the smithy." Yuer obeyed, "Yes, Sister Qing Shui." Moments later, Yuer hurriedly reported, "Sister Qing Shui, it's bad. In less than half an hour, they've already wasted all the materials in our warehouse, and they couldn't even forge a shimmering chestplate." Qing Shui was shocked upon hearing this and quickly turned around.
She then said, for him to appear here like this, he must be a true expert.
Shifeng listened.
Ru, upon hearing this, angrily spoke up, what a fierce tone. If you want to cooperate equally with the god-devouring serpent, at least you should be from a top-tier guild. Xing Shui also chimed in, there aren't many forces that are on par with us, let alone a single player.
What makes you think you have the qualifications?
Afterward, he said nothing but calmly took out a large number of blacksmithing blueprints.
Everyone was astonished when they saw this, high-level blacksmithing blueprints. Ru was equally shocked and shouted, how do you have so many high-level blueprints? Shifeng then replied seriously, am I qualified now, Miss Bai? Scene change.
Ru, upon seeing those system panels, was astounded beyond belief. Where on earth did he find these designs?
Shifeng gave a dismissive look and replied, it's a secret.
Hearing this, she puffed her cheeks in irritation. Scene change, 2 hours earlier, at the Dwarven Bar in Hammerstone Town. He Diao stroked his beard and proposed, adventurer, help me get some drinks to cool down, and I'm willing to exchange my treasure with you. The system notification appeared, accepting the duplicate request from He Diao, and prompting to deliver 5 drinks to him.
With a wave of his hand, 5 glasses of juice immediately appeared on the table.
Shifeng smirked to himself, thinking, the juice made by Purple Mist Cloud is specially for you.
The old man picked up a glass, drank, and had a satisfied expression.
Indeed, the juice was of perfect quality.
Thank you, adventurer.
At this moment, the system displayed the next notification, task requested by He Diao completed. You have received 10 copper, 250 experience points, and 5 affection points. Within a few minutes, He Diao had finished 5 glasses.
With a longing expression, he said, what if I can never drink such refreshing and delicious juice again?
Hearing this, Shifeng quickly conjured a bunch of juice boxes and said, don't worry, there's plenty of juice. After the exchange, the system notified the completion of the task, request from He Diao multiplied by 340, you have received 3,400 copper, 85,000 experience points. The affection level of Mayor He Diao has increased to 1,000 points, reaching a level of respect. You have received the reward, He Diao's key, and the 10x high-level design blueprint. At this moment, a smug smile curled on his lips. In an instant, not only did I level up to 5, but I also earned a stack of high-level design blueprints, and even received the hidden reward, He Diao's key, which is the source of the blueprints. Back in the present, Xing Shui stroked her chin, deep in thought. She made a decision, I absolutely cannot allow someone with high-level design blueprints to cooperate with another guild. Then, she made a decision that left the 2 other members stunned. I agree to your request. At that moment, Shifeng turned and started to walk away, but I'm not interested anymore.
Hearing this, Xing Shui quickly became anxious, no, it's because I offended you before.
She lowered her head and hurriedly said, please forgive my previous rudeness.
Please consider God-devouring serpent's request.
Ru found it hard to believe and spoke out, Sister Xing Shui, how can you lower your head to him?
He's just a blacksmith.
Xing Shui glanced at him before seriously explaining, I have determined that right now, the Black Flame Blacksmith is the key. If we get him, it will ensure that the guild will definitely become the number 1 in God's domain. Seeing her sincerity, Shifeng paused, then turned to compliment her, as the leader of God-devouring serpent, you truly have a great sense of responsibility. I agree to cooperate with you and will only provide the best equipment to God-devouring serpent, and of course, at the most reasonable prices. The 2 of them shook hands again, and Xing Shui said, under the name of the leader of God-devouring serpent, our partnership must be as solid as rock. As they shook hands, she felt a familiar scent, but she quickly brushed it aside and asked, we are heading towards the west side of Phissus Canyon, would you be interested in forming a team and leveling up together? Shifeng raised his hand to his chin and replied, sure, I happen to be passing through there to complete a mission. At this moment, the system announced the key to He Diao and suggested heading to Phissus Canyon's Fallen to retrieve the Titan's heart. Xing Shui thought to herself, this is perfect, I can now test his strength. The next day, the system reported that Black Flame had joined the team.
Another member walked over and voiced their dissatisfaction, isn't Black Flame just a weak blacksmith? What right does he have to join Miss Gentle Snow's team? Another girl from the guild laughed and added, "Don't rush, soon we'll see how he makes a fool of himself." A little while later, at Phissis Canyon, countless birds flew across the sky. Cheng Shui looked up at the group and said, "Stay sharp, everyone." Quickly, one of the team members was snatched into the air by it. Another one, full of fear, said, "I've seen posts on the forums where players share about the Eagle Goddess Demoness invitation cards." He reported, "It says that the beloved will lift people into the air and then throw them down. Players who are thrown to the ground will be instantly killed." After hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in concern. Shifeng remained calm and said, "What's there to be afraid of? If someone gets taken, it just means their skills are too poor." Upon hearing this, Suyu couldn't hold back and angrily cursed, "What the hell is that damn blacksmith doing acting so arrogantly on the battlefield?" But just as she finished speaking, the bird snatched her by the shoulder. It dragged her into the air, and she struggled and screamed, "Help me." He glanced over inside. The Eagle Goddess Demoness always prefers to pick the loud, foolish ones. The scene shifted, and a team member raised his hand and rushed over, shouting, "I'm coming to save you." As he was about to reach her feet, he said, "Just a little more." But it was too late. Suyu was already being pulled higher into the air, frantically screaming, "Help! I don't want to die." The guy fell, unable to save her, muttering, "Sorry." At this moment, Yu quickly cast a fire spell to attack the bird. Soon, 3 massive explosions occurred in midair, killing the Eagle Goddess Demoness. Meanwhile, the girl was falling rapidly to the ground. The woman crashed face first into the ground, sending a cloud of dust flying into the air. Fortunately, Suyu was left with only a sliver of health but still alive, feeling relieved because she thought for sure she would die this time. Yuru, seeing this, felt annoyed and said, "Look at how useless you are." Suyu buried her face in the ground, complaining, "It's all because of that blacksmith, he made me lose focus." Shifeng watched the scene and thought to himself, "This guy really is a master at throwing." At that moment, another Eagle Goddess Demoness rushed toward them with a terrifying expression. It flew toward Shifeng's back to attack. He sensed it and with a simple swing of his sword, he could instantly kill the bird, sending its body flying toward Suyu. She instinctively dodged, but unfortunately, she ended up crashing face first into the ground. Shifeng, standing not far away, watched the scene and said, "A side dish." The girl, hearing this, became furious and yelled, "What are you so proud of? You're just lucky you managed to cut off its wing." While the woman was still cursing, another one appeared to attack. Suyu reacted quickly, flipping over to dodge. At that moment, Shifeng, wielding his sword with deadly intent, made a clean cut, killing the bird. The creature fell, lying on the ground, with an astonished expression, accompanied by several falling gold coins. Shifeng stood tall and majestic as he sheathed his sword. At that moment, the people in the group stared in astonishment, realizing his true strength. Cheng Shui raised her hand to her chin in contemplation. "This sword energy, this ethereal mastery, I've only seen Shifeng use it before. Is this person really just a blacksmith?" Shifeng pulled his hood up and spoke, "Why are you all just standing there? Pick up the loot and let's go." As the group continued their journey, Yu turned back and shouted, "Let's go, Sister Yuru." She was still stunned, gazing up at the sky with a sigh, Eagle Goddess Demoness, and yet, she was scared off. Afterward, Yuru turned her gaze toward Shifeng and said, "It's unfortunate, we've encountered Yifeng." A while later, they arrived at a different place called the Fallen Meteorite Lands. This area was teeming with mechanical knights, all at level 9, with a boss at level 10. From a higher vantage point, Cheng Shui saw them and asked, "What exactly is the mission you've taken that involves dealing with monsters this strong?" Shifeng, standing behind, replied, "It's to obtain Titan's heart, and hidden quest." She looked at the monsters and assessed the situation. "The average level of our group is only 6. Taking on these level 9 monsters is pretty much a suicide mission." Cheng Shui then turned to strategize. "For the sake of safety, we'll have to take them down one by one. Yuru, you'll be in charge of using second-tier magic to draw the monsters aggro. Once the monsters bite, the tank will take over their aggro, and then we'll destroy them.
Yu nodded seriously. I'll go prepare now. However, at that moment, Shifeng spoke up to stop her. Wait. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. Thief, you don't trust my strength. He quickly explained, the mobility of mechanical systems is superior to that of living creatures.
If you lack agility, you won't be able to run away. Who here has more than 14 agility?
Yu spoke up. Oh my god, I only have 4 points.
Xing Shui replied, I'm fine.
Yu leaned on her hands and complained, you fool.
Our mage classes are already lacking in agility to begin with. Another young man said, my agility is 12 points. Suyu also presented, mine is exactly 14 points, what's up with that?
Upon hearing this, Shifeng raised his hand and summoned a scroll, then said, you and Suyu buff up agility, use your speed to lure all the mechanical monsters to one spot, the rest, leave it to me to handle. Xing Shui turned around to leave and said, I believe in your combat strength, Black Flame, but I won't be using that speed book. And then, she dashed towards the group at an incredible speed and declared, they can't catch up to me. Scene change, Xing Shui quickly drew aggro from the monsters, and although the mechanical knights were high level, they couldn't keep up with her. Over here, Suyu also successfully attracted a bunch of monsters. Soon, both of them led countless monsters to an open area where Shifeng was waiting. The monsters charged like starving wolves, attacking everyone in the guild. Yu, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat and thought, with so many monsters drawn in, how does Black Flame plan to deal with them? When the timing was right, Shifeng took the scroll, seriously summoned fire, then opened it and placed it on the ground. A golden light radiated out.
Feeling the immense power, she gasped in astonishment, the magic power is so strong.
At that moment, an intricate and massive magic formation appeared right under Shifeng's feet. Shifeng controlled the second-tier magic to envelop the sword, and when he was about to begin, both Xing Shui and Suyu quickly retreated. At this moment, Shifeng raised his sword high into the sky and said, second-tier magic. Shifeng hovered in the air alongside the countless fireballs he had created. Very soon, the fireballs began falling one by one, destroying the mechanical knights below. A terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes.
The monsters stood motionless, awaiting their death.
They were consumed by the flames and burned to nothing. Even the sturdy armor could not withstand the intense fire, leaving the monsters reduced to ashes. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew, carrying with it the searing heat that sent those standing nearby flying. Xing Shui, struggling to withstand the heat, exclaimed, such powerful energy. After a while, as the flames subsided, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Shifeng stood alone in the vast open ground, surrounded by countless precious gems that had fallen from the battle. After this fight, he leveled up from 5 to 6. The members of the guild also gained a level. Shifeng, full of pride, spoke, these equipment pieces are far below my forging level.
If any of you need them, feel free to pick them up.
At this moment, Xing Shui turned to him and said, I had originally planned to level up with your help, but in the blink of an eye, I've already achieved my goal.
How should I thank you?
Shifeng smiled and replied, there's no need to thank me. I've made it this far safely, and you all have already helped me in many ways. She said with a hint of regret, it's a pity that the danger of this exploration is a bit too great for our team.
The rest of the journey, you'll have to continue alone.
Hearing this, he summoned a scroll and said, it's fine.
Drawing the monster's attention has already helped me a lot.
Take these return scrolls, they should help you get back a bit faster. Yu stood next to him, looking at him with a different gaze, smiling and suggesting, Black Flame, tomorrow we need to do a team dungeon raid for level 5.
Why don't you come along with us?
Xing Shui also agreed, saying, yes, with Black Flame here, our chances of clearing the level 5 dungeon raid would be much higher. Upon hearing this suggestion, Shifeng didn't seem to care and turned to leave.
I might be very busy. We'll talk about it next time.
Yu sighed upon hearing this, while Xing Shui admired him, saying, no wonder you're the forging master Black Flame. As he was walking, the system suddenly popped up, asking if he agreed to the friend request from Flaming Moon. Seeing this, Shifeng didn't think twice and simply pressed the button to decline.
Upon receiving the response, Yuru angrily shouted, "Ah, how dare he reject me?"
He glanced over, smiling smugly and said, "Maybe it's because he got embarrassed and took it out on you." After walking for a long distance, Shifeng finally arrived at a large gate. He raised his hand and pulled out a key, then inserted it into the pedestal and twisted it to unlock. Immediately, a blue magic formation appeared. The large stone door beside it slowly opened, creating a gentle breeze as it moved. As soon as the door opened, a group of mechanical knights inside glanced at him, and immediately they charged at Shifeng to attack. Seeing this, Shifeng quickly took his stance and ran. He nimbly dashed through the gap in the stone door just as it was about to close. Once inside, the system displayed a notification, "Borussia Outpost detected." Scene transition, Borussia, level 11. The system continued to update the quest, "Find the Heart of Steel." Shifeng slowly walked towards the light. "This is it." He stepped out from the darkness, wearing a black cloak, standing in front of a cold door in the midst of a gloomy space. Looking down, he saw a deep, dark pit with steam rising from it, as though hiding some terrifying mystery. Shifeng placed his hand on the edge to gain momentum and leapt down below. As he jumped, he quickly activated gravity liberation, unlocking it. Thanks to the gravitational force, he flew toward a cave in the cliffside. When his feet touched the ground, he looked inside and saw a mysterious box. "Finally, it's here." Shifeng smiled in satisfaction. He walked over to the box, slowly extending his hand to touch it. The moment he opened it, a blinding light flashed, obscuring his vision, followed by a deafening explosion from inside the box. This is definitely an unpredictable situation. Shifeng was struck, smoke billowing from his mouth. The system sensed the danger and intervened. It appeared, enveloping the smoking box. Shifeng looked on, puzzled. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Good thing I've made a habit of being cautious in everything I do, or I would have been killed." Once the thick smoke dissipated, the items inside were revealed. Inside was a black stone shield made of mysterious iron, requiring 25 strength points. Level 10, with 69 defense, 29% defense rate, 7 strength, 10 endurance, and 200 life points. An invisible wall was created upon equipping it, reducing direct damage by 10%. He picked it up and observed carefully, thinking, "This must be an absolute masterpiece of a level 10 shield." The dice rolled randomly, and the score corresponding to the proficiency attribute was received. He said, "This is definitely something that gambling dogs would love." Back then, many people spent large amounts of money just to buy this. Then, Shifeng threw it onto the ground, but since he wasn't lacking money right now, he might as well keep it for himself. The dice rolled on the ground and stopped at the number 20. The system announced, "Achievement, Gambler's Spirit completed, awarded 20 points, and the reward is doubled." The system recognized the proficiency in single-handed sword. His two hands seemed to feel a surge of power. "Luck is here, but even this can't be stopped." After that, he took out several scrolls. "There are also some items that can save my life, I'll take all of them." He also received, Book of Fire Element Resistance, Elemental Ice, Elemental Image, which will reduce the next elemental damage by 50%. His intuition told him something was wrong, making him turn his head. There was no time to waste. Shifeng quickly left. He couldn't stay here any longer. He ran toward the cave and leapt straight out, splashing into the water. After that, he dove deep into the lake. After a while, Shifeng surfaced, gasping for air. This was now the Borussia Fortress, the center of the level 12 area. The system reminded, "The duration of your first real-life protection gear is about to expire." Shifeng, feeling down, said, "I finally made it here, and now the trial period is almost over." He said to himself, "Well, I've accumulated quite a few credit points over the past few days. It's time to upgrade my gear a bit." The system was running offline commands, and in the morning at the apartment complex, Hazy's call echoed. Wooey crossed his arms and glanced at Hazy. "Didn't you say you're a gaming expert? I've been waiting for you at Shadow for days. Why haven't you shown up?" Hazy replied,
Wooey, didn't I tell you? I joined another studio, so I haven't gone to check Shadow.
Wooey's face turned grim. Don't lie to me.
Is there another studio besides Jin High University? What's its name?
Hazy hesitated, visibly frightened. About that. He thought to himself, Feng didn't even tell me what the studio is called. Wooey smiled smugly, no need to hide it from me. I know you didn't pass the shadow exam.
If you're really not up for it, I can help you out. You can join as an auxiliary member.
His gaze fell on the hat on the shelf, and he suddenly exclaimed, Wait a minute, the hat you're wearing is one of those promotional ones for the game.
Is your studio even legit?
Wooey patted Hazy's head like a younger brother. If you join the Shadow Reserve team, you'll get an official VR helmet.
Official members get a low-latency VR helmet worth 20,000 credit points. But Hazy remains silent.
Wooey continued to coax, Hey, I'm serious. You must have been fooled by that scumbag boss of yours. Suddenly, a person opened the door and stepped in, loudly announcing, I'm the one who founded the studio for pets.
He furrowed his brows and asked Wooey, Got any opinions?
The scene shifted. The man pointed to his forehead and said, Feng, I didn't even know Jin High University had someone like you.
He laughed loudly. A brat who can't even afford a hat, and he's talking about opening a studio.
He kept pointing at Feng's head, mocking, Open a studio, damn it. Unexpectedly, Feng's hand shot out and grabbed the finger pointing at him. A sharp crack echoed. Feng looked down at the man, irritated, and said, Now you know what kind of person I am. At that moment, the man was clutching his arm, crying out, Damn it, it's broken. The others followed Feng outside. Feng then said, Hey Z, the stuff has arrived. He lifted his head and looked toward Feng. Feng was surprised, and they couldn't help but exclaim, This is the God's Domain Illusion 2100 Pro, along with the full set of neural acceleration suit. He spoke to those behind him, also, change the network in the bedroom to a dedicated, ultra-low latency one for me.
He replied, Yes. Hey Z was overjoyed, saying, Feng, this is too expensive.
The man on the other side slowly stood up and cursed, You little bastard, are you acting in my bedroom?
He shouted angrily, You think you're great because you have money?
Be careful, I'll tell the boss of Shadow.
We can't hide in this game. Hazy placed a hand on Feng's shoulder and said, Shadow, in front of the god-devouring serpent, is just a junior brother.
Hazy said, Brother Feng, we are the ones that Bai Qing Shui from the god-devouring serpent has taken a liking to. As he thought about it, his face immediately turned pale.
God-devouring serpent?
He looked at him with disbelief.
What's so impressive about bragging?
You're so powerful, but haven't you still not joined the god-devouring serpent?
If not, then why are you still here opening some studio?
Hearing this, he immediately stopped.
The man awkwardly continued, Tell me the name of your studio.
At this moment, his cold voice rang out, the beginning of wings that soar to the heavens.
Studio Zero Wing. He turned his head to look back, Do you want to come? Immediately after, the man returned to meet his boss.
Brother Zhang, everything is almost settled, his fingers had been bandaged. Zhang Luowei then leaned back in his chair and asked, What do you mean by almost settled? He was the second in command of the Shadow Guild. The man replied, a bit flustered, Everyone else has agreed, it's just that the guy, like a black stone in a toilet pit, stinky and hard, seems unwilling to join. Because a zero-wing studio appeared at the academy, he had joined this studio a long time ago and even said he wouldn't join a trash studio like Shadow.
Upon hearing this name, Zhang Luowei was also curious. Zero Wing Studio?
The man continued, The leader of Zero Wing Studio is a senior student named Feng, and he's been quite arrogant lately. Luowei, upon hearing this, propped his hand on the table and asked, How many people are currently in the studio?
The man replied, There are 6 people. Hearing this, Luowei couldn't help but burst into laughter.
It's just a small studio with 6 people, and you're putting so much importance on them. He continued to remind, Wooey, I advise you to focus your attention on the school's friendship club this year. This is a great opportunity for Shadow to make significant progress.
Don't waste it on that studio.
Then, Luo Wei suddenly remembered another issue and added, we must secure the honor of being the first studio to exceed 20 members.
By then, your benefits won't be much.
Wu Yi quickly replied, yes, Brother Zhang, but that guy Shifeng also has his own studio. The man with the surname Zhang smiled wickedly.
No problem.
He cracked his knuckles.
Meanwhile, over on this side, Shifeng couldn't help but reflect.
In his previous life, his university years were almost entirely consumed by games, to the point where he neglected his studies. By then, his parents were already mentally exhausted, severely ill, and unable to recover.
The family had incurred considerable debt in an attempt to treat them.
He sat and looked out of the window. This time, given the chance to start over, he was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. The phone screen lit up with a message, credit points transferred successfully, 10,000 points. He would tell his mother that the money came from his part-time job. Also, he reminded them to be cautious before their health deteriorated further.
With that, the family's problems might be resolved.
His expression was serious.
The next task was to focus on his studies.
As Shifeng arrived in class, the others seemed quite surprised. This is rare, Shifeng skipped class but showed up today. They looked at him with unkind eyes.
Why is this guy back? Who called him here?
It must have been the class monitor who informed him.
I didn't expect him to actually return.
The other girls also showed signs of displeasure, just a poor student in the class, and yet they already felt annoyed just by looking at him. Seeing this, he smiled helplessly. Looking back at his previous life, being a person had truly been a failure, everyone seemed to dislike him.
The girl then walked up and said, Shifeng, you finally made it. This girl was also an exception in his life.
A beautiful girl smiled and walked toward him. Back then, when Shifeng had been ostracized by the whole class, Zhao Ruoshi was the only one who didn't hold any prejudice against him. At that moment, the girl looked at him with a worried expression.
During the class reunion, if anything bad happens, you mustn't talk to Lin Fei. And the person she was referring to came up, asking, what about me? He walked over and immediately glared at Shifeng. Shifeng, why are you here?
Shifeng glanced at him, Lin Fei Long. He recalled his past life, this bastard really has his ways. After graduation, he even managed to pursue the daughter of a wealthy family and within 3 years became the chairman of the company. But because the influence of the virtual reality industry kept growing, all of Lin Fei Long's investments gradually poured into that field. Unfortunately, the partnership didn't last long before he betrayed the Shadow Guild and climbed onto a different branch. He looked at the guy and assessed him, silently deciding, I won't go to this class reunion. This is also a turning point in my life, the moment that caused Shifeng to fall into the abyss.
He then said to him, can I go to the reunion or not?
The person gritted their teeth, irritated, and cursed before turning away to continue, don't bother with any more classes.
I'll get straight to the point.
Everyone knows that I've been busy with competitions recently and haven't been paying attention to my academic results, so I want to ask everyone here to give me the graduation certificate so I can graduate smoothly. The others, upon hearing this, seemed to agree, this candidate will be chosen by everyone.
What do you all think?
Upon hearing this, they immediately cheered, if Long says it's good, then we agree. He looked at the person with a calculating gaze, I have a nomination for you, Shifeng.
After all, you're not going to school. A graduation certificate probably means nothing to you.
The others, hearing this, also found it reasonable, whether Shifeng goes to university or not doesn't matter. Long is the champion of the competition, has contributed to the class, and worked hard for the class's honor.
You should give it to Long.
Upon hearing this, the person was left speechless, curling his lips. This scenario is exactly the same as in my previous life. And the reason he's here now is to make sure Lin Fei Long's scheme doesn't succeed and to rebuild his own destiny.
Ru Shi, seeing everyone's reaction, spoke up, "Everyone, how can we just decide like this?" Lin Fei Long, hearing this, snapped back, "Shut up. Who asked you?" "Shifeng, this is the decision of the whole class. Do you agree?"
Immediately, the person answered with a response that surprised everyone, "Like hell I will." Hearing this, Lin Fei Long flew into a rage, throwing a punch and charging at him.
"Say that again."
Right after that, a loud sound rang out, and Lin Fei Long was thrown far away by a great force.
Everyone in the class gasped in astonishment at the sight. Ruoshi also turned around in surprise. "Shifeng?"
His expression was completely different from before, cold as he said, "I told you to get lost, Lin Fei Long." Scene change, the man, Fei Long, was knocked unconscious and lying on the ground. Shifeng sneered, "The school's competition champion."
Then, he brushed his hands in mockery, "Is that all the strength you have?"
At that moment, someone shouted loudly, "Xiao Long has been beaten." Shifeng turned to the door and saw Yu Hu standing there with his arms crossed, watching him. Shu Wu held his hand tightly, looking scared, and said, "Mr. Hu." At this moment, Shifeng recalled the scene where Yu Hu was killed in the game. Ji Yu Hu, truly a nemesis. Shu Wu broke into a cold sweat, fear in her voice. She exclaimed, "You're Shifeng. You've gone back to school."
The man beside her, hearing this, curiously asked, "You know him?"
Shifeng raised his hand, sneering as he explained, "Oh, is this your ex-girlfriend, Qin Shu Wu? Didn't expect you've climbed to a new branch recently." Hearing this, Yu Hu clenched his teeth in anger. "Damn it, I got demoted from team captain because of Yifeng in that online game, and now I'm feeling incredibly upset, and now this Shifeng shows up." Unable to control himself, he swung his arm and charged forward. The woman beside him, knocked aside, shouted in panic, "Mr. Hu." Yu Hu, brimming with murderous intent, stepped forward and interrogated, "You beat up my person and made me lose all my face. I'll teach you a lesson." He leaned in close to Shifeng's face, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Huh? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." When the two were about to fight, Ruoshi ran out to stop them. "Stop, this is our class. If you're not involved, please step outside." Yu Hu reached out and touched her chin, smirking. "Do you have feelings for him?" Upon seeing this, Shifeng immediately clenched his fist. He looked at him and smiled provocatively, "Fighting is too simple. Why don't we add a little color to it?" Yu Hu, excited upon hearing this, quickly made his suggestion. "I bet 1,000 credits. If you win, it's yours. But if you lose, you'll have to kneel and compensate me with 1,000 credits. Do you dare accept?" Shifeng looked at him with a disdainful smile. "So stingy, isn't that number a little too small?" Shu Wu, standing behind, overheard and asked his family curiously, "Do you think you can afford 10,000 credits?" He then raised his phone and laughed. "This is nothing more than a piece of cake for me." At this moment, Yu Hu grinned, lost in his delusion. "That amount is not a small sum. Beating him won't be easy, right?" The students standing outside whispered among themselves. "Is Shifeng out of his mind? Zhu Yu Hu is the champion, and now he's not only going up against Lin Fei Long but also provoking Zhu Yu Hu. He's definitely going to be in trouble this time." After a while, both of them stepped into the ring. Shu Wu leaned against the wall, complaining. "A weak chicken who has never even learned the basics of fighting. Isn't he just an idiot trying to smash an egg against a rock? This isn't a secondary match. These are the brutal rules of the real world. Shifeng, just wait for your bad luck." Ruoshi stood beside, clenching her fist, cheering, "Shifeng." At this moment, Yu Hu rubbed his neck, started the engine, and looked at him with a mocking gaze. "What are you staring at? Were you pretending a bit too much earlier, and now you're regretting it?" Shifeng, however, was not paying attention. He was lost in thoughts, reminiscing about old memories. His consciousness had come from a world 10 years into the future, where he had experienced countless life and death battles that felt incredibly real in God's domain. His improvement in combat skills and experience had progressed at an extraordinarily fast rate. Compared to a fighter jet, it was hard to say how many levels he had surpassed. He thought to himself, the only problem is this body that hasn't been trained. Although my brain can keep up, my muscles might not unleash their full potential.
It's like a level-based game. No matter how strong your consciousness manipulation is, if you can't deal any damage, it's pointless. But a game is still a game, and reality is still reality.
There are many parts of the body that, no matter how much you train, will never become strong. Eyes that are stabbed can lead to blindness, resulting in a loss of combat ability. A blow to the temples can cause shock to the brain, leading to brain hemorrhage and a loss of balance. A hard squeeze to the trachea can press on the windpipe, stimulate the vagus nerve and diaphragm, triggering a reflex of shortness of breath, violent coughing, and suffocation.
Severe pain in the testicles can quickly cause the opponent to lose their will to fight.
Shifeng looked at him with a sneer. The superior position is the weak spot.
Real damage can only be inflicted by targeting weaknesses, not level differences.
Even if you rarely train your strength, you can still end the battle immediately. Yu Hu, seeing that taunting smile, became enraged and cursed. He gritted his teeth and charged at him with a crazed look in his eyes. I'll make you stop smiling. Before the strike, he remained calm, standing still without moving. The scene shifted, and Shifeng seized the right moment. He began to move his wrist. As the opponent approached, he swung his hand and delivered a powerful punch to the throat. At this moment, Shifeng silently thought, a blow to the throat, the trachea is compressed for a moment, making breathing difficult. At this point, the opponent appeared to be suffocating and unable to defend himself. Yu Hu, clutching his throat, trembled in pain, retreating step by step. His eyes widened, mouth drooling, and his face filled with disbelief as he said, "How the hell did you do that?" During this moment, Shifeng quickly landed a precise punch to Yu Hu's temple. He reasoned, the temple point is struck, causing blood to rush to the brain, while also losing balance and consciousness. As a result, after the punch, Yu Hu fell unconscious. Shifeng then glanced at him and concluded. Shortly after, Yu Hu was shocked and immediately collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. The students standing outside began discussing excitedly. Not only Lin Fei Long, but even Zhu Yu Hu was shocked. Zhu Yu Hu was the champion in the competition, so how could Shifeng be this strong? The reason Shifeng was so strong was because of the SW Market's muscle nutrition supplement, which could rapidly promote muscle development. Even if he played games for long periods, it wouldn't affect his muscles. This was something he had been unable to achieve in his previous life. First, Lin Fei Long was knocked unconscious by Shifeng and lay motionless on the floor. Then, Shifeng glanced over at the girl sitting dazed in the corner and thought, and there's Qin Shuwu. Finally, the grudge from my past life is resolved. With everything settled, he was about to leave to go home when he heard a loud voice calling, "Shifeng." Ruoshi hurriedly ran after him and said, "Please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Shifeng stopped and turned to look at Zhao Ruoshi. After witnessing the match, she skeptically asked, "Are you really Shifeng?" At the question, he was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. "Huh?" Seeing his reaction, Ruoshi awkwardly turned her face away and said, "I didn't come to talk about this, but in 10 days, the school will host a friendship event. High-ranking executives from famous companies in Qihai City will attend. You must think it over carefully." Seeing her enthusiasm, Shifeng smiled and replied, "I know. I'll be there on time." Once he returned to his room, Shifeng picked up his gaming helmet and thought, that friendship event is something I could never even get close to in my past life. This time, it seems like there will be a new opportunity. He then placed the helmet on his head and decided, in order to prepare for the friendship event, I need to go back into the game and make some extra money. Soon, Shifeng entered the game. The system immediately displayed a notification, a high-end gaming device has been detected. It is facilitating the neural link adaptation for the player. A few seconds later, the system displayed another message, setup complete, congratulations. You have unlocked the neural enhancement function. You can now control your in-game character more accurately and perform incredibly complex movement commands. In an instant, Shifeng was teleported to the base of the stairs leading to the upper floor, and the system displayed the mission to track down Titan's heart. After reading it, Shifeng quickly rushed up the stairs. After switching to the advanced device, his data reading speed increased. Soon, he reached his destination and stopped in the center. In front of Shifeng was a block of energy, the Titan's heart mentioned in the quest. Shifeng observed it and then spoke, "This is the heart of the entire Titan energy fortress." At that moment, a jester suddenly flew through the air and spoke, "I can't believe that after so many years, someone still comes here." He looked at Shifeng and grinned wickedly, "Welcome to Borussia, to celebrate the arrival of the first player. Ha, I have specifically decided to use your flesh and blood as an appetizer for my beloved pet." Ha ha. Then, the jester shouted loudly, "Come out, my darling." Immediately, from the darkness, a monster emerged, a three-headed wolf with heavy heads. It was the level 15 three-headed hellhound, with each head having a life value of 2000. Shifeng glanced at the monster and calmly deduced, because fate has changed, the checkpoints in the game have been altered too? This boss doesn't exist in my memory. At this point, he raised his sword, with flames blazing, his sharp gaze fixed, and said, "Doesn't matter, just kill it directly." At that moment, the three-headed hellhound opened its mouth and launched a massive fireball, using its fire breath to shoot flames toward Shifeng. The huge and searing flames were flying straight toward him. Shifeng quickly raised his hand and used the gravity liberation skill to dodge the attack. Then, he followed up with Phantom Kill, reducing its health by a few hundred points, confident that there would be no problem. Just when he thought it was over, another head opened its mouth and unleashed a blast of ice and snow. Seeing this, Shifeng gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, there's even a backup, gravity liberation came too early, didn't it?" Without hesitation, the monster immediately unleashed the skill, Ice Breath. Unable to dodge in time, Shifeng took the hit. He analyzed it, realizing that 30% of his health had been drained and he was frozen. Just then, a multitude of lightning bolts suddenly struck down from above. He looked up in shock, stunned. Unable to dodge, he was struck by them in that direction. The clown, floating in the air, laughed upon seeing this, but when he saw that Shifeng was still standing after the attack, he was surprised. How could this guy still be alive, like a cockroach? At this moment, Shifeng gritted his teeth in anger and concluded, "The three-headed monster doesn't just cooperate well, it also uses powerful area of effect attribute skills with great potency." He struggled to keep balance with the swords he summoned, thinking to himself, "If I hadn't managed to release defensive blades just in time, I'd have been blown to pieces by now." This three-headed hellhound boss is truly formidable. The boss, looking down from above with disdain, said, "You're relying on those swords to keep your pathetic life intact? They're in the way. Let me help you clean up." Then he shouted loudly, "Scatter!" Immediately, the two swords vanished. The system announcement echoed, "Defensive blade has been disabled in this battle." Shifeng looked at the two monsters, silently considering. Dark Clown. I only remember that this guy isn't strong in combat power, but his skills are truly disgusting. But my goal isn't to linger with him. With this determination, Shifeng used all his strength to charge straight towards the center. However, as he got closer, he was immediately knocked away by the three-headed monster's foot. He quickly raised his hand to brace himself, thinking to himself, "Such a fast physical attack, and its power is even greater than that of elemental attacks. This blow has at least drained 60% of my stamina." At that moment, before he could catch his breath, the three-headed monster unleashed a fiery attack. Fortunately, with his agility, Shifeng quickly dodged to the side. Seeing Shifeng continuously evading its attacks, the boss growled in frustration, "Jumping up, jumping down, it's so annoying. How about this move?" With that, the boss swung its hand and cast Frost Nova. Immediately, one of its heads breathed a freezing blast onto the ground, causing both of Shifeng's legs to freeze solid. He looked down in confusion as a system notification appeared, "Frozen for 3 seconds." Shifeng struggled to break free while analyzing the monster, 3 seconds.
Any attack from any of its heads will definitely kill me.
At that moment, something suddenly occurred to him. Wait a minute. Shifeng remembered that he still had 3 attribute damage reduction books, which he had obtained in the frozen abyss. There was still hope. However, what Shifeng realized was crucial: only 1 book could be used at a time, and the success rate was only 1 in 3. But there was no time left. Shifeng summoned one of the scrolls and resolutely said, "Use the attribute damage reduction book." The boss saw him take out the book and sneered, "Ha, you dare to bring out these props? Do you even know which one to use? What if you use the wrong one?" As he said this, the monster turned to look at him, sneering. "You'll die." However, as expected, Shifeng had guessed correctly. He opened the scroll with lightning attributes and smiled smugly. "Looks like I didn't use it wrong after all." The dark clown, seeing this, became furious and said, "A lucky guess, huh? So you actually got it right." Shifeng looked at him, a smug smile on his face. "Next, you'll find out if it was a lucky guess or not." Upon hearing this, the clown let out a loud, horrified laugh. At that moment, when the monster attacked, Shifeng immediately recognized the next move. The physical attack, Gravity Liberation, was completed earlier, just as he had predicted. It used a physical strike to attack Shifeng, who quickly jumped to dodge and unleashed Gravity Liberation again. The clown hovered high in the air. Seeing Shifeng charging towards him, he panicked and shouted, "What do you want? Don't come over here." Shifeng looked at him, smirking. "Should I tell you what your precious pet's next move is?" Scene change. Shifeng held the book in his hand and shouted, "You love your pet so much, why don't you try its move for yourself?" He possessed a special ability, the Fire Resistance Talisman, reducing 50% of the damage from fire-based attacks. The flames roared fiercely, but it seemed like a portion of the power had been extinguished. The clown, unwilling to lose, activated a powerful fire attack, creating a massive ring of flames that enveloped his opponent. Strange characters blazed brightly amid the frantic flames. His face revealed clear delight as he watched Shifeng being engulfed in the sea of fire. Despite the overwhelming firepower, he still stood firm. His gaze was sharp, as though he had already analyzed the enemy's patterns. The attack mechanism of the Hellhound followed a cyclical method, balanced between fire and thunder. As long as he understood the properties of the previous attack, he could predict how to counter the next one. The system notification displayed that most of the fire elemental damage had been nullified. His cold face gleamed with calmness. Beside him, the giant wolf also seemed to realize something. He felt puzzled and thought, without its master, this creature loses its offensive capabilities. He stood before a mysterious mechanism, its light shining everywhere. He pondered, seeing that the situation was now in his hands. He gently raised his hand, as if he had already decided the fate of everything. "I'll accept it then." A blinding light erupted from his palm. The intense light emanated from his hand, so powerful that it overwhelmed everything around him. Some secret mechanism seemed to be waiting to be activated. He stood there, his cold gaze fixed on the magic crystal in his hand. The system notification rang out, "Mission completed, Fortress of Heavy Artillery." The reward appeared before him, Black Iron Standard, He Diao's Letter of Introduction, Advanced Magic Energy Book, and 100,000 experience points. Additionally, his reputation within the Stoneworm Trapping Formation reached the pinnacle of reverence. He looked at the rare equipment before him and sighed. These miscellaneous items, although excellent, still had limitations due to their level restrictions and couldn't be used. It would be better to give them some abyssal blades to enhance the legendary weapons. But among them, what caught his attention the most was the Abyssal Blade Command. Magical flames surged up, and the crimson sword in his hand seemed to come alive. The system was beginning to level up the Abyssal Blade Command, with the red sword glowing and the sword's light swirling like a storm about to sweep everything away. A slash cut through the air, fire erupted, shaking the ground. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, a faint smile on his lips. This is indeed a good sword.
A flash of determination flickered in his eyes, ready to face any enemy in his way.
Before him was the information panel of the legendary Abyssal Blade, a demonic sword with a 38 attack power, 2% increased attack speed.
It could bypass any preset rules, break the fates arrangement, and had a 15% chance to cause chaos and an 8% chance to inflict heavy damage. After receiving the reward, Shifeng donned a black cloak and entered a peaceful town.
The invitation from Bai Chung Shui, a powerful figure, echoed in his mind. After receiving Bai Ching Shui's invitation, she gave him an additional quota to bring 2 of his strongest teammates to the first battle at Crescent Moon Mausoleum.
As he arrived at the meeting point, a cheerful voice rang out.
"Brother Phone, we're here, and your close teammates are already waiting for you in the sunset."
In the dim light, Shifeng pondered, "I've chosen Summoner Hazy and Shield Warrior Kolu for my team.
One is a magic transporter, the other has a powerful physique, and together they nicely complement each other's shortcomings."
At that moment, the atmosphere around them grew lively as their young teammate, Hazy, couldn't hide his excitement. "Wow! Brother Phone, you're so lucky. I can't wait to try this out right now."
Kolu, too, couldn't contain his joy, his eyes shining brightly.
"Big brother, these attributes are amazing."
All eyes were filled with expectation, directed toward the new equipment in the protagonist's hands.
His cold face appeared in the faint light.
He seriously emphasized that, after all, this was their first appearance, and if the equipment didn't meet the standards, it wouldn't do.
He continued giving instructions. "I've already emailed the equipment details to the others.
Once you both have equipped yours, come with me." They nodded with determination.
"Yes, sir." Suddenly, the scene changed, and a dark, gloomy castle appeared before them.
The sky was a fiery red, as if signaling an approaching storm. The crumbling gravestones around them created an atmosphere of death.
In the dim night, powerful warriors began to appear one by one.
A muscular man with cold, sharp eyes stood in the center of the mighty army.
This was the combined strength of the 5th Place Martial Union.
In another corner, the combined strength of the 4th Place Heaven's Crown Guild was present, with the person flashing a provocative smirk. This was the combined strength of the 4th Place Assassins Alliance. A blonde warrior in white armor stepped forward, exuding an air of nobility and dignity. Behind him were his teammates, armed with a variety of sharp weapons, the combined strength of the 2nd Place Shadow Guild. He scanned the surroundings with a quick glance and calmly said, "It seems like everyone is here."
Among the powerful warriors, a strange pair appeared.
Zhao Yuru, tall with flowing golden hair and piercing eyes, stood beside Xiao Yuer, who wore a purple robe. The witch's hat obscured most of her face, revealing only her deep-set eyes. This was the combined strength of the 1st Place Ouroboros Guild. Zhao Yuru coldly spoke, "No, we're still missing one person." Under the fiery red sky of the setting sun, a rare, bustling scene was unfolding. The leaders of the 5 guilds had gathered, and the eyes of the strong flicked over one another with a sense of probing and caution. A voice rang out among the crowd, "The leaders of all 5 guilds are gathered. What a sight this is." Another person sighed, his eyes glued to the dazzling equipment of the elites. The gear on them can only be called the best of the best.
However, despite the tense atmosphere, there was an odd sense of anticipation. 2 mercenaries whispered to each other, "Why haven't they started the mission yet? It feels like they're waiting for someone." In another corner, Zhao Yuru furrowed her brows and asked softly, "Not here yet?"
Xiao Yuer, wearing a purple hat that covered her mouth, smiled lightly, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous sparkle. "It's clear that they're afraid of losing face here, which is why they don't dare show up." Suddenly, mysterious beams of light hovered in the air, and a voice rang out in astonishment.
"Are you waiting for them?" The atmosphere grew more oppressive than ever.
Then, from the twilight glow, 3 figures emerged, and someone in the crowd gasped in awe.
"It's Boss Yifeng."
The scene shifted beneath the fiery red sunset of the vast desert, where powerful figures stood facing each other, the tension in the air cutting through the grains of sand. Shifeng and his teammates were up against 3 men with stern faces from the guild. Shadow, the man with blonde hair and wearing shining white armor, had a grim expression. Beside him, a warrior clad in white fur, his lips curled into a sneer, eyes full of schemes, whispered, "Jean, this was the guy who harmed our brothers earlier." All eyes turned to the figure in black opposite them, as if trying to pierce through his very soul. Studio Zero Wing, Shifeng. The fury began to show. The man in white armor clenched his fist so tightly that veins bulged from the back of his hand, while his teammates behind him continued to incite, "Jean, he doesn't even acknowledge Shadow's boss, he's unforgivable." A deep sigh passed through, but it wasn't one of forgiveness, it was the calm before a storm. The man in the red cloak turned his back, his shoulders stiffened, and he slightly tilted his head, as though suppressing an anger on the verge of eruption.
"Don't ruin Shadow's reputation, Huzi. Our mission now is to head to the Dark Moon Graveyard."
But deep within those bloodshot eyes, the flame of hatred never died out. "This bastard Jifeng, I will figure out a way to deal with him myself." Shifeng wore a black cloak, looking composed, but his heart was turbulent. In his past life, he had been a key member of Shadow, but in this life, he had become the founder of Zero Wing. His current relationship with Shadow was that of competitors. The figure of a woman with black hair and sharp, icy violet eyes appeared. She emerged from the darkness like a ghost. "There's enough people now." Bai Qing Shue's voice was soft, yet carried a strength that made everyone wary of underestimating her. "This time, it is a cooperative mission led by the god-devouring serpent. As for the distribution of the spoils, it will be randomly assigned by the system based on needs." Under the dim light of the sky, Shifeng, wearing his dark cloak, his eyes cold as ice, spoke in a tone that couldn't hide his dissatisfaction. "This is different from what we agreed upon. I should have received the technical drawings first." Behind him stood a powerful female warrior in gleaming armor and a witch with a mysterious wide-brimmed purple hat.
Both maintained an air of calm.
The witch Xiaoyuer smiled faintly. "Before, it was Sister Qing Shui who valued you, but now all our supplies are here. Even without you accompanying us to the Dark Moon Tomb, it's no problem." The powerful female warrior lowered her head, her eyes gleaming with amusement.
"That's right.
For a guild player to agree to random distribution with them is already very fortunate." Bai Qing Shui, with sharp eyes, half apologetic and half sarcastic, said, "Sorry Yifeng, I cannot agree to your previous request. This is to prioritize the interests of God-devouring serpent for consideration."
Hazy could not hide his dissatisfaction and growled, "Boss, God-devouring serpent is such a large guild, how can they say something and not keep their word?"
Shifeng remained calm, his voice as cold as ice. Fine, it all depends on luck. If you say so, then it's settled."
Standing above, Shifeng exuded a domineering aura.
He looked at the female warrior, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. "She wants me to bring out something of greater value before negotiating with God-devouring serpent."
"Bai Qing Shui, is she really such an easy woman to deal with?"
The scream echoed, and a girl in a bright red cloak stood in the midst of the crowd. Bai Qing Shui stood there, her long black hair flying in the enchanting wind.
"In this expedition to the Dark Moon Graveyard, God-devouring serpent must achieve the best results."
The cheers rang out, a multitude of mysterious figures raised their hands high, and a red light blazed. The sky turned blood red, the full moon shining with an eerie glow. The dry branches, like black claws, tore the sky apart. Beneath the ground, the crowd looked up in awe. The silhouettes, still as statues, created a scene both captivating and terrifying, as if the night was stretching its cold fingers to seize everything. The golden-haired swordsman spoke with a tone full of concern. "Boss, we've been traveling for so long, and we still haven't reached our destination." Shifeng suppressed his impatience, his voice steady as he regained his composure. "We're almost at the exit."
Xiaoyuer, with a wide grin, her gaze half teasing and half serious, asked, "So?
This time, you've realized that Qing Shui's command abilities are beyond anything you can compare to, right?" Finally, Shifeng's gaze became sharp as a blade, scanning through the shadows. Indeed, Bai Qing Shui's planning and overall coordination were flawless. It was thanks to her leadership that the team was able to retreat from monsters as ferocious as the human-headed dogs. Under the blood-red sky, a figure in a white cloak stood still. Shifeng stood motionless, the moonlight tainted red. Yet, up until this point, the team had suffered no casualties.
The Dark Moon Tomb instance was no easy challenge to clear.
In the lonely space, a scream tore through the night. The group turned in alarm. Xiao Yuer, worried, asked, "What happened?" Bai Qing Shui, her voice commanding, asked, "Scout team, what's going on? Answer me immediately." Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, her long black hair flowing freely as she stood amidst the crowd. A system notification rang in her mind: Player White Cry has died. Player Wind Shadow has died. Core members of God-devouring serpent. The information hadn't even been sent before they perished. This indicates we've encountered a monster on par with our team. She gave the command, "Everyone, stay alert. Healers, move to the center. Guards, protect the healers, and activate your life-saving skills at any moment. Prepare for battle." The entire team responded in unison, "Yes." Shifeng, with his green cloak fluttering, was startled as something approached. Bai Qing Shui quickly turned around, her gaze full of suspicion and caution. A warrior holding an axe stood facing the towering shadow stretching across the yellowish sky. The shape of the monster was blurry but terrifying, its curved contours forming a demonic silhouette. The young soldier widened his eyes, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, feeling as if time had frozen, each heartbeat erratic in his chest. What is that?" Shifeng clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. "Activate all life-saving skills now." The scene shifted in the twilight, the ground shaking beneath the heavy footsteps of the armored warrior. "Protection blessing!" he shouted. His voice echoed, creating a dazzling golden aura around him. A shield bearing a sharp emblem, like the wings of an eagle, protected him from all dangers. Seeing one of his teammates, he shouted, "Skyward imperfection, what are you hesitating for?" He barked again, "Hey, why are you standing there? Use your skills." But just then, darkness suddenly ripped through the air. A sudden strike, like a brilliant purple lightning bolt, hit skyward imperfection. A red number 1600 appeared above his head, his eyes wide with shock, unable to react in time. A scream echoed, shattering the deathly silence from afar. Two female warriors stood before the dark mountains, and the system coldly announced, "Player Skyward Imperfection has died." In the fog, a terrifying creature appeared, its emaciated body and unnaturally long arms ending in sharp claws. A glowing red heart pulsed at its chest, with each beat seemingly draining the life force from the surrounding environment. This was the Gravekeeper, an elite level 6 monster with 5,000 health points. Its unique feature was its constant HP regeneration within the fog. Faced with the dangerous situation, Bai Qing Shui shouted, "Everyone retreat, do not enter the fog." Yes, the teammates responded, their eyes shining with determination, though they could not help but follow orders. They quickly turned and retreated from the perilous area. The blonde warrior, clad in sturdy armor, wore a face that clearly displayed resolve and fearlessness. Beside him stood a cold figure with sharp, piercing eyes, his black cloak billowing in the wind. Shifeng commanded, "Don't retreat yet, quickly provide support for me and the healing team." A surprised exclamation from a teammate rang out. Oh, the air seemed to tear apart as a massive creature with countless sharp arms emerged. Its blood-red eyes were like deep, bottomless pits, and a dark orb hovered before its chest, releasing waves of dark energy that threatened to consume all light. Kalu remained undeterred, raising his shield as if challenging even death itself, invoking protective blessings and strengthening the aura around him. Two teammates stood in the shadows, exchanging words that carried both reproach and concern. Zhao Yuru tilted her head, her deep blue eyes filled with a complexity that was hard to describe. Yet, she only listened to Shifeng's orders. Was the ice goddess really not as trustworthy as Shifeng himself? His blood would be gone if he took another hit. The command was issued like a flame, igniting hope in the dark night. The healing team assisted him in recovering his health. Xiao Yuer stood amidst the swirling lights, her jade green staff twisting like a flowing stream, drawing second-tier magic runes in the air, casting the rejuvenation spell. In the fiery sky, a monstrous hand with sharp claws tightly grasped a second-tier magic orb, dark purple-black in color. This orb seemed to contain the power of destruction. The air was suffocating, the entire world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the moment of explosion.
Darkness and light intertwined.
The monster's 2 feet slammed down onto the ground.
A deafening explosion echoed, and fierce flames erupted.
Rocks and debris flew into the air, the unleashed power seeming to want to devour everything around it, creating a scene of devastation and brutality. A thunderous blast, smoke billowing up in a thick cloud, the ground trembled, and shattered fragments scattered through the air. In the heart of the explosion, a warrior with bright golden hair, Kulu, stood, his eyes burning with intense flames. The massive shield in his hands was like a solid wall, protecting him from all danger, his smile radiant. Despite the sweat streaming down his cheeks, he spoke with a determined growl, "Brother Foam, I can hold on." From a distance, a shadow moved gracefully like a ghost across the back of the monster.
Sure Foam, with an air of arrogance, landed and said, "Good work, Kulu."
A gigantic monster with crimson skin and glowing red eyes roared in fury, its black cloak tearing through the wind, the sword in its hand flashing like lightning. The sound of impact rang out, blending with the enraged roars of the beast. Against the mysterious purple light, a sorcerer in a white and blue cloak stood. Sure Foam coldly stared at Hazy, silently thinking, for now, it won't be able to cast any spells.
Suddenly, Hazy raised his staff high, a burst of brilliance exploding.
His voice thundered, like the rumble of a storm, "Evil whip, the monster is imprisoned, and the emerald green vines, like giant snakes, tightly constrict its grotesque body."
It thrashed about, creating waves around it.
Steam rose in thick clouds, and its fiery red eyes bored deeply into the shadow ahead, filled with intense hatred. A slimy, blood-red arm stretched out from the creature, sudden and treacherous. Purple energy surged, as if the darkness were swallowing the light. Bai Qing Shui spoke in deep concern, "This thing can heal itself in the mist." Yuru's hands closed together, and between her palms swirled a brilliant golden energy, whirling like a solar storm. Around her, sharp rays of light, like sword blades, tore through the air, causing everything to tremble. Her voice rang out, firm and cold, turned to ashes. The explosion roared through the sky, shaking the very ground beneath them. Fire and smoke billowed up like a beast awakening from slumber. The golden flames enveloped the dark figure of the enemy. She smirked, her voice dripping with disdain, "This monster's power is nothing but this."
Amidst the dense gray smoke, his eyes widened.
His gaze, sharp and piercing, cut through the mist like a predator in the night. He shouted, his voice mingled with worry and heightened alertness, "The mist hasn't cleared yet, don't let your guard down." The mist gradually receded, revealing 2 warriors in a defensive stance.
Hazy gripped his staff tightly, sweat clinging to his forehead, yet his gaze remained fearless.
The shadowy figure behind him was faint but still exuded a strong, resolute aura, the sword in his hand gleaming with the cold light of steel.
"Is there more?" Hazy asked in astonishment.
His voice seemed to choke in his throat. His companion beside him responded, the calmness in his words a stark contrast to the perilous situation before them.
"Not just one."
The night sky was torn apart as grotesque figures crawled out from the darkness shadows with glowing red eyes, misshapen faces, and grinning mouths that seemed to have come straight out of a nightmare.
The entire group of warriors shuddered.
A chill ran down their spines as a status window appeared, the black letters on a white background counting down their very survival, Level 6 Ghost, HP 1500, will respawn after being killed. Amidst the fierce battle, a scream pierced the air, shattering the space around them. Wide-eyed in shock, the short, frantic scream echoed through the air, filled with panic, like the cry of a bird trapped in a spider's web, "Ah!" Behind them, a ghost with glowing red eyes and sharp, jagged teeth loomed, its hand reaching out as if to tear everything apart. A warning sounded, much like a bell tolling from the system, "Dragon that follows the clouds has died." The atmosphere of battle was tense, each frame thick with the weight of the moment. Zhao Yuru, her face filled with worry, opened her mouth to shout in utter desperation. "Our strength is simply not enough to handle a situation like this." Ahead of them, Xiaoyuer held tightly onto her injured comrade, her eyes cold as ice. She said, "Sister Cheng Shui ordered to retreat." Amidst the chaos, the system's voice rang out, and the players were stunned, their minds solely focused on avoiding death. The feeling of wanting to retreat to save their lives, yet unwilling to give up halfway, tore each person's heart apart. If the entire team were wiped out, the rank they had struggled to achieve would be lost, but if they retreated from the first battle, it would truly be unbearable. However, a voice rang out, "Do not retreat." Shifeng drew his sword and said to her, "I've figured out a way to get through, but the command of the team must be entrusted to me." The scene shifted. The sky was dyed a gloomy orange-red, and the battlefield was filled with killing intent. Zhao Yuru stood tall, her gaze sharp, facing a crucial decision. Qing Shui could not allow this person to command the team. Yet, Qing Shui remained silent in front of her. Shifeng, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, quietly lowered his head. Qing Shui said, "The team leadership is entrusted to Yifeng." On the other side of the battlefield, Xiao Yuer, petite with a purple wizard hat, shouted stubbornly, "Sis, I don't want to listen to him." But immediately, a cold, threatening voice rang out, "If you don't want to die, shut up and do as I say." His face twisted with fury and a strong killing intent. The light reflecting in his sharp golden eyes made the young girl shudder. The air suddenly grew more oppressive than ever. In front of them, the ghosts with glowing red eyes slowly advanced, their flesh landing squarely on the target, bony hands reaching out in an endless hunger. The ghosts and the graveyard guardians were blocking our way, but they weren't something we had to defeat in order to pass through the Crescent Moon Mausoleum. They would keep resurrecting, and if we kept feeding them our hatred, we would only die. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a strong voice echoed. "Zhao Yuru, use the largest possible range of second-tier fire magic that you can cast. Change the target to none, and only use the heat radiation to dissipate the fog, creating an opening for the team to pass through quickly." Zhao Yuru nodded, her gaze determined. "Understood." In that instant, Shifeng raised his hand, signaling. His decisive voice rang across the battlefield. "All units, prepare to break through the encirclement." In the dim light, Bai Qing Shui, with her long black hair like a dark river, slowly turned her head. Her sharp purple eyes were half mocking, half investigating. Not only was she beautiful, but she also exuded a dangerously lethal aura. Her mind was racing with sharp thoughts. A simple and straightforward escape like this, only those skilled in gaming habits would know about it. She tilted her head slightly, her lips curling into a faint smile, as if she had just uncovered an interesting secret. Is she really just a test player? Amid the storm of battle, she raised both her hands. A second-tier fire magic burst into flames in her palms, as if it could incinerate anyone brave enough to challenge her. The voice rang out with arrogance, shaking the very air. "Arrogant, huh? Isn't it still my second-tier fire magic that you're relying on?" The flames didn't just stay in her hands, they erupted like a furious red storm, sweeping away everything in its path. Amidst the raging sea of fire, her figure charged forward like a divine warrior of flame, her voice thundering through the chaos of battle. "Then let me enlighten you with my ultimate technique." Before the words had even faded, a whirlpool of fire spun furiously, scorching the very fabric of space, igniting the fiery battlefield. The battle reached its climax as the flames surged, lighting up the sky like a catastrophic force descending from above. In the midst of the inferno, a dark figure with a sword rushed forward. The space ahead warped, and the battle expanded as more fighters plunged into the fray. Kulo, clad in golden armor, gripped his weapon tightly, charging forward with murderous intent. Hei Zi beside him nodded, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Hei Zi, stay close to me." Another voice immediately responded, without hesitation, "Understood." In another corner, dark figures surged forward at a terrifying speed, turning the battlefield into a maelstrom of chaos. Every sword strike, every flash of magic wove a deadly symphony. Not everyone wished to fight. In the shadows of the battlefield, the weaker ones could only flee. A man, his hair wild and face stricken with panic, ran desperately, gasping for breath, shouting in fear, "They're chasing us, they're almost here." But Shifeng beside him gritted his teeth, not allowing him to hesitate. "Don't turn back and look." In the sky, a red moon, glowing like a demonic eye, was watching the world below. On the ground, jagged rocks protruded like the remnants of a destroyed world. The air was thick with a blood-red hue.
3 hours later, the Dark Moon Graveyard opened, and no guild could dominate the dungeon. A blinding blue light descended, and a figure appeared amid the rays.
The one who had just been resurrected clutched his chest wound, his face twisted in pain. Ugh. He groaned, his mind still spinning from the death. He sneered coldly.
My team couldn't even make it past the first checkpoint.
The difficulty of this game is insane. At the same moment, the system's voice echoed, the player who died has been resurrected, forcibly teleported out of the dungeon, level reduced by 3. A group of people fled desperately, their faces full of panic, breathing heavily.
Hazy shouted in fear, "Don't come this way."
Dust rose in layers, obscuring their vision, as terrifying shadows pursued them, carrying a chilling aura of death. He stumbled while running, falling face first onto the dry ground. He tried to crawl up, but his legs had no strength left. His eyes widened, filled with despair. I don't want to die and come back again. He stood there, looking toward the hazy horizon, furrowing his brows. They didn't chase me here after all.
He murmured, the monsters won't leave their designated territorial area.
Shurfong spoke in a calm yet cautious tone. We've already run out of their attack range.
Hazy, his face still showing traces of confusion, could only exclaim, "Huh?"
Before he could regain his composure, a strong hand pulled him to his feet, and a voice full of insinuation rang out.
This is definitely not meant for players. The hand tightened. This is just the appetizer. The real feast is still ahead.
In front of them, the wreckage and smoke still lingered in the air. Shurfong, with his sharp eyes, gazed ahead and spoke.
Look.
And then, before their eyes, a terrifying sight appeared, a massive skull, its sharp teeth seemingly capable of crushing anyone foolish enough to approach.
Hazy gasped, "Huh?"
Zhao Yuru stared into the void before them, her voice tinged with both regret and determination.
Finally, we've reached the tomb pit. So many lost along the way. Shurfong, standing beside her, his gaze cold but not without a trace of concern, asked, "Are you afraid?"
Bai Qingxue spoke in a calm yet authoritative voice.
Yi Feng, don't underestimate our guild.
From the shadows, Bai Qingxue emerged. Her eyes sharp, her voice rang out, filled with respect for those who had fallen, for the comrades who had sacrificed, helping them reach this point.
We must move forward.
From behind, a voice of agreement rang out.
Well said, let's go then.
And then, the door of fate opened, revealing a figure standing tall in the brilliant light. Behind him lay a path soaked in blood, while in front of him stood an unexplored mystery. They moved forward, their silhouettes stretching out under the faint, dim light. Shurfong walked silently, with the cold swordswoman Bai Qingxue, the mysterious mage Hazy, and the steel knight Kalu by his side. They said nothing, but each of their eyes was filled with determination. In front of them, red flames blazed on the cold stone walls.
A dark magical circle appeared in the center of the dimly lit hall.
In the center, a shadowy figure stood, its cloak billowing like the arms of evil spirits. Shurfong stood still, acutely aware of the murderous intent that filled the air. The dark figure raised its hollow eyes, fiery red light burning in its sockets like hell itself. On the data board, the information flashed: Patch Leo, the Fallen Lord, level 65 Overlord, HP 120,000. Bai Qingxue clenched her fist, her sharp gaze fixed on the enemy.
120,000 life points.
Shurfong, standing beside her, gave a slight smile, his voice calm but cold.
That's right.
We can deal with the guardians blocking our path, but if we don't defeat the boss inside, we won't be able to leave the dungeon.
This is the most basic rule of God's domain.
From the darkness, a deep voice echoed throughout the hall: to leave the Dark Moon Graveyard, you can either strike a hit or die. Bai Qingxue glanced at the young warrior, her eyes full of meaning. Yi Feng, I know you have a special protective trait.
How much chance do we have of winning?
The space fell silent. Shurfong tightened his fist, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Sorry, there is a problem with my intelligence here. Switching scenes, Shurfong looked at him and thought, this Patch Leaper guy doesn't seem like he should be appearing in this level.
His face looks a little worried right now. If the memory error isn't to blame, then the progress of the Kai Hong group in this game must be higher than in the past. Some data from previous levels hasn't been adjusted yet. Yu-Ru spoke up, "We're doomed, even the most strategic person can't come up with a plan. If I had to choose a way to die, I'd rather commit suicide than be killed by monsters. It's so painful." At that moment, Shifeng suddenly turned around and said, "We can try a firepower crossfire strategy." Yu-Ru, surprised, asked, "What's that?" He explained, "Using the firepower crossfire tactic might give us a 20% chance of winning against that guy." Upon hearing this, she ate her head in disappointment. Only 20%? Oh my god, isn't that the same as what I said about committing suicide? Qingshui then spoke up, "Anyway, the chance of being wiped out here is high, so we might as well go for the 20% chance. Please, explain in detail." Upon hearing this, Shifeng began explaining, "The firepower crossfire is a technique specifically for fighting bosses. First, the melee team attacks the boss." He continued speaking, "After provoking the monster's hatred, immediately stop the attack and switch to the ranged team to unleash their skills. Finally, wait until the ranged team's skills have sufficiently enraged the monster, then immediately stop and switch to melee to provoke the hatred back. Keep alternating like this, with the key tactic being to maintain the greatest possible distance from the monster, ensuring the safety of the ranged members." After hearing this, Qingshui said, "It sounds easy, but it seems completely impossible to achieve. The ranged team can handle it, but what should our melee team do to avoid getting hit by the monster?" Hearing this, he replied, "How can we avoid getting hit?" "Well, the three other members of the melee team, by Qingshui, Kalu, and I." At that moment, Shifeng said, "Prepare yourselves for sacrifice." The other two were shocked and widened their eyes. Yu-Ru, hearing this, shouted angrily, "Yifeng, are you crazy? You might be willing to sacrifice yourself, but do you want to turn your teammates into bullet sponges?" Suddenly, Solitude spoke up, "I will follow the captain's orders," causing Yu-Ru to look back in surprise. His gaze was firm, and he confidently patted his chest, "As long as the captain speaks, I'll face the flames without hesitation." At that moment, Qingshui also spoke, "If the god-devouring serpent becomes the first team to overcome the Dark Moon Graveyard because of this, then I, as the team leader, will sacrifice myself here." Yu-Ru, upon hearing this, suddenly shouted to stop them, "Sister Qingshui." She looked at Shifeng and said, "Yifeng, you can temporarily borrow this life of mine." Shifeng whispered to himself upon seeing this, although Bai Qingshui's personality is somewhat harsh, she still has an absolute sense of responsibility towards her guild. He looked at her thoughtfully, and it was not an exaggeration to say she was the spiritual pillar of the group. At that moment, she raised her sword high and shouted, "Everyone, get ready to charge." Qingshui, incredibly brave, stared straight at the monster and yelled, "Fail, and we die." At that moment, the monster's eyes sharpened, its pupils glowing red. It tightly gripped its weapon, preparing for battle. Shifeng then shouted out, "Be careful, the boss is about to make a move." Instantly, the monster raised its sword and struck down at Qingshui. She was hit by a painful blow across her body, and then she vanished without a trace. After that, Qingshui appeared from above, sword in hand, and slashed down at the monster. With swift movements and agility, she quickly landed several strikes. Its hate value increased, its eyes glowing red as it growled in fury. Observing the situation, Qingshui shouted, "I've drawn its first hate. Long-range team, your turn." Immediately, Luo Xia gripped her weapon firmly and unleashed her ultimate attack, creating a shockwave that destroyed everything around her. Seeing this, Yu-Ru angrily shouted, "Are you just scratching its itch?" Then she said, "Watch me." Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the monster. Luo Xia immediately asked, "Has it had enough this time?" She replied, "This thing has 120,000 health points, it's still far from enough." Right after that, its hatred value skyrocketed, and it furiously charged towards the two of them to attack. She shouted, "It's charging through." Shifeng then attacked the monster from behind. He swung his sword and struck its leg, causing the creature to freeze immediately. He shouted, I've applied a 50% debuff on it. Ranged team, get ready to dodge. At that moment, the creature lifted one of its legs. Both of them were on high alert. Luo Xia asked, what is it trying to do? Then, it stomped its foot down heavily, causing the ground beneath to collapse. Not only that, but the shockwave from the impact reached the spot where the two of them were standing. Both Yu Ru and Luo Xia staggered. Just then, the creature raised its weapon to strike Yu Ru. Shifeng saw this and yelled, Boss, attention, dodge now. However, at that moment, neither of the two could move. Yu Ru shouted, No, I can't move, we've been hit by its immobilization skill. At that very instant, the monster threw its weapon directly at the two of them. Yu Ru, unable to move, screamed in fear, I don't want to die here. Immediately, a voice rang out, Unleash gravity. Shifeng flew in front of her and blocked the attack. Yu Ru was utterly stunned. He shouted loudly, Use the technique, defensive blade. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of swords surrounded the two of them, knocking the beast's weapon away. The beast's sword flew in a circle and then fell, embedding itself into the ground. Shifeng, exhausted, knelt down, his face full of pain as he struggled to endure. Yu Ru, seeing this, anxiously asked, Yifeng, what's wrong? Luo Xia hurried over, fear evident in her voice as she called, Brother Feng. Solitude ran from a distance, shouting, Brother Feng. When Yu, not far away, saw Shifeng kneeling there, she was greatly surprised and thought, the first one to be taken down is Qing Shui. She felt a sense of unease and silently thought, Yifeng. At that moment, he raised his hand, and his hand began to fade away. Shifeng gritted his teeth and said, Is this all I can do? Just then, suddenly, a hand grasped his, sending some sort of energy into him, restoring his hand to normal. Yu'er sat down beside him, holding his hand while chanting some incantation. He was taken aback, looking at her and calling, Xiao Yu'er. She looked up at him and said, This is a second-tier resurrection magic I just learned. Yifeng, you absolutely cannot die here. Shifeng thought to himself, second-tier resurrection magic can only be used once every 24 hours. It seems like fate doesn't want me to die. He pushed himself up with the sword, standing and saying, I'm lucky to have you, Xiao Yu'er. At that moment, the beast had picked up its weapon and was heading toward the two of them. Shifeng saw this and shouted, Be careful, move. It's got its weapon back. Solitude firmly raised his sword and shield, shouting loudly, Come over here. He aimed directly at the monster and shouted provocatively. Is the taunting skill ineffective? Soon after, Qing Shui slashed from behind, attacking it. She yelled, Take this. The system's hatred value for Patch Leo was 0. She gritted her teeth, thinking, the hatred value isn't moving at all. At this moment, it was moving towards Shifeng without paying any attention to the others. She worried, why is it only targeting Yifeng? The system's response for Shifeng, you have been marked by Patch Leo's binding. Before you die, the hatred value will not change. He then thought, so that's how it is. We've reduced Patch Leo's health to below half, and it's now entered Phase Z. At this point, he picked up his weapon and shouted loudly, using his ultimate skill, Phantom Kill. Everyone, attack Patch Leo with all your strength, don't worry about its hatred. Shifeng rushed forward to attack the monster, saying, Patch Leo's faction trait will maintain aggro on the highest value target. It will continue attacking the target until it dies, meaning that from now on, it will only attack me. This is definitely a good opportunity. The beast's eyes continuously observed his every movement, and at that moment, a force struck, creating a massive explosion that destroyed everything around them. Yu Ru attacked while speaking, Yifeng's subordinate, can you push yourself a little harder? Luo Xia responded, I'm already giving it my all. He thought that originally, Patch Climb could only lock onto one target, but now, with 4 similar targets disturbing it, the proximity lock mechanism was continuously adjusting to the nearest targets. Both Shifeng and Solitude attacked the beast simultaneously, from both the front and the rear. As long as my clones keep adjusting the distance, the boss will even be stuck, unable to act.
Feng's clones attacked the beast one after another. The beast, enraged by the attacks, had eyes filled with murderous intent and let out a loud roar. At this moment, the beast was furious, gathering all its strength to roar. Feng's clones kept charging in to attack. His face showed extreme fatigue. Feng gritted his teeth, still holding on, thinking, "It's here, the final phase of patch climb." Scene change. At this moment, both Feng and Qing Shui charged forward to attack the beast, and he shouted loudly. Qing Shui spoke up, "Then the only way to pass the final stage is by having no casualties at all." At this moment, Feng's command system reached the two of them, immediately halting the attack. "Don't heal anymore, and don't hold grudges." On the side of Yu and Yuer, they also received Qing Shui's orders, and all members of the devouring body extermination withdrew from the boss's area. No one was allowed to enter the battle. Both responded, "Understood." Immediately afterward, Yu pointed and shouted an order, "Everyone, fall back." At this point, only Feng and Qing Shui remained in the combat area. The monster, now wielding a weapon, charged toward him. Feng raised his sword and shouted, "The enemy's attack pattern is too familiar." He then unleashed his ultimate skill, Thundering Flash, striking it multiple times, causing its health to steadily decrease. Feng continued leaping upwards, while Qing Shui attacked from below. She stomped one foot on the creature, using it as leverage to jump higher, raising her weapon to strike. Just as the monster was about to raise its weapon to counterattack, she delivered a powerful slash from behind, greatly reducing its health. The strike made it stumble, causing it to drop its weapon. However, right after that, Qing Shui was unfortunately grabbed by its hand. The monstrous creature then threw her violently to the ground. Next, it raised its leg, aiming to crush her. The situation was such that she couldn't react due to the intense pain. In that critical moment, Feng once again unleashed gravity towards the monster. Just as it was about to stomp down, his gravity block was thrown directly underneath it. Immediately afterward, the creature stomped down, causing an explosion at that spot. Qing Shui was blasted out of there. Feng shot forward. As he neared Qing Shui, he said, "I'll make one final strike. Stay back a little." She quickly retreated, maintaining her balance, clicking her tongue. Feng then took out a fire enchantment and, with one hand holding his sword, prepared his ultimate move. The monstrous creature drew its sword and yelled, "Mortal, your challenge is nothing more than asking for death." Feng charged forward, raising his sword to execute his ultimate skill, demonic sword skill, flame blade dance, and shouted as he struck toward the monster. A tremendous force cleaved straight into the creature, its entire body glowing with a red light. Feng knew he couldn't hurt it with a single blow. His whole body shook, thinking it was a barrier. However, he didn't give up easily, gritting his teeth and channeling all his strength for another attack. Feng delivered a powerful slash directly at the creature's body. From the single sword, dozens of other swords emerged. He calculated, the strength of the magic has depleted. There's too much. From here on, I'll have to rely on sword skills to win. Then, Feng executed the cutter's dragon slash, delivering several consecutive strikes toward the monster, continuously draining its health. He looked up at the health bar displayed. Patch's leader level 6 was still at 808/120,000. Feng thought to himself, still a little more to go. However, at that moment, it suddenly let out a roar, as if about to unleash its full power. At that very instant, Qing Shui suddenly used a martial technique and charged forward. She raised her sword high and shouted, "The finishing blow to Patch is still for God-devouring serpent to deliver." At this moment, Feng panicked and shouted, "Don't attack." But everything was already too late. Qing Shui attacked with her sword. Immediately, her sword was snapped in two and flew far away. She was terrified by the situation. How is this possible?" she exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, the beast raised the broken sword and said, "Your life belongs to me." Then, it immediately swung the sword down toward her. Qing Shui's eyes widened in shock, unable to move. Feng instantly rushed toward her, his mind desperately praying, "Please. He widened his eyes, using the fastest speed to fly toward her, praying in his heart, "She can't die." Suddenly, he stopped when his body experienced a malfunction.
Shifeng's eyes widened as he noticed something was wrong.
"This is," he thought to himself. Outside the game, his game system was overloaded. An abnormal electrical current was slowly running through the system, causing Shifeng's real body to twitch, and the system displayed, "Warning, abnormal electric current overload." As the electrical current surged, the system repeatedly notified, "Warning, abnormal neural connection point detected, synchronization rate of consciousness is rising, abnormal data being transmitted." At this moment, Shifeng's body felt as if it were being bound by high-voltage electric currents. The system displayed the following message: "Suggestion, the character's simulation synchronizes consciousness with the player, surpassing the peak." In the game, Shifeng's entire body was engulfed by purple lightning. He was in excruciating pain and stomped his foot hard into the ground. He charged forward with an overwhelming surge of power. Wherever his foot landed, the ground cracked.
At this moment, Shifeng's eyes gleamed sharply, releasing bolts of lightning.
The system notified, activating super frequency mode. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had already rushed to Qing Shui's side. A few seconds passed, and he was right in front of the boss, raising his sword to block its attack. Seeing Shifeng suddenly appear right before her, Qing Shui's eyes widened in disbelief.
"What?"
She stared at him in astonishment, wondering how he had suddenly appeared. Even the boss was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before its eyes.
How could you come from such a distant position?"
Shifeng looked at it seriously and replied, "Beyond your comprehension. If I told you, you wouldn't understand." After finishing his words, Shifeng immediately cast the Abyssal Bind skill, with countless chains restraining the boss. Taking advantage of its suppression, he swiftly drew his sword.
Then, with all his strength, Shifeng unleashed a devastating blow. In an instant, Shifeng killed the monster, and it collapsed onto the ground. Hazy, standing at a distance, couldn't keep up with the speed and was left speechless. What did Brother Feng just do?
Solitude stood beside him, frozen, then shook his head vigorously. After that blow, he picked up his sword and slowly rose to his feet. Shifeng raised his hand, looked at it, and thought that the skill would cause synchronized damage to players outside the game world, so it had already been banned by the game developer. But it was probably because he was using the latest equipment, which had unintentionally activated the super tier mode. The monster still struggled to speak. "Damn. What price do I have to pay for you suddenly becoming so strong?" Shifeng walked closer to it and calmly said, "Both the character in the game and the person outside will take damage. If the character in the game dies, the person in real life will suffer brain death." At this point, he lowered his head, "But for me, the price." Shifeng recalled the memories before he was pushed to the brink by those bastards from Shadow. They arrogantly chased him, telling him to know his limits, that the country was better off without Shadow. At that time, Shifeng had suffered and tormented himself in the darkness, hitting too hard. At his lowest point, he had silently wished for a chance to start over. Back in the present, Shifeng coldly raised his sword and said, "This price is really too light." As soon as he finished speaking, Shifeng swung his sword decisively, and the boss's head was sent flying. At that moment, a golden chest appeared. System notification: Player Yifeng has killed Patch Leo. Player Yifeng has received a reward for killing Patch Leo, an ancient treasure of the Holy Emperor chest. Scene transition. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the system displayed a notification: the Dark Moon Graveyard has seen the first team clear the first level. Congratulations to God-devouring serpent and Zero Wing. The group outside, after hearing the news, all widened their eyes in disbelief. The team has already passed. The system notification popped up, showing that the first team to clear the Dark Moon Graveyard was God-devouring serpent and Zero Wing. After reading this, the group began discussing it in confusion. If it was a famous team like God-devouring serpent, it would be somewhat believable, but what about Zero Wing? I don't even know what Zero Wing is, but if they're on the leaderboard, their background must be quite impressive. Shadow, standing off to one side,
angrily shouted at his teammates, "Shadow, what's the status of our strength?" Yen, who, looking embarrassed, hesitated before saying, well. He hurriedly reported the situation. It seemed they were still stuck on the first stage, their main team had died too quickly and had to return, unable to complete the level. They were currently dispatching additional members to help. Hearing this, Shadow, visibly annoyed, shoved Yen-Hu aside and yelled, "Get out of here!" Grinding his teeth, he shouted, "You guys are absolutely useless." At this moment, on Shifeng's side, after finishing the battle, the system notification appeared, "You have reached level 7. He looked at the system and saw a series of new experience points. The final boss of the Dark Moon Graveyard had been defeated. Congratulations on clearing the stage. The teleportation portal has been activated nearby. Please inspect the loot and exit. The crowd around them was still in shock, overwhelmed by the spectacle they had just witnessed. Hazy and Solitude let out relieved sighs of joy. We won! Seeing Shifeng nod, the group burst into cheers, shouting joyfully, "We did it! Our names will be recorded in the historical rankings." At that moment, Yuru excitedly ran over to Qing Shui, grinning widely and pointing at her. She laughed and said, "We've passed the Dark Moon Graveyard." Qing Shui stood up, nodding in agreement. "She is still having a hard time believing in your power, Yifeng. He's just as terrifying as that." At that moment, Shifeng turned to Qing Shui and asked, "Who opened this chest?" She stepped forward and responded, "You killed Patch Leo, so you open the chest." Hearing this, he smiled and used his foot to open the chest. "In that case, I'll respectfully follow your order." At this moment, numerous high-level items flew out of the chest. Hazy, upon seeing these treasures, exclaimed, "These items can only drop from the bosses in the Dark Moon Graveyard. Each one is priceless." The first one was a rune sword of mysterious iron grade, a two-handed sword type, equipment level 5, requiring 30 strength to equip, with 45 attack power, plus 9 strength, plus 8 durability, and plus 1 attack speed. It had a 10% chance to trigger a heavy strike and a 10% chance to pierce armor when attacking. The next item was a rune shield of mysterious iron grade, a large shield type, equipment level 5, requiring 23 strength to equip, with 59 defense and a 30% defense rate. It provided plus 6 strength, plus 10 durability, and had a special skill, Solid Shield, which reduced 30% of direct damage taken for 10 seconds, with a 2-minute cooldown. At this point, Qing Shui looked around and said, "Anyone in the team who needs equipment, roll for it. Whoever has the highest roll gets it." The teammates around them were all delighted. Each piece of equipment was top tier. Even if sold, each one would fetch at least 80 silver. The young man beside him sighed in regret and said, "Who would sell it? You should definitely keep it for yourself." Qing Shui handed a scroll to Shifeng, telling him to check the equipment and take it directly. "This is something you deserve to do." He wasn't paying attention, instead scanning the various pieces of equipment around him. Seeing this, she was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Qing Shui walked over, puzzled, and asked, "Aren't you satisfied with the items that dropped?" Shifeng replied, "No." He raised his hand and pointed to an old piece of equipment, saying, "I just need this one, Blade of Ashes." Yuru, who had her arms crossed behind them, spoke up, "It glows red, it's just trash equipment cursed with a curse. No one dares to touch it. Even if it drops, no one cares. With so many good items around, why would you choose that one?" Ignoring her, Qing Shui pressed on with her intentions. "What if I told you that not only the Blade of Ashes, but also high-level blueprints, materials, and other equipment could be given to you, even if you didn't ask?" Meanwhile, her mind was working. She was determined to bring Yifeng into the god-devouring serpent. First, she needed to get closer to him. Shifeng turned to look at her, smiling slightly and asking, "Why the sudden generosity?" Qing Shui sincerely extended her invitation, still repeating the same words, "I hope you join God-Devouring Serpent and leave Zero Wing behind. Once you join God-Devouring Serpent, our relationship will no longer be just business." However, he waved her off decisively. "As for you wanting me to join God-Devouring Serpent, I must decline. Upon hearing this, Yuru rushed forward, furious, and shouted, "What? You've already gained benefits, and yet you still have the nerve to refuse?"
Shifeng smiled confidently and said, "The reason for my refusal is simple, and I am proud of my decision because I already have my own team.
I cannot disappoint their expectations."
Seeing this, Shui said something that surprised his teammates.
"Alright, Yifeng, what if I convince your teammates to join God-devouring serpent?"
Shifeng tilted his head and responded, "Then you should personally ask them."
Hazy, upon hearing this, tried to fight his inner thoughts and said, "If I could directly join the world-class top-tier guild, God-devouring serpent, I would certainly be very happy. However, I am a part of Team Phone.
I will stay loyal to the Zero Wing Guild, starting from scratch." Then, he raised his hand to the sky and firmly declared, "One day, Zero Wing will also become a top-tier guild, just like God-devouring serpent.
So I don't want to join you at all."
Solitude, from behind, also raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Me neither."
When Shifeng heard how determined his teammates were, he smiled proudly and said, "See?"
Shui, realizing she couldn't persuade them, sighed in relief and said, "Yifeng, I know trying to force you is useless, so I'll just have to look forward to our next collaboration." At that moment, the teleportation portal appeared. Shifeng turned and looked, then said, "All right." He looked at the portal and smiled, saying, "The loot has been distributed, and the teleportation portal is open, so let's head out." At the same time, the system announcement appeared for everyone in the White River City area.
Congratulations to God-devouring serpent and Zero Wing for becoming the first teams to successfully complete the Dark Moon Graveyard Hell level dungeon. All players in the teams will receive 10 White River City prestige points.
Next, the system announced in the Red Leaf Town area, "Congratulations to God-devouring serpent and Zero Wing for becoming the first team to successfully complete the Infernal level Dark Moon Graveyard dungeon.
All players in the team will receive 30 reputation points in Red Leaf Town."
The system continued to announce, "All players in the team will be rewarded with 1 mysterious treasure, 50,000 experience points, and 10 honor points." As the system was making the announcement, the teleportation gate opened, and a foot stepped out. Shifeng emerged first, attracting the attention of everyone who had been watching. Suddenly, Ming Lin walked up and spoke, "You." He looked at Shifeng seriously and said, "We meet again." Ming Lin looked incredulous as he said to Shifeng, "You actually managed to pass the Dark Moon Graveyard. Martial Union, even after changing our members, gained nothing from it." At this moment, Shui walked out from inside and quickly spoke up, "You guys are a guild that specializes in PvP.
If you couldn't pass the dungeon, then you should look at yourselves."
He raised his hand, drew his sword, and said, "I didn't expect you to know we're PvP players."
Ming Lin planted his sword into the ground and arrogantly said, "Then you must also know where the main equipment of our group comes from."
She glanced at him, standing with a group of teammates behind him, silently calculating. Although Martial Union was a ragtag group, they had the advantage of numbers, which could be quite troublesome. Seeing that Shui didn't respond, Ming Lin frowned and threatened, "You must have gained a lot of loot after clearing the Dark Moon Graveyard. Hand over half of it to us, or else we'll just take what we want from all the equipment scattered on the ground." The guardian standing beside him said excitedly, "Boss, they're currently at Fatafu stage.
If we rush in and hit them, the gear will be all over the ground. Isn't that the end of it?"
After hearing this suggestion, Ming Lin furrowed his brows and replied, "Getting the gear is only part of the plan. The main objective today was to target this very thing." He pointed directly at Shifeng's face and shouted loudly, "You, Yifeng." Ming Lin angrily and resolutely declared, "Today, I'll make sure you're left with nothing. You won't have a damn thing left, it'll be over for you." Understanding the situation, Shifeng turned to look at Shui and suggested, "Miss Bai, you two should head back to the forest behind. They have a lot of people and specialize in PvP. Just avoid getting surrounded." Ming Lin's fierce aura pressed in close to the two of them as he warned, "There's no way you're getting away now." At this moment, the entire group from the Martial Union Guild stood in front of Shifeng, blocking his path. Shifeng, however, showed no fear and slowly stepped forward.
"You want my gear?"
He raised his hand toward them with a provocative expression, saying, "Come and take it if you have the guts."
Seeing that expression, Ming Lin, furious, pointed his sword at him and shouted, "Damn it, still putting on a show?" He gritted his teeth and declared, "This isn't a town, there are no guards to help you here." Ming Lin then raised his sword in a ready stance and loudly ordered, "All units, prepare for battle." Hazy, standing on the side, was excited, pulling out a new staff to summon a spell. "Let's fight, or at least test the power of the new gear." Yuru, arms crossed, still confused, asked, "What is Yifeng thinking? He's actually going to fight with a PvP guild?" At this moment, Cheng Shui did not leave but instead drew her sword, coldly stating, "If you want to fight the god-devouring serpent, you'll have to pay the price." When Ming Lin was provoked for the second time, he was furious and charged forward, shouting, "Damn it, women, get out of the way. I don't care what the god-devouring serpent is, if you want to help this guy, I'll take you all down." He then gave the order. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire army surged forward to attack. Ming Lin relentlessly swung his sword toward Shifeng. However, every strike was easily dodged by Shifeng. Seizing the opportunity, Shifeng kicked him in the side. After being hit, Ming Lin gritted his teeth in anger and looked at him in disbelief. How can his speed be so fast? On the other hand, Shifeng raised his hand and commanded, "Everyone, move into the forest, don't get caught up in this too much." However, Cheng Shui did not follow his order and immediately charged forward because Yuer was being attacked by a mage who had summoned a large fireball, shouting, "Die." At that moment, Solitude charged in from somewhere with his new unyielding shield. When the fireball collided with the shield, a loud explosion rang out. After the attack, Solitude had only lost about half of his health. He turned around, smiling brightly, and said, "The PvP talent really does make hitting people hurt a bit." However, he thought to himself, if Kola were here, that would be great. After all, she is the most muscular Earth Knight protector. At this moment, the mages, seeing the enemy's ability to withstand their attacks, along with the healer beside him replenishing his health, cursed. At this point, Yuru began raising her hand high to cast the massive fireblast, and immediately a fireball appeared above her head. The group of people standing below were all startled when they saw that terrifying display of power. Then, she swung her hand and cast her skill, and her opponent was immediately engulfed in flames. Ming Lin, upon seeing this move, began to retreat in fear. "That's too strong." Seeing that everyone was in panic, he charged forward first and reassured his teammates, "Everyone, don't panic, keep advancing. We have the numbers, push forward and kill the rangers in the back, eliminate the healers." Yuru, seeing them like leeches, raised her staff with disdain and said, "Daring to start a fight with us, the god-devouring serpent, truly ignorant of the vastness of the world. All of you will die." With that, she cast a spell, Blazing Dragon Roar. Immediately, a massive firestorm surged forward, incinerating the entire enemy group. At this moment, Ming Lin, terrified and covered in cold sweat, retreated. He stood frozen, staring at the Systems Guild notification. The member of the Black Knights Guild, the highest level MT, had been killed. Ming Lin frowned and cursed under his breath, "Damn it! The highest level MT of the Martial Union was killed." Yuru stood with one hand on her hip, exhaling in disdain. A bunch of idiots, haven't even encountered real danger, still not worried. Ming Lin looked at her, evaluating her. "Just how high is her damage output?" He pointed at her. "Hurry up, the ranger squad behind, take out those archers, quickly." He turned, grinding his teeth, furrowing his brow. "You just wait, Yifeng." Ming Lin gripped his sword tightly, scanning the surroundings. Where are the others? His teammates could hardly stand right behind him. Yifeng seemed to have disappeared completely from the beginning. "Find him for me, you must find him no matter what." The white-armored man quickly responded, "Yes, boss." Elsewhere, Yuru was in the midst of the chaotic battlefield. She held a magic staff in her hand, surrounded by smoke and flames, with enemies being blown away by the explosion caused by her skill's direction. Yuru shouted angrily, "Damn it, how come these bastards keep coming? Can't I just kill them all?" Behind her, there were still figures trembling at the sight of this girl's overwhelming power.
Two assassins stood on a cliff, observing, and one of them sneered maliciously, the enchanting demoness, the famous one, is going to die by my hands today. However, the other refused to give way. No, you move aside, it's my turn first. After that, the two of them closed in on her. Yu-Ru realized she was being attacked, her gaze turned cold as she muttered in her mind, ambush. She waved her hand and chanted a spell, the flame explosion technique. A blazing fireball appeared in her palm, and she directed her gaze toward the two attackers. But at that moment, a system notification appeared with the message skill cooldown, causing her to panic in her thoughts. Not good, the skill isn't ready yet. The two assassins rushed forward to strike, and one of them grinned wickedly, just accept your death. But unexpectedly, a gleaming sword flash cut across their heads. In the blink of an eye, the two enemies looked at each other in panic, realizing something was wrong. An astonished man asked, "Hey, why is your health bar back to 0? The other man couldn't hide his confusion either. You're the same. Then, the two men slowly faded away, revealing, from afar, a warrior in red armor, holding two swords, appearing amidst the glowing fragments, exuding a dignified presence. Yu-Ru's eyes widened in delight when she saw him. She exclaimed, "Yi Feng." Before they could greet each other, Shifeng, like a powerful whirlwind, rushed towards Yu-Ru from behind, leaving her no choice but to close her eyes due to the overwhelming speed. Once the gust settled, she looked up ahead, her eyes full of astonishment, and whispered, "Yi Feng, you're so strong." Elsewhere, the enemy's healing mages were struggling to maintain their strength. One of them shouted, "Hold the health bar." Green magical halos spread out, enveloping the warriors standing around. But instantly, one of them was attacked. A sharp blade sliced through the neck of one person, leaving him no time to react. A system notification appeared, "Cleric enemy, chosen by the gods has died." Behind them, Shifeng's figure had appeared at some point. A warrior nearby turned around, staring in disbelief at his fallen teammate, stammering, "Chosen by the gods, how?" Before he could finish his sentence, another swift strike came, splitting his neck in two. The system continued its notifications, "Cleric enemy, water-pumped beef has died." Minglin watched from afar as his comrades were gradually defeated, standing there in shock, unable to believe his own eyes. In his fury, Minglin could no longer bear it. His entire body erupted with a blazing red energy, coalescing into a spherical shape, and he roared in anger, "Yi Feng." Then, he gathered all his strength and unleashed his most powerful move, Wild Bull Charge. The battlefield trembled as Minglin charged straight at his opponent like a devastating storm. Minglin, furious, rushed toward his enemy, his eyes blazing as he raised his sword high. But in that moment, Shifeng had already noticed the flicker of wariness in his gaze. Minglin gritted his teeth, and the power surged violently within him. His two hands gripped the sword tightly, delivering a powerful slash toward Shifeng's purple figure. However, when the strike finished, Shifeng was already standing behind Minglin, causing him to pause for a moment. Minglin's anger grew even more when he saw his opponent had evaded his attack, and he shouted, "You bastard, always relying on tricks." He then charged again at breakneck speed, simultaneously challenging, "Dare to take another strike from me?" The blades of the two swords clashed, sending out sparks of bright light accompanied by the sound of metal striking. Minglin was taken aback when he saw that his opponent could block the blow so effortlessly. Shifeng remained calm, his cold, piercing gaze meeting Minglin's with defiance, and he spoke with disdain, "Your sword strike is nothing more than this." In that instant, Shifeng landed a powerful blow that sent Minglin flying, the ground shattering beneath him, and the shockwave spreading outwards. Minglin couldn't resist. In that instant, while his body was still suspended in the air, Shifeng suddenly appeared from behind with incredible speed. Then, a series of sharp sword strikes were unleashed, creating blinding flashes of light that would tear through Minglin's armor. Under relentless attack, he could only curse in despair. His eyes were filled with surprise when he realized his health bar was nearly empty, and he screamed, "Why again?" Then, Minglin's body collapsed to the ground with a heavy crash. Shifeng stood firm in the middle of the battlefield, his cold back facing the defeated foe. Minglin gasped, "I." But before he could finish his sentence, his body began to dissolve into glowing fragments of data.
In the final flash, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. It's not over with you. In the distance, the remaining warriors watched in horror. One stuttered, "Iron Sword boss." While another nervously asked, "The leader's dead, should we keep fighting?" Immediately, a white armored soldier angrily shouted, "Fight? What's the point? The leader's dead, what are we waiting for?" He then grabbed his comrades and fled in panic, but still glanced back and called out to Shurfone, "The day of victory is still far away, we'll meet again another time." The battle came to an end, and a figure from another team stood high above, looking down and saying, "It seems we don't need to intervene after all." Li Ming, who was with him, also chimed in. From the moment the martial union angered Shurfone, they were doomed. The red sky reflected the sunset on the fiery red armor of the tall, strong warrior with green hair, his presence exuding power and charisma. He raised his hand to signal and decisively spoke, "Let's go." The companions by his side could only watch his imposing figure, feeling the aura of a war god entering the battlefield. In the distance, a group of female warriors silently observed one of their own. Zhao Yuru, adorned in exquisite purple armor, sighed softly, "Sister Chung Shui, it would be great if we had a master like him." Xiao Yuer beside her nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with admiration, but Qing Shui, the strong woman with sharp eyes, slightly curled her lips, her voice tinged with caution, "He is too exceptional. People like him will inevitably become enemies of our side sooner or later." Yu Ru repeated the last word in quiet contemplation, "Enemy." Qing Shui clenched her fist, her gaze distant as she followed the retreating figure. "I hope that day comes as late as possible, Yi Feng." No one knew whether her heart held regret or a desire for a worthy confrontation. News of the martial union's destruction had spread throughout Redleaf Town. On the streets, two men were chatting excitedly, one of them with a headscarf smirking, "Hey, do you know? The martial union was wiped out." The other immediately responded, holding a modern device. The screen displayed scenes of a fierce battle, with some people even posting videos of the fight on official online forums. The number of likes was over several 100,000. He tilted his body, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. "Right now, this video is insanely popular. Who doesn't know about it?" The network of information spread quickly, with rumors multiplying. Under the fiery red glow of the setting sun, a tall and imposing figure appeared. It was the goddess by Qing Shui, the cold and proud battle god of the battlefield. The god-devouring serpent first conquered the Dark Moon Graveyard, a hellish-level strategy, before taking down over 100 members of the martial union. Dressed in a magnificent purple armor, she stood amidst her attendants, her icy gaze sweeping over everyone. Rumors about her strength spread far and wide, attracting countless powerful individuals eager to serve under her banner. The imposing stance of Goddess by Qing Shui won the admiration of many players in the divine realm. The status and influence of God-devouring serpent in White River City grew rapidly. Countless players vied with one another to join the ranks of God-devouring serpent. And so, in a room full of warriors eagerly discussing, a man slammed the table, his eyes filled with determination. "Let me join God-devouring serpent. I am a loyal fan of Bai Qing Shui." But in response, he was met with a disdainful smile and a sarcastic remark, "We only accept experts, not ordinary people. Not everyone can step into the ranks of the strong. This world is a battlefield for the talented, not for those who only know how to worship." As night fell, a group of warriors silently walked through the street. Their backs were straight, their eyes sharp. They knew that from this moment on, their destiny would change. The video clearly caught the attention of many high-ranking guild members regarding Shurfeng's existence, and there he was, a silent yet dangerous warrior slowly stepping into the light. But not everyone could maintain their composure in the face of the rise of a legend. Some warriors exchanged glances, their eyes clearly showing signs of confusion. "Isn't that Ji Feng with the goddess Qing Shui?" One person whispered in a trembling voice, while the other gulped and spoke in a panic, "He's ruthless, we should stay out of his way." Meanwhile, someone else came up with a bold idea, "What if I beg Yi Feng to level me up? Do you think he'd do it?" This question made others laugh, but a shrewd individual whispered, "Your looks are too ordinary, Yi Feng wouldn't take notice of someone like you. Only someone as stunning as I am might catch his eye. Far off in the distance, two warriors clad in heavy armor walked side by side, laughing. Kala said to Silent as Snow, "Fighting with brother Fong is so thrilling, huh?" But their laughter quickly faded. Silent as Snow sighed. "It's thrilling, sure, but we almost lost our lives just now." Under the radiant sunlight of the late afternoon, the two warriors in their heavy iron armor walked side by side. Kula smiled brightly, clapping his teammate on the shoulder, and laughed, "Huh, you're not a pure tank anyway, so I'll go learn a new skill. From now on, leave the front lines to me." Shi Feng's eyes were sharp, his demeanor calm and steady. He extended his hand and tossed two glittering weapons down, his voice unwavering, "Kulu, Sloth, there's something for both of you here." The two below widened their eyes, their faces unable to hide their surprise. Standing outside the window frame, the gentle breeze swayed the young warrior's green locks as he smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with determination. "You two, get your gear ready, buy an item, and prepare to level up." Shi Feng turned around, his voice light as the breeze but carrying the weight of a leader. "I'll handle a few things, I'm heading out." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. From afar, the enthusiastic voice of his teammate resonated through the small street. "Yes, Captain Feng." Eyes filled with trust followed the retreating figure of the leader. The scene shifted to a small house hidden among trees. A thin wisp of gray smoke rose from the chimney, signaling that this was the blacksmith's shop, where weapons were born and reborn. Inside, a massive blacksmith with a thick red beard like flames and muscular arms was carefully examining a weapon. After a while, he spoke in a low voice. "Considering the extent of damage to this weapon, the cost to repair it all will be 1 silver and 63 copper. The two young men, dressed in simple training gear, turned pale at the astronomical amount. Hazy's mouth hung open, almost shouting, One silver and 63 copper. Is this highway robbery?" The remaining person could not suppress his anger, gritting his teeth and protesting, "Mine needs 4 silver, are you sure about this?" In the flickering firelight, a tall man with fiery red hair, resembling a raging flame, tightly gripped his spear. His sharp, commanding gaze pierced through the night. His voice echoed like thunder on the battlefield. "The more durability it loses, the higher the value of the equipment, and the more expensive the repair costs will be. Under the same conditions, iron armor will cost more than leather or cloth armor." The scene shifted to a darker corner, where a figure, as quiet as snow and simple attire, had tears rolling down their cheeks. Their voice, mingling with a deep sigh, was full of sorrow. "All right, if I hadn't passed through the Dark Moon graveyard and earned over 3 gold, along with the medium recovery potion, I would have just spent all of it on repair fees. I'd probably be poor by now." A faint glimmer of hope appeared in the darkness as Hazy's eyes shone brightly. Holding his cup of wine, he grinned and said, "That's right, our reputation has been raised, we get a 10% discount in Redleaf Town." But before the joy could fully blossom, the deep, commanding voice of the red-haired man cut through the air like a cold splash of water. "The repair fee has already been reduced by 10%. Don't be unreasonable." The young man's face immediately froze, cold sweat pouring down as he met the fiery gaze of the giant man in front of him. Hazy sat at the blacksmith's shop, his face twisted in regret, tears welling up in his eyes. "Even with 10%, it's still too expensive. The harshness of this world spares no one, even the smallest amount can cause great pain." In another corner of the bustling market, Shi Feng was inspecting his belongings, his eyes shining with caution and contemplation. "Let's check the backpack." A system notification sounded, and a virtual screen appeared before the young warrior. He pondered, calculating, including the grand design blueprint from before. Currently, there are 73 gold in the backpack. The notification continued, displaying a glowing message: "Your grand design blueprint has been sold at the auction. After deducting the transaction fees, 2 gold and 76 silver have been deposited into your backpack." The twilight cast its hue over the warrior's silhouette. His gaze was deep in thought. Looking at the sword in his hand, the blade had worn thin over the years, reflecting the fading rays of the setting sun. The dusty blade, his mind filled with old memories, the one who once wielded it was known as the God Slayer. In my previous life, I had never seen the real thing.
Under the crimson-orange sky of the sunset, he stood tall in front of the glowing blue screen. The sharp eyes of the warrior glanced over the cold, indifferent system message, contemplating whether to store the dusty blade away. His gloved finger gently touched the confirm option. A faint glow flashed, whisking the old item into the invisible storage space. A soft breath escaped him, and a strange sensation stirred within. I remember this weapon. Only the Black Star Moon Kingdom possesses a fragment of it. Back then, the recipe here was just a useless item. I'll store it away for now. Outside, the moonlight was just beginning to peek over the towering rooftops. The warrior raised a small, glittering orb in the palm of his hand, the green light dancing around it, reflecting in his doubtful eyes. Is this the item dropped by the Iron Sword Berserker? Without hesitation, he clenched the orb tightly, the green light enveloping his strong hands, a vortex of energy swirling around. Mysterious runes flickered in the air as he spoke in a deep, steady voice. Identification. Information appeared in the virtual space, a line of silver-blue text scrolling before his eyes. Crystal of 7 sparkles, a special item. After use, it can teleport to Blackwing City with 5 uses. Drops upon death. His eyes gleamed with sharpness. He tightened his grip on the glowing gem. He whispered, as if uncovering a mystery, no wonder, in the previous life, the Iron Sword Berserker and his martial union, after rising rapidly, it turns out they had this. In the distance, the magnificent castle with its golden-domed rooftops sparkled in the evening sun. Under the sunset, its outline exuded an air of mysterious majesty. The Crystal of 7 Sparkles is the pass to the legendary Blackwing City. He smiled softly, his eyes igniting with excitement. Now that I hold this treasure, even the Berserker will never rise again. The night gradually descended, and the silence of the space was broken by the steady footsteps of the warrior before him. The green light hovered, reflecting his thoughtful gaze. Today is Black Friday. He squinted, his lips curling into a cold smile. It just so happens to be the special day of Blackwing City. I must pay a visit. Under the cold, neon lights, in the tense atmosphere of a communication screen, Shurfong, with his sharp gaze, was conversing patiently with Hey Z. He hurriedly announced, Hey Z, after everyone rests for a while, head to the level 8 Screaming Hill. The leveling speed there is very fast. I have some things to attend to, so I won't be going with you all. He nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. Understood. On a damp, dim street, there stood an old, rickety bar with creaking wooden planks. A sign clearly stated, Pay what you want bar in the slums of Redleaf Town. Inside, dim lights flickered, casting reflections on the scarred, sun-darkened faces. The sounds of mocking laughter, clinking glasses, and dangerous deals filled the thick, boozy air. This was a gathering place for infamous players, reckless, cold-blooded, and ambitious individuals lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. A figure brushed past, his gaze sharp as a razor, stopping before a figure of immense power. Ju Tian, I want you to kill someone. Name your price. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. A simple request, yet laden with blood and death. In another corner of the bar, a dark figure cloaked in a hooded robe was enjoying a moment of relaxation with 2 beauties. He said nothing, quietly observing, his gaze seemingly evaluating the situation. His silence carried an invisible pressure that made those around him wary. The heavy footsteps echoed as a burly man approached, his voice full of menace. Hey, did you hear what we said? Our boss is talking to you, don't play deaf like that. Fury was written all over his face, his hand clenched tightly, as if ready to throw a punch. But before he could do anything, a red flash streaked across the air, a sharp slash cutting through the space. The man's eyes widened in horror as he realized blood was gushing from his neck. No scream, no chance to fight back, only a lifeless body crumpling to the ground. In the distance, a figure cloaked in a hood raised a glass, a mysterious smile curling on his lips. Price, 10 gold, charge for killing this idiot. The 2 beautiful women beside him smiled in satisfaction, as if human life were worth no more than a few coins. The man opposite, the one who had just intended to hire an assassin, swallowed nervously, cold sweat trickling down his temples as he desperately tried to find a way to turn the situation around. What I mean is, there's someone really powerful, you'll definitely be interested. He hadn't finished his sentence when a deep voice interrupted, cutting through his thoughts.
Who? Sharp eyes glinted beneath the hood, and a dangerous smile spread across Ju Tian's face.
In the distance, towering spires reached up into the sky, reflecting the setting sun with their fiery red domes in Blackwing City.
The heart of the strong. The land where power and schemes intertwine like a spider's web.
Birds circle in the sky, silently observing a place where even light cannot dispel its mysteries. The golden sunlight, as sweet as honey, pours through the cracks of a narrow alley, where the pure white wall contrasts with the sturdy fortifications of a distant castle. The space is lonely, as if every sound is swallowed up by the stillness. Suddenly, a cold wind whips through, carrying with it a stream of emerald light. The space seems torn apart, revealing a portal of second-tier magic. A small figure appears within the brilliant blue vortex. The portal closes, leaving a sense of unease lingering in the air. Shifeng stands strong, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings.
This is the place that once became the most famous in God's domain, Blackwing City.
In his mind, old memories are like shattered pieces, piecing together the picture of a distant past.
His steady footsteps echo on the stone pavement.
He holds an old map in his hands, his fingers tracing over the faded lines. The time is still early, so before the auction begins, he takes a stroll around. Ahead, a black mask with glowing green eyes lies silently. He bends down, his eyes flashing with interest. The darkness and light blend together, creating a dramatic disguise.
The mask seems to melt into his face, completely transforming his appearance.
He smiles, a mysterious smirk curling on his lips, his eyes now just an unusual shade of green, and the aura around him suddenly turns dangerous, as if a demon had just been awakened. From the shadows, another figure emerged. A black cloak with luxurious golden edges, a hood that obscured the face, leaving only a pair of calm yet calculating eyes visible.
"Let's go to the tech shop first," he said.
His voice was steady, carrying a hint of coldness, each of his footsteps echoing in the space, anticipating the fateful meeting that was about to unfold. In the misty haze of the early morning, the Krutz factory appeared, old yet shrouded in mystery. The massive gears outside turned in sync, producing a mesmerizing clinking sound.
Beneath the silvery gray cloak, a figure silently approached the door.
A gentle breeze swept through, making the cloak flutter, like a lost soul pushing the door open. The creaking sound shattered the silence. 2 minutes later, the door slowly closed. By then, the man had completely melted into the darkness of the factory. This time, the cloak had slightly opened, revealing a sharp face and eyes that glinted with a cold gleam. The door closed, its dry, sharp sound acting as a declaration that no one was allowed to intrude into his private world. Under the dim, greenish light, a pair of shoes appeared, sparkling with power. Shifeng's eyes gleamed with interest, his lips curling into a faint smile.
"Too expensive. Can't buy anything good in there, especially the divine weapon meant for escaping."
Rocket boots.
He clenched his fist, feeling the regret. Damn it, that's an exorcism-grade gear crafted by a tech master. Its attributes and effects far surpass those of regular rocket boots.
But it didn't stop there. In his hand appeared a vial of bright blue liquid, as if it were a clear stream in the midst of the desert, but being able to buy the intermediate frost grenade is worth it, enough to deal with the pursuit of the martial union. Under the vial, a line of text appeared: intermediate frost grenade, reduces the target's speed by 60%, lasts for 12 seconds. His eyes gleamed like someone who had just found a way out of a dead end. In the dark alley, with hurried footsteps, he dashed like a shadow. But unfortunately, someone suddenly sprang out from somewhere, colliding with him and causing him to stop.
The impact was fierce.
They both came to a halt, standing so close that their breaths could almost touch. His opponent, with sharp purple hair and a cunning gaze, stood in his way like an unyielding wall.
The purple-haired man growled, his eyes filled with anger. "Damn it, what kind of NPC are you? Can't you walk with your eyes open?"
But Shifeng only silently stared, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood, looking at the name above, Level 7, no guild. The purple-haired man furrowed his brow, his lips curling up in disdain. He confidently and arrogantly burst into laughter. "Huh, so you're just a player with no chances. The system screen displayed, Level 8, Egoistic Frenzied Blade, Ouroboros. His eyes sparkled, his aura flaring, like a predator who had found a weak prey. In the brilliant golden light, Egoistic, cloaked in a discreet robe, stood confidently facing Shurfong. Egoistic wore a striking red armor, radiating an unmistakable air of self-satisfaction. He flashed a dazzling smile, his arms crossed over his chest, his eyes sparkling as if they contained thousands of stars.
See anything?
That's the guild insignia, he said.
Shurfong spoke in a calm tone, are you a player from another country?
The scene shifted to a vast map, where winding roads stretched between mountain ranges and rivers of crystal blue. Small cities appeared like jewels amidst the pristine wilderness. The map annotations spoke of the complexity of this world. Hundreds of cities and thousands of free players appeared, and in the blink of an eye, Star Moon Kingdom boasted more than 100 cities, while the Holy Realm had over 100 nations. Blackwing City, as an independent city-state, could easily have over 100 players appearing in an instant, which was a completely normal occurrence. Egoistic stood before towering walls, his hand on his lips, his expression deep in thought. You're lucky, he murmured, a free player like you managed to stumble into this place. He muttered, as if trying to decipher some mysterious puzzle.
Suddenly, Shurfong turned and walked away.
Egoistic's eyes widened, his hand clenched into a fist, feeling as though he had just been abandoned in the middle of a desolate battlefield.
Daring to ignore me? He seethed. He could no longer tolerate it. He charged forward, fist clenched, shouting loudly, "Hey, you think you've won by setting this up?"
His face was contorted in anger, his muscles tensing like a wild beast ready to tear through anything in its path. Shurfong stopped, slowly turned his head, and his sharp golden eyes coldly and indifferently glanced over his shoulder, or else. His voice was as cold as a winter wind, piercing through the warrior's armor, causing him to fall silent for a moment. Just as the tension in the air grew taut like a drawn bowstring, a new figure appeared. He wore a green and white outfit, his smile bright but with a hint of mischief. Oh, come on, everyone here is an elite from various nations, why get so angry at each other?
Isn't it better to make friends?
Egoistic turned around in shock, his face a mix of surprise and confusion. You. The arrival of this new person was like a ray of light in the middle of a storm, bringing a sense of harmony yet also an air of mystery. Lone Swan stepped forward, his gaze full of arrogant dignity, folding his arms as he looked down at Egoistic, who was now under control. Egoistic gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fury, but he still couldn't escape the situation. A cold voice rang out from behind him, out of respect for Lone Swan, I won't bother to deal with trash like you. Egoistic clenched his teeth tighter, his eyes filled with anger but unable to resist. Under the blazing sunlight, Lone Swan approached a person clad in a mysterious black cloak, black flame. The air between the two was thick with tension, yet laced with unspoken meaning. I am Lone Swan of the Palace of Moon Reverence, may I ask for your honored name? Black Flame pondered for a moment, then responded in a calm, steady voice.
Palace of Moon Reverence.
As night fell, a figure bathed in fiery red like a blazing flame emerged.
The Palace of Moon Reverence appeared within the mystical and imposing scenery.
A group of people stood in the darkness, led by a towering warrior clad in bright red armor, with a crescent moon symbol on his chest, the Palace of Moon Reverence. This large guild was extremely famous in God's domain, a counterbalance to the Kingdom of Golden Might.
A voice echoed throughout the night, signaling the arrival of a formidable force.
Back in the present, Lone Swan and Black Flame faced each other. For a moment, Lone Swan flashed a faint smile and extended his hand.
Without hesitation, Black Flame shook it.
Star Moon Kingdom, Lone Swan said, this meeting is not merely an exchange of identities, it is also a precursor to the great changes that are about to unfold. Lone Swan relaxed his posture, assessing the man before him, and then spoke, Star Moon Kingdom is quite far from here.
Is this your first time coming to Blackwing City for an auction? Black Flame nodded slightly. Lone Swan continued, do you know that in order to enter the hall, you need to pay 2 gold coins for a black wing symbol? The atmosphere became a bit tense.
Black Flame narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, then casually replied, not really.
However, in his mind, he thought otherwise.
It wouldn't be long before he figured it out. but it was better to pretend ignorance for now. He kept up his mysterious demeanor, revealing nothing of his true intentions.
Seeing Black Flame's attitude, Lone Swan suggested, "How about joining our team, Black Flame? I happen to have an extra black wing symbol. If you join the party, I'll lead you into the hall next door."
Egoistic immediately changed his expression, his eyes wide as he shouted in dissatisfaction. He took a step forward, glaring at Black Flame before turning to Lone Swan with an angry look. "Hey, a casual player like you thinks you can get the black wing symbol without doing any work? The ticket to get it is so hard to win, and you think you're worthy?" Without waiting for Black Flame to reply, Egoistic swung his hand and shoved his shoulder. "Lone Swan, if you let him join the team, don't blame me for leaving and looking for other players." However, Lone Swan remained calm and smiled gently. "Egoistic brother, although Black Flame is a casual player, the fact that he made it here proves his strength. It's very likely that we'll often interact with each other in the future." Egoistic laughed loudly upon hearing this, his gaze full of challenge. "Strength? I have a huge backing, like the seven-blooded war god. That's real strength. A mediocre guy like him wants to own a badge worthy of the Super Guild's heavenly Chi Jiaozi?" Black Flame remained silent, offering no rebuttal. He simply raised his hand gently, turned around, and walked away. His voice was faint yet resolute. "I won't bother anymore." In the mystical space, Egoistic and Lone Swan stood side by side. Egoistic crossed his arms, his face showing frustration, while Lone Swan lightly rubbed his forehead with a helpless expression. Was the Star Moon Kingdom player really that rich? Right now, even if he offered 3 more gold coins, he couldn't buy the black wing symbol. Egoistic, upon hearing this, could only stare wide-eyed, his face showing a hint of surprise. In the soft light of the afternoon, Black Flame appeared in his concealed cloak, his demeanor cold and composed. He stood silently, his eyes half closed, seemingly indifferent to the people around him. Behind him, Egoistic grew angry, shouting towards him, pretending to act superior. "You can't even enter through the main gate of the auction and yet you act all high and mighty." Black Flame remained silent, standing still like an emotionless statue. The scene shifted to an imposing building where the auction was about to take place. On the white wall, an old-fashioned clock chimed, signaling that the event was about to begin. The atmosphere around grew lively as people eagerly prepared to enter. In front of the large gate, a bustling crowd gathered, with warriors and merchants all jostling to get inside. The guards stood solemnly on either side, closely monitoring the crowd as they opened the gate for the auction to begin. Egoistic hurried forward and said, "Hurry up, let's get in." The gate was wide open, but as Egoistic and Lone Swan approached, a soldier in armor stopped them, saying, "Sorry, you cannot enter for now." Egoistic was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What?" The tension in the air suddenly grew thicker. Lone Swan tried to explain, holding up the black wing symbol in his hand as proof. "We have the black wing symbol, why can't we enter?" The guard maintained his calm expression and replied firmly, "You must wait until all the VIP guests have entered before you can go in." Egoistic and Lone Swan were stunned, not expecting to be treated like this. Suddenly, the guard turned to Black Flame and bowed respectfully. "He is a VIP guest, the demon hunter of Blackwing City. No need for a symbol to enter the auction." Egoistic and Lone Swan were taken aback, their eyes wide with surprise. "Who is that?" Black Flame remained standing there, cold and composed, walking into the auction hall with everyone's surprised gaze following him. Beneath the evening light, a breeze swept through, carrying dry leaves that spiraled in the dust along the path. Black Flame wore a black cloak, each step he took making him appear like a nightmare descending upon the scene. Passers-by instinctively shrank away as they caught sight of him. No one dared to stop him. Egoistic, the man with purple hair, squinted his eyes, his body stiffening slightly as he saw the familiar figure in the cloak. He muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with caution, "Black Flame?" At the same moment, the air seemed to freeze when Black Flame's subordinates appeared. Their cloaks fluttered in the wind, the sound of their steady footsteps echoing on the dirt ground. The large gates of the city fortress appeared before them. A knight in silver armor stood blocking the way. His gaze passed over the newcomer, and he immediately bowed respectfully. "My lord, demon hunter, please, come in." He gestured for the other guards to clear the path, allowing Black Flame and his group to enter. The respect in his voice and the quick retreat of the soldiers spoke volumes. Lone Swan, with long brown hair, stood hidden among the crowd nearby, glaring after the figure in the cloak. He gritted his teeth, a question full of suspicion ringing in his mind. A demon? In a vast building, soft yellow light cascaded down onto the empty floor, with tiers of seating surrounding it. The atmosphere, filled with anticipation, resembled that of an important auction. Everyone had settled into their seats. Silence enveloped the space. A man stepped up to the central podium, preparing to begin the auction. The sound of a gavel striking echoed, signaling the official start of the auction. The auctioneer, a refined man in a black suit, solemnly introduced the first item for bidding. "This is a level 20 mysterious iron chestplate, starting price 2 gold. On the auction table, a gleaming chestplate with mysterious blue patterns shimmered, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. Amidst the crowd, a man wearing a black cloak, known as Black Flame, whispered softly, "Humph, the attributes of this gear." His eyes sparkled, and a magical circle appeared. "This is observing eyes. It allows me to clearly see unknown targets or detect weaknesses, a powerful skill that helps me understand the true value of this item." A knight in armor sitting in the stands stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Something that hasn't been appraised yet. We'll have to bet if it's a top-tier item or not." Around him, several people exchanged glances, waiting to see who would make the first bid. Black Flame silently thought, "This piece of gear is not bad for setting the mood and could easily hook a fish." He calmly raised his hand, 3 gold, and immediately raised the bid, causing the atmosphere in the arena to grow even more tense. Below the stands, 2 knights were discussing. "The demon hunter is making a move. Could it really be a treasure? He's already been given the title of demon hunter, so whatever treasure it is, if we haven't seen it before, it must be something good." From another angle, Egoistic, a warrior with purple hair and imposing armor, laughed loudly. I thought he was going to make a big move." He showed a disdainful expression, but would he really let this item slip by? In the vibrant scene, with flashing lights behind him, Egoistic stretched his hand out decisively, his eyes burning with intensity as he shouted, "I bid 5 gold." Confident that this price would easily secure him the precious item being auctioned, the crowd in the hall began to murmur. To bid 5 gold for an item? Truly a wealthy individual, what's so surprising about that? He's an elite member of the top-tier Demon Warrior Guild. Egoistic leaned back in his seat, crossing his arms arrogantly, a smirk playing on his lips. But before he could savor his apparent victory, a calm voice came from the upper floor. Black Flame spoke without haste, 10 gold. Egoistic widened his eyes and turned sharply in disbelief. Below the stands, many people were taken aback by the audacity of another person doubling the bid. Some murmured, "The demon hunter is making a move again, but this bid is double. Even though he's a demon hunter, there's no way to rely on him. Can he really compare to a demon warrior?" Another person shook his head, "I don't think we can win this." Egoistic clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with anger. He couldn't accept letting Black Flame get the item he wanted. He swung his hand forcefully and shouted, "I bid 15 gold." He ground his teeth, a storm raging inside him. He couldn't let him walk away with it. Whatever he wanted, he would get, no matter the cost. But Black Flame remained unfazed, still exuding his cold demeanor. He raised one finger and calmly said, 20 gold. The entire hall froze, and one person spoke out in confusion, "The hunter is raising the price." Egoistic glared, veins bulging as he stared ahead, his face filled with rage and frustration, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His eyes burned with unwillingness, his inner voice screaming, "He's raising the price again. Damn it!" The anger surging inside Egoistic made him grit his teeth in fury. Lone Swan, standing next to him, placed a hand on his shoulder, seemingly trying to comfort him. He said calmly, "Egoistic brother, 20 gold for a chestplate is already too much, there's no need to keep bidding." Egoistic clenched his fist, but his anger was far from quelled. He jerked his shoulder, shaking off the hand, and shouted, "Don't stop me." His eyes reddened with fury, his body trembling with suppressed rage. He growled, "If he doesn't give me face, then I'll go all out with him." Egoistic clenched his fist and slammed it down on the auction table. His eyes burned red as his voice echoed through the arena, 30 gold. He gritted his teeth, making a bold decision and immediately using the guild's funds. In the corner of the arena, 2 people had been observing the auction. One of them furrowed his brow and said, 30 gold? Even some small guilds can't afford that much. All for a chest plate? The other shook his head, his face full of contemplation. No, this shows that this item. This is something neither you nor I are capable of fully understanding. Egoistic laughed arrogantly, his sharp eyes focusing on Black Flame, who was still bidding. He crossed his arms, wearing a provocative smile. How about it? A casual player can raise that much money? He slapped the emblem on his chest, his voice full of pride. Behind me stands the bloodthirsty war god, and we never lack money. What do you have to compare with me? The figure of Black Flame, cloaked in a robe, slowly raised his head. His sharp gaze was calm, and his voice was steady as he spoke a single line, 35 gold. The entire arena seemed to freeze for a moment. Egoistic went stiff, and his arrogant smile immediately faded. Under the glaring lights, Egoistic shouted in tension, "What?" His eyes clearly showed confusion and rage, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he glared forward. A sense of bewilderment and uncontrolled anger surged within him. Muttering in the dim light of the room, he said, "How could this be? Where could a free player get so much money?" The anger reached its peak. Egoistic swung his hand, pointing directly at the person sitting opposite, his voice shouting with doubt. "I demand a balance check for the account of the player Black Flame. There's no way he could have that much money. I can't believe what's happening. How could Black Flame, a free player, have such an enormous amount of money?" Phone glared back at Egoistic and coldly said, "Doubting me? Isn't bloodthirsty war god behind you? Go ahead, take more if you can." He gritted his teeth, his brows furrowing. Inside, he was boiling with rage at this man's arrogance. How dare he speak like that? I can't tolerate this anymore. After a brief internal struggle, he stood up in anger and said something that left Lone Swan speechless. 36 gold, damn it, if it exceeds that, I'll just ask the guild for an advance. Black Flame mockingly asked, "The Jiaozi of a super guild only increases by 1 gold? He turned around abruptly, sulking, and said, "Huh." He stared ahead and emotionlessly replied, 40 gold. Upon hearing this, he collapsed in disbelief, feeling overwhelmed. 40 gold? That's the salary from several years of work. This guy dares to set a price like that just for a chest plate? He started to think, no, this must mean the chest plate is definitely an extremely rare, top-tier treasure, worth far more than 40 gold. That's it must be that way. Egoistic, like a bull charging at his opponent, slammed his hand on the table. "I bid 50 gold. He said those words with a hint of pride. "Today, I'm going all in with you." Lone Swan was left speechless, unable to stop him. Does he want to die? 50 gold is all the guild's funds. Black Flame stood up, tapping his forehead in surrender. "It's yours, I give up." Hearing this, Egoistic stood up with a smug grin, mocking, "Not going along anymore?" Egoistic turned away and continued to play along. "Aren't you rich? Why don't you keep pretending to be tough? Keep going. I'm going all the way with you." The auctioneer knocked the gavel and announced the prize. Then the rare West Wind breastplate belongs to Mr. Egoistic Frenzied Blade. He laughed loudly and continued talking nonsense. Finally, I've won the West Wind." But as soon as he finished speaking, he froze and, trembling, turned around. "The West Wind breastplate? Did I hear that right? It's the West Wind breastplate, worth only 1 gold? The auctioneer bowed his head respectfully and replied, "This is the rare West Wind breastplate. Its attributes may not be different, but it can increase your cool factor." Upon hearing this, Egoistic was stunned. 50 gold for a piece of torn leather.
How am I supposed to explain this now? He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Egoistic brother.
Lone Swan quickly rushed over to help him up. The auctioneer continued, "The deal has been made. Within 24 hours, we will send the payment to your guild. If the payment is not made, your guild will face severe punishment." All eyes in the arena turned to Black Flame, who had destroyed an elite guild without spilling a single drop of blood.
This demon hunter was a demon, not a hunter.
The atmosphere grew tense as the two soldiers exchanged glances, their voices tinged with bitterness.
What a tragedy!
They had been tricked by the demon hunter. Meanwhile, down below, Lone Swan, the brown-haired warrior with a ponytail, coldly placed a hand on the shoulder of a white-armored figure who had passed out, his lips curling into a mocking smile. He shook his head and sighed, "Rest in peace." On the auction stage, a young man in armor stood up in anger, pointing a finger at a figure in a black cloak with a voice full of resentment. "This demon hunter is too cunning, always tricking us into traps.
Everyone, be careful."
From afar, Black Flame, the cloaked figure, silently observed, his eyes gleaming with a cold, sharp light. On the auction floor, the atmosphere became lively as a new item was brought forward. A voice shouted, filled with determination, 15 silver. Sherphone, the burly man standing beside, merely smirked, unshaken. He patiently waited because he knew the truly valuable item had yet to appear. The auctioneer raised his hand, pointing to a glowing light blue scroll. His voice echoed across the hall, "The next item up for auction is a weapon forging blueprint. The starting price is 1 silver. On the piece of paper, the words were not yet defined, which only fueled the excitement of the treasure hunters. From a hidden corner, Black Flame gently raised his hand, and a virtual information board appeared before him. Ethereal blue light radiated from it, Silver Alliance model, mysterious iron level M. His eyes gleamed sharply, fortune was on his side. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, tightening his fist as he read the information about the precious item.
Li Ming's silver model?
In the previous life, it was almost a must-have weapon for level 10 players, incredibly rare.
Moreover, upgrading his abyssal blade required 10 mysterious iron weapons, and having the blueprint would save him the trouble of farming dungeons.
The auction atmosphere was heating up, and he was about to call out a bid when suddenly the entire hall went silent. A deep voice resonated from above the stands. Black Flame, the one cloaked in black, casually spoke, causing the entire hall to tremble. A silver-armored warrior leaped to his feet, his face flushed with anger. "The demons are trying to sabotage the players." Murmurs spread throughout the hall, but Black Flame maintained his serene smile, his eyes carrying a cold, calculating sharpness. In a hidden corner of the auction market, the ambitious ones revealed their suspicion. A group of armored figures, their eyes cold as ice, followed the steps of a mysterious figure.
Could it be that this is just a diversion, angering us into buying some worthless junk?
One of them ground his teeth in frustration.
We absolutely must not follow. The warning bell rang, dispelling any thoughts of pursuit.
They suspected that the person in front of them was just an NPC in disguise, someone who specialized in provoking others at auctions.
The auction began.
You, dressed in a well-tailored suit, stood at the high podium, your voice resonating, 1 silver, first time.
The entire auditorium fell into silence, no one uttering a word. A voice echoed in their minds, the confusion evident on the faces of some, no competition? Am I really going to let this pass and let him profit?
On the auction floor, the heavy gavel was raised, signaling an important moment, 1 silver, second time. The auctioneer's voice dragged on, waiting for anyone to dare bid higher, yet still, no one spoke.
The furious ones in the audience gritted their teeth, unable to act.
One clenched his fist, his eyes darkening, absolutely determined not to become the second fool to be provoked. The gavel struck down with a resounding thud, its sharp sound echoing through the auction hall.
No one had placed a bid.
1 silver, sold. The auctioneer declared with a flourish, then the design blueprint of the Li Ming silver sword, crafted by the master artisan Kozan of BYN level, is now owned by Mr. Black Flame.
Congratulations.
A glowing scroll was raised, to the astonishment of everyone present. The hall trembled.
What? A BYN level blueprint? Two people in the audience sprang to their feet, their faces contorted in shock. The price of any BYN level blueprint typically ranged around 20 gold. Yet, this person had acquired it for just 1 silver. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Meanwhile, the person wearing the black flame cloak simply smiled faintly, composed as though everything had already been part of his plan from the start. The sword had been successfully revealed, a major gain this time, a bold move and a flawless victory. Under the bright lights of the auction house, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense as the final item was brought out. A magical book with a deep crimson cover, mysterious light radiating from it as if it were echoing the ancient melodies of absolute power. The auctioneer boldly declared, the last item for today's auction, Blazing Thunder Fury, a super rare skill for melee classes. The starting price is 5 gold. The crowd gasped, their eyes alight with curiosity. Amidst the sea of people, a figure cloaked in black flame, silently observed, his eyes flickering with both surprise and delight. Blazing Thunder Fury, the coveted skill every melee player dreamed of acquiring, truly deserved to be the most precious treasure of the auction. Memories from his past life flooded back, distant yet vivid. He had never seen this book appear on the market before. An item that defied valuation. Its worth was beyond imagination. The auction house erupted in a frenzy of bidding, 10 gold, 20 gold. I bid 40 gold. I bid 42 gold. Each voice echoed with determination and eagerness. Black Flame pondered, if he already knew its value, then all that was left was to wait for the final strike. And then he spoke, his tone calm but carrying an invisible authority. I bid 43 gold. Another figure appeared, with golden hair and sharp blue eyes. An enigmatic figure in a cloak adorned with strange patterns. I bid 50 gold. The atmosphere seemed to pause for a moment. Black Flame glanced at the one who had just spoken, information flashing in his mind from the observing eye skill. A 4th level demon mage? This is troublesome. Even NPCs were getting involved in the bidding now, and his opponent was a wealthy mage. Black Flame hesitated no more. Now, even compared to NPCs, he was at a disadvantage. The only thing he could do was make a bold counteroffer. He spoke up, announcing his bid, 60 gold. His words were strong, decisive, there was no more room for negotiation. He hoped this would match the final selling price of the system. However, his opponent merely smiled faintly. 70 gold. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Black Flame felt disheartened, defeated. His expression remained unchanged, but internally, he had already formed a new plan. He wasn't prepared with enough money. Let's see if the auction system had credited his account yet. Suddenly, a sound rang out, and a series of system notifications appeared before him. The glowing green text shone like the light of destiny. Your optical design was successful, and the auction reward has been sent to your account. He smirked faintly and said, good, the money came at just the right time. In the tense atmosphere, a deep, confident voice echoed, 100 gold, Black Flame. A figure cloaked in a mysterious black robe smiled enigmatically. He whispered softly, this should be enough, right? The entire arena fell silent, and some whispered to each other, their eyes filled with disbelief at such extravagance. 100 gold, really? The auctioneer, a gentleman with a refined appearance but eyes sharp as an eagle's, struck the table forcefully. His boisterous voice resonated throughout the room. 1 gold, anyone want to bid? Higher? No one? But all that followed was a prolonged silence. In a hidden corner, a few men clad in silver armor whispered among themselves, their faces filled with displeasure. This demon hunter is hard to predict, he's basically not giving us a chance to compete. And then the decisive moment arrived, the auctioneer's gavel struck the table with force. 100 gold, sold. Congratulations, Mr. Black Flame, you have won Blazing Thunder Fury. Black Flame smiled faintly as a system notification appeared on the screen, indicating that he had lost 100 gold.
Receiving the Blazing Thunder Fury skill, he reached out and took the Crimson Skill book, its cover engraved with a silver sword symbol. A strange energy surged from it, enveloping his entire body.
Very well, the time has come.
The troublesome early stages are over, and the real PK phase begins. He opened the book, and the glowing lines of text appeared, Blazing Thunder Fury. The conditions for use were that the wielder must be equipped with a melee weapon when attacking, dealing damage along with 20% lightning damage in a 5-meter radius, adding 5% critical hit damage, and stunning the opponent for 4 seconds.
The cooldown time was 45 seconds. Black Flame pondered quietly. With this, there would be many more ways to farm monsters and level up. Recovering costs would no longer be a problem.
Just as he was lost in thought, the atmosphere outside suddenly became tense. Black Flame's cloak fluttered as he walked with steady, powerful steps. Suddenly, a voice, full of implication, rang out. Mr. Black Flame, a powerful warrior with platinum hair flowing softly like the gentle moonlight, but whose eyes are as sharp as the blade's edge. She spoke in a soft yet confident tone, her sharp gaze locking onto the person in front of her.
Hello, my name is Watercolor Rose. I knew you from the auction.
A majestic figure appeared in the night, her entire form surrounded by glowing patterns like a rushing river, resembling the manifestation of a deity. Her posture, her eyes hidden in the darkness, radiated an imposing and terrifying majesty.
Watercolor Rose was the 6th-ranked god in the top 10 summoners of God's domain.
To think she would be here.
Whispers of astonishment and admiration echoed around them. The person across from her couldn't hide their shock at the legend standing before them.
In terms of fame from the previous life, Watercolor Rose was even more renowned than Divine Eyes Shepherd Wei Yun. Returning to the realm of reality, the mysterious Black Flame observed the girl before him with a hint of curiosity. You also attended the auction, but I didn't pay attention to you. Watercolor flashed a slight smile, her sharp gaze seemingly able to read the thoughts of her counterpart. Of course, it's nothing compared to the VIP seat of the esteemed Black Flame, we could only sit in the corner and watch. She then took a step forward, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination.
I represent the Sound of the Twilight Guild and would like to propose a collaboration. I wonder if Mr. Black Flame might be interested.
Black Flame paused, his gaze glinting with thought. Sound of the Twilight, a renowned name on the chaotic axis of support, with Watercolor Rose as an elder of the inner circle. Her status was so high that for her to approach the main table, it must be a significant deal. He raised his head, his voice firm and decisive. So, it's Sound of the Twilight.
Of course, I'm interested.
An agreement seemed to be taking shape, promising unpredictable changes ahead. Watercolor turned, her platinum hair swaying gently in the wind, exuding calm and confidence.
Excellent. Let's move to a different location to discuss further.
At the same time, in another part of the story, the atmosphere was heated. Egoistic was shouting, his face flushed with rage.
Is a few silver coins that impressive? Aren't you just some rich spender? I'll get my revenge on you sooner or later.
Meanwhile, Lone Swan beside him merely smiled indifferently. Egoistic brother, you should be thinking about how to survive the impending disaster instead. The shadow of abstraction cast over the luxurious building named the high-end Rose Restaurant, where important negotiations often take place between great powers. The brown wooden door stood silently, like a guardian of the secrets that were about to be unveiled. Inside, beneath the warm golden light, a round table with a light red tablecloth had been neatly arranged. 2 important figures sat facing each other, Watercolor Rose, the talented and virtuous female warrior, and Black Flame, the renowned blacksmith of the Star Moon Kingdom. She slightly tilted her head, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. I never imagined that the highly skilled senior blacksmith of the Star Moon Kingdom, famous for his reputation, would be such a composed and dignified young man. A fleeting smile appeared on her lips, her eyes gleaming with mischief. At first, I thought you were an old man around 50 or 60 years old. She covered her mouth and chuckled, her tone teasing yet betraying a sense of amusement. Black Flame, sitting across from her, the person she was referring to, merely smiled faintly. He was not affected by the compliments or criticisms, instead, his sharp eyes gleamed with calm. Just tell me about the cooperation, I'm happy to engage in a broad discussion. His voice was steady, carrying a hint of interest but without urgency. Watercolor Rose leaned forward, her gaze cold and sharp like the blade of a knife. Sound of the Twilight, we need a large quantity of your grand design blueprints. But for some reasons, we can only pay with credit points, is that okay? Upon hearing this, he was a bit skeptical. The blueprints are not a problem, but why are you saying that the payment method can only be through credit points? It's important to note that gold coins were extremely scarce in the pioneering era. After all, in God's domain, only gold coins could be used, there was no mechanism to directly exchange credit points for gold coins. Watercolor Rose happily explained, currently, gold coins in the game are too scarce. If you don't agree to use credit points for the transaction, our guild will likely only be able to make periodic installments. Black Flame expressed some concern, contemplating, I'm worried that the gold coins on the exchange will be slow. If we use credit points, it will save both of us a lot of trouble. It's beneficial for both sides. So he agreed with her suggestion, alright, how many do you need? Just so you know, my prices are quite high. She showed him the number 5 and said, first, we need 500 blueprints for the shimmering chestplate, then we'll place a large order for the equipment. He said, that's fine, but we have one condition. We hope you won't sell this blueprint to other guilds or players. He fell into thought again. It turned out that Watercolor Rose wanted to buy the shimmering chestplate blueprints to sell them to other guilds. Her manpower far exceeded mine, so she had the strength to set her own terms. He quietly responded, alright, first you need to pay 10 gold, the rest can be traded using credit points, but I also have one condition. Watercolor Rose was ready to listen. Please, go ahead, as long as it's within reasonable limits, we can do it. In the setting sun's light, Black Flame, with his long black hair tied loosely at the back, his sharp eyes engaged in conversation with Watercolor Rose. He believed, your guild is very rich in minerals from the Empire of Stormwind. I want to buy various types of ores at a low price from you to craft equipment. He thought that even if she had an excess, she could sell them to other guilds in the Star Moon Kingdom. The ores on his side were extremely expensive. He continued, additionally, I need a pass for Blackwing City. If I cannot visit often, I won't be able to trade directly. She quickly replied, no problem, the price of the ores will definitely be cheap, and the pass has already been prepared. Black Flame raised his glass of red wine, offering a smile full of meaning and politeness. He looked directly at the person opposite him, as if to confirm that the agreement had been made, and they would cooperate happily. The two glasses clinked, producing a soft yet meaningful sound. The cooperation between the two figures had been officially confirmed, an event that could change their fates, a happy collaboration. In a simple rented house, Black Flame was preparing to leave. The girl stood opposite him, arms crossed, her face calm and patient as she waited. He said, I'm going to work on the blueprints. It'll take about 2 hours, is that alright? I'll wait for you. A close-up of Black Flame's face showed a wicked smile, his eyes flashing with sharp intent. He was calculating something in his mind, displaying the strategic thinking of a savvy businessman. It was truly a very profitable deal. How much he could sell would depend on her abilities. He could make money so much faster this way. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, signaling the start of a big plan. The silver-haired girl turned her head toward the door that had just closed. Her gaze lingered for a moment, thoughtful. Black Flame stood in front of the door, his eyes cold and piercing. The hem of his black cloak fluttered slightly in the wind. He tilted his chin up slightly, his voice low yet filled with authority. He had kept her waiting for too long. Sighing inwardly, he thought, good grief, creating 500 blueprints in one go was enough to make me collapse. Black Flame raised his hand, and a virtual interface appeared before him. He lightly touched the screen, selecting the option as his finger pressed confirm. A flash of light blinked, and the transaction was completed in the blink of an eye. The system quickly reported and checked that your bank account had a fluctuation of 17.88 million credit points, which had been transferred to the account.
Black Flame sneered lightly, his eyes gleaming with amusement. The transaction was swift, indeed. The guild's funds were truly vast. He thought to himself, with the addition of the previous funds, his bank balance had already exceeded 18 million. Now, he no longer had to worry about running out of resources for future transactions. In a dark corner, a figure with bloodshot eyes grinned slyly. He was determined that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, in a few days, he would be able to make a full 20 million. Then, he could establish a fairly solid studio and compete with Shadow. Watercolor Rose spoke seriously to him. In the future, I will take you to see the ore you need, sir. She emphasized, sir, don't forget to bring some weaponry with you, as much as I need. Black Flame extended his hand, the light gently reflecting off his black gloves. Watercolor Rose hesitated for a moment, but then extended her hand as well. A firm handshake was established. Black Flame spoke firmly, you won't be disappointed. A moment later, he was teleported to Redleaf Town. Black Flame was standing in the middle of the city when the system suddenly broadcast an emergency notification. Emergency notification. Emergency notification. System announcement. God's domain will undergo a system upgrade. A shocking piece of news followed. The system upgrade will take approximately 12 hours. Players have 10 minutes to prepare before being forcibly logged out. Black Flame frowned, thinking to himself, what's going on? Why is this system reset coming so soon? Theoretically, the first upgrade should be at least a month away. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Black Flame's mind. He remembered that in his previous life, after each reset, the prices of materials in the game would skyrocket. That's right, this is a great opportunity to make money. He quickly ran toward the auction house, determined, I need to buy up all the rare materials before the system update. Black Flame rushed down the stone-paved path, his cloak fluttering behind him. There was still time, he had to reach the auction house and buy everything before the prices went up. At the auction house, without hesitation, he purchased all the ores, herbs, and any rare materials he could find. Ores, herbs, rare materials, anything available, buy it all. Fortunately, thanks to his previous transaction with Watercolor Rose, he still had a dozen or so gold coins left, just enough to fill his backpack. As soon as Black Flame's inventory was full, the system broadcast the final notification, your inventory is full. The countdown to the system upgrade is 11 seconds. Black Flame slightly curled his lips, very good, perfect. He immediately logged out of the game and returned to reality. The sun shone on the top of the building at 8 a.m. Sherfong sat up and took off his game helmet to breathe in the fresh air. He washed his hair thoroughly, then ran out to turn on the TV to watch the news. At 5 a.m. today, most of the world's 1,000 strongest financial conglomerates announced that they would hold on to their money and occupy God's domain to promote the development of the simulation economy, while also establishing their respective God's domain studios. The female reporter continued, in just 3 short hours, all the sales points for the God's domain simulation helmets were packed with people. The number of God's domain players suddenly increased by 800 million, and the number of online users reached 1.8 billion. Breaking the world record for the highest number of online players in a simulation game. Sherfong was stunned, realizing, so that's how it is. He thought to himself, 800 million level 0 players, of course, the demand for equipment will be enormous. The reason the large conglomerates are willing to pay such a high price for the micro-light designs and the basic starter equipment is precisely because of this. As he smiled, the female reporter continued with the news, God's domain has become humanity's second world. The administrators encourage everyone to move to the simulated world, driving the system of the main God to collect player data and improve the structure of God's domain. Sherfong clenched his fist, it's here, the great evolution phase of God's domain has arrived. In a dark space, blue streams of light flickered like energy veins running everywhere. A glowing symbol appeared, signaling the birth of a completely new world. God's domain, the first virtual reality online game in history, had the ability to evolve on its own.
No longer was it a world with a fixed program, no longer were updates controlled by the publisher.
God's domain was a revolution.
A massive cubic sphere shone in the darkness, connected to mysterious shadows, compared to the all-encompassing control of the old publishers.
God's domain introduced an unprecedented concept.
A game world that developed freely under the leadership of the players. Here, no one could manipulate the rules. The strong would rise, the weak would be eliminated. Everything would evolve based on the choices of the players. There would be no stopping, no compromises. A group of players entered a dark cave. The flames in their hands flickered, casting reflections on the rock walls, swords drawn from their scabbards, the atmosphere filled with tension.
Natural selection, the strong survive, the weak are eliminated.
God's domain was not simply a game, it was a survival battle, and every step could be the last. A roar echoed from the darkness, and the fiery eyes of the massive dragon opened, its sharp teeth gleaming under the torchlight.
Ready to crush anyone who dares to invade its territory.
When a player's world exploration speed surpasses a certain threshold, the system adjusts the game's difficulty. And this is the great evolution, a true nightmare, where the game not only changes but also hunts the very players. Sweat poured down the face of the young man, Sherfong, his sharp eyes flickering with a mix of skepticism and fear. Speaking of the main culprit behind the increased difficulty, it's somewhat related to my overleveled dungeon runs.
Perhaps I've already become the target of the game system's divine overseer.
He was no longer an anonymous figure.
And once the divine overseer has set its sights on someone, there's no way back. Sweat dripped onto the floor as the young man lifted the dumbbell with absolute focus.
In a simple room filled with workout equipment, he honed his body every single day without rest. His grip tightened around the dumbbell, muscles swelling with power, leaving no room for weakness, no room for fear.
Massive financial corporations now pour investments into top-tier experts and promising newcomers.
They are not just gamers, but warriors.
Pawns in the brutal commercial war of God's domain. Among them, betting masters and underground market manipulators have started to target potential prey.
The fiery red glow of the sunset cast a long shadow over the young man, sweat trickling down his angular face. His gaze was pensive, as if he were calculating something. Professional players have entire support teams behind them.
How can an ordinary player like me compare?
Taking a deep breath, he reached out for a bottle of great and nutritional supplement, considered a drink in the gaming community.
Without hesitation, he twisted off the cap and swallowed it straight down.
The pills fell into the trash bin beside him with a dry sound, a stark reminder that time was running out. It was time to upgrade his phone, no more hesitation. He jumped to his feet, tossed his workout towel onto the table, threw on his hoodie, and rushed out the door. The door swung open, and the afternoon sunlight illuminated his strong figure as he stepped into a world full of danger.
On the street, people weaved through the crowd, and the advertisements for God's domain flickered continuously. An excited voice rang out, "Good thing I've been in line since 7 a.m., waited 6 hours, and finally got it. Starting today, I'll fight with everything I've got in God's domain." A group of young people was chatting enthusiastically. One of them lowered their voice, filled with admiration. "My friends started playing right when God's domain opened, and now they're level 4, making a ton of money in-game. Let me go ask them to help us out." Not far from them, a figure stood quietly, watching their conversation. Beneath the sharp gaze hidden under the hoodie, a fierce determination burned. On a fierce painting full of red hues, shadows representing top-tier masters emerge. One with sunglasses, another with bulging muscular arms, and a cold-blooded assassin wearing a mask. All of them have entered the dangerous game. The financial conglomerate is willing to pay a high price to recruit the best players. Their annual salary could reach hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars. Perhaps even more. But those who truly stand at the top, they don't appear in the news. They are ghosts in this world. In the cold atmosphere, a woman with an air of aloof beauty appears in his mind. Bai Qingxue, the goddess of ice and snow, the idol of many in the game, and also a famous superstar in real life. She casually took on an advertisement worth several million. He slightly curled his lips, his gaze distant.
In a luxurious tech store, a young man dressed in a gray hoodie stands before the counter. In front of him, the saleswoman looks at him with curiosity as he pulls out an old phone and coldly says, "I want to exchange my phone." The saleswoman glances at the phone and furrows her brow, thinking to herself, is this guy still using an old model? Could he be difficult to deal with? Shurfong feels a bit puzzled. What, is there a problem? The saleswoman blinks, trying to maintain a professional tone. The models we currently sell are all optical watch types. Not only can they make calls and process payments, but they are also connected to the most advanced game system of God's domain. She hesitates and then says, it's just that the price might be a little. Shurfong did not hesitate at all and casually placed a card on the counter. Price is not an issue, I want the latest model. The saleswoman paused, her gaze briefly showing surprise. However, she quickly bowed her head and respectfully said, "Thank you for your purchase." After leaving the store, Shurfong slipped his hands into his pockets and walked with an indifferent demeanor, leaving the saleswoman behind, gazing after him with a look of longing. He's a hidden big shot. I should have asked for his number earlier. She bit her lip lightly, her eyes following his cold figure as it slowly disappeared around the corner. Suddenly, the sharp beep of a phone broke the silence. He glanced down, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at the new watch on his wrist. Someone was calling. The screen lit up, and a familiar face appeared. He raised his wrist, his tone as calm as ever. Class President Zhao, what's the matter? Zhao Ruoshi, looking neatly groomed, had sharp eyes but with a hint of hesitation. Remember the social gathering on Friday, be on time. He nodded in acknowledgement. Got it. But just as she was about to end the call, her voice came through again, tinged with rare uncertainty. Actually, there's one more thing. Zhao Ruoshi sighed and said, for the social gathering, everyone needs to submit 5,000 credit points. I remembered your financial situation, so I was thinking of writing a report for you to apply for a reduction. Shurfong replied coldly, no need, I've already paid for the social gathering ticket. Ruoshi was surprised when she heard this. Huh? You've already paid? Where did you get so much money from? Shurfong awkwardly responded, I earned some extra credits by working in God's domain. I managed to gather 5,000 credit points. I had to keep this a secret. Suddenly becoming a rich kid shouldn't be flaunted, or it could bring trouble. Ruoshi awkwardly replied, you mean that popular game, right? You're really something, making money from a game. No wonder you've been using an optical watch. Upon hearing this, Shurfong extended an invitation to her. That's right, class monitor, are you interested? We should play together. Ruoshi blushed and replied, that game? My family doesn't let me play games, and besides, I have a lot of things to do in real life, so I can't play. She continued, I'm happy to hear that you, Shurfong, can earn money, but I remind you not to forget and be late. He coldly responded, thanks for the reminder, I'll be on time. Then, goodbye. Ruoshi ended the call. Leaving him stunned, she hung up so fast. The beep sound rang again. It seemed the game update for God's domain was complete, and he could now log in. He happily thought, alright, I can get back to starting God's domain. A moment later, he logged into the game and appeared at Redleaf Town. While the program was starting, he moved his arms and shoulders to re-experience that familiar feeling. The familiar feeling from before was returning once again. Regarding physical attributes, 2 new traits appeared. First, sprinting, jumping, and teleportation skills. The stamina bar, which originally consumed the blue energy, now consumed potential energy, indicated by the green bar. Continuous high-intensity training would deplete a large amount of potential energy, a state known as fatigue. There was no way to recover from this except for long periods of rest. A new player starts with 100 potential energy. For long-term players, the system would base the reward on how much agility had been accumulated by the character. Thus, adding 100 base points and 370 extra points, he now had 470 points of potential energy. Shifeng smiled at his efforts. The agility value I added before really paid off. The more potential energy, the more actions a player can perform compared to regular players. For mage class players, they would have a focus value, which would be consumed each time they used a spell. The lower the focus, the more likely a spell would fail, or even backfire on the caster. Shifeng believed that the focus value was equivalent to potential energy, aimed at preventing players from abusing magic. The amount of mental strength points rewarded was small, only 100, but it was enough. Suddenly, a letter flew down from the teleportation gate. He opened it and read its contents. A big gift for you. No need to thank me. From Charlene. Shifeng recognized the writing. The nun's greed for wealth. This is definitely a trap. Shifeng, wearing his striking red and black armor, stood leaning against an old brick wall. In his hand was a letter sealed with red wax, and a bad premonition overtook his mind, as if the letter carried a mysterious curse. My intuition tells me I should throw it away immediately. Shifeng sighed, turning the letter over in his hand, but if I don't deal with the aftermath, things will probably get even worse. His gloved hand gently peeled away the sealing wax, and a faint light flickered from the envelope, causing Shifeng to narrow his eyes slightly. Something inside glowed brightly, as if a sacred relic was being unsealed. Shifeng stared at the glowing object in front of his chest. He quickly stepped back, but it was too late. A floating object emerged from the envelope, spinning and emitting a dazzling golden light. The sacred cross emblem appeared, radiating divine light that enveloped the entire space, emitting a holy aura that targeted immortal beings within a 10-meter radius, weakening them and purging the evil energy around them. Shifeng's eyes widened, his voice dropping. Sacred cross emblem, isn't this a divine artifact specifically designed to restrain immortal beings? He walked along the stone-paved path, his gaze still fixed on the newly obtained item. Shifeng smiled lightly, murmuring to himself, it seems the greedy nun has, by chance, given me a few good items. Under the sunlight, Shifeng tightened the badge in his hand. Dressed in his dazzling red and black armor, he stood firm before the large wooden gate of the arena. Beneath the setting sun, his grayish-blue hair gently fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, player, please stop." He turned, puzzled, to look. From the crowd, a young man with purple hair and a sly expression stepped forward, his level 1 title flashing above his head. Rich and unconstrained, a newbie with an oddly confident demeanor. Rich and Unconstrained grinned with delight, patting Shifeng's shoulder. How about making some extra money? Shifeng raised an eyebrow, his voice curious. Oh? Tell me more. Spreading his arms wide, Rich and Unconstrained gave a crafty smile. How should I put it? I'm a small-time boss. Normally, I pay people to level me up in games. He pointed to Shifeng's armor, his eyes lighting up as though he had just discovered a gold mine. Your gear looks great, so I'm offering you a chance to help me level up. What do you think? Shifeng crossed his arms, his sharp gaze flashing with amusement. He smirked slightly, his voice mocking. Help you level up? How much are you offering me? Rich and Unconstrained immediately held up 2 fingers, his face beaming as though he had just made an incredible offer. I'll give you 200 credit points. He laughed heartily, proudly patting his chest. That should be enough, right? It's a great chance to make some money. Shifeng's lips curled up ever so slightly as he turned and walked away. Shifeng's voice was cold and indifferent. It's just a bit of money, I'm not interested. Rich and Unconstrained was stunned, his face darkening. Looking at Shifeng's retreating figure, he gritted his teeth in frustration. An idiot player, how much money could his account possibly have? If he fails in real life, he'll be kicked out of his rental house and end up as a poor, wandering beggar. Rich and Unconstrained couldn't suppress his anger. He picked up a stone from the road and threw it forcefully toward Shifeng. Rich and Unconstrained shouted, his eyes red with rage, let me tell you, there are people who even have to kneel and beg to serve me. The stone flew at high speed. Under the brilliant glow of the sunset, an alarmingly shrill warning sounded in Shifeng's mind, hostile PK detected. He felt his body tremble, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light, and a cold power spread throughout him, transforming his appearance into that of a bloodthirsty warrior. The strong figure in his fiery red armor made those around him shudder in fear.
Rich and unconstrained stammered, "What's going on? Why has the atmosphere changed?"
The people around them gradually began to back away, their eyes filled with wariness. Another person spoke up. "The person he's attacking seems to be a noble demon hunter from Redleaf Town.
Doesn't this guy understand the rules? The consequences of attacking a noble in Redleaf Town are going to be disastrous."
Suddenly, a group of silver-armored guards appeared, their cold gazes sweeping over the scene.
"The guards are here."
Sherfong stood among them, unmoved. The guards swept their gazes across the area, coldly declaring, "A civilian has been found guilty of insulting and maliciously injuring a noble.
Execution of the elimination program."
Immediately, flashes of light blinked and surrounded the pink-haired individual in fear.
"Elimination? Wait, I didn't mean to."
He screamed, frantically retreating, but there was no chance to escape. The cold, radiant hand reached out and touched his body.
Sherfong just stood there, quietly observing.
"You've worked hard," he murmured, his gaze drifting far into the distance, where a deep green demonic flame blazed brightly.
"Now that the great evolution is complete, it's time to get the ice blue magic flame."
He clenched his fist, his figure resolute. "In the memory of my past life, the ice blue magic flame only appeared in Demon Cypress after God's domain evolved.
It grants unparalleled forging power, helping to enhance weapons to their absolute limit.
But if I delay, others will take it. Since the evolution has occurred earlier, I must seize it before anyone else does." Under the setting sun, Sherfong crossed the boundary of the safe zone. The system immediately announced, "You have left the safe zone." He paused for a moment, gazing at the vast land before him. A light breeze swept through, carrying the scent of an impending battle. Suddenly, he stomped his foot into the ground, unleashing gravity. The earth cracked open, and chunks of stone flew in all directions. His body shot up like an arrow, piercing the layers of air, leaving a glowing trail behind him. He thought to himself, "The system has removed the cooldown for the teleportation skill, now it consumes stamina instead." Sherfong felt the power in each movement, a slight smile curling on his lips. If it can be used continuously, then make the most of it. He leapt repeatedly in mid-air, like a ghost shifting through space. Below, the beginner's area had now turned into a chaotic battlefield. The weak were only able to flee as the pack of wild wolves charged toward them.
Sherfeng's eyes gleamed coldly. Has the fifth level of the beginner's area already turned into a river of blood?
A giant wolf stood atop the corpse of an unfortunate player, its eyes flashing with dangerous intent. Sherfong observed the situation silently. Great evolution really does increase the difficulty.
The system notification echoed, "Stamina is nearly depleted."
Whoosh! He landed on the ground, creating a blinding column of light. Sherfong muttered to himself as he looked ahead, "A stamina bar that can fly this far isn't bad." But before him, the danger was far from over. Beneath the sunlight streaming through the forest canopy, Sherfong stood firm, his sharp gaze sweeping over the scene before him. Two strangers were running toward him in panic, shouting loudly, their eyes filled with terror. The marks of a battle or a desperate escape were still visible on their bodies. One of them, sweat pouring down his face, was gasping for breath, but couldn't hide the excitement as he spoke to his companion. There's a stupid swordsman standing here, we're saved, bro." He grinned wickedly, his eyes glinting with slyness. Sherfong frowned slightly, but before he could react, the two men quickly darted past him, continuing, "Kiddo, looks like you're unlucky. Stay here and help us distract the wolves, alright?" Finishing his words, both of them laughed with delight and ran off, leaving Sherfong standing alone in the middle of the battlefield. At this moment, from deep within the forest, the sound of growling began to echo, and a pack of white wolves with red eyes and sharp fangs was charging towards them at an incredible speed. The system in Sherfeng's mind immediately identified them, level 55 white-eyed gray wolves. Sherfong gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, slightly tilting his body into a defensive stance. They laughed wickedly at him. This guy has become the monster magnet for us, he's definitely going to die.
Shifeng slowly drew out an intermediate frost grenade, throwing it to the ground.
A wave of freezing damage enveloped the entire wolf pack, causing the two men to freeze in place, dumbfounded.
One of them, bewildered, said, in an instant, "Is that second-tier magic? Isn't a swordsman a physical melee class?"
Shifeng glanced up at his green mana bar. The recovery rate is pretty decent now.
He activated gravity liberation once again and soared out of the forest.
The two men stared in shock as he flew high into the air.
They couldn't help but admire Shifeng's abilities. He can even fly? I'm deleting my account and switching to swordsman right now.
Under the dim moonlight, a figure walked slowly along the cold, bone-chilling path, wearing a set of brilliant red armor, with strong and imposing features. The haunted forest, a level 15 cursed place, was where the sunlight had never touched, and no living creature could survive here, only the cursed phantoms wandering endlessly. In the eerie, flickering greenish light, Shifeng stepped forward, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. The ice-blue magic flame is located at the center of Haunted Town, and this path is the secret route leading there. Shifeng gripped his sword tightly, the light from the lantern in his hand flickering, reflecting in his cold, sharp eyes.
The memories of his past life echoed in his mind. Sacred Brilliance, a powerful guild that once frantically searched for the ice-blue magic flame.
They mobilized 1,000 people to enter the forest, but just the process of scouting cost 200 lives, and then one by one, they fell.
By the time Haunted Town was destroyed, fewer than 100 survivors remained. The price was too high to pay for the precious ice-blue magic flame.
Shifeng whispered, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. Physical attacks on phantoms are extremely ineffective, which is why Haunted Forest is also known as the graveyard for physical classes. However, he suddenly stopped, noticing suspicious dark figures in the distance.
A group of strangers appeared, surrounding the path ahead.
Amidst the dim forest, Shifeng moved silently, his cold eyes still fixed ahead. The red armor on his body reflected the faint light from the sacred cross emblem, radiating a mysterious glow. With this divine artifact, I can avoid fighting those phantoms, saving a considerable amount of energy, he murmured, his hand gently brushing over the glowing badge on his chest.
The badge shone brightly, emitting a purifying aura.
But just as Shifeng was still taking advantage of it, a sharp wind like a blade tore through the darkness.
He immediately sensed an extremely dangerous killing intent closing in.
A shadow rushed toward him at a terrifying speed. The assassin, dressed entirely in black, his body cloaked in a faint killing aura, swung his sword down with great force. Shifeng was shaken, his eyes flashing with vigilance, killing intent.
Without hesitation, he swiftly dodged. But the sword strike was too fast, and he couldn't avoid it completely. Defensive blade.
A powerful sword aura erupted, light slashing out in mighty arcs, cutting through the space. The sharp blades of light shot out in all directions. The defensive blade pushed the black-clad assassin back, forming a protective barrier. At the same time, depending on the level of damage absorbed, an equal number of sword lights would be generated. The remaining sword lights could still fly out, dealing physical damage over long distances.
He immediately turned around and began to strike in all directions.
However, the ranger had already hidden himself. Nevertheless, Shifeng didn't have time to relax. He scanned his surroundings. It was pitch dark, and his line of sight was limited. This was the perfect place for the ranger to hide. This is troublesome, he thought to himself.
This is also an extremely dark environment, very advantageous for the assassin's ambush.
He thought further, fortunately, I reacted quickly earlier. If I had been stunned for even 3 seconds, that guy would have already killed me. From the darkness, once again, the assassin suddenly lunged out. This time, there was no distance between them.
I will take your life,
he roared, launching a lethal strike. In the midst of the eerie forest, where the shadows of trees stretched long under the pale moonlight, a dark figure plunged down with terrifying speed. The cloaked figure, draped in a purple robe radiating with murderous intent, aimed directly at Shifeng. The wind howled as he descended like a deadly arrow, ready to deliver a fatal strike. Shifeng immediately used the Dao light sword to block him. But as the cloaked figure shot upward into the air once again, the sharp blade reflected a ghostly light and pierced through him. He moved so quickly that his afterimage lingered, forcing Shifeng to immediately shift his stance.
Shifeng furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. A clone? Did you fall for my trap?
The voice rang out right next to his ear. Shifeng was startled and turned around, only to find that the enemy was no longer in front of him, but standing directly behind him. The magical sword swung down, slicing through the darkness with terrifying killing intent. A cold smile appeared on the face of the cloaked figure.
I am Zhu Tian.
He narrowed his eyes, a look of pleasure crossing his face as he saw that Shifeng had fallen into his trap. Today, I will take your life, and you'll know who killed you. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng vanished. Zhu Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp as a blade.
He knew about clones as well. Shifeng smirked slightly, unfazed by his enemy's attack.
I've heard that the assassination technique of the Dao thieves is quite formidable. He took a step forward, his gaze full of provocation. But if it's just a mere manifestation, then the body is weaker than even the main spellcaster.
Am I right?
The words were sharp, like the point of a sword aimed directly at Zhu Tian, causing him to hesitate for a moment. Zhu Tian emerged from the darkness, his gaze cold and filled with killing intent. He swung his weapon, emitting a mysterious purple light, and with terrifying speed, he thrust it forward, launching an attack as fast as lightning, carrying with it a powerful aura of murderous intent. Immediately, with the deadly move Abyssal Bind, red chains materialized from the void, tightly wrapping around Zhu Tian, and the surrounding space turned grim. It felt as though they were fighting in an endless abyss, with Zhu Tian held in place, unable to move. In the distance, Shifeng smirked. Zhu Tian chuckled, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence.
You can actually see my shadow technique. Truly impressive.
A message appeared, Abyssal Bind will consume the target in 10 seconds. Shifeng remained cold, unfazed, his sharp eyes locked onto his opponent.
He smirked, a look of disdain on his face.
With my observing eyes, seeing through your clone at this level is as easy as eating cake.
Shifeng continued to mock, sorry, but let me speak frankly.
Your stealth technique is nothing special compared to true illusions. The aura around Shifeng suddenly became even more terrifying, signaling that he was not in the slightest bit intimidated by his enemy's move.
Zhu Tian, instead of getting angry, burst into laughter, interesting, very interesting.
He drew a sharp dagger, its powerful light flashing in the dark space.
Indeed, the most exciting thing was to face off against a master.
Under the mysterious purple light, Zhu Tian, draped in a black cloak with his blood-red eyes, flashed a devilish smile. He spoke in a deep, haughty tone, I advise you not to underestimate the power of Zhu Tian. Shifeng tightened his grip on the sword, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the enemy before him, not giving him a chance to react. Zhu Tian charged forward, his hands emitting a dark, ominous energy, shouting loudly, break the formation. Shifeng was stunned, feeling the strange energy tearing apart the space around him, a powerful pressure forcing him to retreat.
He thought to himself, eyes wide with caution, a skill that removes control effects? This is the first time I've encountered someone with such abilities.
Without giving Shifeng a chance to think, Zhu Tian rushed at him with incredible speed, bringing his sword down, surrender your life. Shifeng immediately drew his sword to parry, sparks flying as the weapons collided. He staggered back, his expression darkening as he realized Zhu Tian had no intention of evading, but was instead determined to confront him head-on.
This guy plans to go straight for a head-on clash?
He murmured, tightening his grip on the hilt, preparing for a fierce battle. Suddenly, Zhu Tian burst out laughing madly, his body spinning through the air, creating countless sharp sword chi that enveloped the entire battlefield. The razor-sharp slashes came down like a storm from above, targeting Shifeng. As Zhu Tian relentlessly rained down blows on him, Shifeng thought, he's going head-on with me, yet he's not at a disadvantage.
He's constantly countering my strikes.
Shifeng began to smile with satisfaction, perfect, it's been a long time since I've faced someone who can give me a real fight.
He immediately used Chasing Wind Sword.
Zhu Tian had to be taken aback by the speed of that sword. Too fast. He was instantly knocked backward. Fortunately, he managed to land and maintain his balance. Shifeng used gravity liberation and shot up into the sky. Zhu Tian felt a bit excited about what was about to happen. So you're flying now? What kind of move is this? With twin swords in hand, Shifeng unleashed the finishing move, Flame Thunderstorm. Shifeng dove down from the sky, gripping the flaming sword tightly in both hands. The flames erupted violently, swirling into a devastating vortex that carried the tremendous power of the strike. Zhu Tian, in his dark cloak, quickly activated his ultimate technique, Shadow Cloak. Darkness spread around him, absorbing most of the fiery strike from Shifeng. A green line of text appeared, explaining, this skill reduces 95% of elemental air damage when hit, but only for a brief moment. The ground shook violently when Shifeng's strike hit the earth, and a catastrophic explosion erupted, throwing dust and fire in all directions. The surrounding trees were burned to ashes, and the ground cracked open, showcasing the terrifying power of the attack. Amid the wreckage, thick black smoke rose. Zhu Tian stood up, his cloak singed in several places, but his gaze remained sharp and cold. He crouched down, gripping the dagger at his waist, ready for a counterattack. A status display appeared in front of Zhu Tian, signaling that he had lost a significant amount of health, despite having used his strongest defensive skill. It was too powerful. He had clearly used his ultimate life-saving move, yet he still lost a chunk of health. Zhu Tian clenched his fists, his expression more serious than ever. He looked up at Shifeng, who was still floating in mid-air, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. He understood that if they continued to face off directly, defeat was certain for him. Yi Feng's strength was profound and unpredictable. He couldn't engage in a direct battle with him. Shifeng smiled lightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhu Tian like a predator watching its prey in a panic. He used his shadowy powers to absorb most of the elemental damage. So, you're actually a player who knows how to fight, he said coldly. Under the faint moonlight, Zhu Tian turned, a surge of deep purple energy exploded around him, swirling powerfully and creating a twisted space. He smirked, his eyes filled with confidence. Shadow escape. Shifeng, sensing the danger from above, immediately became alert. His eyes flashed with caution as he intended to strike at the illusory shadow, but he didn't retreat. Instead, his eyes burned with fierce battle intent. Zhu Tian sneered, his hand tightening as he noticed Shifeng charging toward him. This time, I won't be fooled by you, he growled, ready for the confrontation. Shifeng's eyes lit up with a flash of purple lightning. Gritting his teeth, he activated his strongest combat mode. Overclocking mode, activate. Power surged, and the air around them trembled violently. But Zhu Tian was unshaken. He laughed, his figure suddenly fading like an illusion, and then a vortex of black energy exploded beneath his feet. You won't make it in time, huh? He vanished into the darkness, leaving behind an illusion filled with mockery. Shifeng gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed with determination. 9-Dragon Slash. He shot down like a meteor. A series of purple energy swords descended, piercing through space, aiming directly at Zhu Tian's position. A sword storm rained down on the ground, causing the earth to shatter, dust rising in clouds, the swords still vibrating violently, leaving a scene of devastation. Under the gloomy sky, a field of swords stood embedded in the ground, white smoke rising from the blades like spirits drifting away. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared, Zhu Tian, the assassin, with a sinister grin, showing no hesitation. Shifeng charged forward at an astonishing speed. The sword in his hand gleamed in the dark sky. The powerful clash caused the ground to crack, and dust billowed around them. With a smirk, Zhu Tian tilted his head back and laughed loudly. That felt good. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with excitement. Shifeng stood up, the sword's blade glowing under the moonlight, his gaze fixed on him, his voice as cold as ice. You understand the importance of protecting your rank, don't you? If you don't want to die, you'd better tell me the name of the one who ordered you to kill me. But Zhu Tian simply laughed. That doesn't matter, Yifeng, let's just have a good fight. Shifeng gripped his sword tightly, his gaze cold and sharp. Zhu Tian continued speaking, his voice filled with excitement. You have many enemies who want your life, but I simply want to personally kill a skilled fighter.
Zhu Tian smiled and asked, would you like to die together?
Shifeng looked towards his arm, where a grenade was about to explode.
This is bad, he muttered to himself. In an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in a blinding light.
When a game character dies, the player in real life dies too. This was the price of overclocking.
After the smoke cleared, the system ended his overclocking mode. Shifeng was struggling to stand alone in a deep hole, gasping for breath. That was too close. I almost died. Unfortunately, his sacred cross emblem had been destroyed. The emblem had a side effect: when a fatal blow was received in an evil spirit environment, the final amount of health would be locked, and once activated, it would be permanently destroyed.
Shifeng thought about the cultivator Charlene. Could it be that the money-hungry cultivator had planned for me to encounter this calamity today? He shook his head in disbelief.
No way, how could that be? It must be fate.
He thought about the character Zhu Tian. I never met someone named Zhu Tian in my past life. Was it because of all the trouble he's caused recently? But then the evil spirits began to gather around him. He stared at them.
These souls gathering here aren't easier to deal with than Zhu Tian. I need to get out of here quickly.
He unleashed gravity and flew out, soaring forward. He suddenly discovered something.
Shifeng eagerly realized, ahead is the haunted town.
Shifeng had set foot in haunted town, and it truly was a dreadful place.
Not only that, but cursed devil level 15s were wandering around.
They stared at him intently. Shifeng used observing eyes to assess them: level 8 suppression, automatic health regeneration, 60% physical attack resistance, and 20% physical evasion.
Not easy to deal with.
The demons charged at Shifeng like arrows. A dozen cursed devils are enough to wipe out a full squad of level 15s. Despite this, he remained calm, slowly removing the safety pin from a grenade, preparing to eliminate them all.
Once the pin was removed, Shifeng threw the grenade at them.
But he added, I have frost grenades. One grenade is enough to deplete the health of these demons. They were hit hard and screamed loudly. Shifeng immediately used blink to close the distance and finish off their dying lives. The cursed devils were frozen, stiff as statues, with their health reduced to 100/900.
The result was not what Shifeng had hoped. One grenade doesn't kill them. As soon as he arrived, the ice blocks started showing signs of cracking.
Immediately, the system interface flashed with multiple notifications. You have exceeded the level by 8 and killed a cursed devil.
You receive an 800% experience bonus. Experience gained, 4,800.
Your experience percentage increases from 5% to 23%.
It's clearly visible that your experience is soaring.
You might want to attract more of them to grind for levels. Shifeng continued to share his thoughts. If we could just use grenades to kill them, without needing to land another blow, that would be great. Suddenly, an idea popped into Shifeng's head.
He exclaimed "Ah!" and quickly equipped the Demon Hunter title. I almost forgot I had this good item.
The effect of the Demon Hunter title is to reduce the attributes of Dark-type monsters within a 100-yard radius by 10, while also increasing the damage dealt to Dark-type monsters by 10%. Having equipped the powerful item, Shifeng threw a grenade at the cursed devils. The grenade exploded with a deafening bang, dealing a damage of 968, more than enough to send them to their graves.
Shifeng rejoiced, perfect, that's enough damage. He happily ran towards the fat prey.
His level quickly rose to level 9. The system notified, you have reached level 9. The Flame Thunderstorm skill reached level 4, dealing 300 base damage to enemies within a 5-yard radius, in addition to the Blazing Thunder damage, which combined fire and lightning elements, stunning the enemy for 4.5 seconds.
The cooldown time is 36 seconds.
The Earth Splitter skill reached level 5. When used, it deals 190 base damage to the target. Based on the attack time of 0.2 seconds to 3 seconds, weapon damage increases by 360%, with an attack range of 10 yards and a cooldown time of 40 seconds. Shifeng turned around and looked at the evil creature. Alright, the skill level has increased, let's continue upgrading. Who would have thought that the cursed devils would scatter in fear and retreat? He scratched his head, confused. What's going on? Why did they all run away? Looking up, he saw the system displaying an unlocked hidden achievement, Nemesis of the Devil. A bit surprised by the title, he murmured, and the system reported, because you have killed too many cursed devils, your reputation has spread among the demonic creatures, creating a fear effect within a 20-yard radius against cursed devils. Shifeng, disappointed, covered his face. No more upgrades then. Well, he had no choice but to smile and accept it. I guess this works. Now I can head straight to the central square and grab the ice blue magic flame without being stopped. In just a moment, Shifeng arrived at the fountain square. Looking at the fountain in front of him, he thought to himself, the ice blue magic flame is still here, I need to grab it quickly. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and the earth beneath cracked open. From behind, a massive ghost king approached Shifeng. It was a boss-level ghost king, with brutal attacks. All of its strikes could break through defenses, rendering the target's physical defense useless, and it could never be restored. The monster would attack frantically, never entering the fateful stage, and would randomly deal elemental damage every 10 seconds, doubling the damage. Shifeng took a defensive stance. So it's the boss's turn to show up now? He looked at it and thought to himself, the brutal attacks of the Ghost King were the eternal pain in the hearts of players in my previous life. He thought, just one hit is enough to destroy all the armor stats. No matter how much of a tank you are, you can't withstand more than 2 hits from the Ghost King. But, as long as you take advantage of your agility and avoid getting hit, there's still a chance to challenge the Ghost King alone and win. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind, startling him. When he turned to look, all he saw were a pair of bright blue eyes. The person had arrived, standing before the Ghost King, while behind him, it was unclear whether they were an ally or an enemy. So it's the Wraith Knight, also a boss-level entity, Shifeng thought to himself. Crushing attacks, every strike was crushing, quickly reducing the weapon durability of the target until it was completely destroyed. Never stopping to catch its breath, the monster would relentlessly attack, never entering the fatigue stage, and its defense was so strong it was nearly impossible to break, reducing physical damage by 95%. Shifeng recalled, in my previous life, the Sacred Brilliance Guild lost over 100 elite players just trying to defeat the Wraith Knight. Shifeng was stuck in the middle, completely unsure of what to do. He kept looking back and forth, thinking, is it really a coincidence that 2 bosses have appeared at once, or is the system intentionally trying to target me? For some reason, Shifeng smiled. He found the situation quite amusing. This is getting more and more interesting. At that moment, on the battlefield, only Shifeng was left facing off against the 2 monsters. The Wraith Knight, its entire body emanating a terrifying green aura, plunged its sword into the ground. Immediately, a green energy circle appeared around it. It shouted, I am the enemy of the living, all of you shall die here. No sooner had it spoken than a terrifying skeletal hand rose from the earth. Soon after, hundreds of skeletal bodies began to crawl out, advancing towards Shifeng to attack in what seemed like a king's domination. Shifeng quickly unrolled a scroll, thinking, use the acceleration book for a surprise strike first. He charged toward them with his sword. The weakness of these skeletons is physical damage. Frostbound Thunder Grip isn't very effective, so I'll just use sword techniques to deal with them. Shifeng moved like a gust of wind, swiftly cutting through the skeletons, shattering them into pieces. Then, he focused on his next target, the Wraith Knight. Suddenly, at that very moment, another weapon shot straight toward him. Thankfully, with quick reflexes, Shifeng managed to dodge the attack. He then glanced back at the monstrous creature. That was close. If I had been grazed by that meat cleaver, it would have been bad. Enraged that it had missed, the demon yanked its blade back and attacked again. The sword swung toward Shifeng once more. Just as it was about to strike, Shifeng used his defensive blade technique to counter the attack. The weapon of that demon was immediately knocked away, but he quickly retrieved it. Shifeng swiftly planted his feet on the ground, maintaining his balance. That was close, I almost got hit. Then, it seemed like Shifeng sensed another moment when the attack came from behind. He turned around and used his two swords to block the weapon of the Wraith Knight. The strength of his opponent was immense, causing Shifeng's legs to sink into the ground as he struggled to brace himself. Shifeng fought back against the force of the weapon. The demonic flame-frenzied slash of the fire attribute is too strong. The creature's eyes glowed with green energy, its power overwhelming Shifeng. The force on the weapon continued to increase, and it seemed like Shifeng could no longer hold his ground. Sweat dripped down his face as he anxiously thought, "This is bad." Grinding his teeth, Shifeng continued to resist. It's a crushing attack, the weapon is almost at its limit. The status display showed, Crimson Blade durability, 85%, decreasing to 37%. As his opponent launched another powerful strike, Shifeng unleashed gravity, forcing the Wraith Knight's weapon into the ground. Taking advantage of this, Shifeng swiftly retreated. His face was exhausted, sweat dripping. If I use my weapon to block the Wraith Knight's strikes, I'll risk damaging it, maybe even destroying it. This is the real hell level difficulty. The status display showed that his stamina was regenerating. Afterward, Shifeng crouched down, firmly gripping his weapon. The Wraith Knight is a melee boss. I need to think of a way to create some distance first. Immediately after, he took a running leap and jumped high into the air. The Wraith Knight had the characteristic of being solid and indestructible, with high physical resistance. Both of his swords emanated a very powerful yellow aura. Shifeng raised his weapons, aiming directly at the Wraith Knight. Elemental damage is necessary to deal any harm to him. Then, without hesitation, Shifeng used the Flame Thunderstorm technique and slashed with immense force towards the monster. However, just as the attack was about to land, the other monster appeared, stepping in front of the Wraith Knight. He quickly drew his blade, blocking Shifeng's attack. The force of the strike was tremendous, but it seemed to have no effect on the two of them. As soon as the blow came down, the creature raised his sword, redirecting the attack back towards Shifeng. Seeing this, he quickly dodged and activated multicast gravity liberation. After that, Shifeng landed smoothly and continued observing. The Ghost King has very high elemental resistance. He exhaled, making a serious judgment. But his physical resistance is weak. Once he completes his elemental shield, he will have a brief period of stun. Shifeng quickly shot forward, aiming directly at the monster to launch an attack. This is the best time to deal damage. He swiftly cast a magical circle around himself. Holding his sword, he lunged forward toward the monster, shouting, "Wind!" The Wraith Knight quickly stepped forward, using his weapon to block Shifeng's attack. Immediately after that, one of his swords broke in half. His face turned extremely displeased, and he clicked his tongue. The status display also showed, Crimson Blade durability, 0. Then, Shifeng landed, regaining his balance. He decisively discarded the broken sword to the side and quickly gripped the remaining one. His entire body was now filled with an immense surge of strength, overclocking mode fully activated. At this moment, he stood before the group of monsters, preparing to launch his attack. Immediately, one of them charged toward him, wielding a weapon. He activated Abyssal Bind, and chains of iron appeared all over his body. Shifeng, as quick as lightning, dashed toward him, holding a green vial. On the other side, the fat one began to release bursts of ice, standing inside a protective circle. Shifeng quickly approached, thinking, has he switched to ice attributes now? At that moment, the other one swung a dagger down, causing rocks and dirt to fly. Shifeng also activated Flame Thunderstorm, sending a fireball straight toward him. The other quickly switched to fire and lightning immunity, doubling the damage reflection. A red-orange shield enveloped his entire body. Immediately, the fireball shot back at Shifeng. As the enemy turned around, the fireball was right behind him, and the flames ignited toward him. At the same time, Shifeng had already unsheathed his sword and charged forward. Instantly, sharp sword strikes appeared in succession, thundering flash. At this moment, the defense was solid and could not be breached. His physical damage was reduced by 95% from being hit. He stared at Shifeng in surprise. Shifeng quickly dodged him, his expression unchanged. He raised his weapon, thinking to himself, the moment has finally arrived. Immediately after, a chain controlled the knife and swung towards him. The other party, unprepared, quickly turned around. Shifeng also activated his skill, causing sword-like illusions to appear. One after another, a series of sword strikes rushed towards the opponent. His health steadily decreased. At that moment, Shifeng also bent down as the opponent behind him continuously swung his weapon. He threw out a green potion from earlier. Instantly, the enemy swapped to an ice immunity attribute. On the other side, the monster was already preparing to strike Shifeng. Shifeng swiftly jumped up, activating Unleash Gravity. The monster's attack missed. A wall of ice appeared, and the attack caused the ice wall to split in two. Before the opponent could react, another wave of attacks came. The enemy quickly roared, revealing sharp, pointed fangs. From above, Shifeng threw his weapon down. The monster immediately lost a tooth. It then activated its weapon to strike the knife coming towards it. However, Shifeng did not give up. He gripped the knife and continued to strike downwards. As expected, with this body, victory is easily achievable. He used a powerful kick to strike downward, his foot quickly landing on the creature's heart. Immediately, a painful scream echoed, and the monster was officially struck by a fatal blow. At that moment, the system also chimed with a notification: level exceeded, Wraith Knight killed. Level exceeded, Ghost King killed. Total experience gained, 480,000 points. The system has reached level 10. Following that, he received various items, such as a supplementary magic book, a type of broken chalk, and a type of brutality. Both of them were quite effective for 6 seconds. He took these items, feeling pleased. Is it because I exploited the kill mechanism? They didn't drop equipment, but instead the one-use supplementary magic book appeared. It must be used at the right moment. Shifeng then looked towards the blue light that continued to shine. The system's voice sounded again, and soon he obtained the ice blue magic flame. Finally, he had achieved his goal. Moving to Redleaf Town, the knights were chatting excitedly. Did you hear? The Martial Union just announced that if you kill Yifeng even once, you'll get a reward of 10,000 credit points. A voice rang out: even if they offer 100,000, no one dares to touch a demon hunter in Redleaf Town. I heard the number 1 assassin, Zhu Tian, died and returned to the city. Who would dare fight for these credit points? The system chimed again: Demon Hunter has entered Redleaf Town. The others looked at him unfriendly. Stop talking, let's go quickly. Shifeng was stunned and confused when he saw the scene. Why does the atmosphere in the town feel so strange? The scene shifted to the Drunken Heart Bar, where an angry voice echoed inside the building. What did you say? The voice belonged to Ming Lin. He gritted his teeth, slamming his hands down hard on the table. Is there no one who will take the bounty of 10,000 credit points for that guy's head? One of his teammates, feeling embarrassed, quickly explained, Boss, after that failure, even with a 10,000 credit point bounty, no one is willing to go after him. We need to add more money. Hearing this, Ming Lin furiously ordered, increase it to 5,000 more credit points. I don't believe that Yifeng guy won't die. Meanwhile, after reading the notice, Shifeng immediately understood the situation. So it's the Martial Union. He then raised his hand to press the system interface, muttering to himself, the Martial Union actually wants to hunt me down, then I won't be polite anymore. At that moment, Shifeng created a mission to eliminate the Martial Union. Without hesitation, he said, let's do it. That day, all the players in Redleaf Town and the surrounding areas received a reward notice from Shifeng. Everyone was amazed as they read the generous rewards offered by him. Rewards for Martial Arts Alliance members in Redleaf Town. Kill a regular member of the guild and receive 1 silver coin. Kill a high-ranking member of the guild and receive 10 silver coins. Killing Iron Sword Furious Beast once will earn 50 silver coins. This reward is permanent.
until the martial union is no more in Redleaf Town.
Ming Lin, after reading it, angrily slammed the table and shouted, "This name is just rewarding me with insults." At that moment, he looked up and saw the disciples secretly deleting the guild. Ming Lin, enraged, stood up abruptly and yelled, "Deleting the guild? You want to betray the martial union?" The disciple, realizing he had been caught, trembled and stepped back, trying to justify himself. "What are you talking about, boss? I'm just adjusting the system data a bit. I would never betray you, boss." Ming Lin didn't listen to a word, furiously charging toward him, grabbing his collar and lifting him up. He glared at the disciple and threatened, "Your account, your gear, everything you have, I gave to you. Do you think you can escape? If you want to continue existing in this god's domain, you better come up with a way to deal with Yi Feng. At the very least, focus on killing him for me." The disciple, pale and terrified, said, "Yes, yes, boss. Although I'm not as good as Yi Feng, his subordinates should be much easier to deal with than him. Let me find someone to take them down." Scene changed to the deep forest in Redleaf, where many players had surrounded Zi's group. Solitude reminded them, "Hey, if you can't reach Boss Feng, use the special stealth throwing method." At that moment, an aggressive player stepped forward and threatened, "If your boss isn't here, then you're just a bunch of useless people. Kneel down and call me daddy." That sentence made Kola furious, and he shouted, "This is too much bullying." Zi stood beside and, seeing this, reassured, "Don't get agitated, Brother Feng told us to try to avoid conflicts." But as soon as he finished speaking, Solitude immediately rushed forward and attacked. "You've bullied people enough, kill first and talk later," he said. He was so fast that Zi couldn't react in time, and there was no way to retreat. Zi followed suit and ordered the attack, no longer hesitating, coordinating the assault and charging forward. After speaking, Zi continuously unleashed dark shadow arrows into the man's head, thinking to himself, "Hurry up and come back, Brother Feng is leading the team, it's not easy." Meanwhile, at the blacksmith's house, Feng was standing beside the table, focused on the system. At that moment, the system displayed a notification, activating Ice Blue Magic Flame. Seeing this, he quickly said, "Activate it now." Immediately, a blue flame appeared, but after a few seconds, the flame began to slowly enter Feng's body. Feng kept waving his hands and shouting loudly, "Hot, hot! Isn't the Ice Blue Magic Flame supposed to be put into a furnace for use? Why is it attaching to my body like this?" Suddenly, a progress bar for fusion appeared with the number at 1%. At this point, the flame was gradually merging into his body, causing him pain. Feng looked at the Ice Blue Magic Flame burning brightly in his hands and thought, "Ice is good, but it feels like the pain is etched into my bones." The fusion progress bar appeared again before him. Looking at it, he wondered, why is it only at 2%? At that moment, Feng's entire body trembled from the torment of the flame. He gritted his teeth, quickly accessing the system and thinking to himself, "Quickly turn off the pain simulation before it spreads throughout my body." When the system announced, "The current pain threshold is 1000%, it has been locked." Feng let out a sigh of relief. "If it weren't for the Ice Blue Magic Flame connection, I would have to endure pain worse than ice and fire, 10 times over, and it couldn't be closed." However, Feng suddenly collapsed to the ground, and the system displayed a warning, severing the connection with the Ice Blue Magic Flame at this moment will extinguish the Ice Blue Demon Flame permanently. Feng clenched his fists and lowered his head. He looked at the system's prompt asking to sever the connection and pondered the situation. If he severed the connection, the pain would immediately disappear, but he would permanently lose the chance to control the Ice Blue Magic Flame. After a moment of thought, Feng decided to endure the suffering, his face covered in tears and snot. He silently thought, "This excruciating pain had better be worth everything I've given up." After a while, the progress bar reached 100%. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully merged with the Ice Blue Magic Flame." The flames around Feng have disappeared, leaving only smoke rising with the sound of heavy breathing. The system displayed another message, "You have passed the trial of the Ice Blue Magic Flame. Your physique, strength, endurance, and agility have permanently increased by 10.
Ice resistance plus 10, fire resistance plus 10.
You can now freely control the ice blue magic flame. Shurfong wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled in relief. In order to undergo this trial, I almost died in this forge.
Who would believe something as absurd as this if I told them?
After speaking, he extended his hand to summon the flame. However, after integrating the strange fire into my body, my attributes have significantly enhanced.
The best part is being immune to both fire and ice. This is a rare attribute to acquire after playing the game. Without hesitation, Shurfong opened his backpack and reached in to take out the hard stone.
He mumbled to himself, "Let's see how the strange fire works." Shurfong lifted the stone and cupped his hands together, focusing on controlling the flames. In an instant, he successfully forged and created a high-grade whetstone. Shurfong raised it up, his face beaming with excitement, and said to the progress bar, "It didn't even take much time, and I didn't even need a forge to make it."
Is this the power of strange fire?
At this point, Shurfong turned to look at the pile of stones stacked like a mountain beside him. Without hesitation, he rushed towards them with a look of enthusiasm and said, "The materials I've been storing for so long can finally be turned into money." Shurfong quickly took each stone and began forging, shouting, "Turn them all into high-grade whetstones." After a while, the system announced that the forging was successful, and his forging level had risen to intermediate blacksmith. At this moment, in the forge, Shurfong stood holding his tools with both hands, saying, "Isolating the signal during forging means I won't be disturbed.
I wonder how things are going outside." He raised the hammer and muttered, "Hey, Z and the others should be able to hold out for a while."
Now, forging the budget for Li Ming is even more important. With that, Shurfong struck the steel bar forcefully with the hammer. He looked at it, silently marveling, "Rune steel, such a rare material that's also difficult to forge.
If I can successfully create the Li Ming silver, its power will definitely explode."
Next, he quickly raised the hammer and struck with a powerful second blow.
After a moment, the system displayed, "Do you want to view the forging results?"
Shurfong looked at the sword he had just forged and said, "Yes."
At that moment, a light emanated from the sword. Shurfong silently wondered, this must have been a success, right?
However, the system provided a message contrary to Shurfeng's expectations: forging failed. The sword immediately shattered into 3 pieces, causing Shurfong to feel furious. He took out his notes and began to read them over again, muttering to himself, "I followed the formula exactly, and the example was perfect.
Could I have missed some information?"
Flipping the paper over, he saw a line of blue text. "There is a symbol on the back." Curious, Shurfong used observing eyes to examine what the symbol was. Instantly, a phantom figure of a man appeared.
He looked at the man and thought to himself, "Is this the activation spell?"
The man spoke, introducing himself, "I am Korin." Upon hearing this, Shurfong thought to himself, "Master Forger Korin."
The man continued, "This silver-colored Li Ming is a work passed down from generation to generation to prevent duplication. This special inscription has been added to it."
At this moment, Korin crossed his arms and explained, "Only by following the cold forging method recorded in the inscription can the sword be successfully forged." Then, the system displayed, "Achievement unlocked, successor of the great master Korin. You have acquired the cold forging technique, using extremely low temperatures to stimulate the hidden potential in materials, causing aberrations.
The chance of successfully forging equipment has greatly increased.
It is possible to forge normal equipment, but not possible to forge."
After the inheritance of the family formula was completed, Korin disappeared along with the symbols. Shurfong turned the paper over, read it, and said, "Reaching an extremely low temperature for ordinary blacksmiths is indeed a bit challenging." He raised his hand, looking at the flames burning proudly, just in time to have acquired the ice blue magic flame. Shurfong then focused on his forging, hoping for success. This time, there shouldn't be any problems. As expected, a beam of light emitted from the sword. Then the system notification appeared, "Achieved mutated silver lake luster sword." Shurfong looked at it, happily saying, "It's a success. This sword is a silver lake luster sword of the fine gold grade, a one-handed sword type.
It requires a character level of 45 for strength and 80 for agility.
The accompanying passive skill is Flowing Shadow.
When the Silver Lake Luster sword strikes a target, the wielder will receive a speed boost. After receiving a total of 5 boosts, the body will create afterimages and enter the Flowing Shadow state.
Both movement and attack speeds will increase significantly, and physical consumption will decrease.
Each speed boost adds 10%, with the maximum being 50%.
When landing a critical hit, 5% of stamina will be restored.
Shurfong stroked the sword, smiling faintly. The Flowing Shadow effect from critical hits can restore 5% stamina.
As long as my sword skills are fast enough to land consecutive critical hits, my endurance will have no limits. And stamina can make my sword skills even faster. This sword is made just for me.
At that moment, he looked up and smiled mysteriously. Next, I should go to the Martial Arts Alliance to settle the score. Regarding that matter, deep in the forest, Kali's Knight Shield was depleted and immediately shattered into pieces. The players who saw this burst out laughing. Ha, it finally broke. Seizing the opportunity, they quickly charged to attack. With smug smiles, they said, 5,000 credits in the bag.
Kula sat on the ground, retreating backward, thinking to himself, I'm really done for.
But in a moment, they suddenly screamed out in pain.
He, curious, opened one eye and asked.
Right in front of Kulu was a level 9 woman named Fire Dance. She had just taken down the 2 players earlier.
He looked at Fire Dance and thought, a red-named player? Why is she saving me?
But in an instant, she quickly lunged toward Kulu, pressing a knife to his throat.
Fire Dance looked at him coldly and asked, Are you acquainted with Yifeng? Kulu was stunned by the attack.
Over on this side, Hazy saw his teammate in danger and broke into a cold sweat.
Anxiously, he ordered Solitude, the bounty hunter has caught Kulu, hurry and provide backup.
Upon hearing the question and seeing the cold expression, Kula stammered, You mean Yifeng, he? At that moment, Solitude circled around to the back, raised his sword, and shouted, Submit your life. But suddenly, his whole body froze, unable to move. Kula saw his teammate in danger and, without hesitation, shouted, At least, if you want to claim the bounty from Yifeng, I won't let you have it.
Kill me, then. Seeing that expression, Fire Dance withdrew her knife, chuckling teasingly, You're not from Zero Wing, are you? Just as the rumors say, you're really that foolish.
He didn't understand what was going on when he heard that.
Solitude, who was struggling behind, tried to break free, saying, Don't even think about getting Yifeng's attention, he's 100 times stronger than you.
Upon hearing this, she turned seriously to look at him and said, What are you talking about? But suddenly, she changed her tone. She cupped her face in her hands and shyly said, Yifeng is the idol I respect. Both of them looked at each other, confused, and then shouted in unison. Just at that moment, Shurfong stepped through the gate and spoke up, Hey guys, I'm here to help.
Ha, did you finish them already?
Upon hearing the familiar voice, Solitude happily turned around and looked, Brother Fong. Fire Dance, who had been standing beside Kolo, was now in front of Shurfong in the blink of an eye, causing him to be surprised, so fast. She looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, as expected, killing all of them can attract the attention of an idol.
My name is Fire Dance, I'm a huge fan of yours.
Seeing her excited expression, Shurfong awkwardly stepped back, thinking to himself, why do I have a fan named Red?
In God's domain, players could attack each other following the PvP rules.
In normal areas, you had to send a PK invitation to the other player. Only if they accepted, or if they didn't decline within a minute, could you attack them. Note that in PvP areas, there's no need to send a PK invitation. Any PK behavior is forbidden in safe zones, and violators will be fined 5 times the value of their crime. If you ignore an invitation and start PvP directly, the attacker will accumulate points for criminal behavior and eventually become a red-named player.
The person with the red name cannot enter the safe zone and is considered a criminal. They cannot purchase most items from NPCs in the peaceful zone.
Other players can kill the red-named player without being bound by any rules and still receive reputation rewards.
Additionally, the red-named players must pay the price of losing double their level and equipment upon death. At this moment, Shurfong was opening the status bar to search for the kill list in Bounty. The status bar displayed the kill ranking in the martial union. First place was Firedance with 217 kills, second place was Hazy with 31 kills, third place was Lonely Snow with 29 kills, and so on. He was surprised by her achievement of 217 kills. Then, Shurfong raised his hand to his forehead in helplessness and said, "Oh my god, the top-ranked female ranger in the hunting leaderboard turns out to be you." Firedance replied cheerfully, "That's right." She said proudly, "It's a pity that the martial union didn't recruit fast enough. My traps hadn't even been set up before the people were already dead. Otherwise, I could have killed at least 400 people." Solitude, hearing this, shuddered and said, "If I'm one of your people, you should release me, right?" Upon hearing this, she snapped her fingers and said, "Almost forgot." Solitude quickly regained the ability to move and dejectedly said, "My hands are a little sore." She scratched her head and said, "Sorry about that." Shurfong observed Firedance and thought to himself, "Is there any ranger who can set traps? It's rare to find one in God's domain." Then, he seemed to have discovered something and looked up at her. Firedance turned around and spoke, "The explosion trap has been activated, and the next wave of bounty hunters is approaching." The status bar shows that Firedance has killed 219 people. Hazy raised his hand and said, "Brother Foam, we're all exhausted. How about we fall back for now?" Upon hearing this, Shurfong lightly spoke, "Let's head to the wind-swept gorge behind us and find a safe place to rest and recover our energy. This is the only path leading to the gorge. I will stay here and hold them off." Jumi, upon hearing this, shouted, "Brother Foam, we can't. Not only are there members of the martial union here, but also those who are risking their lives for the bounty. The noise just now has certainly attracted their main forces, and if it's just you alone." Shurfong smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, everyone rest well. Leave the rest to me. This is a good opportunity to test out my new weapon anyway." Firedance laughed joyfully, saying, "It's rare to have a chance to act alongside my idol, I'll stay and fight." Shurfong replied cheerfully, "As long as you're happy. But be careful not to get hurt." She then began the teleportation process, saying, "Firedance will protect herself well." And with that, she disappeared. The others linked arms and went to rest. At this point, Shurfong had teleported to the battlefront. In front of him were many other people who had gathered there as well. He couldn't help but mutter, "I thought the martial union was almost wiped out. I never expected you to be able to form a team like this." When those men saw him, they were extremely pleased with themselves and said, "Stop talking so much. We know your subordinates have run out of strength. Now, our group has more than enough power to handle you alone." Immediately afterward, the man shouted an order, "Brothers, the bounty on the boss is still there. Whoever kills him will receive a hefty reward." Then, they crazily grabbed their weapons and charged toward him to attack. Shurfong remained calm and repeated, "A reward, you say?" At that moment, his entire body emitted a green aura. Shurfong smiled and said, "I fear you won't live long enough to spend it." The status bar displayed, "System activates fire resistance, activates water resistance, enhances strange fire fusion, all offensive equipment has been strengthened." Seeing this, some of them screamed in fear, "What's going on? Why is he on fire?" The man responded, "This is a debuff from using something. The advantage is still ours." Then, Shurfong quickly teleported and swung his sword straight toward them. His entire body was engulfed in green flames, and the status bar displayed, "Silver Lake Luster Sword has hit the target, triggering level 1 charge effect." As he continued to advance and attack, the man, frightened, took a step back and said, "Well, actually, I just came to watch the fun." But Shurfong didn't pay any attention to his words and immediately swung his sword, delivering a swift strike. The status bar once again displayed the message, "Silver Lake Luster Sword has hit the target, achieving level 2 charge effect." He thought seriously, "If I reach level 3, I will be able to use Flowing Shadow." Someone shouted loudly, "This isn't like the intel we received. We specially upgraded the new equipment for this, how could it not block a single hit?" Immediately, Fire Dance appeared behind that person and said, "Block the hit, rely on yourself." This caught him completely off guard, unable to react in time. He was about to speak, but before he could say anything, Fire Dance swiftly targeted his critical weakness and landed a strike. The leader of their group was now quite scared, but still tried to shout, "Keep going, I'll contact the guild leader. Both of them have wind-like movement speed, they'll soon be able to take down all of them." At first, the others had been very confident, but now, with just one move, they were being defeated. In the blink of an eye, many had already been knocked out, and he was filled with fear. When he tried to open the system to make contact, it suddenly malfunctioned. He angrily shouted, "Damn it, I can't contact the boss." Just as he was about to run, he suddenly bumped into someone standing in front of him. He stumbled backward, cursing angrily, "What time is it? Who dares block my path?" When he looked up, he saw the massive figure of someone, accompanied by their subordinates behind them. He stuttered in fear, You are. As soon as he saw the face of the man, he immediately recognized the person in the hall, also known as the Big Brother, the vice president of the Unstable Devastation Martial Union. The system's status bar displayed that Flowing Shadow had been activated. Both movement speed and attack speed were enhanced, while physical energy consumption was reduced. Being attacked while Flowing Shadow was active would cause the user to exit the state, losing all accelerated levels. Seeing this, the others panicked and shouted, "Run quickly, it's a monster." The vice president stepped forward, pushed the others aside, and boldly walked toward Shifeng. At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on Shifeng. Seeing this, Shifeng glanced over and said, "Is there someone here who isn't afraid of death?" The vice president extended his hand, indicating that it was the poor leadership of that brat Iron Sword that had led to the downfall of the Martial Union in Redleaf Town. He then pointed directly at Shifeng and shouted loudly, "Unstable Devastation, I've come here specifically to deal with your mess." Yifeng, hearing this, calmly replied, "So, you're the vice president of the Martial Union, Unstable Devastation." The vice president of the Martial Union, Unstable Devastation, even someone as arrogant as Iron Sword Cungs had to respectfully call him Big Brother. Though they debuted around the same time, Unstable Devastation, with his domineering style, quickly rose to the position of president. At the same time, his position was only second to the president of the General Association, while Iron Sword Mad Master was merely the president of the White River City Regional Division at that time. As a well-known figure in the game, he had over 1 million viewers watching his Unstable Devastation livestream PvP every day. It was likely that the Martial Union, noticing his large fanbase, decided to promote him to the position of vice president. At this moment, he spoke, "I've heard of Yifeng, the demon hunter from BCHTHCH, whose fame precedes him. If I can kill you in front of the 100 viewers watching, I can restore the morale of the Martial Union and stabilize the trust of the people of White River City." Shifeng found this quite amusing. It was true that those who started their livestream careers by broadcasting their gaming process were always continuously streamed. He then used his observing eyes to inspect all of them. All of his subordinates were level 9, and while their equipment wasn't particularly high-end, they had managed to gather outfits for various professions, and their attributes were decent. At that moment, the man was live streaming and raised his hand, shouting loudly, "The audience can't wait any longer, let's go." As soon as they heard the command, they charged to attack him once again. One of the 5 element mice, wielding a weapon, rushed forward, shouting, "My time-bending slash has never missed." However, Shifeng remained completely calm as he stood there and activated Defensive Blade, effortlessly blocking the attack. He immediately took a step back and asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" Still standing there, he repeated the question, "Dodge?" Then, without warning, Shifeng swiftly moved toward him and said, "You're the one who should dodge." He drew his sword and charged straight at him, using the chasing wind sword technique to strike. Right after that, another man holding a shield ran over to block the attack, shouting, "My profession is the strongest defense in this game, the shield warrior." However, Shifeng's attack was incredibly powerful, causing the shield to bend under the force.
The man was stunned, gritting his teeth as he struggled to resist. No, this can't be. Just a few seconds later, both the man and his shield were sent flying backward. His shield was also deformed and fell, landing on top of two other people. The status display showed, player 5 element mouse has died. Player untroubled bro has died. At that moment, suddenly some tendrils rose from the ground, surrounding him. Shurfong quickly activated gravity liberation, leaping upward, observing and testing the true extent of his control skills. His entire body was now enveloped in a purple aura. Shurfong raised his weapon high and aimed directly at them. Then, he cast Abyssal Bind, causing numerous chains to coil around the person's body. He immediately reached out and grabbed hold of the chains, which instantly tightened, killing the enemy. On the status bar, the system displayed a notification: my player in the kindergarten has died. Seeing this, Devastation turned around and asked, how's the popularity of the livestream? One of his subordinates, checking the system, replied, the number of viewers has reached 110,000. Are you planning to make your move soon? He continued observing and then spoke, not yet, the match isn't hot enough. At this moment, someone performed a technique and shouted loudly, rise up, resurrection. Immediately, all the defeated players were resurrected and returned to the battlefield. They were excited, shouting, well done, now we can take our revenge. From behind Shurfong, someone rushed forward with a sword, eyes filled with killing intent, while another player from the opposite side swung a weapon toward him. At that moment, Shurfeng's entire body radiated an immense power, and his eyes began to glow. Without hesitation, he cast Flame Thunderstorm, releasing an enormous burst of light. On the status bar, the system displayed another notification: player Seismic Toss has died. Player Little Spinning Top has died. Player Spring Onion Enjoyer has died. Player Untroubled Bro has died. Player Distant Spectator has died. At this moment, the subordinate, while looking at the system, shouted, the popularity has reached 500,000 views, it seems like it's even hotter than yours. Hearing this, his face darkened. He was extremely angry, gritting his teeth, his eyes wide open, and he yelled, Yifeng, I will kill you. Suddenly, someone jumped out, casting a formation, and shouted, Elemental Beast, heed my command. As he was casting the spell, he shouted, rapidly slowing down. But suddenly, Fire Dance charged forward, delivering a swift strike that sliced through his neck. Then, she immediately dashed toward Devastation. Seeing this, he quickly grabbed his weapon and said, pretend to be secretive. Without hesitation, he used his nailing shot skill, firing multiple arrows toward Fire Dance. The arrows, imbued with second-tier magic, shot through the air like a gust of wind. However, very quickly, she was able to dodge most of them. Unfortunately, one of the arrows pierced through her right leg. Fire Dance let out a painful cry. As soon as the arrow pierced her leg, she could no longer stay airborne and, in a crippled state, fell to the ground. He raised his bow again, looking at her with contempt, and said, to kill the leader of the martial union ranking, that's Fire Dance you, and yet you allowed me to catch you. He lifted his eyes in mockery and said, then let me kill you and return to the lower level. At that moment, Fire Dance was in a state of movement blocked, her face dripping with sweat as she gritted her teeth, unable to say anything. Just then, Shurfong charged forward with his weapon. One of the subordinates saw this and shouted, Vice President, be careful, Yifeng is coming through. As soon as he saw Shurfong charging, he quickly aimed his bow and shot a superior splinter shot at him. Immediately, countless arrows, empowered with his skill, flew toward Shurfong. Without hesitation, Shurfong grabbed a nearby shield and raised it to block the arrows. However, the arrows were so powerful that they pierced straight through the shield. Seeing this, the archer quickly drew his bow again and launched a penetrating arrow toward Shurfong, shouting, you can't avoid this. As soon as each arrow was shot, an explosion erupted where Shurfong had been standing. The archer looked in that direction, surprised, as if he had seen something unexpected. When the smoke cleared, only a shield full of arrows remained. The subordinate yelled, where did he go? The vice president doesn't see the female ranger anymore. Hearing this, the archer was enraged and shouted, split up and search, we can't let Yifeng escape. At that moment, elsewhere, Shifeng placed Fire Dance down next to a tree. He bent down to take out a bottle of medicine and said, "The error has been removed." She slightly lowered her head, feeling awkward, and said, "Yifeng, I'm sorry, I pulled you back." He responded, "It's fine, I didn't want to defeat the opponent either." Shifeng recalled something and then asked, "By the way, why did you come to help me? Is it just because you're a fan? I feel like you want to kill Unstable Devastation even more than I do." Hearing this, her face turned slightly red. Fire Dance lowered her head and said, "At first, I was a PvE player. Together with a few like-minded friends, we formed a small group of casual players, originally planning to freely challenge dungeons all over the place." Then Fire Dance began to recount the past. Until they joined the Martial Union, many teammates were killed by the Martial Union for no reason. Afterward, she continued to explain that they were killed and then returned to their original level, eventually quitting the game. Shifeng was about to say something but was interrupted as she continued, "At that time, I understood that if you carry the mindset of wanting to live in peace, you won't survive in this game." At this point, her eyes were filled with killing intent, and she said, "I will definitely avenge this grudge, even if my name turns red." Hearing Fire Dance's words, he thought to himself, Fire Dance has excellent skills and is a rare free player who hasn't joined any guild. If I can recruit her into the team, it would greatly strengthen the Zero Wing Guild's operations. With this thought in mind, Shifeng extended an invitation, "I want to form a larger team. Are you interested in joining?" Fire Dance was taken aback upon hearing this, her eyes widening in surprise. She quickly shook her head and said, "No, I can't. As a red name player, the guild I join would be humiliated, and it could even affect your reputation in White River City." Upon hearing this, Shifeng stood up and said, "It's fine, as long as you agree, you can join Zero Wing at any time." He smiled and extended his hand toward her, adding, "It would be even better if you could bring your friends along." Upon hearing this, Fire Dance's cheeks flushed slightly, her face showing clear surprise. Then, she smiled brightly and said, "Thank you. This is the warmest thing I've heard in God's domain." At this moment, a system notification popped up in front of him, signaling an incoming call. Hazy's voice came through loudly, "Brother Phone, we just left the forest and ran into a group of high-level rhino monsters. We need help." Shifeng saw this and thought to himself, based on Hazy's description and the background, it looks like. He quickly deduced, they must have entered the Silent Swamp, a level 15 restricted area. Then he shouted loudly, "Focus on defense, I'll head over there immediately." After that, Shifeng turned back and asked, "I have to go to a very dangerous area, do you want to come with me?" Her face was very serious, and she firmly said, "Of course." Switching to Hazy's side, everyone was now in the swamp, silently suggesting a level 15 in defense mode. As soon as Shifeng teleported over, he asked, "Is everyone alright?" When Hazy saw him, he happily called out, "Brother Phone." He then put away the enforced group stealth scroll and said, "Stay hidden for 30 minutes, don't make any loud noises." They slowly moved away from their attackers' encirclement, but not too far. After using the stealth technique, everyone followed his orders and left. Seeing this, Hazy said, "Brother Phone, what about you? It seems you don't have the stealth skill." Shifeng moved forward and said, "We've finally arrived." Ahead of him were the level 15 swamp hippos. Shifeng casually turned his head and said, "Let everyone get some experience from this." Then, the swamp hippos charged madly toward him, attacking Shifeng. He immediately drew his weapon, performed his combat technique, and raised his sword high, aiming directly at them. Just as the hippos were about to reach him, Shifeng activated Thundering Flash, striking them multiple times in rapid succession. The hippos were each hit, losing a substantial amount of health. Not stopping there, Shifeng continued to leap into the middle, raising his weapon high once again. He used two swords from above to execute the skill Fiery Thunderstrike, striking with great force towards the creatures. A large explosion ensued, sending the swamp hippos flying into the air before they came crashing down. Soon after, the beastly creatures fell one by one to the ground, motionless, as Shifeng gently descended, while the others remained unmoving.
Everyone who witnessed this was utterly stunned, their mouths agape.
Hey Z spoke up, incredible, it feels like playing a game with brother phone. After that, Shurfeng shouted an order, pick up everything and distribute it to those who need it.
I'll chase down the remaining ones.
Upon hearing this, everyone shouted in response, got it, brother. They immediately rushed to gather the items, while Shurfeng swiftly leaped away.
About 10 minutes later, he had already cut down many more hippos.
At that moment, a system notification appeared, announcing that all members of his party had leveled up to level 8. After Shurfeng finished slaying all the swamp hippos, a large number of items dropped.
He stood there and said, finally, it's over.
Suddenly, at that moment, his body froze. Shurfeng was taken by surprise, his eyes wide open. He realized that, for some unknown reason, his body could no longer move, and his skills were unresponsive.
It's deathlock.
At that very moment, suddenly, from behind Shurfeng, someone with eyes full of killing intent raised their weapon and attacked. The person struck him in the back, causing Shurfeng's status to show as poison, slow, silence, weaken, and bleeding, with his health bar dropping significantly. However, in the next second, Shurfeng immediately teleported to another location, causing the attacker to exclaim in surprise, "Oh!" At this point, Shurfeng's condition was unstable, and he was sweating lightly. He said, I didn't expect your silence effect could seal my skills, but the power of this weapon doesn't exist in the system. Shurfeng crouched down to recover, his status bar showing, level 10, poison, slow, silence, weaken, bleeding.
The attacker laughed and said, it's already too late if you want to use stealth to hide now.
His eyes glowed red with murderous intent as he lightly licked his weapon and said, this poison was specially made for you.
At this moment, Shurfeng's health had dropped significantly, and his whole body trembled, exuding a purple aura. His face, filled with exhaustion, thought, why does it have to happen now? He then immediately gripped his weapon and charged forward, shouting, prepare to die. Just then, another person appeared and attacked him with a dark arrow.
Seeing this, the attacker immediately activated Shadow Cloak and yelled, bastard, I don't have time to deal with you right now. However, right after that, he was struck by a force that sent him flying, and his health bar decreased. The attack just now had destroyed his cloak. He quickly regained his balance and thought, this damn magical damage.
At that moment, Hazy continued to use his staff, firing a dark arrow towards him.
He dodged it and was very pleased with himself, shouting, don't waste your energy, I won't be hit a second time. But what he didn't expect was that Shurfeng had appeared right behind him, raising his weapon to attack. His reflexes were quick, and he turned around to block Shurfeng's weapon strike. His eyes were filled with a murderous glare, your health is low, you can't use skills, and you still want to fight me?
Shurfeng, provoked, didn't reply.
He only knew that his entire body was radiating an incredibly strong green energy. Seeing this, the man's eyes widened in surprise, impossible, this is strange fire energy. Then Shurfeng recalled how he had used this special skill earlier to attack the swamp hippos. At that time, the system had displayed the notification, Ice Blue Magic Flame Upgrade Progress, 15%. Shurfeng continued to strike down the hippos, causing the system to constantly show notifications, Ice Blue Magic Flame Upgrade Progress, 25%, Ice Blue Magic Flame Upgrade Progress, 46%, Ice Blue Magic Flame Upgrade Progress, 72%. He kept fighting like that until the system notification appeared, Ice Blue Magic Flame has gained energy from Flame Body, enveloping the entire body in flames, temporarily resisting all abnormal statuses, increasing attack power by 20%, and attacks within the next 30 seconds will have the burning effect of strange fire. Shurfeng raised his hand to test it, then happily thought, great, I can rely on it when it matters. Back to the present, he had just knocked the opponent back. Holding his weapon tightly, his body was surrounded by a green aura. The opponent, pushed back, glared at him with clenched teeth, saying angrily, so strong, I can't withstand it. Shurfeng then summoned numerous swords, attacking directly towards him. The opponent quickly reacted, slashing at the swords. However, even with all his efforts, he couldn't possibly block so many swords on his own. Immediately, he was struck, and his health dropped to 0. In the end, he collapsed, shouting 2 words, damn it. As he began to disappear, he suddenly looked up at Shurfong with a gaze full of hatred, saying, "Clearly, the difference between us." He felt a deep sense of unfairness, and just after saying that, he vanished. Shurfong immediately returned to his original state. He picked up the opponent's weapon and said, "Your weapon, I'll take it as a souvenir." On the system display, the player received Zhu Tian's assassin's blade as equipment. Seeing this, Shurfong smiled and said, "The assassin's blade displayed on the system is of the secret silver grade, a dagger-type weapon, restricted to the ranger profession, with 51 attack, plus 5 strength, plus 12 agility, plus 2 acceleration, durability of 35/60, and a passive skill called Sharpened, which increases armor penetration by 15% when attacking and reduces defense by 50%. The effect lasts for an unreplaceable duration. You know, this is the assassin's blade that most assassins prefer, and its value is over 1 gold. While reading the information, Shurfong felt quite pleased. This time, he had completely destroyed Tai Tian's equipment. If he wanted to take revenge, it would likely take a very long time. At that moment, Hazy came over and said joyfully, "Brother Fong, you're so handsome." Hazy continued to praise, "Just now, you look like a fire god on earth." Even though I was standing far away, I could still feel the excitement. If you use this move to flirt with girls, I must say it'll definitely work. Hearing this, Shurfong helplessly replied, "This is a kind of strange fire, it's not meant for flirting." Another teammate, who was collecting items, shouted, "Brother Yifeng, the equipment dropping here is really high quality, we almost can't carry it all." Seeing this, Shurfong spoke up, "Only pick up the highest quality equipment. There are many high-level items here." Solitude shouted in agreement, "Exactly." The scene transitions to the slums of Redleaf Town. The assassin known as Shurfong had just returned to his original level. He entered a nearby tavern, and someone called out softly when they saw him, but he paid no attention. He walked up to the bar and said to the owner, "Give me a glass of deep crimson kiss." After receiving the drink, he tilted it up and drank it. Just then, a man dressed entirely in black entered from behind. The man walked over, sat down, and spoke, "Long time no see. You still like your drinks, huh?" He then spoke to the bar owner, "Give me a glass of chaotic memories." The man was Southern Wolf. Shurfong, upon seeing him, was taken aback. "Southern Wolf?" He turned to ask, "How come you have the time to look for me?" Southern Wolf replied, "Of course, I'm here to congratulate you." Then he adjusted his glasses and continued, "The higher-ups have acknowledged your strength. You're now qualified to become a member of our Hades." Shurfong was quite surprised upon hearing this. At that moment, Southern Wolf placed an envelope on the table. "To be more precise," he explained, "you'll be an external member." Shurfong was left momentarily speechless, but suddenly he squeezed his hand tightly, causing the glass in his grip to shatter. His body trembled with anger, and he lowered his head, saying, 3 years. He seemed to lose control for a moment, staring at Southern Wolf as he yelled, "To join you guys, I've spent 3 years of my life." His fists clenched tightly in fury. "After one defeat, there's always another, and I was rejected every time because I wasn't good enough." Then his eyes turned red, filled with murderous intent as he said, "In God's domain, I finally have enough qualifications to join Hades." Southern Wolf, upon seeing this, said, "I'm a bit confused." His words left him somewhat puzzled. He then turned to him and said, "Aren't you supposed to be reaching level 10 soon? How did you drop back to level 8 and look so battered?" The young man with the green hair lowered his head slightly and let out a sigh before replying, "I died twice." Upon hearing this, he asked, "Wait, did someone kill you?" At this, the young man fell silent, avoiding the answer. Southern Wolf, noticing this, speculated, "In White River City, the only person who could threaten someone like you, Zhu Tian, would be Bai Qing Shui from the God-devouring serpent." He responded, "Why would I get involved with Bai Qing Shui? I just accidentally fell off a cliff and died." Then, he turned to him and said, "Zhu Tian, you know the nature of my work in Hades. If a powerful expert appeared in this area, I would definitely know their name." Zhu Tian felt a bit uneasy upon hearing this, but he was reluctant to reveal the reason he was defeated.
Then, Southern Wolf picked up the letter he had given him earlier and said, "Don't you understand the rules of Hades? Ju Tian, I can revoke your qualification to join at any time."
Ju Tian, terrified, screamed, "It was Yi Feng, a swordsman."
Southern Wolf, slightly surprised, asked, "A swordsman?"
The young man's face revealed clear frustration as he replied, "A few days ago, I lost to him once. During that fight, I don't even know where he got the blazing flame from, but its power was immense, and it destroyed my equipment during the battle."
He continued, "The way I look now is all thanks to him." Southern Wolf was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Blazing flame can even destroy equipment and steal your secret silver? He then thought, could it be some kind of strange fire? Afterward, Southern Wolf turned and left.
Ju Tian, surprised by this, reached out toward him and said, "Southern Wolf, my membership application." As Southern Wolf reached the door, he immediately burned Ju Tian's membership form and then turned around to say, "I need to observe you a bit more." The scene shifted to the swampy abyss area, cold and silent, with streams and waterfalls. At this moment, everyone was fighting fiercely. Shifeng looked up at the monstrous beast in front of him, slightly surprised. It was the elite three-headed serpent fiend, now level 16, with 15,000 health points. Everyone was engaged in a fierce battle, but the monster relentlessly charged forward to attack. Shifeng had to focus on the serpent while another monster rushed toward him from behind. He struck hard at the serpents, and Fire Dance seized the opportunity to leap forward. She stepped onto its body to propel herself forward. She then jumped toward its head, and without hesitation, drove her two swords straight into its eyes. Blood spurted out, splashing across her face. The petrified eyes of the three-headed serpent were shattered. Everyone cheered in joy, "Well done, Xiao Wu." However, there were still two more with murderous glares, and Shifeng stepped forward. He wielded his sword and swung it swiftly towards the group. After that, Shifeng effortlessly lowered the sword to the ground. Right behind him were the heads of three snakes that had been severed by his strike. Everyone was overjoyed at the sight, grinning broadly. Hazy suddenly called out to him and pointed towards a person sitting by the river fishing, saying, "Brother Feng, it seems like there's an NPC over there." The group then made their way towards the riverbank to see who was sitting there. The person fishing was an old man, Faust, at level 100. Upon seeing this, Shifeng raised his hand to his chin in contemplation. The mystery surrounding this NPC, Old Man Faust, is well known. It's not just a matter of luck to encounter him, he only interacts with those who have a sufficiently high reputation. The old man then opened one eye and glanced at Shifeng. Above his head, the status bar displayed Demon Hunter. The old man yawned and the fishing rod he held began to twitch. It seemed that a fish had bitten the hook, causing the line to stir. As soon as the old man jerked the fishing rod, several large fish leaped out of the water. He then walked over, holding the rod, and said, "I am the great sage Faust, and I will give you all a magical challenge." He then extended his hand and said, "Within an hour at this river, catch as many goldfish as possible. We will base the reward on how many you catch. If any of you manage to catch a golden dragonfish, you will receive the biggest reward." Upon hearing this, Shifeng slightly smirked and thought to himself, "I can't miss the opportunity to get such good equipment, this doesn't come around often." He then said, "I sign up." Seeing this, Hazy immediately raised his hand and said, "If Brother Feng is signing up, I'm in too. Who's better at catching fish than me? But do you have fishing nets for us?" The man closed his eyes and replied, "Do it yourself." Everyone then gathered by the riverbank to observe. Solitude spoke up, "Does he mean we have to catch them with our hands? Maybe try a ranged attack." Shifeng looked at the fish beneath the river and thought, the best equipment must come from catching the biggest golden dragonfish. Immediately after, he activated the Observing Eye skill, Golden Dragonfish Elite, level 18, life value 20,000. Golden Dragonfish Elite Special, level 20, life value 100,000. He then thought, for a goldfish, it already has a life value of 20,000, not to mention the 100,000 life value of the golden dragonfish. At that moment, Hazy jumped into the river, excited, and shouted, "Ha, don't run. He then planted his staff into the river and cast a wicked lash attack. Right after that, a goldfish popped up from the surface of the water. It surfaced into the air, flailed for a moment, then fell back down. At that moment, Hazy was suddenly surprised to see the fish charging toward him. In the next second, he was struck in the face with a painful slap from its tail. Afterward, he fell into the river. Solitude laughed loudly and said, "You look like an idiot." Hazy, clutching the side of his face that had been slapped, sighed, and said, "This fish is too strong." Only Shifeng stood on the shore, observing from above. He thought to himself, "From the very beginning, I decided on the biggest reward, the golden dragonfish. The other fish aren't valuable." At that moment, he held in his hand the bait for the goldfish. Its effect on the golden dragonfish was a 500% increase in attraction. He then punched a nearby tree, making it shake, the bait that goldfish liked the most. As soon as Shifeng made the tree shake, a cocoon fell from it. In fact, it had been hidden on the island. Shifeng immediately tossed the cocoon he had just caught into the river. The larger, rounder cocoons, as soon as they hit the water, emitted a faint golden light around them. Just as he had predicted, a huge golden dragonfish soon appeared. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "I've lured it in." He then reached for the weapon at his waist. Right after Shifeng threw the bait, the huge golden dragonfish appeared and snapped at it. At that moment, he immediately drew his weapon, took out his sword, and performed the thundering flash, delivering a strike to it. However, it quickly fell back into the water. Seeing this, he thought to himself that despite using his full strength, he had been unable to harm it. Shifeng continued to observe and thought, "It seems that attacking from the outside is ineffective." At that moment, the fish suddenly leaped up again, opening its large mouth toward him. Shifeng, seeing this, felt a surge of excitement, grabbed his sword, and rushed forward, saying, "Its weakness has been exposed." However, at this moment, he saw something that completely startled him. Its mouth was incredibly large, opening wide to bite him. As soon as it locked onto its target, it snapped fiercely. Fortunately, Shifeng's reflexes were quick enough, and he managed to dodge in time. He was now performing the phantom kill skill, thinking, "Damn it, thankfully I was able to use phantom kill in time." Shifeng continued to stand on the shore and observe, "If I were to attack the weakness inside its mouth, I'd definitely get bitten to death. Is there really no other way?" Just as it leapt up once more, he suddenly discovered a possibility. The fish continued to open its mouth wide, aiming directly at him to attack. At that moment, Shifeng took out 2 high-grade grenades and thought, "What if I could slow down its biting speed?" Thinking of this, he immediately threw the 2 grenades straight into its mouth. In the next moment, its entire body seemed to freeze, unable to move. Shifeng seized this opportunity and jumped towards it. Holding his sword, he charged forward to strike. The system status bar displayed, "Golden Dragonfish has been killed by you." At this moment, the others were also extremely happy as they caught many fish that had fallen down. Hazy happily said, "We can even catch fish." Shifeng brought the fish to the shore. Old Man Faust, upon seeing this, said, "You've shown me your strength." Then, the old man waved his hand and said, "I will keep my promise." In the next moment, countless items appeared before them. Solitude took his reward and opened it, happily saying, "A gold tear speed necklace." Hazy also opened his box, joyfully saying, "Gold tier mana gathering gloves, just perfect for me to use." Fire Dance received her reward and, with a smile, said, "Mine is the Mirage bracelet. I never expected playing the game with Yifeng would be so fun." Another person also took their reward, put it on, and happily said, "Gold tier damage reduction ring." Shifeng saw everyone receiving their items, and with joy, he thought that they had all gotten quite a few good things. Then, the old man extended his hand and said to him, "This is your exclusive reward." He immediately reached out to take it. It was the Sky Dragon Holy Breath, a legendary tier item. As Shifeng took it, he thought that the Sky Dragon Holy Breath could suppress the intense reactions of the Abyssal Rift. All he needed to do was find more fragments to completely eliminate the negative effects of the Abyssal Rift. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Shurfong grabbed his shoulder and said, "Wait, if that golden dragonfish could be exchanged for the sky dragon Holy Breath." Then, Shurfong pointed behind him and said, "I still have 15 ordinary golden dragonfish in my box.
Can they be exchanged too?"
Hearing this, the man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat.
This.
At that moment, Shurfeng's system interface displayed, "Congratulations, you have acquired the epic tier item Heart of Light. Congratulations, you have acquired the epic tier item Longbow of Chasing Star. Congratulations, you have acquired the epic tier item Family and Staff. Congratulations, you have acquired the epic tier item Mavis Guardian. Congratulations, you have acquired the epic tier item Ring of Glory." Once the man handed over all the rewards, he collapsed in tears behind him. The scene then shifted to Redleaf Town.
As everyone returned, Shurfong immediately asked, "Hey Z, how many gold coins does Zero Wing have right now?"
Upon hearing that, he said, "The equipment we've recently acquired has been sold for quite a bit of money, and the funds are flowing in abundantly."
"Why are you asking this? Do you want to buy equipment?"
Shurfong replied, "Of course not. The time is ripe, and I plan to show everyone the power of our Zero Wing office."
Hey Z asked in confusion, "Power?"
Seeing this, Shurfong explained, "Redleaf Town has undergone a lot of changes.
More and more players are selling items and equipment on the streets.
The invitations are coming non-stop.
Many wealthy players come to this street looking for the equipment and items they need."
He continued, "Look, we've acquired a lot of equipment, but we have to go through auctions and pay handling fees."
Hey Z could guess part of it and asked, "Brother Fong, are you planning to?"
Shurfong said, "We can buy land inside the game to set up a guild headquarters, then transform it into a marketplace for equipment."
"What do you think?" he asked, "Can we really do that?" At that moment, they arrived at Redleaf Town, the headquarters of the local government. A staff member came out to greet them and said, "Dear sir, how may I assist you?"
Shurfong replied, "I'd like to buy a plot of land for a guild headquarters."
The location was near the fountain in the square.
She said, "I'm sorry, but the function to purchase land isn't available in the game yet.
Please wait for the next update."
Shurfong, upon hearing this, thought to himself that although the land buying function in the game wouldn't be available until the new version was released next year, in reality, the feature was already in the game as a trial. It was just temporarily hidden due to concerns over the stability of the game.
Shurfong then said seriously, "What if I insist on buying?"
This left the staff member in an awkward silence, unable to respond.
He then took out an item and said, "I have the mayor's seal in my hand. Please activate the land transaction feature for Redleaf Town."
Seeing this, she was both surprised and flustered. She quickly bowed respectfully and said, "The mayor's authority has been unlocked.
Please give your order." Shurfong then said, "Establish the real estate transaction system."
At that moment, in Redleaf Town, the ownership switched to Yifeng. The celestial wings started from scratch.
Everyone was astonished. How was this possible? Can players really buy property in the game? How powerful do you have to be able to purchase real estate in the game? At this point, everyone present was watching.
Shurfong then said, "Finally, I can own a house in the game."
Fire Dance, along with a few others, came forward and said, "I understand now.
I want to join Zero Wing along with my friends." Seeing this, Shurfong extended his hand and said, "The doors of Zero Wing are always open to you.